Chapter 1. An Ordinary Youth. I can see the threads of destiny. Tianxian Continent. Eastern Domain. Tai Su Holy Land. In the humble servant quarters, disciple Xiao Qingcheng was abruptly awakened in his room, only to be struck by a sudden, searing pain in his mind, as if he had just weathered a tempest. Have I crossed over? The fair-skinned youth incredulously touched his face, then hurried to a basin of clear water. Upon the surface, a youthful and tender visage was reflected back at him. Though not fully matured, he could still be deemed a handsome young man. However, in the next moment, a rather unsightly smile emerged on that delicate face. A servant, at 16 years old, unable to channel spiritual energy into his body. Xiao Qingcheng was astonished to discover that apart from his good looks, he was utterly devoid of merit. Having entered the Tai Su Holy Land for 3 years, he had achieved no progress whatsoever. If I cannot channel spiritual energy into my body before I turn 16, will I lose my qualification for the protection of the Tai Su Holy Land? This world was far from simple. The strong could seize stars and moons, their martial prowess divine, while the weak languished in lowly status, their lives as insignificant as blades of grass. If one could not cultivate, they would be but a face in a crowd, subject to exploitation by the powerful, or worse, captured by demons to become mere fodder. No way. I have just crossed over. How could I resign myself to becoming someone else's servant? As a well-meaning youth who had heard the gospel of a new society, Xiao Qingcheng could not accept this reality. Cultivation. I must cultivate. There are still 3 months left. Perhaps I can channel spiritual energy into my body and become a Xian cultivator. Yet, at that moment, the door to Xiao Qingcheng's room was rudely flung open. A youth clad in gray, of a similar age to Xiao Qingcheng, stood there. In Xiao Qingcheng's memory, this individual was named Zhou Yuan, the head of their servant quarters. Recently, a new spiritual mine was discovered in the Holy Land. Elder Lin has instructed us to prepare. Remember to go dig tomorrow. Xiao Qingcheng nodded in response. Understood. However, Zhou Yuan did not leave. Instead, he continued, this newly opened spiritual mine is said to be quite dangerous. Many disciples lost their lives there yesterday. Xiao Shidi, you understand what I mean, right? At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng was taken aback, for he noticed a blue halo adorning Zhou Yuan's head. Simultaneously, an inexplicable message materialized in Xiao Qingcheng's mind. This was the halo of opportunity. It came in various colors: gold, red, purple, blue, green, white, gray, and black, with the magnitude of opportunity diminishing in succession. A golden halo signified that the person would soon encounter an opportunity to reverse their fate, while a white halo indicated a mundane opportunity, hardly worth mentioning. A black halo, conversely, foretold great peril, suggesting imminent death. In that instant, Xiao Qingcheng's heart surged with joy. His golden finger had arrived. He had been fretting over his future, yet unexpectedly, a turning point had emerged. In the realm of cultivation, destiny reigned supreme. Sometimes a person might spend their entire life making no progress, but at other times a single opportunity could propel them to greatness. Xiao Qingcheng considered himself no less capable than others. What he needed was merely an opportunity. And now, that opportunity had presented itself. Shitty? Zhou Yuan's voice pulled Xiao Qingcheng back to reality. There are dangers within that spiritual mine. One misstep could cost you your life. Brother Pan said that if you are willing to part with 3 spirit stones, he can ensure your safety. In the memories of the original owner, Brother Pan was notorious, often seizing the monthly resources from the servant disciples. One reason the original owner had failed to channel spiritual energy into his body was that his resources were pilfered by Brother Pan, and Zhou Yuan acted as his accomplice, frequently using Brother Pan's name to bully the original owner. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng's expression darkened. Had it not been for Brother Pan's theft of the original owner's cultivation resources, he might have successfully channeled spiritual energy by now. No need. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng dare to refuse him, Zhou Yuan felt belittled, and his demeanor changed abruptly, followed by a cold snort. Don't push your luck. You know your own level. At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was no longer the meek original owner. He would not grant Zhou Yuan any semblance of respect. Moreover, he now possessed a golden finger. What level are you? You know it all too well. Get out. From now on, don't expect to take another spirit stone from me." Zhou Yuan's anger flared at Xiao Qingcheng's defiance. A mere servant without backing dared to show him attitude. Let's hope you know what you're doing. The opportunities in that spiritual mine are not for just anyone. Prepare to meet your end. As he watched Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, Xiao Qingcheng immediately resolved to seize his blue opportunity. Zhou Yuan and Brother Pan were cut from the same cloth, frequently robbing the servant disciples. Neither were good people. Xiao Qingcheng focused intently on the blue halo, and in the next moment, a blue thread of opportunity materialized before him. Since that is the case, I shall not be polite. Xiao Qingcheng was eager to discover what this blue opportunity entailed. Following the blue thread, Xiao Qingcheng arrived at a hillside. This location was not far from the newly discovered spiritual mine, yet it was somewhat secluded, rarely visited by common folk. Following the path of the blue thread, Xiao Qingcheng ultimately reached a stony area, and at the end of the opportunity thread lay a spiritual herb. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes lit up. As he approached the herb, a surge of joy welled up within him. This was indeed a 500-year-old Tongling herb. Though Tongling herbs were common aids for cultivators to channel spiritual energy, most were merely a decade old, yielding mediocre results. However, a century-old premium Tongling herb was a different matter altogether. Such herbs could almost guarantee a cultivator's success in channeling spiritual energy. But now, Xiao Qingcheng had encountered a 500-year-old Tongling herb. This extraordinary herb would not only allow him to channel spiritual energy, but also broaden his spiritual meridians and enhance his aptitude. It was the Kermi de la Kermi. I've struck gold. With this, I am certain to remain in the Tai Su Holy Land. This golden finger is truly miraculous if I wield it wisely. My future shall be nothing but bright. To seek benefit and avoid harm is human nature, and his golden finger clearly indicated where the advantages lay and where the dangers resided. In the future, he might just become the supreme, fortunate one in the realm of cultivation. Xiao Qingcheng tidied the area and hastily returned to his small room. The spiritual mine was fraught with peril. Even if he unearthed a high-quality spiritual mine, it would still be submitted to the Holy Land. Thus, to survive in the mine and join the outer sect, he must enhance his strength. Zhou Yuan, Pan Ding, you have stolen countless resources from me. I shall repay you double in the future. This Tongling herb is merely the interest. At that moment, after notifying all the disciples, Zhou Yuan arrived at the hillside where Xiao Qingcheng had previously discovered the herb. He often enjoyed meditating on a particular rock there. Chapter 2. A Red Opportunity. The Child of Destiny. Zhao Haotian. Why is the large stone I usually meditate on broken? Zhou Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the spiritual mine opened yesterday, causing a shockwave that affected this place? Zhou Yuan felt exceedingly unfortunate, a bitter sensation rising within him. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a small pile of stones. Upon clearing the pile, Zhou Yuan was instantly enraged. Who is the heartless one responsible for this? Not only did they take my opportunity, but they also left me a note. To join the outer sect, one must at least channel spiritual energy into their body and become a Xian cultivator. From the shallow memories of the original owner, Xiao Qingcheng learned that there were 9 realms in cultivation. Channeling spirit, Ling Tai, Xiandan, Xinfu, Tianren, Nirvana, Liansu, Dongxian, and life and death. Each realm represented a unique level of profundity. To establish a foothold in the outer sect, merely channeling spiritual energy into my body is insufficient. However, the immediate priority is to enhance myself as much as possible. Xiao Qingcheng chose not to concoct the Tongling herb, but rather consumed its leaves. After swallowing the herb, he immediately activated the basic channeling technique to harness its medicinal power. Instantly, a surge of potent spiritual energy began to course through his body. Though Xiao Qingcheng's innate talent was lacking, with narrow spiritual meridians and insufficient resilience. At this moment, under the overwhelming spiritual energy from the Tongling herb, his previously sealed meridians rapidly expanded. The strength of his meridians increased significantly, and at that moment, a faint azure energy flow emerged within Xiao Qingcheng's dantian. flowing throughout his body, ensuring smooth energy circulation. This was the hallmark of channeling spiritual energy into the body. It also signified that Xiao Qingsheng had become a Xian cultivator. Continue. The medicinal power contained within the 500-year-old Tongling herb was not trivial. Xiao Qingsheng could sense that a substantial amount of medicinal power remained untapped. With a surge of determination, Xiao Qingsheng once again commenced the operation of the foundational spirit induction technique at this juncture. He also began to perceive the formidable advantages of possessing exceptional talent. The spiritual energy, which he had struggled to absorb for over 10 days, was suddenly drawn into his being. In an instant, this energy flowed through him like pure water, saturating his entire being. It was a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. Spirit induction, first layer. Spirit induction, second layer. Spirit induction, third layer. In that moment, Xiao Qingsheng relished a treatment akin to that of a prodigy. The breakthrough felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Devoid of any bottleneck, this state persisted until the latter part of the night, until he fully digested the potency of the 500-year-old spirit herb. His prowess ascended to the fourth layer of spirit induction in a single day. He had shattered 4 minor realms. Should this event reach the ears of the inner sect elders, Xiao Qingsheng would undoubtedly be granted immediate admission to the inner sanctum, becoming a true disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. While time still permits, I ought to familiarize myself with the application of spiritual power, Xiao Qingsheng mused, not forgetting the perils that awaited him today within the spirit mine. Danger lurked at every corner. Should he encounter a violent surge of accumulated spiritual energy, it could very well prove fatal. Likewise, if he crossed paths with the beasts concealed within the mine, he might also meet his demise. As the gentle breeze caressed him and the sun ascended in the sky, Xiao Qingsheng emerged from a night of cultivation. Feeling as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, his strength had greatly surpassed his former self. Gazing into the crystalline surface of water, he observed his complexion becoming increasingly vibrant, his eyes sparkling with vitality, appearing far more spirited than before. Xiao Qingsheng, to the mine. I'm coming. Upon arriving at the mining area, he found it already teeming with disciples roughly his age. These were all auxiliary disciples. If they failed to reach the first layer of spirit induction by the age of 16, a bleak fate awaited them. The Taishu Holy Land recruited numerous disciples, yet only a select few received earnest cultivation. Nevertheless, each year, many eligible youths journeyed from afar to seek apprenticeship and learn the arts within the Taishu Holy Land. As Xiao Qingsheng surveyed the crowd, he noted that most bore a gray halo above their heads, indicating that their gains this time would be minimal and they were at risk of encountering danger among them. A few individuals sported black halos. Xiao Qingsheng couldn't help but sigh. Contemplating the grave dangers of the spirit mine, he must certainly avoid those few. After a while, a blue-robed steward approached, accompanied by several heads of the academy. Xiao Qingsheng noticed that Zhou Yuan was among them. Yesterday, your senior brothers and sisters unearthed numerous mining districts today. Your task is to excavate the spiritual ore from the areas they opened. Remember, do not venture too deep. Your sole responsibility is to focus on your own tasks. After the blue-robed steward issued his instructions, he departed, leaving the arrangement of duties to the heads of the mines. Zhou Yuan produced a list and began allocating tasks. Zhao Jia, you go to the third mine. Zhang Qin, you go to the fifth mine. Wang Sanhu, you go to the first mine. As the assignments continued, Xiao Qingsheng gradually sensed an ominous turn of events. Those few individuals with black halos had been grouped together. The third mine. Xiao Qingsheng's heart sank. This mine must harbor dangers. Just then, he heard his own name called. He raised his head and locked eyes with Zhou Yuan, who smirked coldly, as if gazing upon a corpse, and looked at Xiao Qingsheng, refusing to submit, yet wishing to survive. Xiao Qingsheng, you go to the third mine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingsheng felt no surprise given Zhou Yuan's vindictive nature. It was hardly unexpected that he would assign him to the perilous third mine at this moment. Zhou Yuan approached Xiao Qingsheng and whispered, Junior brother Xiao, I'll give you one last chance. If you provide me with 5 spirit jades and bow to acknowledge your mistake, I will transfer you to the first mine. Xiao Qingsheng's eyes glinted with disdain as he coldly regarded Zhou Yuan. Delusional. In the third mine, Those assigned here could be deemed unfortunate souls. Xiao Qingqing surveyed his surroundings and discovered 7 individuals with black halos above their heads and 12 with gray halos. Only one bore a white halo determined. Xiao Qingqing resolved to seize the opportunity represented by the white halo. Within the perilous spirit mine, his own life was the only certainty he could claim. "Brother, did you end up here for not paying the protection fee as well?" At that moment, Xiao Qingqing felt someone speaking to him. He turned to look and was taken aback. The individual bore a red halo above his head, with only a hint of black, which was inconsequential, a red opportunity. The Child of Destiny. Xiao Qingqing had not anticipated encountering a Child of Destiny amidst the treacherous environment of the spirit mine. "Are you as well?" Xiao Qingqing inquired, intrigued. The youth sighed. "I knew it. If we don't pay the protection fee, those fellows are unlikely to let us off easily. I heard that someone had already perished in the third mine yesterday." "Be cautious, brother." Xiao Qingqing nodded. The presence of those with black halos indicated that this mine was indeed fraught with peril. Hidden within were surely dangers yet to be unveiled. "I noticed that your demeanor differs from the others here. Perhaps we should join forces?" Zhao Haotian genuinely wished to team up with Xiao Qingqing. The others carried an air of dejection, seemingly resigned to their fates. Such individuals often bore an ominous aura. Only Xiao Qingqing radiated vitality. He stood there, exuding an aura of righteousness that repelled malevolent spirits. Yet in that moment, Xiao Qingqing became acutely aware of the implications. To walk alongside a Child of Destiny might well be courting death. He had reason to suspect that those individuals with black halos might have been ensnared in the life and death trials of this youth. The spiritual or within a single mining tunnel may not suffice for both of us. He'll guide you through it. Let us each take our own path. Chapter 3. A successful interception. I was unexpectedly trapped. Although Xiao Qingqing had undergone a remarkable transformation, he still felt that his fate was not resilient enough. They had to part ways. Ultimately, Xiao Qingqing relinquished the pathway imbued with white fortune to Zhao Haotian, while he himself chose to follow the thread of red fortune. Truly, Brother Xiao is a good man. It is said that the disciple who perished yesterday was traversing the very same passage that he took. He selflessly left the peril for himself and the path to survival for us. What a noble soul! Zhao Haotian sighed in admiration, and thus he made his way towards the passage aligned with the white fortune. The tunnels within the mine were somewhat dim, with the only sources of illumination being the clusters of spiritual or crystals. These passages had been excavated by the outer disciples, leaving behind a considerable amount of residual minerals. For menial disciples like Xiao Qingqing, their primary task was to collect these remnants. However, for Xiao Qingqing, the most pressing matter was to seize the red fortune. The work at hand could be momentarily set aside. The red halo above Zhao Haotian's head bore a hint of black, indicating that this opportunity might be accompanied by danger. Yet, the black was minimal, suggesting that he could face the challenges without severe risk. And as for me, having already reached the 4th level of spirit attraction, ordinary dangers pose no threat. Following the thread of red fortune, Xiao Qingqing eventually arrived at a cliff face. Could it be that this red fortune lies buried beneath? Tracing the line of fortune, Xiao Qingqing resolved to begin digging, hoping to uncover something of value. He picked up a pickaxe and became a miner. The earth was quite hard, but with the enhancement of spiritual energy, Xiao Qingqing eventually managed to break through. After an hour, a sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted. Xiao Qingqing was overjoyed. He had struck a vein, a high-quality spiritual ore. But wait, can this truly be called red fortune? Any ore extracted from the spiritual mine must be submitted. Zhao Haotian could not hoard it for himself, and naturally, neither could Xiao Qingqing. Since the red fortune line had not yet vanished, it seemed prudent to continue excavating. However, at that moment, a tumultuous upheaval erupted throughout the 3rd spiritual mine, shaking the ground as if a dragon had stirred. The violent tremors caused Xiao Qingqing to fall to the ground, and simultaneously, the red fortune line vanished. Where has my fortune gone? Xiao Qingqing, disregarding the chaos, frantically dug through the freshly fallen earth. Ultimately, he did indeed uncover his fortune, a jade bone resembling a sword. Xiao Qingqing seized the jade bone. Following the conventions of fantasy tales, this item must surely be a treasure. After all, ordinary bones are typically white, whereas this translucent jade bone could hardly be deemed mundane. But what use could it possibly have? Xiao Qingqing pressed it against his forehead and then placed it upon his chest, yet it yielded no response. Must I swallow it? But this must surely belong to a corpse. He brought it to his lips, yet hesitated to swallow. He could not overcome his inner turmoil. That moment, the entire third mind trembled once more, and in a moment of careless panic, Xiao Qingqing inadvertently swallowed the jade bone whole. Oh no, this is disastrous. Xiao Qingqing lay prostrate on the ground, curling up in despair. Who seeks to harm me? Brother Xiao. Save me, save me. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar. Upon identifying the voice's owner, Xiao Qingqing's expression darkened. Zhao Haoyan, you unfortunate soul. I offer you a white fortune, and you somehow managed to conjure a black one for yourself. It seemed that the swarm of rodents behind Zhao Haoyan filled Xiao Qingqing with alarm. Run, run. Now at the 4th level of spirit attraction, Xiao Qingqing possessed remarkable physical prowess, yet he was taken aback to find that Zhao Haoyan was not slow in his escape either. After weaving through the mind for some time and noticing that the rodent horde had vanished, they finally paused to catch their breath. What on earth were you doing just now? I pointed you towards a safe path. Initially, Zhao Haoyan intended to retort, but upon seeing Xiao Qingqing's demeanor, he wilted. I discovered a medium-quality spiritual stone mine and thought to excavate a bit more. Then, I stumbled upon a mining mouse. Considering its succulent meat, often soaked in spiritual ore, I surmised it must be a treasure. So, I roasted and devoured it. Xiao Qingqing was left speechless. We are here to work, yet you act as if you are on a picnic. Where is your focus? Zhao Haoyan beamed with delight. It tasted delightful. And moreover, I absorbed spiritual energy from it. That mining mouse must have been extraordinary. It likely consumed some treasure and had not yet digested it when I feasted upon it, in this manner. I effectively consumed a treasure. Xiao Qingqing was exasperated. Were it not for the sight of the red halo reappearing above Zhao Haoyan's head, he would have preferred not to assist him. The fated child is indeed quite troublesome. You didn't happen to dine beneath the noses of that horde of mining mice, did you? Zhao Haoyan cleared his throat, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Xiao Qingqing was left dumbfounded. Goodness, this fellow possesses remarkable audacity. After leaving the spiritual mine, Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Haoyan submitted their requisite quotas of spiritual ore, both presenting high-quality spiritual ore. The steward cast a surprised glance at the two of them. Such fortune! You both have successfully absorbed spiritual energy? Xiao Qingqing nodded, and Zhao Haoyan was equally jubilant. According to the rules, those who achieve spirit absorption before the age of 16 may enter our sacred sect. Here are your identity tokens. Take them and register. Well, as the day is growing late, you may proceed tomorrow. At that time, you may go to the Tower of Hidden Achievements to receive a supplementary cultivation technique. The steward did not impose any difficulties upon Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Haoyan, viewing them merely as two fortunate individuals. However, behind him, the head of the courtyard, Yuan Zhou, wore an expression of disbelief. The third mind is fraught with peril. One misstep could cost them their lives. He never anticipated that these two would turn misfortune into fortune and gain entry into the outer sect. Yuan Zhou was consumed with jealousy. Why should this be? No, I must quickly inform Senior Brother Pan. Brother Xiao, do take care of me in the future. Zhao Haoyan spoke with an air of familiarity, while Xiao Qingqing wore a face of exasperation, utterly helpless. Just refrain from causing me trouble. The two departed the mine and headed towards the disciples' quarters, preparing to tidy up before reporting to the outer peak. After parting ways with Zhao Haoyan, a smile began to grace Xiao Qingqing's face. This time, his gains were significant. The red fortune, though the utility of the jade bone remained unclear, he could first attempt to refine the layer of jade clothing. Based on the density of the spiritual energy, Xiao Qingqing surmised that it was crafted from high-quality spiritual ore. Common spiritual ore is rife with impurities, yet high-quality spiritual ore is entirely composed of pure, concentrated spiritual energy. Xiao Qingqing speculated that before reaching the spirit platform realm, he would not need to consume any medicinal pills, as he reveled in his joy. A mocking voice echoed from behind him. It seems you've had quite the haul in the spiritual mine. Haven Tu, let me guess, are you hoarding anything? Come, brothers, search him. Chapter 4. Spirit Absorption and Retrieving What Belongs to Me. Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Xiao Qingqing halted in his tracks. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Panding, the local bully from the disciples' quarters. Panding, what do you want? The burly youth sneered coldly, while several other disciples surrounded Xiao Qingcheng, all casting him malicious glances. It was evident that these individuals were well practiced in their intimidation tactics. Shouldn't you have been in the third mine today? How is it that you emerged so early? Panding's gaze was filled with malice as he regarded Xiao Qingcheng. Yesterday, he had not collected enough protection fees and had been reprimanded by the outer disciple Li Feng. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng now only fueled his ire, for Xiao Qingcheng was one of those who had failed to pay their dues. Search him! With a command from Panding, the other disciples lunged at Xiao Qingcheng. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng acted decisively. Although he was not particularly skilled in combat in his previous life, thanks to muscle memory, he could hold his own. Moreover, now that he had reached the 4th level of spirit attraction, his physical strength alone was sufficient to subdue these individuals. Channeling the spiritual energy within him, Xiao Qingcheng targeted one individual with a decisive punch. Bang! The moment his fist connected, the man let out a pained cry, flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Come on! Feeling as robust as an ox, Xiao Qingcheng unleashed 3 powerful punches, causing 3 individuals to be hurled backward in an instant. Within the blink of an eye, the 4 assailants surrounding Xiao Qingcheng were vanquished. Panding was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate Xiao Qingcheng possessed such immense strength. Yet, this realization only fueled Panding's inherent cruelty. Having long relished in his dominance within the servants' courtyard, how could he possibly fear someone he routinely bullied? You've concealed your true abilities well. Haven Tu, however, in this servant's courtyard, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down. Just as Panding prepared to strike, an increasing number of servant disciples gathered around. Though they dared not approach too closely, opting instead to observe from a distance. What is happening? Why is Senior Brother Pan here again? Didn't he just collect the tribute yesterday? Xiao Qingcheng is truly unfortunate. I heard he didn't pay his tribute yesterday, and now he has been cornered. Damn it, is there no one to intervene? I've already submitted 4 spirit jades this month, at this rate. When will I be able to channel spirit energy into my body? Intervene. He has powerful connections. A chorus of servant disciples murmured, their disdain for Panding palpable. Yet, they felt utterly powerless against his formidable strength. Panding, do not go too far. At that moment, the most timid disciple among them suddenly spoke up. I have only half a month left before I leave this place. Do you think I still fear you? The moment those words left his mouth, even Xiao Qingcheng was taken aback. The servants' courtyard was not like the outer sect. Here, rules were lax and management often turned a blind eye, as long as things didn't escalate. He never expected someone would dare to stand up against Panding. Mind your own business, Panding bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, a massive fist appeared before the brave disciple. However, at that moment, Xiao Qingcheng also made his appearance, blocking the punch. Simultaneously, a surge of energy erupted from Xiao Qingcheng, a torrent of spirit power transforming into a colossal palm aimed at Panding's chest. Taken aback, Panding exclaimed, "You've successfully channeled spirit energy into your body? Indeed. No wonder you have the audacity to disregard me, Pan. But do you think that just because you've channeled spirit energy, I will fear you?" Having mingled in the servants' courtyard for many years, Panding was no stranger to channeling spirit energy himself. The only reason he hadn't joined the outer sect was his unwillingness to relinquish the income he received within the courtyard. Although he had to submit a portion, the remaining resources amounted to over 100 spirit jades, making him wealthier than most outer sect disciples. Initially dismissive of using spirit power to intimidate others, he never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament. In that case, I shall not hold back. You are at the 3rd level of spirit channeling. His aura surged, leaving the onlookers astonished. At the same time, 3 strands of spirit energy coiled around his hands. Do not think that just because you've joined the outer sect, I cannot handle you. 3 spirit fist. This was a superior martial technique of the yellow tier, capable of shattering stones when mastered. Although Xiao Qingcheng lacked martial skills, his exceptionally broad spirit veins and robust spirit power far surpassed that of Panding. The azure spirit energy enveloped his fists in an instant. Xiao Qingcheng did not flinch. Instead, he chose the most audacious approach, meeting Panding's punch head-on. Seeing this, Panding chuckled derisively, mocking Xiao Qingcheng's overconfidence. I am employing a superior yellow-tier martial technique with considerable power. And you dare to confront me directly? However, at the moment their fists collided, Panding's laughter was abruptly silenced. His expression turned as bitter as a gourd, as an overwhelming force surged through him. The azure spirit energy penetrated his fist, detonating against his bones. Boom, boom, boom. Blood erupted from Panding's fists as Xiao Qingqing's ferocity only intensified. Witnessing Panding falter, Xiao Qingqing unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering Panding immobile. Panding, you have tyrannized the servants' courtyard for years, seizing countless resources from your fellow disciples. Today, you shall return them all. Xiao Qingqing seized a storage pouch from Panding, discovering it contained over 300 spirit jades. No, these are meant for Senior Brother Li. If you dare take them, he will not spare you. Xiao Qingqing frowned upon noticing a green halo above Panding's head, indicating he possessed a significant opportunity. Yet, Panding misinterpreted Xiao Qingqing's hesitation as fear of trouble, fearing Senior Brother Li. Now that you know fear, return the pouch to me. You will be entering the outer sect soon. Perhaps I could speak favorably of you to Senior Brother Li, and we could become brothers. Xiao Qingqing was incensed by Panding's words. Become brothers? Why not take a look in the mirror and see what you truly are? You think you're worthy? With a scoff, he turned to the courageous servant disciple. What is your name, my fellow disciple? The disciple blushed, stammering, in response to Senior Brother, my name is Wang Teng. Xiao Qingqing smiled, nodding at the spirit jades in his hand. Over the years, how many spirit jades has he taken from you? Wang Teng, surprised, replied honestly, he takes 2 spirit jades from me each month. I've lost over 30 jades now. Xiao Qingqing handed Wang Teng 50 spirit jades, unreservedly acknowledging his bravery and speaking out, go back and cultivate diligently. Even with only half a month left, do not give up. A miracle may still occur. In this ever-changing world, who dares to claim you cannot succeed? Wang Teng was overjoyed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, the warmth of being trusted. Senior Brother, I will. As Xiao Qingqing distributed his remaining spirit jades, Panding's expression darkened once more. Gritting his teeth, he said, Xiao Qingqing, you have done well. Just wait. Those spirit jades are meant for Senior Brother Li Feng. If you dare take them, you will have offended him. Chapter 5. The kind-hearted Xiao Qingqing discovers new opportunities. If you are unconvinced, let Li Feng come find me. For all these years, how many resources have you taken from me? You know full well. This is merely a form of compensation. Xiao Qingqing stashed the spirit jades, a considerable fortune that could procure numerous cultivation resources. He had no desire to linger any longer, especially with the intention of seizing Panding's green opportunity. As for Panding's thoughts, he cared little, nor did he wish to meddle. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Senior Brother Xiao? Panding has also taken many resources from me over the years. Please return them. Yes, Senior Brother Xiao. Panding has robbed me as well. Please return what is rightfully ours. Suddenly, the servant disciples grew bold. No longer afraid in their eyes, the resources Xiao Qingqing had claimed should also entitle them to a share, as they too were victims deserving of compensation. Hearing their clamorous demands, Xiao Qingqing's expression soured. What logic is this? Do you see me as easy prey? The guilty have a head, and debts have an owner. If Panding has wronged you, seek him out. Why demand from me? Yet, the crowd clearly disagreed with his reasoning. They stepped forward in unison, as if preparing to encircle Xiao Qingqing. Recognizing their intent, Xiao Qingqing's anger flared. He was not the meek individual he once was, and he had no desire to impart wisdom to these disciples. Thus, he opted for a more straightforward approach. Very well, brothers, allow me to impart a life lesson today. Xiao Qingqing fixed his gaze on the nearest individual, swiftly launching his attack. Boom. The disciple was sent flying. The most fundamental law of this world is survival of the fittest. Weakness is the original sin. After Xiao Qingqing decisively struck down an adversary, the atmosphere immediately shifted. The crowd that had surrounded him dispersed in an instant, many casting fearful and cautious glances in his direction, dreading to be the next target of his gaze. With the disturbances ceased, Xiao Qingqing swiftly departed, for he had a rare opportunity to seize. Though merely a green opportunity, it was indeed a prized chance, especially since it originally belonged to Panding. Following the thread of the green opportunity, Xiao Qingqing found himself in a bustling market within the inner gates. This was a small fair set up by the outer disciples, brimming with various intriguing items. Genuine treasures may have been few, Yet the number of outer disciples frequenting this place was substantial. Guided by the green opportunity thread, Xiao Qingqing's steps ultimately halted at a gambling stone stall. Although night had fallen, a considerable crowd still gathered there. "Senior brother, I want this stone. Let us open it." The stall, albeit modest in size, buzzed with excitement. The proprietor required only a single spirit jade to unveil a stone, thus attracting many hopeful gamblers. "Open, open, open." This stone glimmers brightly. It seems quite lively. Perhaps it will yield something substantial. I wager it contains at least a medium-grade spirit stone. "Open, open." By heavens, it's glowing. Cheers erupted from the crowd. However, the next moment, Xiao Qingcheng was met with gasps of disappointment. "What is going on? Is it going to open or not? Damn it, is it toxic? I thought it would yield something, but all we got was spirit mine powder. Let us disperse. This is utterly pointless." A few disgruntled individuals began to leave. At that moment, the stall owner scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Xiao Qingcheng. "Esteemed senior brother, would you like to try your luck? For just one spirit jade, you could take home a top-grade spirit mine." These stones were sourced from a new mine, with an exceptionally high yield. Upon hearing the proprietor's enticing words, Xiao Qingcheng remained skeptical. However, with a green opportunity laid before him, he decided not to pass it up. "I'll take this one," he declared, opting for the stone connected to the green opportunity thread. "Open, open, open." As someone purchased a stone, the atmosphere at the stall brightened once more. Pan, it's bad." Zhou Yuan rushed in, clearly flustered. At this moment, Pan Ding coldly regarded Zhou Yuan. "What is it?" Xiao Qingqing successfully drew spirit energy into his body and has joined the outer sect. Pan Ding's fury ignited, and he immediately delivered 2 punches to Zhou Yuan in frustration. The mere mention of Xiao Qingqing's name infuriated him. "Do you have any spirit jade left?" Zhou Yuan stood dumbfounded at the question. "You should know better than I do if I have spirit jade." "Senior brother Pan, today a substantial amount of top-grade spirit mine was unearthed at the quarry. Shall we try our luck?" Pan Ding's interest peaked. He desperately needed spirit jade to satisfy Li Feng. "Let us go." At the gambling stone stall, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. "This stone looks utterly unsightly. Are you sure it will yield anything? Perhaps we should choose another." "Indeed, it merely appears to be an ordinary stone. Based on my years of gambling experience, such stones either yield results or they do not." The gamblers began to bicker, while the stall owner clicked his tongue, fearing they might scare Xiao Qingqing away. "Can't you speak properly? This stone is a rare find. For it to have developed into this form, it has already put in considerable effort." The stall owner's clever words elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd, even causing Xiao Qingcheng to stifle a chuckle. "Damn it, will you open the stone or not? Don't keep us in suspense." "Exactly. If you can't, let me." At this moment, Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of anticipation. Although it was merely a green opportunity, it was still a chance that many could only dream of. "Then let us open it." Upon receiving the affirmation, the stall owner began to carefully manipulate the stone. Meanwhile, the crowd fell silent, all eager to discover what this oddly unattractive stone might reveal. Simultaneously, several new patrons entered the market. "Pan, over there is a gambling stone stall that appears quite popular and lively." Pan Ding and his companions approached the stall, only to find Xiao Qingqing present, opening the very stone they had just discussed. A frown creased Pan Ding's brow. "How dare you open such an ugly stone? You bound to lose, I swear. If you unveil something good, I will henceforth become your loyal servant." However, the next moment, Pan Ding felt a wave of despair wash over him as he heard the crowd's exclamations. "Look, it's glowing! It's glowing!" Amidst the commotion, the grotesquely misshapen stone revealed a hint of brilliance. "Damn it, did it yield something?" As Pan Ding scrutinized further, he burst into laughter. "Ha! I thought it was a spirit mine. Turns out it's just a tiny droplet of water? What rubbish!" Yet at that moment, the crowd remained fixated on Xiao Qingcheng. How could this merely be a droplet of water? Sensing the atmosphere shift, Pan Ding's confidence began to wane. "Isn't this just a small droplet of water?" Chapter 6. Refining the Heart of the Earth's Essence. Xiao Qingcheng breaks through again and again. Hearing Pan Ding's ignorant remarks, the crowd stifled their laughter, feeling weary of conversing with a fool. However, soon waves of astonishment echoed through the air. This is the heart of the Earth's essence. It's incredible that it could be uncovered from this stone. This is a third-tier spiritual item, a high-quality item capable of cleansing one's marrow and enhancing one's physique. Are you sure this is something a mere stall can produce? Upon hearing the crowd's words, Xiao Qingcheng realized he had struck gold. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, he swiftly produced a jade vial and carefully stored the precious essence. I've hit the jackpot. I've genuinely profited immensely this time. With just one spirit jade, I've acquired a third-tier spiritual item worth tens of thousands of spirit jades, not to mention one that can cleanse marrow. Meanwhile, many in the crowd began to ponder whether they too might venture to dig for minerals. If they could unearth such treasures, the time spent would be worth it. Of course, some individuals, including the stall owner, were more opportunistic. Damn it, this is incredible. All these stones from today's batch were sourced from the same mining area. I'm not selling anymore, the stall owner declared, attempting to pack up and leave. However, the gamblers, incited by Xiao Qingcheng's success, were unwilling to let him escape. 10 spirit jades. I want a stone. Me too. I want one. Within mere moments, every stone on the stall was sold out. The stall owner chuckled, swiftly making his exit. Not long after, a thunderous scream pierced through the air. Damn it. All 10 stones were plain rocks. I lost 100 spirit jades. Pan Ding sat on the ground, utterly disoriented in that moment. He yearned for silence. Upon returning to his humble abode, Xiao Qingcheng began to tally his remarkable gains from the day. In a single day, he had amassed a fortune that an ordinary person could scarcely dream of accumulating in a lifetime. Not to mention the invaluable mysterious jade bone within. I now possess 260 spirit jades, enough to purchase 2 low-tier first-grade spiritual items. To avoid being oppressed, one must grow stronger. First, I shall refine the heart of the Earth's essence I just acquired, lest someone harbors ill intentions during the night. Xiao Qingcheng retrieved the jade vial, where a droplet of pearlescent liquid floated gracefully at its center, radiating with ethereal energy, dreamlike and nebulous, as if it were the very source of life itself. What a treasure! I wonder how my aptitude will be enhanced after consuming it. Previously, the ethereal pulse of Xiao Qingcheng had been intertwined with the spirit root of the 500-year-old Lingqiao, rendering his spiritual veins distinct from the ordinary. Although they had broadened somewhat, this did not enhance his efficiency in channeling spiritual energy. At this moment, having swallowed a drop of the heart of the Earth's essence, Xiao Qingcheng commenced the circulation of his spiritual energy to refine this essence. As the medicinal properties of the heart of the Earth unfolded, he instantly perceived a transformation within himself. A sensation akin to the joy of rain after a prolonged drought, a tingling euphoria that enveloped him. That tiny droplet of essence seemed to expand infinitely within his body, transforming into an expansive net that connected his blood and flesh, bridging the gap between skin and bone. It was mending Xiao Qingcheng's frail physique. Throughout this process, he distinctly felt an enhanced affinity towards spiritual energy. Previously, he had violently seized it, yet now it gravitated toward him willingly as this vast net gradually dissipated. His body grew increasingly robust. When the net completely vanished, Xiao Qingcheng felt as though he were reborn. With a clear mind and invigorated spirit, he unleashed a flurry of punches into the void, each strike resounding with a powerful whoosh. The spiritual energy around him swirled in response to his movements. Xiao Qingcheng sensed that with each punch, he wielded the strength of a tiger, each blow equivalent to 5,000 pounds. This remarkable transformation stemmed entirely from the enhancement of his physical constitution. How could it be? He pondered, bewildered. This heart of the Earth's essence is such a potent spiritual object. How could it merely be a green opportunity? Could it be that it is of no use to Pan Ding? Xiao Qingcheng chuckled to himself, realizing that Pan Ding had indeed missed a significant opportunity, akin to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. Truly hopeless. He surmised that Pan Ding had not consumed the drop of essence himself, but had instead surrendered it to someone behind him. Yet, could an outer sect disciple wield such influence? It appeared that there were others supporting Pan Ding and extorting resources from the servant disciples, perhaps inner sect disciples. Thus, it seemed to form a dark industrial chain. Though the Taishu sacred land had an abundance of disciples, particularly servants, the true disciples were primarily those of the inner sect. These individuals were the future of the sacred land. while the outer sect merely served as a preliminary base for potential inner sect disciples. The Taishu Sacred Land, being the foremost lineage of the eastern region, only admitted disciples of exceptional talent and profound fortune into the inner sect. To acquire substantial opportunities, one might need to delve into the inner sect. Now that I have joined the outer sect, my next goal is to become an inner sect disciple. As long as I grow strong enough, no one can threaten me. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing's heart surged with excitement. There remained a long journey ahead before he could enter the inner sect, but he was resolute in his pursuit of cultivation. With his innate talent revised, he felt more confident in refining the jade bone beyond the sword bone. However, the thought of having what could possibly be a dead man's bone within him made him uneasy. Though the digestive capacity of his mystical cultivation was formidable, it had not reached the point of being able to consume anything indiscriminately. Refining. Fixing his focus on the jade bone within, Xiao Qingqing began to circulate his spiritual energy. The crystalline jade bone trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow, reminiscent of a luminous pearl in the night. Radiant and captivating at that moment, he also sensed a tremendous and dense power within him. Previously, he had absorbed spiritual energy from the outside in, but now, a massive wave of spiritual energy was seeping outward from within. The spiritual energy permeated his flesh, nourishing his organs and fortifying his body. Xiao Qingqing felt as though he had entered an ocean of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the azure energy within his dantian began to swell. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads. The speed of this transformation was astonishingly swift. Drawing in spiritual energy was the first stage of martial cultivation. Within this stage, the objective was to summon a substantial flow of spiritual energy in the dantian, allowing it to coalesce into an ocean. The more, the better. Now, the azure energy within Xiao Qingqing was rapidly increasing, converging into a river. His cultivation level was ascending swiftly. 5 levels of spiritual drawing, 6 levels, 7 levels. The flow of spiritual energy continued to multiply, and the river grew in size, elevating Xiao Qingqing's prowess. It wasn't until late into the night that this rapid surge of spiritual energy began to subside. Just as he thought his cultivation level would plateau at the 7th level of spiritual drawing, the river of energy in his dantian began to pulse rhythmically in a peculiar manner. With a resounding boom, Xiao Qingqing's cultivation level surged once more. Outer sect disciple peak. You fool! Why have you only just now informed me of this? Do you have no sense of gravity? Panding, who had previously shown no fear of heaven or earth, now appeared somewhat timid, his gaze evasive. I know that fellow lacks qualifications. Perhaps he hasn't even refined it yet. We still have a chance. Li Feng was at a loss for words. This about the heart of the earth's essence. If a Xiao Qingqing has emerged now, who knows what other variants might appear later? Xiao Qingkai, Xiao Qinghua. If everyone begins to emulate one another, their operations will become untenable. Chapter 7. Suppressing others with cultivation levels. I am the principal point one night. For realms, the speed of this cultivation was astonishing. Perhaps even the true disciples within the sacred land could not match me. Xiao Qingqing was exhilarated. Ever since he could see the threads of opportunity, his life had undergone a radical transformation. My future is bright. Suppressing his elation, Xiao Qingqing resumed his cultivation. With dawn still some time away, it was the perfect moment to solidify his current level. The night passed without incident. By the time dawn broke, Xiao Qingqing had become adept at harnessing the surging spiritual power within him. What a pity, I still lack techniques. Once I complete the registration, I shall visit the Hidden Technique Pavilion. The foremost lineage of the eastern region, the Taishu Sacred Land housed countless techniques, and surely there lay an opportunity within. If he could find a technique suited to him, not only would his cultivation efficiency increase, but the power he could unleash would also be greatly enhanced. Just as Xiao Qingqing prepared to step outside, a commotion arose from beyond the courtyard. Xiao Shixiang. Not good, not good. Zhao Haoyin, breathless and flustered, rushed in. What has happened? After taking a breath, Zhao Haoyin hurriedly replied, that Panding has brought an outer sect senior brother in a blue robe. He is likely here to cause you trouble. Xiao Shixiang, you should quickly avoid them. It would be best to report to the outer sect affairs office at this moment. Zhao Haoyin, aware of Xiao Qingqing's strength, had dashed over to warn him upon seeing Panding and Li Feng. They had just reached the level of spiritual drawing. How could they compete with these seasoned outer sect disciples? Yet, Xiao Qingcheng was unfazed. If this outer sect senior brother were truly formidable, he likely wouldn't come seeking trouble in the servant quarters. If he were not strong, it was possible he would personally come to confront him. Thus, Xiao Qingcheng felt emboldened. No worries. Let us meet him. It is best to resolve this matter in one go to avoid future complications. Xiao Shixiang, this may not be necessary. Zhao Haoyan attempted to voice his concerns but was silenced by Xiao Qingcheng. In the midst of their conversation, a group of individuals rushed into Xiao Qingcheng's courtyard. Are you Xiao Qingcheng? The speaker, clad in blue robes, was indeed an outer sect disciple of the Taishu sacred land. Indeed, I am Xiao Qingcheng. May I inquire your name, and what brings you here today? Xiao Qingcheng stood his ground, showing no signs of weakness, even adopting a somewhat confrontational tone. Look, someone has arrived at Xiao Shixiang's courtyard. Isn't that Panding and Li Feng? What are they doing here? Could it be they are here to trouble Xiao Qingcheng? I said long ago, why engage with such people? It's just asking for trouble. Yesterday, beating Panding felt good, but today he will have to pay the price for yesterday's arrogance. These fellows are not to be trifled with. I fear Xiao Qingcheng will have a difficult day ahead. What do you want? Xiao Qingcheng asked, his expression unwavering. Do you still not understand? Li Feng's eyes narrowed, his demeanor darkening, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, presenting an intimidating presence. If you are here to play guessing games with me, do not waste my time. I have no interest in participating in such childish antics. Xiao Qingcheng was disinterested in engaging in pleasantries. He understood the purpose of their visit, to beat him down and re-establish their authority within the servant quarters. It seems you are well aware. Excellent. Then let us see the truth beneath our hands. Zhao Haoyan, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. Is my brother this courageous? Is he truly going to confront these veterans head-on? Nevertheless, Zhao Haoyan was prepared. If Xiao Qingcheng faltered, he would undoubtedly rush in to assist. In an instant, Li Feng charged toward Xiao Qingcheng. Diamond Fist? In that very moment, a radiant golden aura enveloped Li Feng, presenting him as a figure of resplendent magnificence, while his fists transformed entirely into a shimmering gold. With a single strike, he unleashed a punch that left behind a myriad of golden afterimages in the air. The howling wind seemed to dissipate before him, shattering into countless fragments of wind blades. Even the disciples tasked with menial duties, standing 10 meters away from the battlefield, could feel the immense power of that blow. Is this truly the might of an outer sect disciple? It is said that senior brother Li Feng has reached the 6th level of spirit guiding, just a step away from the 7th. This is astonishingly formidable. It appears this boxing technique must be of the low-grade mystic rank. I must join the outer sect. I, too, wish to learn such a domineering martial art. Why is Xiao Qingcheng dodging? Could he be too stunned to react? Isn't the disparity rather vast? However, at that moment, the seemingly dazed Xiao Qingcheng suddenly sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, and by the time anyone noticed, all that remained was a gust of wind in his wake. Xiao Qingcheng's greatest asset was his cultivation level. After a night of relentless effort, he had ascended to the 8th level of spirit guiding. An azure flow of spiritual energy coursed throughout his body, and the ocean of energy within his dantian began to surge, emanating a faint yet palpable pressure that radiated in all directions. Lacking any martial techniques himself, Xiao Qingcheng chose to rely on his cultivation level to assert dominance. Just as he had dealt with Panding, Xiao Qingcheng also threw a punch, but unlike before. This time his fist was enveloped in swirling streams of spiritual energy. This strike was even more potent. Boom. Before Li Feng's indomitable punch could land on Xiao Qingcheng, the latter's energy-laden fist had already struck him squarely on the face. With a single blow, Li Feng was sent sprawling to the ground. Panding, who had been trailing behind Li Feng, stood utterly dumbfounded. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his own experience from the previous day. Upon catching sight of Xiao Qingcheng's refined visage, his heart sank, turning ashen. Yet, Xiao Qingcheng paid him no mind, instead smiling and saying, "It seems today's lesson is mine to impart." Stepping over Li Feng's fallen form, Xiao Qingcheng strode purposefully towards the exit. He glanced back and called out, "Hao Tian, are you not coming?" Hao Tian, still momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and broke into a grin upon hearing Xiao Qingcheng's call. "Brother Xiao, you are simply too strong. However, you've concealed your prowess from me quite cleverly. Call me brother, it feels more endearing," Xiao Qingcheng replied, dismissing the familiarity of the young man. Have you gathered all your belongings? Yes, yes. All the good stuff is right here with me. After Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Haotian departed, the onlookers in the small courtyard remained bewildered. When did Xiao Qingqing become so formidable? Can you truly address him as Senior Brother Xiao? That is indeed Senior Brother Xiao. From this day forth, Senior Brother Xiao shall be my role model. One day, I, too, shall have all the truths of this world standing by my side. Chapter 8. The Calamity of Number 81. The Mysterious Body Refining Method. Senior Brotherly, what shall we do? They had anticipated establishing their own authority, yet who could have foreseen that this individual was so deeply concealed? Judging from that punch, this person must be at least in the late stage of spirit guiding. What? Pan Ding could hardly believe it. The previously bullied Xiao Qingsheng was actually at the late stage of spirit guiding. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Qingqing must not have recently entered the spirit guiding stage. He is hiding his true abilities, and his goal is likely the outer sect competition 6 months hence. If he performs just a bit better, he might catch the eye of some elder and be accepted as a disciple. Recalling Xiao Qingqing's demeanor just moments ago, Li Feng felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. This matter would likely need to wait until Senior Brother Gao emerges from seclusion for a resolution. The Taisu Sacred Land, as the foremost sect in the eastern region, is indeed a land of picturesque mountains and clear waters, with spiritual peaks dotting the landscape. Walking among these majestic mountains imbues one with an ethereal sensation. Xiao Qingqing, Zhao Haotian, the steward outside the affairs hall exchanged glances with the two, then spoke. From this day forth, you shall both be outer sect disciples of Taisu Sacred Land. Regardless of your previous identities, you will henceforth be defined solely by this role. He continued to emphasize the importance of adhering to the regulations of the Sacred Land after imparting a few more words of wisdom and encouragement to Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Haotian. He instructed a fellow outer sect disciple clad in blue robes to guide them in selecting their accommodations. The lodging conditions for outer sect disciples vastly differ from those of menial disciples. While neither group has independent peaks, the spiritual energy surrounding the peaks designated for outer sect disciples is several times greater than that of menial disciples, as the outer sect peaks are situated atop spiritual stone veins. Brother, are there any specific considerations for choosing accommodations on this disciple peak? Zhao Haotian inquired, handing 10 spiritual jade pieces to the guiding disciple. The latter smiled appreciatively. Follow me, and I shall show you a few pre-marked courtyards. You must indeed disclose this arrangement. Simply claim you chose at random. As they conversed, the trio arrived at a disciple peak bustling with activity, with many individuals coming and going, most appearing to be selecting their lodgings. Remember these numbers: 27, 39, 63, 71, and 108. These courtyards are currently unoccupied, and they boast abundant spiritual energy. After giving his instructions, the blue-robed disciple took his leave, though he felt as if he had forgotten to mention something. In recent days, due to the new opening of the spiritual mine, numerous disciples had gained opportunities and ascended to the outer sect, thus increasing the workload. On the disciple peak, Xiao Qingsheng remained vigilant. Hoping to uncover a fortuitous opportunity, he had already learned that the courtyards on this disciple peak were not newly constructed but were left behind by previous disciples who had either advanced to the inner sect or departed from the sacred land. It was likely there were hidden treasures among them, perhaps overlooked by some disciples. After observing for quite some time, he ultimately found nothing. Brother Xiao, it seems our luck is rather poor. Both the 27 and 39 courtyards have been claimed right under our noses. Zhao Haotian lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. Despite having spent money, he found others enjoying the benefits of his expenditure without cost. There are still 3 courtyards remaining, so you are sure to find a suitable one. Xiao Qingqing noticed a green halo above Zhao Haotian's head, signifying that he was bound to acquire some opportunity during this election. However, given their amicable relationship and the fact that this was merely a green opportunity, Xiao Qingsheng was disinclined to compete for it. After walking a bit further, they passed by the 63 courtyard and departed from the 71 courtyard as well. This time, however, Zhao Haotian remained silent. Although he appeared boisterous, he possessed a certain level of thoughtfulness and was not ill-natured, hence his quiet demeanor. Quickly check if the 108 courtyard still has an owner. I've already made my selection. With only 1 courtyard left, Xiao Qingqing chose to relinquish his pursuit. Yet at that moment, he stumbled upon his own opportunity. 81. Standing before the entrance of courtyard 81 was a young disciple. Yet he bore a blue and purple mixed halo overhead, a fortuitous encounter, and a rather promising one at that. Resolute, Xiao Qingqing decided to claim this courtyard. As the young disciple hesitated, Xiao Qingqing approached the entrance and registered his information. Opportunity secured. The young disciple, witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh and turned to leave. Though he longed to select this energy-rich courtyard, the legends surrounding it instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Now that someone else had claimed it, he felt no need to linger. Xiao Qingqing observed the departing figure of the young disciple, pondering thoughtfully. Could there be something peculiar about this courtyard? Never mind. I shall prioritize seeking out opportunities first. Following the intertwining blue and purple threads of fate, Xiao Qingqing entered the room. Ultimately, his gaze fixated upon a corner of the wall. After a prolonged search, he discovered a hidden mechanism. With a click, the mechanism activated, revealing an ancient, unadorned box. Inside the box lay a jade slip, inscribed with the words Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique. Clearly, this was a method for body cultivation. In Xiao Qingqing's understanding, any technique that could be recorded on a jade slip was typically formidable in power and deeply profound in its mysteries. Such techniques could hardly be articulated through mere words. They required personal insight and comprehension. However, much to Xiao Qingqing's disappointment, the box contained nothing besides the jade slip and some residual medicinal ash. He scooped up a handful and inhaled deeply, the lingering scent of medicinal herbs filling his nostrils. As a robust medicinal potency surged into his abdomen, instantly, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to being struck by lightning. At this moment, outside the outer sect's disciplinary hall, the disciple in blue had returned. Several other disciples arrived to report in. "Senior brother, what should we pay attention to when selecting a courtyard?" inquired a young disciple, handing him a few spiritual jade pieces. The disciple in blue accepted them with composure and replied, "Feel free to choose any courtyard, just avoid number 81. That place is rather sinister. It frequently gets struck by lightning. Although the spiritual energy is abundant, the danger level is exceedingly high. Since you have just embarked on your path, I thought it prudent to share this with you." At this point, the disciple in blue seemed to recall something. "I sincerely hope those two fellows do not end up selecting Courtyard 81. Chapter 9. The Confidence of Inner Sect Disciples Within Courtyard 81. Xiao Qingqing pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Such slips, which recorded techniques, typically allowed one to view their contents simply by touching them to the forehead. Before long, Xiao Qingqing comprehended the essence of the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique. IT was classified as a superior grade technique of the profound tier. However, it appeared that this was merely the upper volume. There was likely a lower volume as well. Nevertheless, acquiring a superior grade technique was indeed a stroke of luck for him. A smile illuminated Xiao Qingqing's face. In this world, martial arts were broadly categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into absolute, superior, medium, and inferior grades. Although the Taishu Sacred Land was not lacking in techniques, obtaining them still required a certain cost, such as spiritual jades or merit points. Currently, Xiao Qingqing was nearly destitute. The spiritual jades he possessed could only afford him a medium-grade technique of the yellow tier. Thus, to acquire a profound-grade technique was tantamount to striking gold. It is worth noting that a profound-grade technique typically required at least 10,000 spiritual jades to obtain, let alone a superior-grade body refinement technique. What a windfall, however. This technique necessitated exposure to lightning or the consumption of lightning-attributed spiritual objects for cultivation. The upper volume of the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique was a superior-grade profound technique, allowing one to envelop themselves in lightning after successful cultivation and to condense lightning patterns upon their body. The more lightning patterns one could condense, the greater their power, and their physique would become increasingly formidable. This technique was indeed remarkable. For those who practiced the profound arts, the physical body held immense significance. Almost every proficient practitioner would learn 1 or 2 body refinement techniques to enhance their physicality. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingqing set off to the outer sex market to purchase 3 first-tier lightning attributed spiritual herbs, thunder essence grass. By doing so, his spiritual jades were nearly depleted. On his way, he encountered Zhao Haoyin, and after exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Qingqing eagerly returned to his small courtyard. Reflecting on the jade slip's contents, he promptly consumed a thunder essence grass. beginning the process of condensing lightning patterns. The most crucial aspect of the heavenly thunder body refinement technique was the condensation of these patterns. Unlike mere tattoos, these lightning patterns were imprints embedded within the flesh, woven from the essence of lightning. The process of condensing lightning patterns also served as a form of tempering for the physical body. Faint sparks of lightning began to radiate from Xiao Qingqing's surface, resembling blossoms of thunder. Exuding a sense of both ferocity and elegance, an hour passed, and Xiao Qingqing attempted to condense the lightning patterns. The delicate arcs of electricity danced within his flesh like sprites, feeling the surge of lightning power within him. Xiao Qingqing suddenly bellowed, "Congeal!" Instantly, the arcs began to intertwine under his guidance, behaving like obedient children, boom, boom, boom. As the first lightning pattern successfully formed, a cacophony of thunder erupted from his body, his sinews intertwining and flesh refining. Akin to the resounding beat of a drum. With a surge of determination, Xiao Qingqing swallowed the remaining 2 thunder essence grasses, eager to continue condensing the lightning patterns. With the experience of his first successful condensation, this time he moved with greater ease and speed. Another hour passed, and 3 lightning patterns emerged within Xiao Qingqing's body. He slowly opened his eyes, which now shimmered with brilliant lightning. A sense of indifference, akin to a deity high above the 9 heavens, began to emanate from him, while his exterior transformed, resembling a cloak of lightning. Is this the heavenly thunder body refinement technique? He mused, extending his fingers as arcs of electricity danced upon them. A formidable power coalescing at his fingertips. Feeling the immense strength surging within him, Xiao Qingqing wore a broad smile. This was the ecstasy of cultivation. However, at that moment, he discerned a slight flaw in this body refinement technique. He sensed that the purpose of these lightning patterns extended beyond merely enhancing his physique. They likely possessed even greater potential. One step at a time, he thought, perhaps I shall eventually uncover the subsequent teachings of this technique. Just then, Zhao Haoyan's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Brother Xiao, why did you choose such a courtyard? I've just heard that this place has a rather sinister reputation. The previous 3 owners perished during their cultivation, struck down by lightning. Listen to your brother's advice, Xiao. You should consider changing courtyards soon. Xiao Qingqing shook his head. If lightning truly strikes, then this courtyard would be a boon for me. Right now, I need to cultivate the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. If lightning does strike, it would lighten my burdens considerably. However, he also found himself pondering whether the previous 3 owners had met their fates due to their cultivation of the heavenly thunder body refinement technique, or if there were other factors at play within this courtyard that attracted lightning. While they all perished from lightning, the circumstances were distinctly different. Brother Xiao, let us head to the Hidden Techniques Pavilion. I heard that we Outer Sect disciples can not only receive the Taishu True Spirit Sutra, but also claim a profound grade technique as an auxiliary study. I can hardly wait to begin my cultivation. Amidst verdant mountains and swirling mists, the inner sect of the Taishu sacred land boasted peaks that were beyond the ordinary, some grand and imposing, others serene and picturesque, some towering into the clouds, and some cascading like heavenly waterfalls. At this moment, atop a peak suffused with spiritual energy, where celestial flowers blossomed and spiritual herbs dripped with dew, a striking young man radiated with an ethereal glow, an aura of terror enveloping him, akin to a blade sheathed within its scabbard. Why have the resources for this month diminished significantly? I heard that a new spiritual mine was recently discovered in the outer sect. The youth's tone was unassuming, yet to Li Feng's ears, it felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. This was the might of an inner sect disciple, the gravitas of a practitioner who had reached the realm of profound Dan. Yes, but many of the miscellaneous disciples have thus gained opportunities, which has slightly undermined our authority within the service disciples' quarters, Li Feng replied. Just yesterday, a fortunate fellow rebelled against authority and led a revolt. Now, many of the miscellaneous disciples are restless. The mere thought of Xiao Qingqing filled Li Feng with seething rage. This individual had concealed himself too deeply. He had never suspected that such a formidable presence resided within the miscellaneous disciples' quarters. The handsome young man furrowed his brow. Although the resources allocated to miscellaneous disciples were meager, it did not imply that the sacred land invested little in the service disciples' quarters. Within the Taishu sacred land, there were tens of thousands of service disciples, and each month, a mere scrape could yield considerable benefits. I have reached a bottleneck, and resources are essential at this moment. This matter requires careful handling. He turned to Li Feng. You have long been in contact with the miscellaneous disciples. Provide me with a solution. Li Feng pondered for a moment before responding. The instigator of the unrest is named Xiao Qingqing, a talented individual who once acquired a drop of earth heart milk. If senior brother Gao could take him on as a follower, it would simplify matters. You could simply have him oversee the service disciples' quarters. Not only would this establish your authority, but it would also quell any unruly thoughts among the others. A smile appeared on the handsome youth's face, clearly pleased with the suggestion. The resources from the service disciples' quarters were of great importance to him, as they directly influenced his ability to break through to the mid-stage of profound DN.AS for whether Xiao Qingqing would agree to become his follower. The handsome youth felt confident. He is merely an outer sect disciple. How formidable could he possibly be? As long as one displays authority and offers a few small favors, they can easily win others to their side. Chapter 10. The Purple Opportunity, the Mysterious Little Black Box. The ancient palace stands grand and magnificent, with the passage of time and history flowing through it, a wave of historical aura striking Zai Qingqing with astonishment. This Qinggong Pavilion is one of the foundations that allows the Taishu sacred land to remain unyielding in the eastern domain. Here, countless extraordinary tomes from both ancient and modern times are stored, as well as the eccentric ideas of many madmen. The first floor of the Qinggong Pavilion contains travel journals or records of certain historical events. The books on this level can be freely browsed, but cannot be taken out of the pavilion. However, Zai Qingqing's goal today lies in the floors above the second level, where a wealth of martial arts knowledge is preserved. Outer disciple Zai Qingqing has come to the Qinggong Pavilion to collect techniques. Outer disciple Zhao Haoyan has also come to the Qinggong Pavilion to retrieve his techniques. Zai Qingqing first bowed respectfully to the elder guarding the entrance, then presented his token. The elder's piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing through everything, dispelling all illusions. You may enter. You can select one profound level technique as a supplementary practice. However, remember, do not be greedy. It is best to choose a technique that suits you rather than pursuing high-grade martial arts indiscriminately. After 1 hour, regardless of whether you have made a selection, you must leave the Qinggong Pavilion. Zai Qingqing's heart sank. This person is undoubtedly a formidable martial artist of extraordinary prowess. But upon reflection, it is only natural that a place like the Qinggong Pavilion, which holds supreme scriptures, would be guarded by a powerful figure. Upon entering the Qinggong Pavilion, Zai Qingqing headed straight for the second floor. Zhao Haoyan parted ways with him, each selecting their techniques independently. The elder's words ring true. The best techniques are those that suit oneself, and one should not blindly chase after high-grade martial arts. Now that I possess a body-refining technique, a single defensive technique suffices. I should seek a method of offense. Considering the mysterious jade bone within me, Zai Qingqing felt that this divine object must be intricately linked to the sword path. He made his way directly to the sword technique section. Zai Qingqing's gaze flitted over the various techniques. The Autumn Water Eternal Sword, Yellow Level Intermediate. The Longing Without Remnant Sword, Yellow Level Advanced. The Flowing Water Thousand Cloud Sword, Yellow Level Advanced. These techniques were not inscribed on jade slips, but rather in a book. Perusing the content within, although it provided only a cursory introduction, Zai Qingqing still felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sought a technique with greater power. These techniques seemed more focused on form, lacking the grace and dominance he desired. This is not what I want. No, no. These techniques do not suit me at all. Thinking of the dwindling time, he grew anxious. The Qinggong Pavilion of the Taishu Sacred Land is simply too vast, and the techniques catalogued are diverse and numerous. Finding a suitable technique for himself proved to be quite challenging. Perhaps I should keep searching. If all else fails, I will have to settle for that yellow level intermediate technique. The earth-shattering cloud sword. However, just at that moment, Zai Qingqing glanced back and spotted a disciple with a purple aura of opportunity hurrying past. Opportunity? In the past, Zai Qingqing would have seized the moment immediately. But now? What he needed was to select a sword technique that suited him, not merely a powerful one. Let us take a look anyway. Following the thread of purple opportunity, Zai Qingqing arrived at a place where sword path jade slips were displayed. These jade slips were contained within a small box. There were 10 boxes in total, all recording the same sword technique. The sword drawing technique? Zai Qingqing picked up the summary placed on the small box. A profound level advanced sword technique. It conceals sword chi within the scabbard and nurtures sword intent within the blade. The sword strikes like a thunderclap, wielding immense power, capable of cutting through anything. But what does it mean that the upper limit is exceedingly high while the lower limit is exceedingly low? This jade slip even contains insights from predecessors who practiced the sword drawing technique. At this moment, Zai Qingcheng's interest was piqued. This opportunity is quite suitable for him. Not only is the introduction to the sword drawing technique appealing, but the annotations from the powerful practitioners within are also very enticing. A profound level advanced sword technique may not warrant a purple opportunity, but if there are unique insights from formidable masters here, the value of this jade slip increases significantly. In that case, I shall choose this one. Just then, the disciple with the purple aura also arrived at the same spot. Upon seeing Zai Qingcheng holding the sword drawing technique, he immediately felt inclined to converse. Senior brother, you too have your eye on the sword drawing technique? I have heard that this technique is exceedingly powerful. Years ago, a strong practitioner within our sacred land used this very technique to shatter a protective formation of our sect with a single strike. As he spoke, the youth sighed wistfully. What a pity! Ever since that formidable practitioner, no one has been able to wield the sword drawing technique to such a level. Zai Qingcheng exchanged a few words with him and gained a deeper understanding of the illustrious history of the sword drawing technique. But I believe that one day, perhaps someone will replicate that earth-shattering strike. The youth clutched the small black box tightly, his spirits lifted as he departed. Perhaps, Zai Qingcheng smiled faintly. Maybe, there truly will be someone who can recreate the glory of that past master. By the time Zai Qingcheng returned to his courtyard, night had fallen. Yet, this did not diminish his curiosity about the technique. This was his first encounter with a purple opportunity. What is so extraordinary about this technique? Zai Qingcheng pressed the jade slip against his forehead, and as he circulated his spiritual power, the requirements for practicing this sword technique instantly materialized in his mind. The sword drawing technique, despite its name, primarily emphasizes nurturing the sword and gathering momentum. The jade slip elaborated in detail on how to nurture the sword and how to gather momentum. After reviewing the complete content, Zai Qingcheng gained a general understanding of this sword technique. No wonder it is said to have an exceedingly high upper limit and an exceedingly low lower limit. It turns out that this technique values both talent and a lack of strict requirements. To unleash the full might of the sword drawing technique, one must rely on nurturing. The longer the nurturing period, the more formidable the first strike becomes. Secondly, it depends on gathering momentum, by harnessing the residual aura of the nurtured sword intent. One can gather strength for a subsequent strike, achieving the goal of continuous sword strikes. Of course, most people only use one strike. For powerful practitioners, a single strike is sufficient to slay their foes. Yet, if it were merely this, the sword technique could hardly be considered a purple opportunity. Could it be that this jade slip conceals further mysteries? Zai Qingcheng pressed the jade slip against his forehead once more, eager to probe its depths. However, just as he prepared to channel his spiritual power, the mysterious jade bone within him suddenly stirred. In an instant, Zai Qingcheng felt as if he were undergoing a spiritual baptism, and soon found his consciousness transported to a mysterious little space. Chapter 11, The Earth-Shattering Strike. Zai Qingcheng begins his transformation. Where is this? Once clarity returned to him, Zai Qingcheng immediately scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a swordsman clad in simple attire appeared before him. The young man held a sword, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes as he regarded Zai Qingcheng with curious interest. Could it be that you are a disciple of Taishu? Zai Qingcheng instantly realized he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The swordsman before him might very well be the unparalleled master who had once executed that earth-shattering strike. I am an outer disciple of the Taishu sacred land. Zai Qingcheng. The swordsman chuckled heartily, but his gaze ultimately settled upon Zai Qingcheng's abdomen. In that case, I shall grant you a fortuitous transformation. Young man, pay close attention. As the words fell, before Zai Qingcheng could react, the swordsman's figure had already appeared 100 zhang away. Now, observe how I wield my sword. The swordsman, clad in simple garments, delicately cradled the scabbard with one hand while firmly grasping the hilt with the other, a moment of gathering momentum. Simultaneously, the aura of swordsmanship began to emanate from him, a vague yet ethereal presence coalescing at that very instant. Suddenly, the scenery before the swordsman transformed, revealing a vast, magnificent sanctum adorned with celestial peaks, flowing spiritual springs, resplendent palaces, and exquisite pavilions. The vision before him was utterly enchanting, akin to a fairyland on earth. Yet, in that moment, Shao Qingqing's attention was entirely captivated by the swordsman's blade. It was an unremarkable sword. Yet Shao Qingqing perceived it to be the most resplendent sword in existence, a king among blades, exuding an undeniable grandeur despite its simplicity. Draw the sword and cleave the heavens, with the swordsman's thunderous declaration. Shao Qingqing felt as though his world was inundated with the radiance of the sword. Although the swordsman lifted his blade with a gentle motion, the light it emitted was astonishingly brilliant. Akin to the blazing sun in winter, golden beams surged through the heavens, shattering the void, and ascending to that lofty and magnificent Holy Land. A terrifying sword intent erupted forth, boundless principles of the Tao swirling, and dazzling divine light traversing the expanse. Before Shao Qingqing, the swordsman appeared as a deity, embodying the might and splendor of the world. As the sword energy descended, the clouds parted, and the fabric of space fractured. Amidst the roaring, that grand sanctum was effortlessly obliterated beneath the weight of a single strike. Dazed, he gazed at the sword, murmuring, "Is this truly a feat achievable by mortal strength?" At that moment, Shao Qingqing was overwhelmed with astonishment. However, the figure of the unparalleled swordsman gradually began to fade. Shao Qingqing hastily called out, "Senior, may I inquire your esteemed name?" The swordsman smiled gently. "Ah, I am but an unremarkable swordsman." As the swordsman's figure vanished, the mysterious world began to dissipate due to a lack of energy. Shao Qingqing returned to reality, yet he felt an unusual warmth radiating from within his body. The mysterious jade bone nestled within him began to dissolve, transforming into scintillating specks of spiritual light that permeated his being. That moment, he suddenly sensed a tremendous energy enveloping him from the inside out, and a cocoon of light formed around him. Simultaneously, within an ancient pavilion in the Taishu Holy Land, an elderly man clad in black gazed incredulously at the sword preserved upon the pedestal. The sword trembled, emitting resonant sounds, and the rich essence of swordsmanship manifested. Unveiling terrifying phenomena of the sword, illuminating the entire sword pavilion. The sacred weapon stirs. The sacred weapon stirs. Quickly notify the Holy Master. In the next moment, space twisted and rippled as a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, stepped forth. Clad in a purple and gold robe, every gesture he made radiated the essence of the Tao, accompanied by celestial light and auspicious omens, all signifying his noble status. The black-clad elder bowed respectfully, "Holy Master." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, focusing intently on the sacred sword, a hint of perplexity crossing his brow. After a long silence, he murmured, "Could it be that some legacy has emerged?" A millennium ago, a monumental battle had transpired between the Taishu Holy Land and the Tai Holy Land, and during those tumultuous years, the inheritance of the Taishu Holy Land had nearly been severed. Had it not been for the emergence of a formidable figure, the Taishu Holy Land might have long since faded into the annals of history. This sacred sword was a remnant of that era. If it had stirred, it was likely connected to the emergence of a legacy from those times. However, at that moment, a sudden sword cry resonated throughout the entire sanctum. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted, as the principles of swordsmanship manifested in the surrounding realm. A majestic force sweeping across the entire Holy Land. All disciples wielding swords felt their weapons humming in response. The sound began low, gradually rising to a crescendo. The harmonious notes of sword cries converged into a singular voice. And at that moment, the sacred sword within the pavilion also began to resonate. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword echoed like a tide, as if a king were being welcomed, and myriad swords were rejoicing in its presence. Within the sword pavilion, both the Holy Master and the black-clad elder were startled, but soon joy illuminated their faces. "This is a moment of great fortune for Taishu. Holy Master, should we convene a gathering to identify this individual?" The Holy Master shook his head. "No need. Regardless of who has obtained such an opportunity, it is a blessing for our Taishu. There is no need for clandestine contact. Simply document the occurrence." The black-clad elder hesitated. "But Holy Master, this concerns the severed inheritance of our Taishu Holy Land." The Holy Master chuckled softly. "The inheritance of our Taishu Holy Land has never been severed. Talented individuals have emerged in every generation. In the courtyard of the 81st residence, Time passed unnoticed. Enveloped within the cocoon of light, Xiao Qingcheng was bathed in resplendent spiritual light, as if undergoing a baptism by the principles of the Tao. His body began to shimmer, his exterior smooth as jade, while the bones hidden beneath flesh began to transform. Mysterious laws intertwined into runes, inscribing themselves upon his bones, while rich spiritual energy coiled around his form like vines. This was a metamorphosis from within. Days passed, and as time flowed, the energy within the cocoon began to wane. Yet the energy within Xiao Qingcheng surged. His cultivation, initially at the 8th level of spirit attraction, had unknowingly ascended to the pinnacle of that stage, mere steps away from the spirit platform. Inside the cocoon of light, Xiao Qingcheng found himself in a unique state of enlightenment, a moment of sudden comprehension. Thanks to the mysterious jade bone within him and the astounding sword left in the jade slip, he inadvertently entered the legendary realm of enlightenment. It is said that some achieve sudden insight in a single day. Their minds unshackled, perceiving life and death, stepping into the sacred realm and embodying the form of a saint. Others, through years of honing a sword, driven by their will and passion, attain enlightenment and cleave through the heavens. Although Xiao Qingcheng did not possess such earth-shattering realization, he was presently recalling the extraordinary vision of the swordsman in simple attire. One sword, and a holy land was vanquished. Xiao Qingcheng's innate understanding was not particularly high. Yet under the fusion with the mysterious sword bone, his aptitude for swordsmanship had dramatically increased, even his comprehension reaching an astonishing level. The moment of enlightenment unfolded. Images of that astonishing sword flooded his mind. One sword, another sword, and yet another. After countless swords, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly felt as though he had mastered that singular sword technique. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a radiant sword light flickered in his gaze. An imposing aura rising like the sun, he softly murmured, as if merging with the unparalleled swordsman, "Draw the sword, cleave the heavens." Within the sword pavilion, the holy master had already departed, leaving only the black-clad elder to silently guard the space. Indeed, the true inheritance of our Taishu Holy Land has never been confined to those imperial scriptures and sacred texts, but rather, it resides in the indomitable spirit of each generation of Taishu disciples. The black-clad elder opened his eyes slowly, his murky gaze reflecting countless visions, ultimately resting upon a young disciple diligently practicing swordsmanship. He was somewhat clumsy, progressing slowly, yet with each swing of the sword, he grew stronger than before. A soft chuckle escaped the elder's lips. "I have found you, little one." Chapter 12. The innate sword body, inner sect disciple Gao Yunjia. Draw the sword, cleave the heavens. With a low shout from Xiao Qingcheng, the energy within the cocoon surged forth at his command. He formed his fingers into a sword and slashed toward the heavens. A crystalline crack appeared in the cocoon of light, and an astonishing sword light erupted forth. A terrifying aura spilling from within. In the next moment, the cocoon shattered. The sound of the sword rang out like a tidal wave, as if jade pearls were shattering, clear and melodious, akin to the notes of a zither. Celebrating the birth of a new king, with the transformation of the sword bone completed, Xiao Qingcheng gracefully descended, an air of profound mystery enveloping him, as if the essence of the Tao had been fully realized. He stood there, resembling an unparalleled sword, the resonance of sword energy swirling around him, the sword itself taking form. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng had indeed entered the realm of the spirit platform, grounded upon the supreme sword bone as the foundation of his true spirit. Innate sword body, Xiao Qingcheng murmured, the revelation arising naturally in his mind. That jade bone was the sword bone, a remnant left by the bygone supreme masters of the Taishu Holy Land, and I have fortuitously encountered the greatest opportunity within this instant. Xiao Qingcheng recalled the figure of the nameless swordsman, as if witnessing that singular sword once more. An unparalleled master. One man, one sword, annihilating a holy land. In that moment, a realization struck Xiao Qingcheng. He bowed deeply toward the center of the Taishu Holy Land, paying homage to the carefree and unrestrained nameless swordsman. He then bowed again toward the newly uncovered spiritual mine, honoring the unparalleled master who bestowed the sword bone. After performing these gestures, a broad smile illuminated Xiao Qingcheng's face. At long last, he had encountered a monumental opportunity. The interplay of these opportunities had granted him benefits that far exceeded the red opportunities. This was a golden opportunity that belonged solely to him. At this moment, he began to reminisce about the sword-drawing technique imparted by the nameless swordsman. This technique, fundamentally a form of sword drawing, had its power amplified to an extraordinary degree. Of course, this was directly related to the strength of the practitioner. Nevertheless, it is certain that the cultivation of the sword-drawing technique is immensely challenging. To even begin the first level of training, one must condense the seed of sword intent. Thus, at present, Xiao Qingqing's sword-drawing technique is merely superficial, lacking its true essence, and he cannot fully express the profound meaning of the technique. The cultivation of sword intent heavily relies on both talent and fortune. For now, he decided to take things one step at a time, as that was sufficient for the moment. After adjusting his state of mind, Xiao Qingqing planned to venture out and seek any new opportunities that might arise. Not long after he set off, he encountered the familiar Zhao Haoyan. "Senior brother Xiao, where have you been these past few days? I wanted to find you to explore the mines, but I couldn't locate you. I've discovered quite a number of treasures lately. After becoming an outer sect disciple, the income from the spiritual mines no longer needed to be fully reported. Typically, no one would investigate. Xiao Qingqing was aware of the peculiarities of the spiritual mines. So he intended to seize the opportunity while he could, perhaps to acquire other legacies. However, today was the 15th day of the month, and an elder was scheduled to lecture on the Tai Su Zhan Lingjing in the lecture hall. "Senior brother Xiao, are you going?" At this moment, Xiao Qingqing remembered that today was indeed the 15th. On this day each month, various elders would come to give lectures, a practice that had become customary. Although Xiao Qingqing had already reached the spirit platform realm, attending the elders' lectures would still be greatly beneficial. As the saying goes, a single sentence of true transmission can save 10 years of wandering. Gaining insights from the elders would undoubtedly clarify Xiao Qingqing's future path. In the lecture hall, Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Haoyan found a random spot to sit. Today, the attendance was quite large, yet most were outer sect disciples at the Spirit Awakening realm, with only a handful being practitioners of the Spirit Platform realm. On the high platform, the lecturing elder had already arrived and wasted no time in starting his discourse. Today, we will discuss some foundational aspects of cultivation, and I hope each of you can glean some insight. With that, the elder commenced his lecture, offering profound insights, seamlessly transitioning from simple to complex concepts, utterly captivating in its brilliance. Xiao Qingqing listened intently. Becoming engrossed in the elder's teachings, as he absorbed the knowledge, his path ahead gradually became clearer, and past mistakes began to surface. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Qingqing instinctively began to cultivate, lost in the depths of his practice. The elder on the high platform, observing this, was pleasantly surprised, and the content of his lecture escalated in profundity, though it remained confined to the spirit platform realm. The elders soon recognized Xiao Qingqing's remarkably solid foundation and astonishing talent, nurturing a sense of admiration for the gifted youth. This lecture had become almost a private session tailored for Xiao Qingqing, who, in turn, rose to the occasion. Through continuous refinement, his cultivation level seamlessly broke through to the second level of the spirit platform realm. As the lecture concluded, the elder's figure vanished, and the other disciples emerged from their reverie, feeling as though they had awoken from a profound dream. Enlightened, Xiao Qingqing felt elated, considering the day's teachings a significant boon. He expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the lecturing elder. Meanwhile, outside the lecture hall, a commotion arose among the outer sect disciples. "Why is an inner sect senior here among us? Who is he?" "Shu, he is the one ranked 101st on the Shanhe list. Just a hair's breadth away from the top 100, Gao Yunjia. Senior brother Gao. What brings him here? I can't believe someone of his stature would visit our outer sect's lecture hall." The appearance of Gao Yunjia sparked a flurry of discussions among the outer sect disciples. As a figure on the Shanhe list, he was treated like a celebrity wherever he went. Many disciples regarded the individuals on the Shanhe list as their goals and role models. At this time, disciples began to leave the lecture hall, while Gao Yunjia's purpose for visiting was none other than Xiao Qingqing. He hovered gracefully in the air, exuding a commanding presence, yet a cold aura emanated from him, deterring ordinary disciples from approaching. "Senior brother Gao, Xiao Qingqing has arrived." Gao Yunjia fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qingqing, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Soon, a smile crept onto his lips. "Not bad. This lad has a solid foundation. He may well become a great talent in the future. He certainly qualifies to be my follower. Very well then. Let us grant him an opportunity." Chapter 13. conflict, who is truly distorting the truth? While Xiao Qingqing appeared impressive, Gao Yunjie felt it necessary to test him. Boom! A tremendous pressure of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. As Xiao Qingqing stepped out of the lecture hall, he was caught off guard. Feeling as though he were ensnared within a cage, an overwhelming force pressed in from all directions, attempting to strip him of his will and induce submission. However, with his robust foundation, how could Xiao Qingqing yield? The sword bone within his chest vibrated, sending a warm current coursing through his entire being. Under the influence of this warmth, Xiao Qingqing began to acclimate to the pressure and slowly straightened his posture. Gao Yunjie, suspended in midair, continued to unleash his spiritual pressure, eager to observe how Xiao Qingqing would respond under such circumstances. However, it was evident that Xiao Qingqing held his ground admirably. Gao Yunjie chuckled. A glimmer of delight evident in his gaze as he realized he might have stumbled upon a rare gem. You are Xiao Qingqing, are you not? Before Xiao Qingqing could respond, Gao Yunjie continued. You are quite remarkable. Therefore, I offer you a chance. Become my follower. Upon hearing this proclamation, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment, casting envious glances at Xiao Qingqing. Although Gao Yunjie was not within the top 100 of the Shanhe list, his achievement of ranking 101st at the tender age of 20 was a testament to his extraordinary talent. The Shanhe list is updated every 3 years. With the current cycle completed, his strength had undoubtedly surged. Who is this Xiao Qingqing to garner Senior Brother Gao's favor? This lad has struck gold. Although Senior Brother Gao is still an inner sect disciple, it is clear his potential extends far beyond this. Within a decade, he will undoubtedly emerge as a true disciple of our Tai Su Holy Land. Look at that boy. He must be dazed by his good fortune, not even knowing how to respond. If it were me, I would be swearing my loyalty right now. Indeed, to receive such attention from Senior Brother Gao is a stroke of ancestral merit. What a fortunate encounter. How I envy this lad. If only I could earn Senior Brother Gao's regard too. Gao Yunjie's reputation within the inner sect was considerable. His performance in the previous ranking competition was nothing short of spectacular, leaving a lasting impression on many. Some of the disciples present were witnesses to that event. Yet, at this moment, the central figure, Xiao Qingqing, appeared less than pleased. One harbors fond feelings for someone who suddenly ambushes them, regardless of that person's might. Xiao Qingqing looked up at the young man, only to discover that a familiar face, Li Feng, stood behind him, indicating a hierarchical relationship between them. Connecting the dots from Gao Yunjie's earlier remarks, Xiao Qingqing comprehended their association. So, Gao Yunjie is the puppet master behind the exploitation of the resources of the servant disciples. Even if he is not the mastermind, he is certainly complicit. Contemplating this, Xiao Qingqing felt his opinion of Gao Yunjie sour. What do you say? How about becoming my follower? Gao Yunjie's smile remained. This is an opportunity that countless people yearn for. Gao Yunjie spoke the truth. Possessing notable talent, he was indeed the object of many disciples' adoration. Furthermore, he held considerable resources and had joined a true disciple association, enjoying certain privileges. He was indeed a figure worth following. However, Xiao Qingqing dismissed the idea without a second thought. What a joke. How could I ever become a follower of someone like you? At that moment, not only were the surrounding outer sect disciples taken aback, but even Gao Yunjie himself was caught off guard by Xiao Qingqing's retort. His expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Qingqing. Do you realize whom you are rejecting? Do you understand the magnitude of the opportunity you are passing up? Gao Yunjie's words grew increasingly frigid, and the rising intensity in his voice signaled his growing displeasure. The atmosphere fell silent, with many outer sect disciples staring in disbelief at Xiao Qingqing. They could hardly fathom that he would turn down such a remarkable opportunity. This was Gao Yunjie, a man with the potential to become a true disciple. If one could follow him, the benefits would be unimaginable. Yet, Xiao Qingqing had just rejected him. You foolish boy, you will come to regret this decision. Ha, still thinking about the future. I fear that he shall now pay the price for his reckless behavior. Now, tell me, will you still refuse me? Gao Yunjie's chest was ablaze with fury. He was deeply offended by Xiao Qingqing's dismissive words, and even more so by the contemptuous glances directed at him. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing resolved to confront the matter head-on. If this situation remained unresolved today, it would only lead to greater complications in the future. You dare to imagine that I would follow you? Do you believe yourself worthy? As an inner sect disciple, Your formidable magical prowess is indisputable, and your combat abilities are commendable. Yet, despite all this, you are nothing more than a bandit leader. Xiao Qingqing's words were shocking and audacious. What did you say? Gao Yunjie's eyes blazed with rage, his magical energy swirling around him, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly radiating outward like a tidal wave, causing all present disciples to feel a sense of trepidation. In his current state, Xiao Qingqing, merely at the second level of the spirit platform realm, could not withstand the oppressive force of a formidable figure at the Xiandan realm. However, the sword bone within his chest vibrated incessantly, a faint Dao essence circulating around him, aiding him in resisting this overwhelming pressure. What? You dare act, yet do not dare to admit? The beleaguered Xiao Qingqing struggled to lift his gaze toward Gao Yunjie. He laughed mockingly, asking, Do you claim that all your cultivation resources have been acquired through your own efforts? Do you assert that your resources were not seized from us, the outer disciples? Do you dare to say that the group from the outer sect is not under your command? You possess hands and feet, yet all you do is plunder. You are a parasite feeding off us. What right do you have to command my allegiance? Upon hearing these words, Gao Yunjie's eyes turned crimson, his expression twisting into a snarl, losing the noble composure he once held. How could this matter be brought to light? If word of this spreads, how will the elders and fellow disciples of the sacred land perceive him? At that moment, the surrounding disciples regarded Gao Yunjie with contemplation. Many of them had been promoted from the outer sect and shared in the unflattering memories of their past experiences. Audacious, outrageous. The murderous intent within Gao Yunjie surged. The malice in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao Qingqing was laid bare. He was furious. Yet it was this very demeanor that caused those who had previously been reluctant to doubt him to waver. Could it be? Was the truth truly as Xiao Qingqing claimed? They were unwilling to believe it. In this moment, Gao Yunjie also realized he could not allow Xiao Qingqing to tarnish his reputation. A true disciple must be scrutinized for their character. He could not afford to attract such trouble. Otherwise, all his previous investments would be in vain. Xiao Qingqing, do you understand? Your blatant distortion of truth and slander against an inner sect disciple's reputation will also warrant punishment. I, Gao Yunjie, am above such disgraceful conduct. Even if you look down upon me, do not resort to such tactics to provoke me. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Chapter 14. The Seed of Sword Intent. Gao Yunjie's jealousy engulfs him. Indeed, how could a perfect individual like Senior Brother Gao stoop to such disgraceful acts? Senior Brother Gao has a promising future ahead of him. He could never engage in such foolishness. I suspect there are those with ulterior motives seeking to exploit Senior Brother Gao's name for their own misdeeds. Xiao Qingqing, you do not strike me as a fool. I suggest you quickly apologize to Senior Brother Gao. Senior Brother Gao is a magnanimous individual. If he learns you have been deceived, he will surely forgive you. Gao Yunjie has many admirers, and even more who revere him, as some bystander disciples reflected on Gao Yunjie's current standing within the inner sect. They began to unconsciously trust his self-justifications. Seeing the situation shift in his favor, Gao Yunjie regained his confident demeanor. Given your youth, if you are willing to acknowledge your errors, I shall refrain from pursuing your offenses against me. Upon hearing the words of these bystander disciples and witnessing Gao Yunjie's insincere facade, Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of anger. Such pretense, such hypocrisy. Gao Yunjie was indeed no benevolent person. Admit my faults? Xiao Qingqing scoffed bitterly. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Even if speaking the truth is deemed a mistake, the one at fault is certainly not me. This boy is utterly arrogant. Senior Brother Gao was clearly prepared to forgive him. There are sins that can be forgiven, but self-inflicted mistakes are unforgivable. We should distance ourselves from him in the future. How could such an arrogant fool dare to compare himself to Senior Brother Gao? Senior Brother Gao, let him see the consequences of his actions, Gao Yunjie chuckled, looking disdainfully at Xiao Qingqing. Given his status, even conversing with Xiao Qingqing seemed an affront to his dignity. Yet, public opinion was not easily swayed. If that were the case, then I shall boldly exercise certain functions of the discipline hall. Xiao Qingqing, kneel before me. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual might erupted, akin to a tsunami sweeping across the land. The violent force struck Xiao Qingqing like a hammer, causing his garments to tear apart and revealing his reddened flesh beneath. His muscles twisted, bones ground against one another, and he struggled to breathe. His legs buckled under the pressure, his knees nearly collapsing to the ground. "You wish for me to kneel? Impossible." Under the immense pressure, Xiao Qingqing felt utterly humiliated, resenting his current state as merely a second-level spirit platform disciple. How could he allow Gao Yunjie such an opportunity? The sword bone within him buzzed, mysterious runes flickering erratically. Yet this only barely protected his heart and vital organs. The disparity between the spirit platform and the Xian Dan realms was insurmountable. Akin to a chasm that could not be crossed. "Kneel before me," Gao Yunjie shouted. An outer disciple had endured under his hand for so long, which was a significant loss of face. "Impossible, I will not kneel before you." Xiao Qingqing refused. He would not yield so easily. He was in the right. The one at fault was Gao Yunjie. In that moment, Xiao Qingqing suddenly recalled the cloaked swordsman, the figure of that swordsman's awe-inspiring strike. Had it not been for the Taiyi Sacred Land's desire to sever the inheritance of the Taishu Sacred Land, had it not been for their ambition to seize the mountain gates of the Taishu Sacred Land, how could that swordsman have acted recklessly? In this world, there exists right and wrong. There exists reason. Thus, the cloaked swordsman, with sword in hand, stood unafraid before the might of the sacred land, achieving a single strike that subdued the land. Draw the sword. Cut through the heavens. The image of the cloaked swordsman once more surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, the sword bone within him trembled wildly. The sound of swords resonated as the sword intent enveloped him. A small seed of sword intent emerged within Xiao Qingqing's dantian. This was a manifestation of his indomitable will. At this moment, the feeble sword intent began to attach itself to his bones. Wrapping around his body, the pressure lessened, and the spiritual might weaken. To this point, Gao Yunjie began to feel a sense of panic. He could not comprehend what was occurring. He only sensed a force repelling his spiritual pressure. Suddenly, he realized something. Impossible. It cannot be. Yet, this thought was quickly dismissed. A genius like himself had not comprehended sword intent. How could an outer disciple like Xiao Qingqing possibly do so? He must have obtained some treasure. It was inconceivable that he could endure under his spiritual might without it. Yet, the world is often unreasonable. That which one struggles to attain can be easily grasped by another. Under Gao Yunjie's overwhelming pressure, Xiao Qingqing managed to condense his first seed of sword intent. Unyielding, he would not submit to anyone. The sword intent surged, and the seed of sword intent began to grow stronger beneath the weight of oppression. Where there is pressure, there is resistance. Resistance is a form of defiance. Boom, boom. A chorus of sword sounds erupted from within Xiao Qingqing, the clear notes forming a wave-like domain that dispelled all pressure imposed upon him. In that moment, Xiao Qingqing stood tall. His aura, his spirit, all returned. Even though the seed of sword intent within him remained weak, it continued to resist and strengthen. A seed of sword intent? This youth truly possesses some talent. The moment Gao Yunjie made his move against Xiao Qingqing, the elder in charge of the teachings took note. However, he refrained from intervening immediately, curious to see how Xiao Qingqing would handle the situation. Yet he had not anticipated that Xiao Qingqing could condense a seed of sword intent under such circumstances. A prodigy, indeed. The elder was overjoyed. But at that moment, Gao Yunjie was seething with rage. "I demand that you kneel before me," Gao Yunjie acted, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy that materialized from thin air, the terrifying pressure causing many surrounding disciples to feel their hearts race. If he commanded Xiao Qingqing to kneel, then kneel he must. No one could defy him. At this moment, all the disciples were filled with trepidation. They had no doubt that Gao Yunjie's strike could incapacitate Xiao Qingqing. Yet, just then, a sudden ethereal wind surged through the sky, and the figure of the elder presiding over the teachings gradually materialized in the void. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the ethereal hand, formed from spiritual energy, vanished without a trace. Impudence! How dare you, a mere disciple, flaunt your power before the hall of teachings? With another wave of his sleeve, Gao Yunjie plummeted from the air. The elder turned to Xiao Qingqing, revealing a gaze of appreciation and said, "You are quite remarkable. I have high hopes for you." With that, the elder's figure disappeared as if it had never existed. In that moment, the area before the hall of teachings fell into an uncanny silence. All the disciples stared blankly at Xiao Qingqing and Gao Yunjie, overwhelmed with disbelief. The previously unremarkable Xiao Qingqing had exhibited such boldness and innate talent, drawing the admiration of an elder. It was simply unfathomable, truly too incredible to comprehend. At that juncture, Xiao Qingqing addressed the disheveled Gao Yunjie, stating, "Our matter is far from over. What if you are of the Xiandan realm? Do you expect me to kneel? Ha! You are not worthy." He continued, "1 year from now, we shall have our duel. I hope you will not decline." Chapter 15. The indomitable sword intent, daring to draw the blade and slice the heavens. Xiao Qingqing departed, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. The slanting rays of the sun cast a warm glow upon him, elongating his shadow like a dark sword piercing the hearts of all present at a year. Could Xiao Qingqing truly bridge the gap between himself and Gao Yunjie within such a time frame? Had this been before, some would have deemed Xiao Qingqing mad. Yet now, with the elder's commendation of his talent, perhaps a miracle could indeed occur in a year. Meanwhile, Gao Yunjie appeared somewhat disheartened. Just moments ago, Xiao Qingqing had clearly utilized sword intent to shatter his spiritual might, an act he deemed utterly dismissive. Gao Yunjie was consumed with jealousy. Despite years of arduous training, he had barely scratched the surface of sword intent. And now, the very youth he had once looked down upon had effortlessly grasped it and even condensed a seed of sword intent. How infuriating! How maddening! Gao Yunjie felt as though he might go mad with envy. Why? Why was it that after years of relentless effort, he had failed to condense a seed of sword intent, only to see a mere child accomplish it? Gao Yunjie was filled with resentment. Although he maintained an exterior of composure, within he was a tumult of emotions. Today had been a significant loss of face for him. An outer sect disciple not yet 16 had withstood his spiritual might, and an elder had reprimanded him. Furthermore, gossip would surely circulate following this incident. Xiao Qingqing, you truly know how to embroil me in trouble. In that moment, Gao Yunjie pondered many things. In his pursuit of becoming a true disciple, he realized he would have to relinquish certain aspects. He turned to leave, casting a rather unkind glance at his lackey, Li Feng. The trouble had originated from him, and thus, he must be the one to resolve it. Gao Yunjie believed his future was bright and that he could not afford any blemishes upon his reputation. Hence, someone must bear the responsibility for his actions. Sacrificing a few outer disciples would not harm his foundation. But the loss of such substantial resources was indeed vexing. Xiao Qingqing, not only have you caused me to lose face today, but you have also cost me a significant amount of resources. I shall surely repay this debt. As Xiao Qingqing exited the Hall of Teachings, he too felt the weight of pressure. He understood that Gao Yunjie was not a man to be trifled with, and trouble from the shadows was inevitable. Thus, a sense of crisis began to brew within him. Strength. I need even greater strength. He recalled the spiritual mine mentioned by Zhao Haoyan. This mine was no ordinary place. The spiritual energy that had emerged was merely a fraction of its entirety, undoubtedly concealing even greater secrets. The sword bone within him served as the best testament to this. When he had obtained the jade bone, he had seen a red opportunity above Zhao Haoyan's head, and now, that red opportunity had vanished. Perhaps it was because he had completely refined that sword bone, even acquiring the supreme innate sword body. This red opportunity might only be discernible by him. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to utilize this seed of sword intent to master the first layer of the sword drawing technique. The spiritual mine was fraught with peril. Previously, Xiao Qingqing had encountered a crisis with a swarm of mine rats. This time, he needed to delve deeper into the mine in search of opportunity, and the danger level had undoubtedly doubled. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against threats lurking in the shadows. Very well, I shall return to my cultivation. Upon returning to his courtyard, number 81, Xiao Qingqing began to recall the breathtaking strike delivered by the sword-wielding figure in white. Although he had gleaned some insights in the past, he had only glimpsed the form, not the essence. Now that he had condensed a seed of sword intent, perhaps he could attain new realizations. Meanwhile, within the Taishu sacred land, unrest was brewing. The scene before the Hall of Teachings had successfully captured the attention of Minit. A disciple emerging from the servants' courtyard had issued a challenge to a talented prodigy with the potential to become a true disciple. It was a most intriguing development, a scenario typically confined to the pages of novels, yet here it was manifesting in reality. Xiao Qingqing's name began to circulate within limited circles. Yun Xian, seated beside a spiritual spring in a flowing red gown, exuded an air of ethereal beauty. She sat with her back to the messenger, her features obscured, yet her form radiated an endless glow. As if she existed in another realm. Yun Xian replied, "There is indeed a disciple of interest. I believe he deserves our continued attention. There is another who is also worth courting." The coolly elegant woman did not inquire further, showing little interest in knowing who the two disciples were. "Then let us keep a watchful eye." Yun Xian took her leave, feeling no sense of impropriety, for the woman before her could be described as an unparalleled talent. Her experiences were nothing short of astounding. She had risen 3 years prior, shining brilliantly at the Mountain and River Conference, where she had decisively defeated the most favored disciple of the time, securing the top position on the Mountain and River rankings. Her remarkable prowess had even stirred ripples within the sacred land. Though the reasons for her not being proclaimed a saintess were unknown, none dared to belittle her, for her achievements were hard-won. As Xiao Qingqing's name spread, Gao Yunjia inevitably caught wind of the gossip. Despite having cast a few pawns to take the blame, some remained unconvinced by the outcome. "Xiao Qingqing, you have truly embarrassed me." Gao Yunjia slammed his hand upon the table, the forceful impact causing several cracks to appear on its surface. In the room were his most trusted allies. As the one most likely to become a true disciple within the next decade, Gao Yunjia naturally attracted followers, for once he ascended to that status, their investments would yield returns 100-fold. "Senior brother Gao, that Xiao Qingqing is merely an outer disciple. How could he possibly concern you? If you truly wish to deal with him, there are countless ways to ensure he meets a grim fate." Another suggested, "Your hesitation must be for a reason." Gao Yunjia nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Beside him, Wang Yunchong smiled slightly. "However, senior brother Gao, while you may be merciful, I am not. Allow me to handle this matter. I will ensure Xiao Qingqing disappears without a trace, and no one will be able to cast blame upon us." Gao Yunjia regarded Wang Yunchong thoughtfully. This fellow was indeed a capable individual, quite perceptive. "Since Wang Junior brother is willing, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Gao Yunjia produced a third-tier elixir, which filled Wang Yunchong with unrestrained joy. He was currently at the 6th level of the spirit platform realm, a mere step away from reaching the 7th level. With this elixir in hand, his confidence in entering the inner sect was significantly boosted. To become an inner sect disciple, one must at least attain the 7th level of the spirit platform realm. Given his innate talent, he would need at least a year of arduous cultivation to achieve this, which clearly left him little time to participate in the outer sect competition. However, with the assistance of this third-tier elixir, the situation had dramatically changed. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling currents of the outside world, Xiao Qingqing, who had been in seclusion for several dozen days, awoke with a sense of tranquility. He pointed his fingers as if wielding a sword. Slicing through the void, a torrent of sword energy surged forth like a true dragon, its sharpness seemingly capable of cleaving all things. The backlash of the sword energy wreaked havoc within the room, causing chaos, and the protective formation of the courtyard trembled violently. Had he not tempered his strength at the last moment, he might have shattered the first-tier formation. Powerful, truly powerful. It is no wonder this technique, the sword-drawing Sky Slash, was created by a senior. At this point, the first layer of the sword-drawing Sky Slash had been mastered. Chapter 16. The Purple Opportunity. Xiao Qingqing prepares to deceive. Time waits for no man. After tidying up, Xiao Qingqing resolved to venture out in search of opportunities. Firstly, Gao Yunjia could unleash unforeseen complications at any moment, and there was no telling who might conspire against him. Secondly, the newly opened spirit mine could be closed off by the sect at any time. Upon arriving at the new spirit mine, he noticed an increase in the number of individuals present. With the rise of numerous servant disciples, the sect had taken note of this unusual situation. Consequently, the gathering of servant disciples here had dwindled, with most being outer sect disciples. Brotherly, at that moment, a disciple rushed out from the mine, breathless. "Good news, great news! I just discovered something in the mine." Just as the disciple was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Li Feng. "Lower your voice." The young disciple nodded and whispered what he had found in the mine to Li Feng. Upon hearing it, Li Feng was overjoyed. "Are you certain? There's really a verdant crystal fruit tree in that mine? That's a 4th-tier spiritual item." The disciple nodded, saying, "Yes, but there's a mining beast, a giant python, guarding it. So we can't take it just yet. That's why I hurried out to inform you." Li Feng had been feeling quite miserable these past few days. Gao Yunjia had cast him aside, forcing him to take the blame. Although he had not been expelled, he had attracted considerable trouble and faced hostility from many peers. He desperately needed an achievement to prove himself. Well done. You stay here and keep watch. I'll inform Brother Wang about this. If Xiao Qingqing arrives, you must notify me immediately and follow him closely. Li Feng was stationed at the new spirit mine to track Xiao Qingqing's movements. It was difficult to act elsewhere, but within the mine, the circumstances were different. Just then, the young disciple suddenly tugged at Li Feng's arm. Overly eager. Brotherly, look. It's Xiao Qingqing. He is coming. Li Feng quickly turned to look and then hastily concealed himself. That moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be double fortune? Was his good fortune about to unfold? Hide well and stealthily follow behind Xiao Qingqing to see where he is headed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing felt an urge to smile, genuinely amused. Having just arrived, he stumbled upon a purple opportunity, and this opportunity was somehow linked to Li Feng. Although he was unsure of the specifics, the furtive demeanor of Li Feng indicated that this opportunity was significant, and no need to hide. I can see the purple halo above your head quite clearly. I shall seize this opportunity for myself. Upon seeing Li Feng depart, Xiao Qingqing resolved to act immediately. Following the thread of the purple opportunity, Xiao Qingqing entered the newly opened 37th mine. That moment. The young disciple trailing behind him wore a perplexed expression. Why has he gone to the 37th mine? However, as he followed for a while, his expression grew even more bewildered. Initially, he had thought Xiao Qingqing was merely coincidentally passing through the area where he had discovered the verdant crystal fruits. Yet, as Xiao Qingqing delved deeper, he found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that he knows where the verdant crystal fruits are located? This route is far too coincidental. Impossible. This mine is newly opened. How could Xiao Qingqing have been here before? Just then, he suddenly felt darkness looming in front of him. When he looked up, his expression shifted to one of terror, his eyes widening in fear. I can't allow you to follow me any longer. With a swift motion, Xiao Qingqing struck down with the palm, rendering him unconscious. As he approached the location of the purple opportunity, Xiao Qingqing sensed the presence of a formidable beast nearby. If he allowed anyone to follow him, it could jeopardize his good fortune and even cost him his life. I must hurry. I don't know what sort of reinforcements Li Feng will bring. Without wasting any time, Xiao Qingqing soon arrived at a vast underground cavern. This cavern appeared to have been naturally formed. Aware that a beast lurked here, Xiao Qingqing cautiously concealed himself behind a massive stalagmite. He glanced around and suddenly his eyes brightened upon spotting a small tree resembling crystal. This small tree had numerous branches, adorned with many translucent leaves, and appeared quite lush. Among the leaves hung a single small, emerald green fruit. Xiao Qingqing observed that around the fruit was a mist, resembling spiritual energy coalescing into a delicate bloom. Even from 100 yards away, he could feel the immense energy contained within that emerald fruit. What a treasure! Let me think this must be the 4th-tier spiritual item, the verdant crystal fruit, which only grows in spiritual veins. According to the texts, a verdant crystal fruit tree typically bears 3 fruits. And now only one remains. Xiao Qingqing contemplated, realizing that the other 2 fruits had likely been consumed. This was not good news for him. It indicated that the mining beast guarding this fruit tree was not an easy opponent. Carefully, Xiao Qingqing maneuvered within the cavern, seeking an optimal hiding spot. That moment, he also caught sight of the fierce guardian beast. It was a cunning python beast, cleverly camouflaging itself among the exposed spirit mine using its crystal-like scales. This was a half-step Xian Dan-level demon beast. It appeared to be in a period of advancement. Anyone attempting to seize that spiritual fruit would undoubtedly face its fierce retaliation. That moment, Xiao Qingqing pondered many possibilities. Perhaps I could let my enemies wade through this quagmire for me. As a mere 2nd-level spirit platform cultivator, it would be unwise for me to confront a demon beast on the brink of advancing to the peak of the spirit platform realm. Xiao Qingqing concealed himself, resembling a calm and seasoned hunter. Meanwhile, outside the 37th mine, a group of people approached with great momentum. Just the thought of a 4th-tier spiritual item, the verdant crystal fruit, sent Wang Yuncheng into a frenzy of excitement. Regardless of whether he consumed the fruit or surrendered it to Gao Yunjia, the benefits he would reap would be substantial. Moreover, this trip might even allow him to eliminate the threat posed by Xiao Qingqing. Double blessings. Wang Yuncheng entered the mine, but soon discovered the disciple whom Xiao Qingqing had rendered unconscious. What happened? Wang Yuncheng shouted, pointing to awaken the disciple. Quick, go retrieve the spiritual item. Xiao Qingqing is also here. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuncheng's fury ignited. How dare someone attempt to snatch his opportunity? Unforgivable. Let us go. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed from deep within the cavern, resembling a serpent's hiss. Wang Yuncheng's expression turned grave as he quickly led his group deeper inside. Chapter 17. The Verdant Crystal Fruit in Hand. Xiao Qingqing achieves the third level of the spirit platform. Boom. Just as Wang Yuncheng charged toward the spirit tree bearing the verdant crystal fruit, a swift and shadowy figure darted past. It was a massive python, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs, exhaling a breath as sharp as a blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing was finally grasping the true form of the giant python. Its length spanning dozens of yards, its colossal body resembling an ancient tree. Draped in glistening azure scales, it emanates a chilling aura, reminiscent of ice crystals unearthed from the depths of hell, capable of freezing the very souls of living beings. Its formidable presence at the peak of the spirit platform realm is terrifying, akin to a fearsome Asura mercilessly reaping the lives of humanity. Xiao Qingqing had long noticed the remnants of several human corpses hidden in its lair. Undoubtedly, this monstrous serpent had feasted upon humans. How could a demon of such caliber exist? Have you not conducted a thorough investigation? At this moment, Wang Yuncheng felt as if his head were about to burst. He was still at the 6th level of the spirit platform, yet had not consumed the 3rd-grade Yuan spirit pill generously bestowed upon him by Gao Yunjia. He had intended to wait for the perfect opportunity to utilize it. However, had he foreseen the confrontation with a peak spirit platform beast, he would have certainly opted to use the pill beforehand. But now, it was too late for regrets. Unleash your most adept techniques. You must restrain this beast while I stealthily seize that fruit. Faced with this dire situation, Wang Yuncheng was consumed by greed, unwilling to squander this rare opportunity. After all, it was a 4th-grade spirit fruit, guarded only by a beast that had yet to reach the mystic pill realm. If they coordinated well, he might indeed have a chance to claim the precious. By Jing Jiuo's dazzling spells erupted forth. Several disciples joined Wang Yuncheng in successfully restraining the colossal mining serpent, a prime opportunity. At this juncture, Wang Yuncheng seized the moment. When the mining serpent was unable to turn and attack, he leapt with great effort, employing a high-grade yellow step technique to propel his speed to new heights. The serpent, enraged at the audacity of someone attempting to steal its fruit, recoiled in fury. Its blue crystalline scales abruptly curled back, and its sinuous body thrashed violently, launching its scales like a torrential rain of swords. With a whoosh, 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 Wang Yuncheng was caught off guard by the serpent's unexpected capability. In a sudden strike, a scale struck his knee, the immense force causing him to grunt in pain and slow his pace. The mining serpent coiled its body swiftly, adjusting its direction. From a distance, it resembled a spiritual mine, and as it propelled itself, it appeared akin to a shooting star. Yet at that very moment, Xiao Qingqing, who had been lurking near the spirit tree, suddenly emerged. He evidently deemed this the perfect opportunity. With the agility of a leopard, he surged forward, aiming straight for the 4th-grade spirit fruit. The Bai Jing Jiuod in a heartbeat. His hand reached out, and he snatched the spirit fruit. Roar! In that instant, the serpent was enraged. It had never anticipated the presence of a second human, one who had dared to pilfer its precious fruit. These humans were exceedingly cunning. The furious serpent flicked its forked tongue, its cold gaze akin to flames from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeking death, these humans were courting their demise. It had guarded this spirit tree for decades, and as the last fruit ripened, how could it allow another to snatch it away? With just this fruit, it could ascend to the mystic pill realm. The serpent, incensed, thrashed its colossal body, crushing every stone in its path. Thief, do not escape. Witnessing Xiao Qingqing snatch the Bai Jing were right before his eyes, Wang Yuncheng was filled with rage. He unleashed several golden hand seals in rapid succession. Alas, these golden seals did not strike Xiao Qingqing but instead impacted the massive serpent. The serpent's icy gaze turned angrily towards Wang Yuncheng. These thieves not only took its long-guarded fruit but also dared to attack it. Truly despicable. the giant serpent roared, its hoarse voice echoing like a death knell, filling the cavern with a sense of despair that shook many disciples to their core. Yet, Shao Qingcheng, having already coalesced his sword intent, remained undaunted by the serpent's deafening roar. As the sword intent resonated, he felt his spirit platform clear and untroubled. The responsibility now lies with you, my esteemed senior brothers. Shao Qingcheng swiftly turned and dashed toward the cavern's entrance. Upon seeing the stone pillars descending from above, he swiftly unsheathed the long sword at his waist, unleashing a fierce sword aura. Boom! The stones collapsed, burying the cavern's mouth. Even though Shao Qingcheng had distanced himself, he could still hear a few mournful cries. After running deeper into the cavern, he paused, deciding to investigate the spirit mine further. However, the immediate concern was to properly handle the Bai Jinghua. Unlike humans, the mining beasts, having lived underground for eons, were exceedingly sensitive to such rare treasures. Shao Qingcheng currently lacked a valuable storage ring, making it impossible to isolate the Bai Jinghua. It seemed he would have to refine it first. Storage rings were exceptionally precious. Even a ring capable of holding merely a single sword required a fortune of spirit jade to acquire. However, the Taishu sacred land, being vast and prosperous, provided its inner disciples with a complementary ring upon entry. Establishing a concealed cavern, Shao Qingcheng resolved to absorb the Bai Jinghua immediately. As he bit down, he was instantly met with a burst of sweetness. The fruit's flesh was succulent, its juice ambrosial. A surge of spiritual energy flooded into his organs, making him feel buoyant, as if he were in an ethereal realm. This fruit was astonishingly delectable. Shao Qingcheng continued to take several bites, his joy palpable. Truly, it was a fourth-grade spirit fruit. This was my first encounter with such a delicious spirit fruit. At that moment, the fruit began to exhibit its effects. Each spirit fruit possesses its unique properties. Some can transform the attributes of one's internal spiritual energy, while others nurture mental strength or forge a particular physique. The Bai Jinghua, growing solely in spirit mines, inherently contained a wealth of spiritual energy. Consuming such a fruit would greatly aid in enhancing one's strength. In this moment, Shao Qingcheng felt the potent medicinal power of the fourth-grade spirit fruit. The fruit's flesh transformed into delicate spiritual energy within his abdomen, flowing like rivulets through his limbs and meridians, expanding the spirit platform within his dantian. Threads of spiritual energy intertwined, continuously solidifying the foundation of his spirit platform. A powerful force coursed through Shao Qingcheng's body, and he sensed his strength rapidly escalating, while his realm was gradually refined and elevated. Finally, with a resounding boom, Shao Qingcheng's power surged to the third level of the spirit platform realm. Yet this was not the end. Chapter 18. The remains of an unparalleled power, the inheritance of the heart sword. If the medicinal power of the Bai Jinghua were merely this, it could hardly be deemed a fourth-grade spirit fruit. Following Shao Qingcheng's breakthrough to the third level of the spirit platform realm, the fruit's potency persisted. Abundant and gentle spiritual energy flowed within him, filling his meridians. The sword bone at the center of his chest trembled, seemingly absorbing this energy. Mysterious runes continually activated, forming one intricate illusion after another. These illusions gradually melded into his flesh, fortifying Shao Qingcheng's physique. The innate sword body was an exceptionally powerful constitution, historically regarded as sacred by various sects, training their chosen ones. Even in the present, it remains unparalleled. The reason Shao Qingcheng refrained from revealing this constitution was to avoid being embroiled in the struggles among the chosen ones too soon. He needed to develop quietly, ideally utilizing his unique ability to perceive the threads of opportunity to intercept powerful fortuitous encounters, thereby deepening his foundation. As the Bai Jinghua was continuously refined, layers of sword shadows began to manifest on Shao Qingcheng's surface, and a resonating sword hum echoed within his bones. From afar, he resembled a blade embedded in the earth, radiating a magnificent aura around him. As Shao Qingcheng fully refined the spirit fruit, his realm ascended once more, reaching the fourth level of the spirit platform realm. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with brilliance, appearing extraordinarily vibrant, with a gaze that sparked like lightning. After a while, Shao Qingcheng restrained his aura, transforming himself into a concealed sword within its sheath. He felt an inexplicable pull emanating from deeper within the mine, as if something was beckoning him, resonating harmoniously with his constitution. Could it be another sword bone? Xiao Qingqing surmised that his intuition was likely accurate. Were it not derived from the same source, he might not have sensed it so clearly. This thing surely holds significant benefits for me. Consequently, Xiao Qingqing resolved to delve further into the mining area. However, as he continued, he encountered a vexing obstacle. The path ahead was blocked. This meant Xiao Qingqing would have to carve his own way. Day turned to night, and still, Xiao Qingqing tirelessly excavated, the urgency in his heart intensifying. There must be a precious treasure ahead. Xiao Qingqing hastened his mining efforts. Finally, when the spiritual energy broke through that layer of earthen wall, he beheld a faint glimmer of light. With renewed vigor, Xiao Qingqing unleashed his spiritual energy, expanding the entire entrance several-fold, enough to accommodate a person. Upon stepping through the threshold, he discovered a wondrous realm. However, what captivated Xiao Qingqing's attention the most was the presence of an unnamed powerful being's remains. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing suddenly noticed that a piece of the powerful being's rib was missing, leaving only the spine to support the entirety of its formed eye. In this instant, a bold yet plausible thought emerged in Xiao Qingqing's mind. The sword bone within him might very well be a gift from this venerable ancestor before him. The grace of the bone's inheritance surpassed the heavens. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing knelt before the remains, expressing, "Though the predecessor has bestowed the bone upon me, there is little I can do in return. I shall grant you eternal rest." Just as Xiao Qingqing prepared to move the remains, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A voice, ancient and resonant, called out, "Hold on!" Startled, Xiao Qingqing stumbled back a few steps, only to find a wisp of lingering soul materializing before him. Initially, he assumed it to be an elder, but the specter appeared as a young man, looking only slightly older than himself. "I am Xiao Qingqing, a disciple of the Tai Su sacred land." Feeling somewhat anxious, he boldly revealed his identity to avert any unforeseen consequences. Observing Xiao Qingqing's vigilance, the spectral youth chuckled. "We, the sword cultivators of Tai Su, are known for our integrity and uprightness. How could we harm a junior like you, sword cultivators of Tai Su?" He continued with an air of arrogance. "In the days of yore, we wielded tremendous influence. None in the eastern region dared to draw their blades before you." As he spoke, a sense of pride illuminated his eyes. "My true disciples once stationed here, suppressing countless otherworldly demons." "What are these otherworldly demons?" The youth, initially surprised, soon felt elated, realizing that Xiao Qingqing's ignorance indicated that Tai Su had triumphed over such fiends long ago, relegating them to the annals of history. This is splendid news. Otherwise, how could this junior remain unaware? These demons are nothing but vile interlopers from beyond, seeking to overturn our world, to seize our homeland and enslave our kin. Should one encounter these demons, they must be annihilated entirely, lest they pose future threats. At this juncture, the young man inquired with curiosity, which true disciple or son of the sacred land possesses the strongest heart sword today? The heart sword is the unparalleled method of exterminating otherworldly demons. The most potent sword technique, it specifically cleaves the soul, shattering the spirit and obliterating the primordial essence, capable of vanquishing all that is void. The existence of otherworldly demons resembles that of souls. They lack a physical form, making them most susceptible to the heart sword. Xiao Qingqing, however, found himself at a loss. This inquiry exceeded his knowledge. That venerable ancestor, this sword technique has not been passed down through the ages. The lineage of Tai Su seems to have been severed. What? The youth's expression shifted to one of fury and disbelief. But what of the Tai Yi sacred land? During the invasion of the otherworldly demons, Tai Su had sought to ally with Tai Yi to counter them, yet Tai Yi had declined, deeming the threat of the demons insignificant. Xiao Qingqing shook his head, then nodded uncertainly. Tai Yi sacred land no longer exists. It appears to have been obliterated by an unparalleled powerhouse with a single strike. That venerable ancestor employed the sword-drawing technique to cleave the heavens. Upon hearing this, the youth seethed with anger. That was indeed the misdeed of Tai Yi sacred land. While we of Tai Su fought valiantly against the otherworldly demons, they dared to stab us in the back. They deserved their fate. Had I still lived, I would have struck their mountain gate with a sword. Then, the youth turned to Xiao Qingqing and declared, "Since Ashu has chosen you and imparted the sword-drawing technique, I shall now bestow upon you the heart sword. I shall demonstrate its evolution for you." With his decision made, the lingering soul returned to the bone at the center of his brow. Ashu? Is that the name of this powerful being? However, before Xiao Qingcheng could ponder further, he noticed the brow bone of the remains drifting toward him, seemingly seeking to merge with him. Indeed, the next moment, Xiao Qingcheng felt his brow bone transform into a sword bone, sharing a common essence with the rib. Steady your mind. Witness how I will evolve this sword for you. Millennia ago, the heart sword could only be cultivated by true disciples, for the entry barrier was exceedingly high. Only genuine prodigies could hope to master it without guidance from a mighty mentor throughout their lifetime. Yet, once mastered, the wielder's strength could double, rendering them capable of killing invisibly. The heart sword is specialized in severing the heart and mind. Devoid of the heart and mind, the flesh is merely flesh, devoid of any capacity for action. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng felt an itch at the center of his brow. As if something were being unveiled, a faint golden pattern began to etch itself upon his brow, and from a distance, it resembled an eye. Chapter 19. The powerful heart sword, slaughter. After a lengthy period, a golden radiance took shape, revealing a golden vertical eye slowly appearing upon Xiao Qingcheng's forehead. The soft glow illuminated his entire being, as an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship emanated forth, akin to a surging ocean brimming with boundless sword intent. This was the ocean of sword intent, the dominion of the sword path. In this moment, Xiao Qingcheng radiated brilliance, and the aura surrounding him grew increasingly robust, resembling an unparalleled sword capable of encompassing all. This golden vertical eye, also known as the sword eye, nurtured the heart sword, while the place where the heart sword was typically nurtured was referred to as the sea of consciousness. Everyone possesses a sea of consciousness, but not everyone can expand it. Within the contemporary mainstream cultivation lineages, individuals generally begin to engage with the sea of consciousness only upon reaching the divine palace realm, with some even starting their training in the celestial being realm. The sea of consciousness pertains to the most enigmatic aspects of the soul and primordial essence, thus its cultivation must not be taken lightly. A momentary lapse could lead to insanity. Therefore, only upon reaching the divine palace realm, when one begins to cultivate the heart and mind, can one hope to succeed in this endeavor. Prior to the divine palace realm, one must also traverse through the three significant stages of profound Dan: spirit platform and spirit guiding. Among these, the formation of profound Dan has already barred countless practitioners from entry. Thus, one can imagine the difficulty of opening the sea of consciousness. Those capable of doing so are often rare individuals indeed. Yet now, Xiao Qingcheng, with the aid of the youthful lingering soul, had opened his sea of consciousness while still in the spirit platform realm. Though it seemed unfathomable, this was the might of the ancient sword cultivators. Their minds were immensely powerful, their souls remarkably resilient, and their consciousnesses as deep as the starry seas. Xiao Qingcheng had been granted an extraordinary opportunity, one that could not be quantified in value. For no one would expend their entire strength to assist a junior in opening their sea of consciousness. This method of opening the sea of consciousness could be deemed extravagantly luxurious. Yet by a stroke of fortune, Xiao Qingcheng received at this moment. With the assistance of the true disciple of Tai Su, Xiao Qingcheng's sea of consciousness expanded rapidly within him, reaching dozens of zhang in mere moments. The golden waters churned ceaselessly, while dark clouds loomed overhead like a curtain and purple thunder roared like dragons. The sea of consciousness, as the mysterious domain of the human body, necessitated enduring trials beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals for successful cultivation. Although Xiao Qingcheng had the aid of a mysterious powerhouse, these tribulations were still imperative. The stronger the sea of consciousness, the mightier the heart sword. If given the chance, I must cultivate a method to enhance the sea of consciousness in the future. The youthful lingering soul conveyed. However, at that moment, his spectral form began to deteriorate, as if being scorched by flames, gradually melting away. Today, we are fated to meet. I shall assist you in this final journey. But remember, the otherworldly demons frequently return. Should you encounter them in the future, show them no mercy. Strive for a decisive strike. Do not grant them the opportunity to defend against you. With those words, the young man's lingering soul transformed into a faint light, solidifying the sea of consciousness, enveloping it like an invisible barrier. The purple thunder slowly dissipated, the tempestuous winds gradually calmed, and the once turbulent sea of consciousness began to settle. The Sea of Consciousness had been successfully opened. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing discovered an even more joyous revelation. The Sea of Consciousness, opened with the assistance of the mysterious powerhouse, measured several thousand zhang in circumference. Such dimensions were typically attainable only by those of the celestial being realm. Thank you, venerable ancestor. This gratitude is immense. The inheritance of the heart sword has granted me the potential to slay enemies beyond my own realm. To strike the heart and mind unexpectedly, this ability would be challenging even for gods and Buddhas to counter. Gazing at the golden small sword residing within the Sea of Consciousness, Xiao Qingqing instantly envisioned a method of its application. The heart sword is truly a technique only the ancient sword cultivators could master. Having acquired this technique for vanquishing foes, Xiao Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of elation. This signifies that facing danger alone has granted him an additional sense of assurance. However, before he could revel in his newfound confidence, an unexpected guest arrived. A shadow suddenly appeared in this cavernous realm. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingqing, you truly are difficult to find. So, you were hiding here. The figure was none other than Wang Yuncheng, who had been deceived by Xiao Qingqing. Ha ha ha, I previously thought you had fled to the surface, yet here you are. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yuncheng's condition was far from favorable. His clothing was tattered, revealing patches of skin that were marred and caked with dried blood. I wondered who it might be, and it turns out to be you. What a pity that I couldn't see you perish in the jaws of that great python. Xiao Qingqing cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yuncheng, for he never extended kindness to those who sought to harm him. Upon hearing Xiao Qingqing mention the python, Wang Yuncheng's rage ignited. If it weren't for that half-step Xian-Dan realm python, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. In a bid for survival, he had to employ certain tactics, yet even so, all those who accompanied him had perished at the python's maw. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you mention that python? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. If it weren't for you, those who followed me would not have died. It is all because of you. You bringer of misfortune! How much better it would have been for you to obediently serve senior brother Gao instead of seeking trouble. Wang Yuncheng surveyed the surroundings and suddenly spotted a skeleton. The bones were pristine white, glimmering like jade. Their arrangement was remarkably natural, seemingly in harmony with the principles of the universe, infused with boundless Taoist essence. Although it had existed for many years, it radiated an aura of profound mystery. Wang Yuncheng felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. This skeleton must belong to an extraordinary powerhouse. If he could acquire it, the benefits would be immeasurable, whether for forging precious artifacts or for trading with others. A lucrative endeavor indeed. Instantly, a greedy glint appeared in Wang Yuncheng's eyes. Get lost? I want this skeleton. But Xiao Qingqing remained unmoved. The elder had been guarding this place for millennia, sacrificing his entire cultivation to suppress the celestial demons. He had long borne the responsibilities he was meant to shoulder. Xiao Qingqing believed that he should ensure this elder could rest in peace, free from the disturbances of the outside world. I will handle the elder's affairs, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with it, junior brother. Xiao Qingqing's gaze was devoid of warmth as he scrutinized Wang Yuncheng, searching for an opportunity to strike decisively. Since Wang Yuncheng and his associates sought to kill him, Xiao Qingqing would not show them mercy at that moment. Wang Yuncheng was equally unwilling to concede. Although he was somewhat disheveled, he was still a disciple at the 6th level of Ling Tai. Confronting Xiao Qingqing, he believed he could still assert control. It seems you are not willing to back down. A person must possess self-awareness. Otherwise, they may not even know how they met their demise. Since you refuse to leave, do not blame me for being ruthless. Throughout, Xiao Qingqing maintained an air of indifference. However, his gaze toward Wang Yuncheng gradually grew colder, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Indeed, one must have self-awareness. Chapter 20. Sword Drawing Technique to Slash the Heavens. You are truly too weak. It seems you still do not comprehend your proper course of action. Wang Yuncheng chuckled, flipping his hand to reveal a small azure sword that appeared in his grasp. This was a spirit weapon, considered a fine weapon in its own right. He had purchased this inferior spirit weapon to ensure he would shine during the outer sect competition. This sword is called Qingming. To die by its edge would be considered fortunate for you. Heh, I bet you have never even seen a spirit weapon before. Magical artifacts, spirit weapons, precious artifacts, heavy weapons, sacred artifacts. These treasures are categorized into 5 tiers. At this stage, possessing a spirit weapon could exponentially enhance one's strength. Wang Yuncheng's escape from the Great Serpent's jaws was largely due to the sword named Qingming. Though he had never seen it before, it would soon belong to him. Although Xiao Qingqing wielded only a common magic sword, he felt no fear facing Wang Yuncheng, who held the Qingming sword. This confidence stemmed from Xiao Qingqing's unwavering self-assurance in his own abilities. Heh, let's see if you can remain so arrogant afterward. Wang Yuncheng brandished his hand, combining it with his footwork to swiftly charge toward Xiao Qingqing. The Qingming sword hummed, and azure sword energy coiled around the blade. A streak of blue light cutting through the air like a piercing arrow, stirring the winds, ascend to the azure clouds. Wang Yuncheng's figure became ethereal, leaving behind only a streak of azure light. This was a low-grade sword technique from the Qingming sword, and it was also Wang Yuncheng's most cherished sword technique. He had once successfully slain a practitioner at the 8th level of Ling Tai using this very technique. He was confident that this strike could eliminate Xiao Qingqing. Yet, in that moment, Xiao Qingqing remained unperturbed, calmly holding the sword sheath with one hand while gripping the sword hilt with the other. His gaze steady as he regarded Wang Yuncheng. The most crucial aspect of the sword drawing technique to slash the heavens is fearlessness. One must be unafraid of heaven or earth, possessing a spirit that declares none but I shall prevail. Are you frightened? You seem hesitant to even move. Ha ha ha, how pitiful. How foolish of me to worry that you might possess some hidden trump card. Wang Yuncheng laughed heartily, thrusting the Qingming sword forward with great speed. The azure radiance resembling clouds at sunset. But at that moment, Xiao Qingqing simply chuckled. An inexplicable aura surged from him, making him appear exceedingly dangerous. Draw the sword. As the azure light was about to strike him, Xiao Qingqing finally moved. The sword energy had long since gathered within the sheath, and the terrifying sword energy vortex had been suppressed to its limit. Without a doubt, he needed only to draw the sword to unleash a tempest. Slash the heavens. As the words left his lips, the sword sang like a tide. The long-accumulated sword energy erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, its overwhelming momentum descending upon all, as if hell itself had arrived. Shaking the very earth in that instant, Wang Yuncheng's eyes widened in horror, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A feeling of dread enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Danger, danger, danger. What manner of sword technique is this? Wang Yuncheng attempted to react appropriately, but just as he made a move, the light emitted by the Qingming sword shattered instantaneously. This light could not withstand the overwhelming sword energy in the slightest. Wang Yuncheng's body stiffened, his grip on the sword becoming painfully rigid. The sensation of terror consumed him entirely, rendering him incapable of any movement. The sword energy howled past, stirring up waves of fury. After a single strike, blood sprayed forth, a mist of crimson erupting from his right arm. Wang Yuncheng collapsed to the ground, bloodied, his sword-bearing arm now a mere memory. He gazed at Xiao Qingqing in horror. You, how could you possibly possess such terrifying swordsmanship? How can you be so strong? Wang Yuncheng was filled with unwillingness. He never imagined that he would perish at the hands of an inconspicuous individual. Before he could finish his words, with a thud, Wang Yuncheng fell to the ground, devoid of breath. Xiao Qingqing coldly observed this scene. It seems today, the principles of the universe have once again favored me. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the Qingming sword. This was an inferior spirit weapon, imbued with remarkable energy. When paired with a proficient sword technique, it could amplify its power significantly. Were I to wield this sword, I could likely eliminate Wang Yuncheng without even drawing the sword-drawing technique to slash the heavens. Xiao Qingqing swept his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood and evenly spreading it across the Qingming sword. The reason spirit weapons are termed as such is not solely due to their material composition. Their high value lies in their inherent spirit, which simplifies attacks without sacrificing damage. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous. From this moment forth, this sword belongs to me. For Xiao Qingqing, possessing an innate sword body, refining an inferior spirit weapon was a trivial matter. In mere moments, the Qingming sword successfully changed hands, in a display of exuberance. The Qingming sword hummed with delight. Now, let us see what other treasures this fellow possesses. Had he not underestimated his opponent, he might have lived a few moments longer. After searching Wang Yuncheng's body for a brief while, Xiao Qingcheng ultimately discovered a small jade vial. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted forth on a pill. With the rich scent permeating the air, Xiao Qingcheng immediately realized it was a high-grade elixir. I've struck gold. Extracting the elixir, Xiao Qingcheng discerned after some contemplation that it was a third-grade elixir, the Yuanling Dan, which aids in breaking through realms. It appeared this individual had been preparing for the outer sect competition in 6 months' time, aiming to reach the 7th level of Ling Tai. Generally speaking, reaching the 7th level of the Ling Tai realm enables one to enter the inner sect. However, to achieve a commendable rank in the outer sect competition, additional preparations are necessary. This Qing Ming sword is likely his trump card. If you hadn't sought trouble, it is probable that in 6 months, you would have joined the inner sect. Yet now, all of this has become a wedding dress for me. Xiao Qingcheng chuckled lightly as he turned to gaze upon the remains of his senior. He dug a grave and crafted a spiritual coffin from nearby spiritual minerals, inviting his senior to rest within. After attending to the final rites of his senior, Xiao Qingcheng knelt before the stele, lamenting, "For now, I must impose upon you, dear senior. Once I successfully enter the inner sect, I shall bring you to the sword tomb. Otherwise, with my current standing, it would only bring you shame. Though I am aware that my senior does not concern himself with such trifles, this is the only service I can render." After bowing 3 times, Xiao Qingcheng departed from the cave abode, taking with him the body of Wang Yunchong. He would not allow a nefarious individual, who harbored ill intentions towards his senior's remains, to lie here alongside them. Casually discarding the body before a mining beast, Xiao Qingcheng left the 37th mining area. Once I emerge, Gao Yunjia will undoubtedly notice someone's disappearance. My strength is still insufficient. Xiao Qingcheng has now mastered the heart sword and the sword drawing technique, as well as the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. Yet his power remains somewhat lacking. To enhance the heart sword, aside from nurturing it, he must cultivate his sea of consciousness. However, given my current situation, such an endeavor is evidently unattainable. Although the sword drawing technique has subsequent cultivation methods, the requirements are exceedingly high, and I am not yet capable of manifesting sword intent. Thus, I can only focus on cultivating the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. Xiao Qingcheng senses that this technique is not as simple as it appears. If he could discover the follow-up methods, his strength would surely double. Perhaps I should explore the task square. Xiao Qingcheng seeks tasks suited to his abilities, both to hone his skills and to acquire resources related to lightning. However, as he peruses the task board, a sudden flash of red light captures his attention. Chapter 21. Red Opportunity, the escalating difficulty of mysterious tasks. Is it merely my imagination? Turning to scan his surroundings, he finds no sign of an opportunity aura, only a female disciple clad in a red dress. Never mind, I shall first examine the tasks. The task square features 4 enormous slabs of white jade, each corresponding to different types of tasks, broadly categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each rank further subdivided into 5 tiers. Presently, Xiao Qingcheng approaches the yellow tier task slab. Yellow tier 1 star, collect 10 stalks of 7-colored cloud star grass. Cultivation requirement, spirit attraction level 3 or above. Task reward, 10 spirit jades. Yellow tier 3 star, collect 3 fire burning crystals. Cultivation requirement, spirit attraction level 7 or above. Task reward, 500 spirit jades. Choice of 1 yellow tier mid-grade technique. Yellow tier 5 star, collect a pair of thick earth pig demon fangs from the initial phase of the Ling Tai realm. Cultivation requirement, Ling Tai level 4 or above. Task reward, 2,000 spirit jades. Choice of 1 yellow tier high-grade technique. The highest yellow tier 5-star task appears promising, yet undertaking such a task for merely 1 outing feels somewhat unworthy. Xiao Qingcheng's strength is increasing rapidly, but it remains inadequate. The potential of the heavenly thunder body refinement technique is immense. The more thunder patterns he condenses, the greater the power he wields. Compared to the other 2 techniques, this one shows results more swiftly. Presently, the yellow tier tasks do not offer rewards and lightning-related resources, indicating that I must search within the mysterious tier task area. Yellow tier tasks generally serve as trials for outer sect disciples, presenting minimal challenges. The distinctions from 1 star to 5 stars are quite pronounced in this moment. Xiao Qingcheng's gaze shifts towards the mysterious tier area, where tasks are typically designated for newly initiated inner sect disciples. These tasks entail a certain degree of danger, yet if completed, the rewards are far more substantial. Mysterious tier 1 star, Eliminate 10 mid-phase Ling Tai Realm blue-eyed triangular snakes and collect their gallbladders, skins, and blood. Cultivation requirement. Suggested 3 Spirit Attraction Level 7 Disciples team up for completion. Task reward, 3,000 Spirit Jades, 1 Mysterious Tier low-grade technique. Mysterious Tier 2 star. The Longshan City Lord's residence seeks aid. Eliminate lurking demonic cultivators. Task requirement. Suggested 3 Spirit Attraction Level 7 Disciples team up. Task reward, 5,000 Spirit Jades, 1 3rd-grade lightning-related spiritual object, Falling Yuan Thunder Crystal. Each subsequent Mysterious Tier task bears increasing peril. Besides collecting materials for refining tools and concocting pills from demon beasts, rescue missions have been added, significantly heightening the risk. However, it is precisely these high-risk tasks that afford the disciples of Taishu opportunities for self-refinement. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qingcheng resolves to accept both Mysterious Tier tasks. Although they are rather hazardous, the rewards are undeniably tangible. Upon arriving at the task assignment area, the overseeing disciple gazes at Xiao Qingcheng in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. Surely not, junior brother. You're only at Ling Tai level 4 and you're attempting a Mysterious Tier task? Are you courting death? The task square is bustling with activity, filled with numerous disciples. At this moment, some disciples overhear the overseer's words, among them a follower of Gao Yunjie named Deng Changdao. Is that not Xiao Qingcheng? Truly a figure who knows no bounds. Having undergone trials within the mine, Xiao Qingcheng has changed significantly. He glances at the disciple with a fierce expression, an aura of coldness emanating from him. Were it not for the task square's presence, he would ensure the disciple learns the cost of reckless words. I do not require a dog to oversee my affairs. Deng Chang instantly becomes enraged, disregarding sect regulations as he unleashes his Spirit Attraction Level 7 might, hurling a massive fist towards Xiao Qingcheng's chest. You seek death. Sensing the approaching fist, Xiao Qingcheng casually waves his hand, and a torrent of spiritual energy manifests as a colossal fan, creating a tempest that leaves a distinct handprint on Deng Chang's face. Speak carelessly again, and I shall turn you into soup for the dogs. Deng Chang cries out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Onlookers are left in disbelief, staring at Xiao Qingcheng. This outer sect disciple possesses quite the audacity. No wonder he dares to challenge the inner sect prodigy, Gao Yunjie. Xiao Qingcheng turns to the overseeing disciple, politely stating, these tasks will suffice. No alterations are necessary. At this moment, the overseeing disciple dares not say much more. Given Xiao Qingcheng's recent display of strength, completing the Mysterious Tier 1-star task does not seem implausible. If adequately prepared or in a team, even the Mysterious Tier 2-star task could potentially be accomplished. Yet, Xiao Qingcheng has no intention of relying on others. He aims to complete the tasks independently, maximizing the rewards. He still possesses a 3rd-grade Yunling Dan, which, when consumed, might elevate his realm to Ling Tai level 5. After Xiao Qingcheng departs, Deng Chang finally musters the courage to rise. Observing the onlookers' pointed fingers, his face flushes with rage as he exclaims, "What are you looking at? Xiao Qingcheng, you wait for me. Senior brother Gao will surely avenge me." Upon accepting the tasks, Xiao Qingcheng must also make certain preparations. First, he intends to consume the Yuan Lingdan to elevate his realm further. Next, he plans to acquire some 2nd-grade lightning-related spiritual objects. Currently, he has condensed only 3 thunder patterns. Although his physique has improved significantly, his speed remains somewhat sluggish. However, just as he is about to leave the task square, a commotion nearby captures his attention. You think a mere 1,000 Spirit Jades can entice me? Please, you must be joking. I am at Ling Tai level 7, not Spirit Attraction level 7, brother. I can only offer this much for now. My family specializes in refining. If you exert yourself this time, I can promise you a spiritual weapon. What a grand illusion. I want tangible benefits, brother. Scram. Do not bother me. Xiao Qingcheng locates the source of the commotion. It involves one disciple pleading with another. The latter appears quite impatient. With the outer sect competition approaching, no one is willing to abandon their cultivation to assist an unfamiliar disciple. Yet, what piques Xiao Qingcheng's interest is that the disciple seeking assistance bears a red aura above his head, signifying a red opportunity. Upon realizing this, Xiao Qingcheng's curiosity is immediately ignited. Since you do not wish to help, allow me to offer my assistance. However, Xiao Qingcheng does not approach the disciple with the red opportunity right away. Instead, he first inquires with the departing disciple. Excuse me, senior brother, May I ask what matter that junior brother sought your assistance for? He seemed quite anxious. The Spirit Attraction Level 7 disciple does not recognize Xiao Qingqing but, seeing his youthful appearance combined with being at Ling Tai Level 4, responds courteously, that fellow seems to have encountered some issues at home and wants me to provide him with some support. But you know, the outer sect competition is imminent. If something goes awry, my losses would be substantial. Moreover, he dares to offer merely 1,000 spirit jades for my help. What a joke. The journey itself is fraught with uncertainties. Xiao Qingqing comprehended the situation and expressed his gratitude. The disciple smiled briefly before departing. As time inexorably passed, Xiao Qingqing feigned interest in browsing tasks, all the while observing the disciple adorned with a crimson halo of fortune. Witnessing him face an increasing number of rejections and growing despondency, Xiao Qingqing felt the moment was ripe. I have been watching you for quite a while, junior brother. Do you require assistance? Upon hearing someone engage him, the disciple's face brightened with joy, but upon sensing Xiao Qingqing's cultivation level, his expression soured. I wish to request the aid of a few senior brothers. Xiao Qingqing smiled gently, his gaze clear as he regarded the disciple. What do you think of me? Chapter 22. Linen City, the invaluable Crimson Fortune. The disciple bearing the Crimson Fortune was named Gu Kan, a native of Linen City. In half a month, it would be his father's birthday celebration. However, as a faction within Linen City, the Gu family's position was precarious, with two rival weapon refining families eyeing them covetously, leading to continuous friction in recent years. The Gu family, now weakened, struggled to maintain their share of the red gold mines. Gu Kan's desire to invite fellow disciples to return with him to the Gu family was driven by the hope of leveraging the prestige of the Taishu sacred land to deter the two rival families, preventing any disturbances during his father's celebration. Yet, as days passed, he found himself unable to secure the company of a capable senior brother, and anxiety began to creep in. Hearing someone speak to him filled him with excitement. But when he discerned Xiao Qingqing's level of power, his face turned bittersweet. I need at least 2 senior brothers of the 7th level of spirit platform to accompany me. Otherwise, I fear this venture may be precarious. There was a possibility of conflict. What's the issue? I simply wish to join in the excitement. To be candid, I have taken on several tasks. Since I am already heading out, I thought to travel in company. At this moment, Gu Kan realized Xiao Qingqing's intentions to bolster numbers and enhance their standing. If he could recruit more disciples from the Taishu to accompany him in honoring his father, perhaps he could avert potential conflicts without bloodshed. In that case, I can only offer you 300 spirit jade as a token of appreciation. However, rest assured, all expenses incurred on this journey will be mine. Xiao Qingqing nodded. He was indifferent to the amount of spirit jade Gu Kan offered. What truly mattered to him was the crimson fortune that Gu Kan possessed. Thus, regardless of how much spirit jade Gu Kan provided as compensation, Xiao Qingqing was determined to ensure that matters would be resolved favorably. If action was necessary, he would not hesitate. Prepare yourself, junior brother. We may set off tomorrow. Xiao Qingqing nodded, contemplating that if they were in such a hurry, he might miss the opportunity to cultivate the Thunder Mark and would have to resort to consuming the Yuanling pill instead. After departing from the task square, Xiao Qingqing returned directly to his small courtyard. He retrieved the Yuanling pill from the jade vial and began to swallow and refine it. As his spiritual energy circulated, the medicinal properties of the third-grade elixir began to activate, a refreshing stream coursing through Xiao Qingqing's limbs and meridians. For his current stage, the potency of the third-grade elixir was quite formidable. The spirit platform within his dantian trembled slightly, azure energy radiating softly, appearing exceedingly ethereal. As the foundation of his spirit platform gradually strengthened, Xiao Qingqing's cultivation unexpectedly shifted, unleashing a surge of powerful energy from within his body. Bones crackling, sword intent swirling. Xiao Qingqing successfully ascended to the 5th level of spirit platform. With this, the medicinal power of the third-grade Yuanling pill was entirely consumed. If an ordinary person at my level were to consume a Yuanling pill, they might easily break through to the 6th level of spirit platform, yet I have merely progressed by 1 level. However, this also serves to demonstrate the robustness of my foundation. Rather than feeling disheartened, Xiao Qingqing found joy in his progress. As dawn broke, he decided to visit the morning market. Although he did not need to purchase Thunder-type spiritual items, he required a few essential supplies for his journey. After a leisurely stroll, Xiao Qingqing ultimately bought a formation plate inscribed with a barrier array and some elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy and stave off hunger. This barrier formation plate was a commonly used item for cultivators when venturing out. Activated by Spirit Jade, it could create a small formation that isolated the outside world, allowing for cultivation within and providing a safe haven in times of danger. A truly practical formation. As for talismans and hidden weapons, Xiao Qingqing did not intend to purchase any. Not long after, the communication talisman on Xiao Qingqing's person began to tremble lightly. Upon receiving the message, he promptly made his way to the task square. Upon arrival, he found Gu Kan already present, accompanied by a disciple exuding a formidable aura. This disciple was named Zhang Hai, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th level of Spirit Platform. You're quite slow, Zhang Hai remarked with a furrowed brow, displaying his displeasure. He had anticipated waiting for a stronger disciple, but was instead met with a 5th-level novice, feeling his time was being wasted. Ji Yukan forced an awkward smile, attempting to explain, but was brusquely interrupted by Zhang Hai. Enough, enough. No need for explanations. Just remember our agreement. A total of 2,000 Spirit Jade. Hand me 500 now, and the remaining 1,500 upon completion. Yes, yes, Gu Kan nodded repeatedly. The reason he could enlist a disciple at the 7th level of Spirit Platform was due to the increased compensation. For a mere journey and a show of presence, he was offering 2,000 Spirit Jade, reward comparable to a yellow grade 5-star task. Afterward, Gu Kan cast an embarrassed glance at Xiao Qingqing, acutely aware of the stark disparity in their offers. Xiao Qingqing's reward was a mere 300 Spirit Jade, to be given after the fact, while Zhang Hai had already secured 500 in advance, with an additional 1,500 promised later. By the way, if this matter comes to fruition, can you assure me your family will provide me with a spiritual weapon? Zhang Hai inquired skeptically, eyeing Gu Kan. Ji Yukan nodded. This time, you two will accompany me back to celebrate my father's birthday? And the hope is that you can lend our Gu family some credibility, preventing the other two families from underestimating us. If we can decisively defeat the disciples sent by the Xing and Feng families, I, Gu Kan, promise to persuade my father to forge a spiritual weapon for both of you. A low-grade spiritual weapon costs around 10,000 Spirit Jade, a sum not easily obtainable for ordinary disciples. Even for Zhang Hai, who had attained the 7th level of Spirit Platform, he did not possess one. His willingness to agree stemmed from a gamble on fortune, hoping to acquire a low-grade spiritual weapon. Junior brother Xiao, should you need to exert yourself and perform exceptionally well, I will also petition my father to forge a spiritual weapon for you. Although he did not expect much from Xiao Qingqing, offering a few kind words cost nothing for Gu Kan. Come now, what can a mid-level Spirit Platform disciple achieve? Just don't bring embarrassment to our Taishu sacred land. Zhang Hai scoffed, urging them onward. Let us go, let us go. I can't imagine how much time has been wasted waiting for you. Seeing Xiao Qingqing remain silent, Gu Kan breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he wouldn't say anything to provoke Zhang Hai at this critical moment. Let us go, let us go. You can lead the two away from the Taishu sacred land. Descending the mountain point, 10 hurried days passed, and Linen City lay before them. Xiao Qingqing gazed at the crimson halo above Gu Kan's head, which grew increasingly radiant. Following the thread of fortune, it seemed that this opportunity awaited within the Gu family's estate. What are you looking at, junior brother Xiao? Gu Kan queried. I see you are bathed in good fortune. This birthday celebration will undoubtedly go as you wish. Chapter 23. The black-clad youth and Gu Qingtian's countenance. The Xing and Feng families are truly detestable. Over the course of these 10 days, through Gu Kan's narration, Xiao Qingqing learned the reasons behind the Gu family's gradual decline. In the past, our Gu family was undeniably the ruler of Linen City, while the Xing and Feng families were merely our subordinates. It was due to the favor bestowed upon our family by the ancestors of the Xing and Feng families that when the red gold mine was discovered, they were granted a mere 20% share each, while our Gu family retained 60%. However, 4 years ago, an unexpected incident occurred. A mystical beast of the late Xiandan stage emerged from the depths of the red gold mine. The three families conspired to eliminate the beast. But who could have foreseen that while the beast was vanquished, my great-grandfather's Xiandan foundation was left in ruins? Since then, the ambitions of the Xing and Feng families could no longer be concealed. They began to systematically encroach upon our Gu family's assets. Were it not for my elder brother and me entering the sacred land, their predatory behavior would have been even more egregious. As the discussion reached this point, a surge of anger welled up within Gu Kan among the Gu family. His most cherished and revered figure was none other than the Elder Master. Being of illegitimate birth, His mother had originally been a mere maid in the Gu household. Had it not been for the elder master's decree to protect her, it is likely that his very existence would have been in jeopardy. The Gu family was the culmination of the elder master's lifetime of dedication. Thus, Gu Qin would never allow the predatory ambitions of the Xing Feng family to come to fruition. Setting aside that matter, he noted that they were nearing home and resolved to extend a warm welcome to his two companions. In Linen City, the Gu family, one of the three prominent families, boasted vast grounds adorned with opulent decorations, where extraordinary sights and peculiar stones could be found amidst the pavilions and waterside pavilions. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Gu household was one of great excitement and joy. The second young master has returned. Quick, come and receive him, cried the young servant at the entrance, before hastily making his way toward the back courtyard. As the servant's enthusiastic exclamations echoed, more and more individuals became aware of Gu Qian's return, with numerous servants peering out, eager to catch a glimpse of the second young master. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Gu family, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor stood within a long corridor pavilion. Bearing a resemblance to Gu Qian, this man was Gu Qingtian, the head of the Gu family. A steward standing behind him slightly bowed and said, "Master, the second young master has returned. He is accompanied by two friends, who appear to be disciples of the Tai Su sacred land." Jiu Chengtian's eyes widened in surprise, his expression tinged with irritation. This rebellious son has finally decided to return. It seems he has gained some skills at Tai Su and has grown quite audacious. His disdain for Gu Qian was deeply rooted, primarily due to Gu Qian's mother. Although he had acted indiscriminately in his youth, Gu Qian's mother had dared to approach his grandfather and weep, resulting in his own reprimand. Not only that, the incident had become common knowledge throughout Linen City, leaving him utterly humiliated. He regretted allowing Gu Qian to attend Tai Su. That opportunity should have gone to his elder brother. Gu Yongni in the main hall, Xiao Qingqing had been waiting for quite some time. Beside him, Zhang Hai was growing increasingly impatient. Were it not for Gu Qian's outstanding spirit stones still owed to him, he would have likely abandoned the endeavor by now. After all, he was a disciple of the Tai Su sacred land. How dare the head of the Gu family keep him waiting for so long? Gu Qian's efforts to appease him and the offering of several spirit fruits had only somewhat improved Zhang Hai's demeanor. At last, two middle-aged men emerged from behind the screen, one of whom, with a stern expression, was Gu Chengtian. "I pay my respects to my father," Gu Qian said, bowing respectfully. Gu Chengtian, seated upon the high dais, sipped his spirit tea with an inscrutable expression, taking a moment before finally uttering a single word. His words were as precious as gold. When he turned his gaze toward Xiao Qingqing and Zhang Hai, his expression softened slightly, though not significantly, as he discerned that neither was an inner disciple of the Tai Su sacred land. "Make sure to take good care of my son's two friends," he instructed before preparing to turn away. Zhang Hai, feeling slighted by Gu Chengtian's apparent disregard, was unable to contain his dissatisfaction. Just then, a young servant's cheerful shout echoed from outside. "The eldest young master has returned. The eldest young master has returned." Gu Chengtian's face lit up with joy as he quickly halted his departure and strode toward the entrance. "Is Younger back?" As his question lingered in the air, a tall and handsome young man entered the courtyard, Gu Yong, the eldest son of the Gu family. Beside him stood a cold-faced young man clad in black, exuding a menacing aura, clutching a blood-red sword, his spirit energy radiating fiercely, clearly showcasing his prowess at the 8th level of the spirit platform. Seeing him, Gu Chengtian beamed with delight, patting Gu Yong on the shoulder. "Younger has returned. How wonderful!" He surveyed Gu Yong with unrestrained satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent, truly, my Gu family's Qilin son. And this is your friend from the Wan Chu sacred land? Such demeanor. He must be a remarkable young talent. It is indeed fortunate for my Younger to have a friend of your caliber. Quick, someone, ensure this young gentleman is well entertained." Gu Chengtian's reception of his sons was markedly different. He was warm and exuberant toward Gu Yong, while cold and dismissive toward Gu Qin. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Qin interjected, "This is my elder brother, Gu Yong, who has entered the Wan Chu sacred land. My father has always favored him since childhood." So, Xiao Qingcheng sighed inwardly. This was no mere matter of favoritism. However, he chose not to delve further into the issue, as it was a private family affair. On the other hand, Zhang Hai, lacking such restraint, retorted, "What do you mean by that? You greet this pretty boy with open arms, as if he were your long-lost father. yet treat Gu Kan with such coldness. Could it be that Gu Kan is not your blood? Gu Chengtian was enraged. And even the smiling Gu Yang furrowed his brow, casting an angry glance at Zhang Hai. Apologize to my father. Otherwise, I shall tear your mouth apart. Zhang Hai chuckled coldly. What? Is being a disciple of the Wan Chu sacred land so impressive? I waited here for your father for a full incense stick's worth of time, and not even a cup of tea was offered, if it weren't for the utter lack of decorum in the Gu family. It would appear that you look down upon the Tai Su sacred land. The black-clad young man standing beside Gu Yang also wore an unkind expression, his gaze toward Zhang Hai icy. Tensions had long existed between the Wan Chu sacred land and the Tai Su sacred land, with frequent clashes between their disciples. Zhang Hai's brazen remarks only served to aggravate him further. Is this how your Tai Su sacred land trains its disciples? No wonder it is declining day by day. It seems there are many pests like you among its ranks at that moment. The black-clad youth's spirit sword unsheathed, unleashing a wave of brutal malevolence, akin to a demon being released, startling the surrounding insects and birds. Although Xiao Qingqing initially wished to remain uninvolved, the situation had escalated to a conflict between the sacred lands, and he could no longer stand idly by. You may insult Zhang Hai as you wish, however. Looking down upon the Tai Su sacred land is where you err. Now, apologize to my Tai Su sacred land. Or don't blame me for what happens next. Seeing the disciples of Tai Su and Wan Chu clash, Gu Qingtian's expression shifted. He might have ignored Gu Kan, but he would never dare provoke a conflict between the two sacred lands. Should these disciples return with grievances, no amount of heads would suffice to appease the wrath of either faction. I was foolish. I was foolish. Yet when he turned to Gu Kan, his expression hardened as he sternly commanded, Canner, quickly take your two friends away. If word of this incident spreads, it will only serve to mock my Gu family's lack of decorum. With Gu Qingtian mediating, both parties ultimately took a step back. For they were all gathered to celebrate Gu Qingtian's birthday. If a brawl were to erupt among the guests, it would indeed be an embarrassment for all involved. As Gu Kan led Xiao Qingqing and Zhang Hai away. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the black-clad youth were unmistakable. Zhang Hai was furious, but dared not voice his anger. Following their recent exchanges, he understood that the black-clad youth's strength far surpassed his own, especially with the formidable weapon he wielded. Xiao Qingqing, too, refrained from escalating matters, as his primary objective remained to obtain the red opportunity hovering above Gu Kan's head. Once they reached the guest room, he promptly sat down to meditate. With daylight still upon them, he refrained from wandering about the Gu residence. However, he had recently discerned the final destination of the red opportunity. Suppressing his impatience, he awaited the arrival of nightfall. As time slowly passed and darkness enveloped the sky, lanterns were lit throughout the Gu household. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Qingqing followed the trail of the red opportunity to a medicinal preparation shed. This must be the place, he thought, as he scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed upon a dark firewood stick. Upon grasping it, the red opportunity line vanished from sight. Is this the red opportunity? It appears rather unremarkable. Xiao Qingqing toyed with the stick in his hand, unable to identify any extraordinary qualities at first glance. Could it be akin to a sword bone-type red opportunity? Perhaps I should refine this blackened exterior to reveal the true nature of this firewood stick. After securing the stick, Xiao Qingqing prepared to leave. Just as he was about to return to his room, a voice called out to him, Xiao Shidi, why haven't you turned in for the night? The visitor was Gu Kan, yet at this moment, his expression was far from pleasant, revealing a visage of sorrow. Unable to sleep, he wandered aimlessly. With a sigh, Gu Kan remarked, perhaps you should rest early, Xiao Shidi. Tomorrow may require your assistance once more. Xiao Qingqing inquired, is there something troubling you, Shi Xiao? Perhaps I could offer my aid. Gu Kan shook his head, but soon a flicker of hope emerged within him. He was not entirely familiar with Xiao Qingqing's background. Perhaps, just perhaps, Xiao Qingqing could indeed provide a solution. I trust you are aware of my great-grandfather's condition. I have just visited him. He is shrouded in despair. His profound core utterly damaged, enduring daily torment as he suffers the gnawing pain inflicted by the spirit-devouring insect. The spirit-devouring insect is an exceedingly peculiar creature, existing in the liminal space between reality and illusion. Capable of invading the human body and devouring one's spiritual core, shattering the profound core to pieces. This insect is notoriously troublesome. unless a celestial being who has opened their consciousness intervenes. It is nearly impossible to eradicate this spirit-devouring insect. Yet, whether it is fortune or misfortune, Gukan has encountered Shao Qingqing. Since I have received a red opportunity from you, I shall extend my hand to aid in the healing of your great-grandfather. After parting ways, Shao Qingqing hastened towards the cave dwelling of Gu Xianin, Gukan's great-grandfather. However, he did not reside in the family estate. Instead, he had carved out a cave in the back mountains of the Gu family, where he lived alone. At this moment, within the cave, Gu Xianin was channeling his spiritual energy to safeguard his precarious profound core. The spirit-devouring insect could consume spiritual energy first, prioritizing it over the profound core. However, Gu Xianin, now advanced in age, found his cultivation speed diminishing. The spiritual energy he cultivated was insufficient to satiate the spirit-devouring insect. Over time, this would inevitably lead to the gradual consumption of his profound core by the insect. Who goes there? Despite his diminished strength, Gu Xianin was still a profound core practitioner with keen awareness. He sensed someone probing into his situation. Yet, this was due to Shao Qingqing's deliberate actions. Otherwise, the subsequent developments would be problematic. Shao Qingqing did not enter the cave, but instead communicated through spiritual sound. A visitor from the void has arrived. Thanks to Gu Kan, I am here to heal your wounds. Perhaps I can help you slay the spirit-devouring insect within you. Upon hearing this, Gu Xianin was overjoyed. Although he harbored some doubts about the visitor's identity, he soon found solace in the realization that his current predicament was dire. He could plunge into the spirit platform realm at any moment. The Xing and Feng families would not summon a powerful being of at least the divine abode realm to assist a nearly deceased old man like him. I am in your debt, esteemed senior. It was evident that Gu Xianin regarded Shao Qingqing as a formidable elder. This might be his only lifeline. Without hesitation, he opened his consciousness. It must be said that Gu Xianin was rather audacious in his actions, displaying remarkable courage. Most would hesitate to open their consciousness without verification. Consider yourself fortunate. Thanks to Shao Qingqing's celestial consciousness, his spiritual sense was extraordinarily robust. Even separated by a stone door, he could perceive Gu Xianin's condition within the cave. Heart Sword, unleash. The golden vertical eye at his forehead suddenly radiated brilliance, and a resplendent golden phantom sword swiftly entered Gu Xianin's body. Within the profound core, atop the spiritual platform, floated a Saiyan profound pill, the very essence of the profound core. At this moment, under Shao Qingqing's perception, countless holes appeared within the profound pill, nearly covering its entire surface. Shao Qingqing could hardly fathom the intense agony this elderly man endured day and night. The spirit-devouring insect was indeed formidable. Shao Qingqing pinpointed the location of the spirit-devouring insect and swiftly maneuvered the heart sword. A golden line instantly engulfed the spirit-devouring insect, and at the moment of its demise, an exceptionally pure spiritual energy overflowed from the dilapidated profound pill. What is this? Gu Xianin was taken aback, sensing a pure warm current emerging within his profound pill. Meanwhile, Shao Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time employing the heart sword, yet the outcome was splendid. He had successfully slain the spirit-devouring insect. The spirit-devouring insect has been eliminated. The rest is for you to manage. With that, Shao Qingqing departed. Within the cave, Gu Xianin immediately soared out, eager to glimpse the true visage of the esteemed elder. However, upon opening the stone door, he found himself face to face with emptiness. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. The grace of healing the profound pill shall be eternally etched in my memory. Gu Xianin bowed deeply, his heart overflowing with gratitude towards Shao Qingqing. The possibility of recovery had emerged. This kindness was monumental, truly, a master from the void, elusive like a dragon's tail. Subsequently, he returned to the cave, commencing the restoration of his profound pill. Moments later, Gu Xianin, with his white hair billowing and spirit rejuvenated, donned a gray robe that rustled with energy. The cave suffused with abundant spiritual essence. He exhaled, and a Saiyan profound pill materialized before him. Ha ha ha! 4 years, 4 years. I have endured 4 years of torment. Tears of excitement glimmered in the corners of Gu Xianin's eyes. After hardship comes sweetness. Heaven still favors the Gu family. My dear grandson, my cherished grandson. Ha ha ha. I never imagined my successful healing would stem from that seemingly trivial event. To him, The lineage of the Gu family mattered more than the identity of the mother. Hence, he protected Gu Qin's mother. After his laughter subsided, Gu Xianan regained his composure. I must endure a little longer. The Xing and Feng families could never have anticipated that I, Gu Xianan, still harbored the possibility of seeing the light of day again. Not only that, but my understanding of Dao has also advanced a level. As the night descended, the city of Linen bathed in a soothing ambience, while the flickering lights of the Xing and Feng families hinted at conspiracies brewing. Despite the tranquility enveloping the Gu family, beneath this calm surface lay a simmering fire. Younger, tomorrow will test you against the esteemed nephew. Rest assured, father, tomorrow, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, I shall not allow the Xing and Feng families to succeed. Moreover, with brother Yiming here, the Gu family's legacy shall not falter. It cannot falter. Gu Yang was brimming with confidence in the brother he had invited. Yiming's strength had reached the 8th level of the spiritual platform and was an inner disciple of the Wanchu Holy Land. Practicing a terrifyingly advanced profound technique. Excellent, excellent, with you by my side. The Gu family is more than sufficient. However, all of this was irrelevant to Xiao Qingqing. Having assisted Gu Xianan in eliminating the spirit-devouring insect, and with the task of helping Gu Qin stabilize the situation tomorrow, Xiao Qingqing's mission would be deemed complete. He returned to his chamber and casually set up a barrier formation. Being outside the Void Holy Land, caution was prudent during cultivation. Taking out the fire stick he had recently acquired, Xiao Qingqing began to study it meticulously. Opportunities labeled as red were never trivial matters. The sword bone had once brought about a transformative change in his life. This mysterious fire stick was likely no less significant. He carefully peeled away the blackened exterior of the fire stick with his spiritual energy. Layers of accumulated debris from years of exposure to the elements, devoid of any utility. Xiao Qingqing meticulously channeled his spiritual energy, azure currents swirling around his slender fingers, unfurling into thin, sharp blades. As he stripped away layer after layer. The fire stick finally revealed its remarkable essence, disclosing tiny crystalline substances within. Upon touching it with his fingertip, he suddenly felt a piercing sensation, as if grazed by a sharp sword. What is this? Is this a crystallization of sword intent? The Void Records was a compendium that documented various customs, biographies of notable figures, rare materials, and common knowledge within the cultivation world. A mandatory reading for disciples of the Void. Xiao Qingqing had memorized it thoroughly. Upon contacting the crystal, he immediately comprehended its significance. Sword intent was stratified. Each stage exhibited its distinctive characteristics, while sword intent crystallization was a unique product infused with sword intent. Users could directly grasp the sword intent through these crystals or enhance their sword intent seeds. Truly a red opportunity. Xiao Qingqing's sword drawing slash of the heavens was only cultivated to the first layer. The reason he struggled to progress further was due to his insufficient comprehension of sword intent. But now, an entire piece of sword intent crystallization lay before him. If he absorbed it, his sword intent seed might undergo a transformation. Excellent. I must seize this opportunity to absorb the sword intent crystallization. It will bolster my confidence for the impending conflict tomorrow. If the Xing and Feng families indeed harbor ulterior motives, it is likely that this confrontation will not be resolved hastily. It may very well be a matter of life and death. However, the stronger one appears, the more wary the Xing and Feng families may become. Although they wield considerable influence in Linen City, they cannot afford to offend the disciples of the Tai Su sacred land. Absorb. As the dark exterior was completely stripped away, a brilliant crystal of sword intent emerged before him. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing noticed a trace of black substance still lingering within the crystal. Never mind, I shall absorb this crystal first. Boom, boom. The sword intent crystal lay before him, and the seed of sword intent within Xiao Qingqing's body trembled with fervor. Emitting a resonant hum.it fervently absorbed the lingering essence of swordsmanship contained within the crystal, and the sword eye at his brow radiated brilliance, exhaling celestial mist and divine light, transforming into numerous ethereal rainbows. Showcasing an extraordinary aura, the sword bone in his chest also stirred, mysterious runes gradually revealing themselves, as the terrifying path of the sword enveloped his entire being, sword intent swirling, spiritual energy suffusing the air. In that moment, Xiao Qingqing resembled a precious sword being refined, its edge concealed, akin to a blade honed over a decade. As time passed slowly, the sword intent crystal grew increasingly thin, while subtle changes occurred within Xiao Qingqing's body, as if something formidable were being gestated. Meanwhile, as Xiao Qingqing entered his secluded meditation, the Gu family was adorned with festive decorations, a scene of jubilation. The long-anticipated birthday banquet of the Gu family patriarch, Gu Chengtian, had finally commenced. Standing in the courtyard, Gu Chengtian looked upon the multitude of guests who had gathered to celebrate him, a sense of joy swelling within him. Ever since the Gu family's patriarch had suffered a loss of foundation, their influence had waned day by day, and life had turned considerably bleak. Now, witnessing the hall filled with well-wishers, Gu Chengtian felt as though he had returned to the past, to the days when the Gu family was at the height of its power. Ha ha ha, how could the Gu family's birthday celebration be complete without inviting the Xing and Feng families? We are all branches of the same tree, inseparable. Accompanied by hearty laughter, the patriarchs of the Xing and Feng families arrived together, followed by a throng of family disciples, among whom were several exceptionally strong youths. The crowd was imposing and their arrival was formidable. Initially, Gu Chengtian had harbored some concerns, but after a heart-to-heart with his son the previous night, he felt considerably reassured. At this moment, facing such a multitude of family disciples, Gu Chengtian was undaunted. Ha ha ha, guests are always welcome. Please, take your seats. Let's celebrate together. I have come today to share an important matter. The patriarch of the Xing family spoke meaningfully, his eyes glimmering with cunning like that of an old fox. The patriarch of the Xing family chuckled. Interestingly, I have a younger son who recently returned, and today happens to be his birthday. Asa father, I wish to celebrate his birth. Therefore, I would like to invite all of you to gather at my Xing family. Jiyu Chengtian's expression hardened. What do you mean by that? The patriarch of the Xing family replied coldly. What do I mean? You should know. The patriarch of the Feng family seemed to mock him, saying, the Gu family's venue is too small to accommodate so many people. Why not go to the Xing family? 3 families celebrating together, everyone will enjoy themselves. Upon hearing this, the Gu family members were instantly incensed. Jiyu Chengtian retorted icily. I knew that your families harbored insidious ambitions. However, if you seek a disturbance, the Gu family will not cower. Is it merely the desire for the red gold mine? Then let it be decided by skill. The Gu family members echoed in unison. By skill, by skill. The patriarch of the Xing family remained stoic, yet a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Such words are heavy. We 3 families are like one family. Creating discord is ill-advised. How about we send forth the younger generations to compete? Whichever family's disciple stands last will gain the right to the allocation of the red gold mine. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengtian was furious. The Xing and Feng families sought to treat the Gu family as a soft target, intending to swallow them whole. However, with Gu Yang's return, Gu Chengtian felt a surge of confidence. Very well, let us proceed to the red gold mine outside the city. You 2 families should prepare the mining contracts for when the time comes. The Xing and Feng families, seeing their plan succeed, broke into laughter, exchanging knowing glances, their intentions unspoken. Tio seized the Gu family's mind justly today. They had prepared thoroughly, convinced they had secured the upper hand. Younger, Yi Xian, I entrust this to you both. The fate of the Gu family rests on this battle, Jiyu Chengtian said with a beaming smile. If I can acquire the mining rights from the Xing and Feng families, it won't be long before the Gu family regains its former glory. Father, I too shall exert my utmost effort to defend the honor of the Gu family. Gu Qin declared, eager to demonstrate his loyalty. The 2 senior brothers I invited are formidable as well. However, at this moment, Gu Yang merely chuckled, casting a scornful glance. Whether they are strong or not, I cannot say. But your junior brother certainly carries a significant AI or IT is already noon, yet he has yet to offer our father any birthday wishes. Jiyu Qian's expression turned awkward. He had sought out Xiao Qingqing early that morning, but was thwarted by a powerful barrier preventing his entry. He suppressed his embarrassment and explained, Junior brother Xiao must be in seclusion. He likely wishes to assist the Gu family in overcoming this tribulation. Tribulation? Ha! This is no tribulation. With senior brother Yi present, the Gu family is certain to triumph. You can inform your junior brother to focus on his meditation and not to concern himself with us. A 5th-level Ling Tai cultivator is no different from having none. Chapter 26. Gu Yang's defeat and the terrifying Xing Tian Gu Qin clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration, yet ultimately felt powerless. Letting his hands fall loose, 5th level Ling Tai. Am I not also a 5th level Ling Tai? Gu Yang's words seemed to belittle Xiao Qingqing's worth, but in truth, they reflected his own insecurities. Throughout the journey, Gu Kan felt increasingly disheartened. He was wholly devoted to the Gu family, yet the family members appeared to regard him with skepticism. Even some servants only feigned respect while harboring contempt for him in secret. Was it merely because his mother was a maid? Or because of his humble origins? Gu Kan shook his head, feeling a pang of sorrow. Fear not, brother. I shall step onto the stage first. Perhaps I alone can sweep away all the disciples of the Xing and Feng families in one fell swoop. Gu Yang patted Gu Kan's shoulder, his smile radiant. Let them see the strength of the Gu family's prodigy. In this contest, victory is assured for us. Victory, victory. The Gu family rallied behind him. Jiu Yang was the anchor of the Gu family. His presence on the arena drew cheers from many disciples. His status within the family was exalted. The arena spanned 100 feet square, delineated by the elders of the 3 families. As for the rules, the one who stands last shall be the victor. Clad in white, Gu Yang wielded a jade fan, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His features were handsome, and his charming smile drew the glances of many surrounding young women. Which of the Xing and Feng families dares to step forward first? Gu Yang asked, folding his fan. With a sudden crack, a terrifying aura erupted from him. He was a 7th level Ling Tai cultivator. Had it not been for his remarkable talent allowing him to enter the inner circle of the Wanchu sacred land, he would not have been able to invite a prodigious figure like Yi Ming to stand with him. This competition cannot be won merely by flaunting one's charm. A disciple from the Feng family, a 6th level Ling Tai cultivator, was the first to leap onto the stage, brandishing a purple-scaled whip that crackled with thunder. Is this it? This hardly proves your strength. Gu Yang struck instantly. As he opened and closed his jade fan, over 100 spiritual energy darts materialized, each one razor-sharp. Swish, 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 Gu Yang unleashed the full extent of his 7th level Ling Tai prowess, swiftly overpowering the Feng family disciple wielding the purple whip. Soon, Gu Yang unleashed another wave of spiritual energy, akin to a shooting star, sending the Feng family disciple tumbling off the stage. Jiu Yang wins. The first battle was a resounding success, bringing elation to the entire Gu family. As expected of the Gu family's eldest son, his strength is impressive. The patriarch of the Xing family wore a stoic expression, while Gu Chengtian laughed heartily, a sense of pride evident on his face as he glanced at the Xing and Feng families, disdain flickering in his eyes. Behold, this is the prodigy of the Gu family. Acknowledged. On the arena, Gu Yang continued his stellar performance, winning 3 consecutive battles, elevating the Gu family's morale to its zenith. As expected of the eldest son, his strength is indeed formidable. If I were to compete, I might not even withstand a single blow from him. Indeed. Otherwise, why is he the eldest son while we are merely collateral? The eldest son is mighty. The eldest son shall surely win. The eldest son is indeed a distinguished disciple of the Wanchu sacred land. Beside him, an individual cast a pointed glance at Gu Kan. Although they were both from the main lineage, Gu Kan's performance was utterly unremarkable. Had the eldest young master been the one to enter the Taishu sacred land back then, the Xing and Feng families would likely not have dared to show up today. Indeed, one wonders what Gu Kan is thinking. Such selfishness. 3 years in the Taishu sacred land, and he is still merely at the 5th level of the spirit platform. If it were the eldest young master, he would have undoubtedly broken through to the 9th level by now. Gu Kan felt a deep sense of discomfort in his heart. Who could fathom the hardships he endured in the Taishu sacred land? His talent was no inferior to Gu Yang's. In fact, it might even surpass Gu Yang's. Otherwise, why would the Taishu sacred land have accepted him as a disciple in the first place? Yet, in these 3 years of cultivation, the Gu family provided him with no support whatsoever. All his resources were wrested from the ground up by himself. In stark contrast, Gu Yang received a steady stream of resources from the Gu family every month. At times, Gu Kan pondered, if only he possessed the resources that Gu Yang had, would he not have already ascended to the inner sect? On the other side, within the Xing and Feng families, Xing Tian urged, Tian, why are you still hesitating? The longer this drags on, the worse it is for the morale of our 2 families. The head of the Xing family wore a gloomy expression. His gaze fixed on Gu Yang on the stage, his demeanor somewhat displeased. Xing Tian replied, When heaven intends to bring about a person's ruin, it first drives them to madness. I had initially planned to let him gather some momentum before I struck him down with thunderous force, allowing me to break through to a higher level of swordsmanship. However, since Father has spoken, a brief delay will not matter. I shall go now. Xing Tian's eyes shifted towards Yiming, the black-clad disciple invited by Gu Yang. Aside from this individual posing a slight threat, the others were hardly worth his attention, not even Gu Yang himself. Shall we wait a bit longer? The head of the Xing family did not wish to jeopardize his son's opportunities for the sake of momentary gains. No need. Taking down a Gu Yang will not take much time at all. With that, the white-haired Xing Tian leaped onto the arena. His robust physique and wild appearance, coupled with his tightly coiled muscles, made him resemble a colossal, explosive bear. He swung his massive sword downwards, unleashing a tempest. Xing Tian, you seem remarkably confident. What, are you so eager to lose? Xing Tian's cultivation was at the 8th level of the spirit platform, one level higher than Gu Yang. Yet, having achieved 3 consecutive victories, Gu Yang's imposing aura soared. Unafraid of this burly son of the Xing family, mere verbal sparring. You ought to consider how to salvage the situation after your inevitable defeat. Just don't start crying, all right? With a derisive laugh, Xing Tian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Master Gu, give it your all. Show this barbarian the true strength of our Gu family. The Gu family's disciples shouted fervently, convinced that Gu Yang's prowess was far superior, and as long as he was present, defeat was out of the question. Jiu Yang, enraged, unleashed his spiritual energy. At that moment, the jade fan in his hand emitted a sharp blade. A torrent of spiritual weaponry cascading outward, overwhelming the surroundings. A top-grade spiritual weapon. The Gu family certainly is extravagantly wealthy. Xing Tian chuckled, yet his eyes betrayed no fear. Rather, they sparkled with a hint of madness. If Gu Yang were too weak, his enjoyment would be diminished. Crack, crack. Xing Tian stretched his muscles, producing a sound akin to bursting beans. I hope you can entertain me well. With a mighty swing, Xing Tian wielded his gigantic sword, cleaving through the air and summoning gales that howled like an enraged bear. Each step he took resonated like an earthquake, his ferocious presence leaving the spectators awestruck. Having been accepted as an inner disciple of the Wan initial sacred land, Gu Yang possessed keen insight. Upon witnessing Xing Tian's strike, he discerned that he could not withstand it head-on. Utilizing the profound footwork beneath his feet, Gu Yang deftly evaded the onslaught. Clumsy, truly too clumsy. Xing Tian chuckled mockingly, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? Suddenly, Xing Tian halted, his massive sword bending like a crescent moon, instantly altering its trajectory. At that moment, Gu Yang felt a jolt of alarm as if a terrifying bear had set its sights upon his back. There was no doubt. This bear could snuff out his life with a single blow. Stop, stop. This is a competition, not a fight to the death. Gu Chengtian shouted anxiously from below. But at this moment, Xing Tian paid him no mind. With a thunderous clang, the giant sword shattered the air, carving a blood-red gash from Gu Yang's right shoulder to his left waist. Flesh exploded, and vertebrae crumpled. Gu Yang let out a muffled groan, collapsing helplessly onto the arena. Subsequently, Xing Tian delivered a kick that sent Gu Yang tumbling off the stage, exacerbating his injuries. Witnessing this scene, the Gu family disciples below were taken aback, many filled with dread. This Xing Tian was simply too fearsome. You wretched beast, who gave you the audacity to harm my son? Gu Chengtian roared in fury, his half-step Shindan aura rising like a venomous serpent. Yet, at that moment, the head of the Xing and Feng families also unleashed his spiritual might. It's merely a competition. A mishap is just a matter of skill. Oh, not disrupt the rules, or my Shindan ancestor 1T take kindly to it. Threatened, Gu Chengtian had no choice but to relent, casting a helpless glance at the still arrogant Xing Tian on the stage. Jiu Luo, defeated. Gu Miao Miao, defeated. Gu Deshan, defeated. Gu Can, defeated. With each match that unfolded, the Gu family's third generation of disciples fell one after another, not a single victory to their name. Watching his family members carried off the arena, Gu Can felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Was it truly as these people said? Should he have relinquished the opportunity to become a disciple of the Taishu sacred land to Gu Yang back then? He turned to Zhang Hai, seeking assistance. Brother Zhang, it's your turn. I implore you to aid our Gu family. But Zhang Hai's expression shifted dramatically. He had come to the Gu family for personal gain, not to endure humiliation. With less than 4 months remaining until the outer sect competition, he was unwilling to risk any unforeseen incidents beforehand. Are you jesting? That fellow is not only at the 8th level of the spirit platform, but he also wields a top-grade spiritual weapon giant sword. You expect me to risk my life in this? Guken hung his head in despair. He understood the futility of such expectations. Zhang Hai would not throw caution to the wind for a mere 2,000 spiritual jade. Ultimately, Guken's myriad words coalesced into a single sigh. He yearned to assist the Gu family in overcoming this calamity. Yet he was powerless to do so. Jiu Cheng Tian's face turned ashen as he surveyed the scene, struggling to find a capable fighter among the Gu family's disciples. Would the Gu family truly have to surrender their share of the red gold mine to the Xing and Feng families? He was unwilling. He could not accept it. He still wished for the Gu family to thrive and grow strong under his leadership. He longed for the Gu family to reclaim its former glory as the foremost family in Linen City. He turned his gaze towards Yiming, who was also an inner disciple of the Wan Initial Sacred Land. Young friend Yiming rose, sword in hand, his gaze calm as he regarded Xing Tian on the stage. He could sense Xing Tian's formidable presence, yet he remained undaunted, confident in his own ability to secure victory. Uncle Gu, do not worry. Having received Gu Yang's kindness, I shall naturally fight for the Gu family. Chapter 27. If you can draw your sword, I will consider my defeat. Who are you? Xing Tian, radiating an explosive and unrestrained aura, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the black-clad, sword-wielding youth before him, who exuded a hint of threat. I am Yiming, an inner disciple of the Wan Initial Sacred Land. So it is a high disciple from the Wan Initial Sacred Land that I hope you can surprise me, though not be like that milk-sopish fellow. Merely posturing, a smirk curled Xing Tian's lips as he rested the massive sword upon his shoulder. Humph! Come forth! Yiming emanated an aura of danger. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two was imminent. Meanwhile, within the guest room of the Gu family, Xiao Qingcheng found himself at a pivotal moment of breaking through his sword intent. The seed of sword intent within his dantian was enveloped by pure sword energy, continually nourishing it.as and natural swordsman. Xiao Qingcheng possessed exceptional swordsmanship talent. While ordinary individuals might struggle to undergo the transformation of sword intent using crystallized sword energy, he was capable of doing so. As time flowed steadily, a remarkable metamorphosis unfolded within Xiao Qingcheng. Ethereal sword imprints intertwined in the void, mysterious runes etched themselves onto his body, and a terrifying essence of swordsmanship radiated from the golden vertical eye that materialized at his brow. At long last, crack, 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 the sounds of sword resonance echoed, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate, lively and crisp. The seed of sword intent emerged from its cocoon like a butterfly taking flight. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth like a startled swan, soaring into the heavens and shattering the firmament. Instantly, every sword within 100 miles seemed to respond, subtly trembling in the direction of that soaring sword intent. Though they could only move a minuscule fraction, that fraction was imbued with reverence and respect for the sword intent. Within the guest room, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance radiant and penetrating. As if he could see through all illusions, his gaze was alive, pure as natural gemstones, breathtakingly exquisite. Sword intent? A formidable and domineering sword intent. What could this mean? At that moment, Gu Xianen, who was in the midst of regulating his body, suddenly opened his eyes. He sought to gaze upon the source of the sword intent. In that instant, he felt his consciousness see violently tremble. Jiu Xianen gasped in pain, his eyes filled with dread. It must be that senior, undoubtedly the sword intent condensed by that esteemed figure, truly worthy of a master from the sacred land of Taishu. Gu Xianen inwardly sighed, grateful for his prior prudence in refraining from reprimanding the other. Otherwise, he feared he would not have perished to the gnawing of the soul-devouring insect, but rather be struck down by a casual blow from that senior. Well, since he could not behold the true visage of the elder, he might as well observe his own unworthy offspring. However, as Gu Xianen turned his gaze towards the martial arts arena, a surge of blood rose within him. How outrageous! Is my Gu family's third generation truly so incompetent? At that moment, in the arena, The colossal sword wielded by Xing Tian struck down with the force of a mountain, each slash as if a great peak were descending. Supported by his formidable physique, he managed to overpower Yi Ming from the sacred land of Wanchu, leaving him with no choice but to defend. Don't think you could withstand me for so long. Yet, this is where it ends. Xing Tian's innate talent had always been commendable. A year prior, he had already grasped the rudiments of sword intent, albeit lacking the final touch to condense a seed of sword intent. But just moments ago, he felt an inexplicable rhythm emanating from the giant sword in his grasp. As his momentum surged, an indomitable belief began to rise within him. Concurrently, a small seed of sword intent began to gestate within his dantian. With another mighty swing of his giant sword, a domineering aura flooded the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. Like the splitting of mountains and stones, as the giant sword descended, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Xing Tian's robust figure radiated like a blazing sun, exuding a tyrannical will that seemed capable of suppressing all. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sword intent? No, it is the seed of sword intent that Xing Tian has condensed. Ha ha ha! The genius of the Xing family is truly extraordinary, managing to condense a seed of sword intent. Ha ha ha! My sword is trembling. I suddenly feel an impulse to worship. Is this a congratulation for Brother Xing? The sound of swords resonated, and the essence of the sword came alive. It appears Brother Xing has indeed condensed an exceptional seed of sword intent. Brother Xing is magnificent. Brother Xing, show him a thing or two. On the stage, Yi Ming's eyes were filled with terror. Though he wielded a blood-colored spirit sword, he was no match for this sword intent. Thud, thud, thud. Xing Tian's attacks were as relentless as a hurricane, resembling a natural disaster, leaving no room for resistance. Is my Gu family truly facing annihilation? Gu Qingtian found it hard to believe. He never expected that Xing Tian could condense a seed of sword intent during the competition. The Gu family's younger generation felt as if they had been struck by frost, their spirits dampened, their previously held heads now drooping. It's over. It's over. My Gu family is finished. Yi Ming, my senior brother, is actually about to be defeated. This is impossible. Just as Gu Yang, who had only just regained consciousness, watched in fury, he could hardly believe his eyes. The senior brother he had idolized was being utterly dominated by Xing Tian. He felt despondent, but upon seeing Gu Can, that despair transformed into rage. You Can, this is all your fault. Aren't you supposed to be talented? Aren't you training in the sacred land of Taishu? Why can't you do anything? Are all the people you brought useless as well? Are you pleased? Are you pleased? My Gu family is doomed. He seized Gu Can by the collar, shouting with all his might. Yet it did nothing to alter the scene of Yi Ming spitting blood from Xing Tian's onslaught. Below the stage, Yi Ming, struggling to maintain his weakened stance, declared, I concede. I concede. I cannot defeat you. With that, he collapsed to the ground, while Xing Tian laughed heartily, proclaiming, Who can rival me? Who can defeat me? Ha 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 ha. I am invincible. I am invincible. Is there anyone else? Xing Tian's wolf-like gaze swept across the audience, and the Gu family's disciples dared not meet his eyes, their faces betraying their humiliation and rage. Meanwhile, the Feng and Xing families had long formed an alliance, their 3 generations intertwined through marriage. Thus, at this critical juncture, the Feng family naturally would not provoke Xing Tian. If no one from the Gu family dared to step forward, then this competition would be deemed a victory for the Xing family. Old Master Xing? The head of the Xing family chuckled lightly, casting a predatory gaze upon Gu Qingtian, akin to a gray wolf eyeing a frail and helpless lamb. He toyed with Gu Qingtian as if he were a mere puppet. Gu Qingtian clenched his fists, trembling with rage, feeling like a fool. Yet, at that moment, a sudden voice pierced through the chaos, and a young man in a blue robe emerged, sword in hand. Xiao Qingsheng, challenge you to a duel. At that moment, everyone turned their incredulous gazes towards the handsome youth who strode forth from the crowd. Who is this person? Does he not realize the strength of Xing Tian? Does he not know that Xing Tian has already condensed a seed of sword intent? How dare he issue a challenge at this moment? Many noticed that Xiao Qingsheng was merely at the 5th tier of Lingtai, their faces displaying derisive expressions. Who are you? Do you even qualify to compete with Brother Xing? Brother Xing, allow me to take this one. I am at the 7th tier of Lingtai, more than capable of defeating him. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? How dare you challenge Brother Xing, just moments ago. Brother Xing condensed a seed of sword intent and even caused phenomena, making our swords resonate on their own. Young man, step down, do not throw your life away for a moment of bravado. The head of the Xing family chuckled, surprised to find someone still willing to support the Gu family. He had initially thought that Gu Kan's identity as a disciple of the sacred land of Taishu would be their greatest asset. Yet it seemed the Gu family had abandoned him in favor of supporting Gu Yong. Who was this person, so audacious? Though he appeared young, given time, he could undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Jiu brother. Where did you find this one? Gu Chengtian's anger only escalated. Someone he deemed beneath him was being praised by his adversary's patriarch, while stepping on the pride of the Gu family's disciples. He glanced at Gu Kan, then at Xiao Qingqing. Is this not enough humiliation? Gu Kan, take your companion and leave. Gu Yang pointed and gestured, looking down upon Gu Kan, and by extension, Xiao Qingqing. How could someone associated with Gu Kan be a strong individual? Indeed, do you not feel that this embarrassment is enough? A mere 5th-tier Lingtai truly thinks he amounts to something. Gu Kan lowered his head in shame, but it was not in regard to Gu Yang or the Gu family. It was for Xiao Qingqing. Perhaps he should not have allowed Xiao Qingqing to involve himself in this matter. He felt unworthy towards Xiao Qingqing. Junior brother Xiao, this person is quite powerful, and he has just condensed a seed of sword intent. You should perhaps refrain from stepping forward. You can step forward, attempting to grasp Xiao Qingqing's hand. Yet, Xiao Qingqing resolutely declined. It matters not. If I dare to step up, I must have my own confidence. What is it to condense a seed of sword intent? I have comprehended. Before Xiao Qingqing could finish, Gu Yang rudely interrupted. What is it to condense a seed? How dare you speak so boldly? Gu Kan, your friend is truly a gem. Does he believe himself stronger than senior brother Yiming? He is truly bringing disgrace to our Gu family. Xiao Qingqing cast a cold glance at Gu Yang, retorting, speak not, and no one shall regard you as a mute. I am here to honor Gu Kan, not to elevate the Gu family's status. Should you speak again, I shall rend your mouth asunder. Ascending the stage, Xiao Qingqing offered an apologetic glance at Xing Tian. Why apologies for the disruption? I just heard that you condensed a seed of sword intent. Quite impressive. Xing Tian laughed heartily. You are stronger than the Gu family's wastrels. To dare challenge me after I have condensed my seed of sword intent. Yet, you are only marginally stronger. Let me make it clear. I will not hold back. He licked his lips, a frenzied glint in his eyes. He sought to leave a terrifying impression on all present. He aimed to instill fear within the Gu family, ensuring they would not dare to rise against him. At this moment, however, Xiao Qingqing smiled, eager to discover just how powerful he had become after comprehending sword intent. Very well, I appreciate your vigor. Therefore, Xiao Qingqing smirked, if you can draw your sword successfully before me within the next incense stick's time, then I shall concede this match. Chapter 28. The terrifying Xiao Qingqing and the cunning head of the Xing family. Since Xiao Qingqing dares to stand here, it signifies that he harbors no fear of any challenge. The essence of sword intent is a profound martial truth that is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Yet, once grasped, the power unleashed is formidable. Even though Xing Tian fortuitously condensed a seed of sword intent, to Xiao Qingqing, this presented no obstacle. Rather, it was a matter more easily resolved. Sword intent possesses an absolute suppressive force over the sword intent seed. Do you comprehend the words you utter? Xing Tian narrowed his eyes. His white hair flowing like a tempest, his sinewy muscles rippling with power, resembling a monstrous bear exuding an aura of danger. Xiao Qingqing's words, while not physically harmful, were laced with profound insult. Should you successfully draw your sword before me, I shall concede defeat in this contest. What kind of statement is this? Is it a sign of contempt for oneself? If that is the case, then draw your sword by all means as I have stated. Should you draw your sword, I will accept my defeat. Xiao Qingqing wore a confident smile, calm and unperturbed. His actions were not without reason. He aimed to establish the Gu family's standing, showcasing his prowess as a disciple of the Taishu sect, while simultaneously prompting the Xing and Feng families to ponder whether they could withstand this formidable presence. Yet, it was evident that neither the Xing nor the Feng families believed him, nor did the Gu family. But what of it? Ultimately, everything must be substantiated through strength. Very well. I had anticipated that subduing you would require some time. Who would have thought you to be such an arrogant fool? It seems I was blind to your true nature and mistakenly regarded you with a measure of respect. Xing Tian erupted, his overwhelming aura surging forth like a tidal wave, while a phantom of a monstrous bear gradually materialized behind him. His rock-like muscles surged with power, a tremendous force exploding from his arms. Rise at his bellow, the air around him seemed to twist, making breathing laborious. Yet, just as he believed he could effortlessly lift the colossal sword embedded in the arena, he was met with an unexpected reality. The sword remained utterly immovable. Not only that, the sword seemed to exhibit a degree of resistance, as if it were actively resisting Xing Tian's efforts. In that moment, Xing Tian realized that Xiao Qingcheng was not merely boasting. His gaze shifted to Xiao Qingcheng, his expression growing grave. It appears you possess more skill than I imagined. Xiao Qingcheng, hands clasped behind his back, revealed a smile that was both inscrutable and profound. Very well. I refuse to believe that your spiritual power is genuinely so formidable. Xing Tian, failing to recognize that it was Xiao Qingcheng's sword intent suppressing the spiritual sword, assumed that Xiao Qingcheng was directly channeling spiritual energy into it. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the spiritual power within him. His ascension to an inner disciple of the Qingxian sect stemmed from a serendipitous encounter that allowed him to learn the formidable body refinement technique known as the demon bear rending the heavens. His immense stature and the might of a demon bear were a direct result of this technique. At this moment, the demon bear rending the heavens surged within him. The phantom of the bear behind him became increasingly vivid. A primal aura emanating from the void, a glimmer of red flashed in Xing Tian's eyes, fierce and savage, as if he had transformed into a demon bear, merging with its essence. I refuse to believe that your spiritual power can truly rival my demon bear's brute strength. Rise! With colossal force, Xing Tian continued to roar. However, the unexpected occurred. Despite his every effort, the colossal sword remained immobile. Xing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How can your mastery over spiritual power be so profound? Impossible! This cannot be. His demon bear's brute strength could effortlessly obliterate a small hill. How could he be incapable of drawing forth a mere sword? He found it inconceivable, yet reality forced him to accept it. But even if your spiritual power is adeptly manipulated, what of it? I have successfully condensed a sword intent seed. Only I shall emerge victorious in this contest. Xing Tian, recognized for his astuteness, quickly recalibrated his mindset. He began to commune with the sword intent seed within him, convinced that invoking it would guarantee his victory. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The sword intent seed within him felt as though it had been encased in ice. Devoid of any semblance of vitality, Xing Tian was alarmed. He abruptly raised his head, only to meet the enigmatic smile of Xiao Qingcheng. In that instant, a sense of absurdity washed over him. You are the one behind this? Indeed. The only force capable of suppressing a sword intent seed is another sword intent seed. You have condensed a sword intent seed more powerful than mine? However, Xing Tian had misjudged. Xiao Qingcheng was not merely relying on his sword intent seed for suppression. You have realized this not too late, but your understanding falls significantly short, Xiao Qingcheng stated calmly. Suddenly, a profound resonance of sword Dao surged forth, the air crackling with electricity, wind and clouds swirling as the mystical sword intent rippled like stones cast into water. The void trembled, the essence of the Tao flowing. Xiao Qingcheng gazed forward with an air of tranquility. Just now, I comprehended the sword intent. That moment, every swordsman present felt their blades vibrate in response. As if bowing in reverence to Xiao Qingcheng, their lord. The sound of swords resonated like drums, an unending chorus of acknowledgement. Sword intent. This youth has actually comprehended sword intent. The head of the Xing family's complexion shifted dramatically, as an unforeseen event unfolded before him. The head of the Feng family also appeared somewhat unsettled. How could such a blunder occur in our calculations? My sword is moving. It was still just now. And now it is alive. Is it possible that the young man invited by the Gu family is the true master behind this phenomenon? How can this be? How can this be? The members of the Xing and Feng families were left in shock. Yet, the true astonishment lay with the Gu family. Diukan gazed at the young man in blue on the platform, momentarily frozen in place. He was unaware of how deeply Xiao Qingcheng had concealed his strength. Xiao Qingqing's prowess was far beyond what he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Gu Yang's expression twisted with envy and resentment, grappling with the fact that someone of a lower cultivation had comprehended sword intent. Is the world mad, or am I mad? In the shadows, Gu Xuanan was equally astonished. He looked at Xiao Qingqing, his expression shifting as he sensed an uncanny familiarity with this sword intent. Senior? A master? At this moment, Gu Xuanan found himself perplexed. Who was the individual who had helped him eliminate the spirit-devouring insects? In that instant, Gu Xuanan felt unable to fathom the calm demeanor of the youth on the platform, who exuded an air of unruffled confidence. The aura of a master was not something an ordinary person could possess. If he truly was such a figure, what terrifying potential did this young man hold? What kind of extraordinary figure stood behind him? He recalled the words spoken during the previous night's transmission. Did such a young man truly warrant consideration for his own grandnephew, if he wished? The fate of the Gu family could hinge upon his mere whim. On the platform, Xiao Qingqing stood unwavering, his azure robes immaculate, black hair cascading like a waterfall. He held his sword as if grasping the very authority of existence itself. He turned to Xing Tian and inquired, "Will you concede?" With no strength left to resist, Xing Tian could only confess that he had condensed a sword intent seed, while his opponent had comprehended sword intent, a chasm of difference between the two. He could only respond, "I concede." In that moment, both the head of the Xing family and the head of the Feng family's expressions shifted dramatically. Xing Tian's surrender signified Xiao Qingqing's overwhelming strength. Finding a rival among his peers would prove exceedingly difficult. Without a doubt, in light of this fearsome sword intent, who would dare to ascend the platform to seek humiliation? Though the Feng and Xing families had summoned external support, including those at the 8th and 9th levels of the spiritual platform, none would dare to claim they were matched for Xiao Qingqing, especially given that he appeared to be holding back. This contest could only be deemed a victory for the Gu family. Brother Xing, are we truly to relinquish our mining rights so easily? The head of the Feng family expressed his discontent. How had matters escalated to this point, allowing the Gu family to stage a comeback? What wretched fortune! The head of the Xing family's gaze shifted. Reluctantly, he did not wish for the elder of the Xing and Feng families to directly intervene against the Gu family. He had no desire to carry the burden of disgrace, as both families had risen to prominence through the goodwill of the Gu family's late patriarch. Should he directly seize the Gu family's elder, the Xing and Feng families would be ridiculed by the elders of Linen City. The fear of public opinion weighed heavily upon him. Thus, he proposed a tri-family contest. Yet, with the unforeseen turn of events, the matter he wished to avoid now loomed large on the agenda. However, this could only be executed after Xiao Qingqing departed Linen City. He could not afford to disregard the prestige of the Taishu sacred land. Through the earlier display of the Gu family's demeanor, he discerned that Xiao Qingqing might merely be an accidental invitee by Gu Kinda. Ji Yukan was unaware of Xiao Qingqing's true capabilities, indicating that their relationship bore little depth. Let us endure for now. There will be other opportunities. The Gu family cannot rise to greatness. After the head of the Xing family had pacified the head of the Feng family, he turned his gaze towards the still dazed Gu Qingtian. His expression was unfriendly, and he inwardly cursed, "What a fortunate fellow! You're granted a few more days of leisure, head of the Gu family. Truly worthy of being the birthday celebrant today. Indeed, fortune favors the worthy. Young Master Gu is remarkably talented. To associate with such promising youth, his future achievements are boundless. Regardless of today's outcome, I must first vex the Gu family." He was aware that Gu Chengtian held Gu Kan in disdain. For today's contest, let us consider it a win for the Gu family. However, since the mining contract was originally allocated by the late Lord Gu, and both of our esteemed ancestors from the Xing and Feng families consented, it is only right for our descendants to abide by it. What do you think? The head of the Xing family's piercing gaze bore down on Gu Qingtian. Knowing that as long as Gu Qingtian was not foolish, he would grasp the underlying implications of his words. Having just caught his breath, Gu Chengtian's face turned sullen once more. These two families are truly shameless, constantly using their esteemed ancestors to threaten me. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through the tension. I believe it would be best to redistribute the mining rights. Chapter 29. The battle commences. The sword intent of Xiao Qingqing erupts. Suppressing his fury, the head of the Xing family scanned the surroundings. Which coward dares to hide and sneak about? Despite the existence of certain constraints in this world, it ultimately still revolved around strength. The Xing family possessed ancestors of the Xian Dan realm. Even if they lost the contest, they were not a half-broken family like the Gu family could compare to. Only formidable strength is deemed righteous. Head of the Gu family, do you not agree with the proposal just made? As Gu Chengtian met the fierce gaze of the head of the Xing family, a flicker of trepidation ignited within him. Given the current state of the Gu family, they lacked the capability to contend with the Xing and Feng families. I agree. The head of the Xing family nodded. He surveyed the gathered families, including the Xing, the Feng, the Gu, and also Shao Qingqingdai in that case. The victor of this contest among the three families shall be the Gu family. The allocation of mining rights shall proceed as previously determined by the ancestors of the three families. The head of the Xing family's words carried weight, his declarations akin to commands that brooked no dissent. Even though the Gu family had emerged victorious, he remained the one in control of the situation. Yet, at that moment, the discordant voice rang out once more, "The victor is my Gu family. It is not for you, a mere child of the Xing family, to dictate." Instantly, the head of the Xing family was engulfed in fury. He was eager to discover who had the audacity to oppose him. "Qingtian, how are you conducting matters?" An elderly figure slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd. "You have brought shame upon my Gu family." Though his frame was slightly stooped, he radiated vitality, with white hair and a flowing white robe, embodying an ethereal grace. As he approached the stage, all the younger members of the Gu family bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the old patriarch. May the elder enjoy good health." Jiu Qingtian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Faced with the Xing and Feng families, he truly felt no inclination to resist. The head of the Xing family squinted, pondering the significance of this old man's sudden appearance. Was he genuinely seeking to redistribute the mining rights, or was he attempting to leverage the reputation of his esteemed disciple for a peace agreement with the two families? Meanwhile, the head of the Feng family did not share the same level of composure. Upon seeing the old patriarch of the Gu family, he dismissed him outright. Who is unaware that the Gu family's old patriarch has suffered great losses in strength, enduring excruciating pain daily? Perhaps he is now even weaker than I, a mere half-step into the spirit realm. What is the meaning of this, Elder Gu? Do you still believe your Gu family to be as it was in the past? You cannot simply decree changes as you please. However, he had not anticipated that the old patriarch not only had healed but also advanced in strength. "You insolent wretch, do you think you can lecture me?" Gu Xuanan's aura surged, and with a wave of his sleeve, an immense pressure descended upon the head of the Feng family. Caught off guard, the head of the Feng family was thrust into the ground, only his head remaining visible. "Elder, save me, elder, save me," he cried out desperately. At that moment, all present were astonished by Gu Xuanan's prowess. Tio strike down a half-step Xian Dan realm master into the ground with a single blow. What kind of strength was this? "You old fool, I never expected you to dare show your face again. Are you tired of living?" An elderly woman slowly emerged from the obscuring mist, her gaze dark and filled with fury. She was the head of the Feng family. "Brother Gu, I did not anticipate your arrival." The head of the Xing family chuckled as he appeared, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if trying to discern how much strength Gu Xuanan truly possessed. Upon seeing his adversaries, Gu Xuanan longed to eliminate them swiftly. Had it not been for his desperate struggle against the Xian Dan beast back then, they would not have been able to live so comfortably. Yet, no amount of scheming could have foreseen the treachery of these two, who had resorted to using soul-biting insects to ambush him, forcing him to deplete his own foundation to resist their invasion. "You wish to see how much strength I still possess? Allow me to demonstrate to you two worthless fools," Gu Xuanan declared, expelling a round, azure-hued pill from his mouth. This pill, forged by the heavens and earth, exuded a formidable aura, radiating a terrifying might. The intertwining laws of nature surrounded it, shimmering with a mesmerizing light that captivated the soul, resembling a bright moon suspended high in the sky. "What? Your Xian Dan has not yet shattered." The ancestors of the Xing and Feng families were all taken aback. Diu Xuanan had endured the torment of the soul-biting insects for 4 years, yet he still retained his Xian Dan foundation. Furthermore, his current strength seemed to have ascended beyond that of his former self. "What kind of monster is this?" Gu Xuanan shook his head, his gaze calm as he regarded the two from the Xing and Feng families. "I should never have trusted you. Listen well, descendants of the Gu family. Attack! Gu Xuanan leapt into the fray, soaring into the air to battle the ancestors of the Xing and Feng families. The other members of the Gu family, witnessing their elders' decisive action, were instantly filled with confidence, shouting their intent to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Xing and Feng families. What had begun as a contest among the youth of the three families had now descended into chaos. Kill! All members of the Xing family, follow me! Kill! The head of the Xing family had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. However, now that the Gu family had initiated the challenge, the Xing and Feng families had no choice but to respond. The head of the Xing family focused on Gu Qingtian, launching a swift assault. The power of his half-step Xiandan realm erupted unexpectedly, catching Gu Qingtian off guard. However, Gu Qingtian, as the head of the Gu family, was also a half-step Xiandan master, and the two immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingcheng, who had remained on the sidelines, was somewhat surprised. What had started as a friendly competition among the youth had transformed into a tumultuous conflict among the three families. Yet, he had no intention of intervening to assist the Gu family. After all, his mission had already been accomplished. If they wished for his assistance, the Gu family would have to pay the corresponding price. Nevertheless, while Xiao Qingcheng refrained from taking action, the head of the Feng family had no such reservations. Damn it! This is all your fault. You should be cultivating in your sacred realm, so why come down the mountain for no reason? The plot of the Xing and Feng families had appeared to be meticulously planned. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Gu family was likely on the brink of extinction. Yet, no one had anticipated that so many unexpected events would unfold. Not only had Xiao Qingcheng emerged victorious in the contest among the three families, but the patriarch of the Gu family was also very much alive and in fighting form. You're going to pay for this. As a half-step Xiandan master, the head of the Feng family unleashed a vicious assault. Two streams of spiritual energy transformed into azure serpents entwined around his arm, exuding a malevolent aura that spread from him. In that instant, Xiao Qingcheng felt an imminent threat, and the sword intent erupted within him. He regarded the approaching head of the Feng family, unperturbed, and calmly stated, I had no intention of involving myself in the disputes of your three families. But why force my hand? Do you wish for me to kill you? In an instant, a ferocious and domineering aura coalesced around Xiao Qingcheng, and the terrifying sword rhythm erupted, its powerful presence radiating outwards. Golden light emanated from his brow, illuminating his form and rendering him strikingly heroic. With one hand holding the Qingming sword, he fixed his gaze on the head of the Feng family, whose eyes were filled with fervor. I commanded you to retreat, yet you refuse. Do you truly believe me weak? Do you think my sword intent is merely for show? Chapter 30. The sword strikes the profound pill. The terrifying Tai Xian sword cultivator, Xiao Qingcheng, suppressed Xing Tian with his sword intent, making Xing Tian acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. This was why Xing Tian conceded so readily. Even though the onlookers did not witness Xiao Qingcheng unsheathing his sword, it certainly did not imply that he was weak. Xiao Qingcheng was remarkably strong, especially now that he had elevated the sword-drawing technique to its second tier. Previously, he merely activated this unparalleled sword art with the seed of sword intent. But now he wielded genuine sword intent, a first-tier sword intent. As Xiao Qingcheng grasped the hilt, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, a terrifying sword intent intricately interwoven, its divine light flickering erratically. The resonance of the sword spread out, and the laws of the sword entwined with the heavens. Draw the sword. Strike the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. A breathtaking sword light, capable of astonishing awe, was instantly unleashed. Winds and thunder erupted, and the very fabric of the heavens trembled. In that fleeting moment when the sword light appeared, the sounds within 1,000 miles seemed to fall into an eerie silence. The head of the Feng family felt an immense pressure descend upon him. As if he bore the weight of an enormous mountain, a fierce aura clung to him, rendering escape impossible. What kind of sword technique is this? The head of the Feng family was taken aback, mobilizing all his spiritual energy to conjure a blue protective shield that enveloped him. However, the instant this azure shield made contact with the sword light, countless cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread across the entire defensive barrier in an instant. Crack, crack! The head of the Feng family widened his eyes in sheer terror as a wave of danger seeped into his being. This sword light was simply too terrifying, leaving him utterly incapable of retaliation. And he was severely wounded. Point one strike, and the head of the Feng family was gravely injured. Didn't I say I wouldn't kill you outright? It seems I may have overestimated myself a bit. Since one sword cannot slay you, let us see the second. Xiao Qingqing's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful. He had originally not intended to partake in the final conflict among the three families. However, since the head of the Feng family insisted on attacking him, Xiao Qingqing had nothing more to say. If you seek death, then do not blame me. As Xiao Qingqing sheathed the Qingming sword. The sword intent that had spread around him formed a reverse vortex above his body. The sword intent retreated with the wind, and the laws of the sword coiled around him like chains. Gathering momentum, the sword-drawing technique was never a one-strike flow. It was a sword art that could be employed multiple times. Though each subsequent strike would yield diminished power, this technique remained exceptionally formidable. The head of the Feng family felt a chill run down his spine. This sword art could indeed be used a second time. He had originally thought that Xiao Qingqing's initial usage marked his limit, but it now appeared far from it. Meanwhile, Gu Xianan, who was also observing the situation below, let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Xiao Qingqing would not withstand the head of the Feng family's sneak attack. However, it was evident that he had underestimated Xiao Qingqing. He speculated that the strength Xiao Qingqing was presently exhibiting was likely far from his true capability. That terrifying divine consciousness might well be his genuine trump card. Feng the elder of the Feng family, sensed the momentum Xiao Qingqing was gathering and was taken aback. However, as she witnessed Xiao Qingqing preparing to strike, she exclaimed in alarm, "Stop! Hold your hand!" The elder of the Feng family reached out, attempting to seize Xiao Qingqing, at the very least to interrupt his impending strike. Yet, just as she extended her hand, a sharp attack suddenly surged toward her abdomen. "Old witch, how dare you? While battling me, you dare to divide your focus." Seeking death, Gu Xianan, who had originally been at a stalemate against two foes, found an opportunity due to the elder's distraction. Having withstood the gnawing of the devouring spirit insect for 4 years, Gu Xianan was no ordinary individual. His innate talent may not have been the pinnacle, but his willpower was undoubtedly top tier. Otherwise, how could he have endured the onslaught of the devouring spirit insect for 4 long years? Though his cultivation had not progressed during these years, his composure and mastery of the laws had undoubtedly ascended. 5 Young True Dragon Fist. With a thunderous shout, Gu Xianan's azure profound pill erupted violently. A terrifying torrent of spiritual energy converging upon his fists. Behind him, a massive true sun seemed to rise. As he unleashed his fists, the roar of a dragon filled the air, searing and overwhelming. As if an actual dragon had graced the earth. The elder of the Feng family was instantly gravely wounded. At that moment, having gathered a tidal wave of sword intent, Xiao Qingqing's gaze sharpened. Just as the elder of the Feng family wished, his strike did not target the head of the Feng family, but instead aimed at her. The elder of the Feng family's heart sank. A mere 5th-tier Ling Tai realm cultivator dared to attack her? What a farce! Even if she remained motionless, she was not someone a small Ling Tai realm cultivator could hope to shake. Yet, when she truly encountered that sword light, she realized how terribly mistaken she was. The terrifying sword light surged forth, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, shaking the very stars and sweeping across the sky. Under normal circumstances, such a strike might not inflict harm on a profound pill cultivator. However, the elder of the Feng family was not an intact profound pill cultivator. Her body had already been severely injured by Gu Xianan's 5 Young True Dragon Fist. The elder of the Feng family struggled to defend herself, but she could not shatter the overwhelming sword light. The crescent-shaped sword light sliced through her body, severing her in two. Crimson blood splattered across the earth, as if a mournful song transformed into a lamenting wind, echoing for miles. "Shatter her profound pill," Xiao Qingqing roared, and at that moment, the sword eye at his brow seemed to unleash a terrifying, multicolored sword light. A small golden sword shot forth in an instant. The head of the Feng family was instantly alarmed. He attempted to block the sword light with his body. Yet, he did not anticipate that this golden sword would penetrate his dantian and, in a heartbeat, shatter the foundation of his Ling Tai. The head of the Feng family fell, but the golden sword did not cease its advance. It charged straight toward the elder of the Feng family's chest. Like a stunning swan, it traversed the vast expanse, tearing through the essence of existence, bearing an indelible momentum as it surged toward the Elder. The Elder of the Feng family was gripped by fear. She could not fathom how a mere fifth-tier Ling Tai realm cultivator could possess such a terrifying sword technique and such a fierce offensive method. Yet, instinctively, she cried out, "Xing Lao Gui, save me, save me. Otherwise, we shall all perish." The Elder of the Xing family was well aware. Initially believing it was merely Gu Xianen, he did not expect another formidable adversary to emerge. He leaped into action, summoning a blue-inked small flag. However, before this blue-inked flag could achieve anything, it was struck down by Gu Xianen's silver hammer. No, no. Seeing that there was no one to assist her, the Elder of the Feng family felt her heart turn to ice. The golden sword pierced through her profound pill, crack, like shattered glass. The profound pill fragmented into countless shards. Bereft of the backing of her immense magical power, the Elder of the Feng family had only one fate awaiting her: destruction. Thud! The already uneven ground was once more struck down, creating a massive pit. That moment, all eyes turned in astonishment toward the standing Shao Qingcheng, sheathing his sword. Is this still a human? Even though the Elder of the Feng family had been gravely wounded by the Elder of the Gu family, she was still a profound pill cultivator. Yet, despite this, she was slain by the young man from the Tai Su realm. Many members of the Feng family could not accept this reality, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Shao Qingcheng. But in that moment, Shao Qingcheng merely regarded them with calmness. Whoever dares approach shall die. Chapter 31. The dust settles. The birth of the peerless sword seed. The conflict among the three families ultimately came to a halt. As the sun set and the clouds faded, the solitary echoes of a mournful song resonated through the mountains, which harbored the precious red gold mines, standing tall and unmoving. Yet, at the foot of the mountain, not far away, all was silent. The Gu family emerged victorious, as expected. The Feng family, depleted of their profound pill elder and head, was left with only a handful of weaker disciples. The Xing family fared somewhat better, but their profound pill elder had also perished in the fray. Though the head of the Xing family survived, their vitality was gravely injured, and it would take at least 20 or 30 years for them to return to their former state. The Xing family, concede. The head of the Xing family trembled as he uttered these words. In an instant, his spirit seemed to be drained by a malevolent force. He led the remaining members of the Xing family away. And at this moment, no one cared where they would go. The ground before the red gold mine was quickly cleared, leaving only the members of the Gu family. Yet, at this moment, all Gu family members, whether on high alert or dejected, shared a common trait. They gazed vacantly at Shao Qingcheng. Anyone present could discern that the Gu family's turnaround was due to the young man in the green shirt still standing on the stage. The youth, sword in hand, stood tall and graceful, his countenance striking. His eyes shone brightly, as if able to see through all the truths and illusions of the world. The Gu family, pledge to serve you for a lifetime. The Gu family, vow to toil for you. With a breath still somewhat chaotic, Gu Xianen made a move that did not surprise him in the least. Previously, he had been pondering which esteemed senior would bestow upon him healing and rid him of the devouring spirit insects. But now there was no need for speculation. The golden small sword served as the most compelling evidence. Thus, he arrived at a decision. Gu Xianen's voice resonated firmly, carrying an air of authority that reached the ears of the entire Gu family. Some were perplexed, others bewildered, yet the majority felt a wave of joy. They all understood that this elegant young man before them must surely be a direct disciple of a powerful figure within the sacred grounds. Otherwise, his strength could not be so formidable. Jiu Qingtian sat slumped on the ground, appearing utterly dispirited and lethargic. He glanced at Shao Qingcheng, his eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of admiration. Had he known that the duel would conclude in such a manner, he would have treated everyone equally. The prodigy brought by Guken surpassed all his expectations by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, he still harbored a sliver of hope, for at present, he alone could fulfill the role of the family head of the Gu clan. In the short term, he remained the exalted master of the Gu family. Allegiance to him? Why? Gu Yang's eyes dimmed, and he suddenly felt that his future might be exceedingly grim. His ability to thrive within the Wanshu sacred grounds was solely due to the backing of the Gu family. Although the Gu family could not be classified as a grand lineage, they had established themselves through the crafting of spiritual artifacts, making their existence indispensable. Yet now, the ancestral elder of the Gu family had declared an allegiance to Xiao Qingqing. While he had previously humiliated Xiao Qingqing time and again in front of everyone, Jiu Yang collapsed to the ground, tears of regret streaming down his face. At that moment, Gu Can found himself at a loss regarding how to face Xiao Qingqing. He had unwittingly expended 300 spiritual jade to summon this formidable being into his household. Zhang Hai, feeling both ashamed and astonished, directed a gaze filled with trepidation at Xiao Qingqing. Had it not been for his thick skin, he might have found himself at a loss for words. Ji Yukan inquired, Xiao Shixiang, may I ask if your assistance is truly merely a matter of convenience? Xiao Qingqing nodded. Indeed, it is merely a matter of convenience. I simply wish to behold a different scenery. He had also accepted 2 mysterious level tasks, one involving the extermination of 10 mid-stage, spirit realm green-eyed triangular snakes and the collection of their gallbladders, skins, and blood, and another being a rescue mission from the Lord of Longshan City. Is there anything you require of this old man? Gu Xianan lowered his stance significantly, genuinely wishing to lead the Gu family to pledge allegiance under Xiao Qingqing. His only uncertainty lay in whether Xiao Qingqing would accept them. Very well. Go and organize the treasury of the Xingfeng family. I wish to personally inspect it. Xiao Qingqing accepted the Gu family. Being situated in this unfamiliar world and possessing a faction of his own would undoubtedly yield benefits, especially considering that the Gu family was a renowned crafting lineage. Not only could they provide him with a substantial income, but they could also assist in forging spiritual artifacts for his future endeavors. By the way, Xiao Qingqing seemed to recall something. He had not forgotten the mockery and scorn directed at him by Gu Qingtian and Gu Yang. The previous circumstances had prevented him from addressing them, but now that the situation permitted, he would not allow these 2 offenders to act as if nothing had transpired. Strip Gu Qingtian of his position as family head. As for who shall take his place, that is for you to decide. Ji Yukan's talent is not lacking. You may nurture him further and provide him with a degree of resource inclination. Let it be so for now. Upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's decision, the last glimmer of hope for Gu Qingtian vanished without a trace. His dreams of being the family head were utterly shattered. Gu Yang, disheartened, feigned death. Providing resources to Gu Can meant a reduction in his own resources, leaving only Gu Can elated. Returning to the Gu residence, Xiao Qingqing was escorted to a flowing courtyard, the environment far superior to the guest room he had previously occupied. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also delightful. He had been eager to assist Gu Can in winning the family competition, thus he had not fully comprehended this red opportunity until now. Taking out the black stick after absorbing the sword intent crystal, Xiao Qingqing examined it with confidence. A surge of sword intent gradually enveloped the black stick. It unexpectedly began to transform. It started to thin and elongate, eventually dissipating into a golden-hued, pearlescent object resembling a sword. Is this a sword embryo? Upon grasping the sword embryo, a powerful force surged toward him like an ocean tide. A treasure? A heavy weapon? Or perhaps a sacred artifact? Xiao Qingqing's experience remained insufficient, leaving him unable to discern the true quality of the sword embryo before him. Should he ever forge this sword embryo into a weapon? What level would it achieve? Xiao Qingqing's breath quickened. Truly, this red opportunity was extraordinary. The treasures obtained were indeed powerful beyond his imagination. If I can forge this sword embryo into a sword, regardless of my own realm, even 10 Gao Yunjis combined would not suffice to stand against me. Xiao Qingqing harbored a grudge. He certainly remembered the humiliation inflicted by Gao Yunjia 3 months prior. At that time, he had just entered the spirit realm, whereas now he had reached the 5th stage of the spirit realm and even slain a severely wounded Xiandan cultivator. Gao Yunjia, just you wait. Perhaps within a year, you will no longer have the chance to surpass me. Xiao Qingqing's gaze was resolute, imbued with the confidence that he would undoubtedly achieve his goals. His journey to the Gu family had yielded immense rewards. With the support of the Gu family, he would no longer have to worry about his cultivation resources. The Gu family excelled in artifact crafting, and having acquired so many valuable materials from the Xingfeng family, it should be sufficient to refine Qingming into a treasured weapon. Should he succeed, the subsequent tasks would become significantly easier. He did not fret over the task of exterminating the snake beasts, but rather, he was genuinely concerned about the Lord of Longshan City's plea for assistance. The threat posed by the demonic cultivators was exceedingly grave. In battles of equal realms, their combat prowess often surpassed that of righteous path cultivators. Perhaps I should first leverage the power of the Gu family to investigate the depths of Longshan City. As 5 days swiftly passed, after pillaging all the resources of the Xingfeng family, the foundation of this clan had more than tripled. During this period, Xiao Qingqing also utilized his ability to perceive opportunities, successfully uncovering several high-quality materials for artifact crafting. His realm had advanced from the 5th to the 6th stage of the Spirit Realm. At this moment, within the Gu family's artifact crafting chamber, an elderly man clad in gray, his white hair billowing, bore a serious expression as he wielded a silver hammer, rhythmically striking a long sword of mixed green and blue hues. The furnace roared with flames, and swirling tongues of fire continuously licked the AI's. Various arcane seals were inscribed. The long sword radiated a terrifying might capable of sweeping across the heavens and the earth, combining numerous precious materials. And under Gu Xianin's masterful crafting skills, the Qingming sword worn by Xiao Qingcheng was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The interplay of sword and hammer produced a melody as fluid as flowing water. Originally, the Qingming sword was merely an ordinary spirit sword, but now its grade was steadily ascending, having reached the level of a top-tier spirit artifact. If the materials within the sword could perfectly meld, its grade might even rise to that of a treasured weapon. At this juncture, it was all contingent upon fate. Jiyu Xianin sighed. Achieving this quality with the sword represented the pinnacle of his skills. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing scrutinized the long sword undergoing refinement. The Qingming sword was his spoils of war, one he wielded adeptly, hence he continued to utilize it. To elevate its grade, he had expended many precious 4th-tier materials, the most valuable being a feather from the evil-eyed peacock, a beast of divine palace realm cultivation. This feather, blue in hue and adorned with shimmering eyes, appeared extraordinarily remarkable. Moreover, it possessed sufficient hardness and formidable flexibility, capable of cutting through thorns and cleaving rocks. Most importantly, this feather contained a trace of the primordial spirit of the divine palace realm beast. If unleashed, it could surely conjure a terrifying illusion. Gu Lao, do you know of any methods to suppress this feather? Xiao Qingqing articulated his thoughts. This notion bore a semblance of logic. If the residual will attached to this feather continuously repelled the other materials, it might lead to an incomplete forging of the sword. This is a manifestation of resentment. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xianin replied, "What you say is not without merit. If there exists any material capable of counteracting this feather, it would undoubtedly facilitate the sword's attainment of perfection." Jiyu Xianin found himself in a predicament. The Gu family lacked such materials. What if I were to refine it using the essence of my blood infused with my will? My blood is extraordinary, and in terms of quality, it is only superior, never inferior. Xiao Qingcheng, possessing the innate sword body and having opened a vast sea of consciousness equivalent to that of a celestial realm, could surely transform a strand of will into a superior material for artifact refinement when combined with his blood. Startled, Gu Xianin pondered this notion and concluded it was worth a try. As expected, when Xiao Qingqing's blood made contact with the Qingming sword, the restless spirit sword immediately fell into tranquility. If I am to forge a sword of treasure grade, I must pursue the very best, one that is most suited to me, with bright eyes and a flickering sword eye, an overwhelming and tyrannical sword intent coiled like a dragon, enveloping the entire courtyard in a shroud of ethereal mist. The sword intent, akin to a dragon, transformed into a gentle breeze that intertwined with the long sword eye in an instant. The sword hummed, radiating brilliance, and the sword's rhythm emerged organically as the sword itself took form. At that moment, the grade of the Qingming sword ascended entirely, and under the enhancement and tempering of both the blood and sword intent, its grade continued to rise. The low-grade treasure was no longer its pinnacle. Throughout the ongoing refinement, the long sword's grade broke through to that of a mid-grade treasure, perfectly aligning with Xiao Qingqing's essence. If wielded, its might would rival that of a high-grade treasure. Xiao Qingqing's eyes gleamed with excitement, and with a wave of his hand, the azure-blue long sword fell into his grasp. Upon contact, he felt as though the sword had extended into his arm, allowing him to command it effortlessly. Should I unleash the sword-drawing technique against a cultivator at the Xiandan realm, I would undoubtedly stand invincible. Whether or not I could slay him remains uncertain, but Xiao Qingcheng was confident that an early-stage Xiandan cultivator would pose no threat to him. This sword has been reborn. It is no longer fitting to call it the Qingming sword. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qingqing declared, "From now on, it shall be known as the Evil Eye Blue Sparrow." Seemingly pleased with this name, the treasured sword in Xiao Qingqing's grasp emitted a melodious sound and radiated beams of light. "Congratulations, young master, on acquiring such a wish-fulfilling sword," Gu Xianan timely complimented. Deep down, he too felt immense joy, not merely for being able to serve Xiao Qingqing, but for successfully crafting a sword of treasure grade. Though aided by Xiao Qingqing's blood and sword intent, the experience gained from this forging process had illuminated a path for him, enabling him to transcend the shackles of his own refinement abilities. "Mutual congratulations," Xiao Qingqing exclaimed, unable to conceal his delight, much like a child receiving a cherished toy. Meanwhile, 500 miles away in Longshan City, the grand city lay behind closed gates, its once bustling streets now eerily deserted, with families shuttering their doors. A dense, ominous cloud lingered above, casting a shadow over the city. Had Xiao Qingqing been present, he would have noticed the dark halos appearing above the heads of its inhabitants, a foreboding sign of impending doom. Within the Lord's mansion of Longshan City, a middle-aged man of average build clad in purple attire wore a troubled expression as he gazed at a white jade teacup, lifting it only to set it down again in exasperation. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Due in, when will our reinforcements arrive? That malevolent cultivator's injuries must be nearly healed. Otherwise, he wouldn't brazenly declare his intent to massacre the city in 3 days." The Lord of Longshan City was in a state of urgency. This small city rarely witnessed the presence of powerful cultivators, and he, a mere half-step into the Xiandan realm, found himself threatened by what was suspected to be a Xiandan-level malevolent cultivator. Which was indeed alarming. Just a month prior, Longshan City had thrived in peace and prosperity, but everything changed when an injured malevolent cultivator arrived. In a single day, 3 villages fell victim to his blood sacrifices to mend his wounds. Furious upon learning of this, the Lord rushed to capture the malevolent cultivator, only to find his methods exceedingly cunning, allowing him to escape time and again. With each confrontation, the cultivator's strength only grew, until finally, the Lord found himself unable to resist. Ultimately, he had to report to the Holy Land, seeking assistance. However, upon receiving this news, the malevolent cultivator continued his rampage, slaughtering 10 villages to restore his vitality, and even clashed violently when reinforcements from the Holy Land arrived. His arrogance was boundless. "Do not fret, my lord, at this moment, my 2 senior brothers are likely back at the Holy Land delivering the news. The mission's rating will surely be elevated from Xin level 2 stars to Xin level 5 stars. Trust me, Xiandan level seniors will soon arrive. This malevolent cultivator shall not last 3 days." Chapter 33. All shall perish. None shall be spared. At last, it came to an end in the depths of the forest. A youth clad in a green robe wielded a sharp sword, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. The mid-stage Ling Tai realm green-eyed triangular snake, despite its tough hide and formidable offense and defense, was as fragile as paper under the blade of the Evil Eye Blue Sparrow, falling apart with a single strike. Xiao Qingqing, wielding the Evil Eye Blue Sparrow, moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition, effortlessly dispatching his foes. After collecting the blood, skin, and gallbladders from the slain triangular snakes, he resumed his journey. This 1-star mission was now complete. Next awaited him the Xin level 2-star task, which he believed would not pose much difficulty. With the acquisition of the mid-grade treasure, the Evil Eye Blue Sparrow, Xiao Qingqing's confidence surged, filling him with a youthful exuberance. He felt invincible among his peers when wielding the sword intent. With the heart sword technique, even a Xiandan-level expert would find themselves at a disadvantage. Throughout his journey, Xiao Qingqing's spirits remained high. Upon completing this task, he would be rewarded with a precious 3rd-tier lightning elemental spirit object. Through his battles with the green-eyed triangular snakes, he recognized 2 shortcomings. His physique was lacking, and his agility was insufficient. As a dominant creature of the jungle, the triangular snakes possessed not only extraordinary strength but also remarkable speed. Though Xiao Qingqing struck swiftly, he could not outpace the snakes, leading to several setbacks. While he fought with brutal efficiency, he understood that his victories were due to his solid foundation. It was his grasp of sword intent and the protection of a treasure that enabled him to easily hunt down 10 triangular snakes. A body refinement technique was essential. The Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique would be my primary choice. Though the remnants of the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique are merely a Shin-level method, its profundity is boundless. Even though he had only condensed 3 thunder patterns thus far, Xiao Qingcheng could feel them continuously tempering his physique. Almost there in the blink of an eye, Xiao Qingcheng arrived at the outskirts of Longshan City. However, upon reaching a village, the sight before him filled him with dread and a strong sense of nausea. The village was nameless. At least, Xiao Qingcheng found no signs inscribed with its name. Entering the village, he was met with a scene of carnage. Regardless of gender or age, the ground was littered with corpses, reduced to mere skin and bones, accompanied by a putrid stench of decay. What transpired here? Xiao Qingcheng furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Was this the work of that malevolent cultivator? Such inhumane acts are truly deserving of death. His previously buoyant mood was dashed by the horrific sight before him. Leaving him unable to find joy, he searched every corner, not out of a desire for hidden opportunities, but to ascertain if any survivors remained. After circling the area 3 times, Xiao Qingcheng shook his head in dismay and departed from the nameless village. Following the river, he journeyed onward. According to the map he possessed, this river would eventually lead to Longshan City, with several villages dotting its banks. Xiao Qingcheng did not intend to head directly to Longshan City. He decided to linger in the vicinity, hoping to uncover any advantageous information. As he passed through the second village, it bore a name, Gangshan Village. However, much like the previous one, it was strewn with the lifeless bodies of those drained of blood. Yet, one detail perplexed Xiao Qingcheng. There were no children's corpses, as if they had been taken by the malevolent cultivator. After leaving, he examined several other villages. Consistently, children were absent, while adults and the elderly lay lifeless, their blood entirely siphoned away. There is no one left. It appears this situation is more troublesome than anticipated. A malevolent cultivator at the Ling Tai realm could not possibly commit such atrocities. This cultivator must at least be a Xian Dan level practitioner. 5 villages, nearly 1,000 souls. If my strength is insufficient, I may struggle even to kill. This is problematic. However, Xiao Qingcheng had no intention of retreating. He firmly believed in his own strength, confident that he could avoid defeat at the hands of a practitioner at the early stage of the Xian Dan realm, and at the very least, he could escape without issue. As he gazed at the map, he continued onward, drawing ever closer to Longshan City. Nevertheless, 2 nearby villages caught his attention, prompting him to investigate further. Yet, as he approached one of the villages, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, mingled with the faint cries of children. In an instant, Xiao Qingcheng's body tensed, and his mind raced with apprehension. Based on his assessment, the malevolent practitioner responsible for such heinous acts could only be a Xian Dan level cultivator. Though the specifics of their cultivation tier remained uncertain, concealing his presence, Xiao Qingcheng employed a straightforward yet effective method. Upon entering the village, he beheld 2 figures clad in black robes, not just one, but a group. This was a band of malevolent cultivators. He scrutinized the 2 individuals and discovered their cultivation levels were not particularly high. Both were merely at the initial stage of the Ling Tai realm. They could be eliminated. However, he was uncertain whether his actions might provoke other concealed evil cultivators lurking nearby. Amidst the chaos, the cries of children pierced the air. "Mommy, I want my mommy. Where are you? Daddy, wake up. I promise I won't make you angry anymore. Please wake up." Some children wept uncontrollably, while others stared blankly, clearly in a state of shock. Before them stood 2 sinister figures, their expressions dark and foreboding. "Enough of the crying. If you don't stop, I'll send you to meet your parents right now." One of the scarred-faced cultivators bellowed in rage, his terrifying gaze instilling fear in all the children. In that moment, silence fell over the scene. Yet, the next instant, the children, unable to control their emotions, broke into howls of despair. How bothersome! If it weren't for the sect leader wanting to refine a demonic artifact, I would have long since silenced these brats with a single strike. The scarred-faced cultivator unleashed his spiritual power, swiftly rendering the loudest children unconscious. At that moment, the remaining children, who understood the situation to some extent, began to feel a deep-seated fear. Some covered their mouths, while others stuffed their sleeves into their mouths, instinctively responding to the terror as their familiar playmates collapsed one after another. They instinctively recoiled. yearning to escape from these two demons. Ha ha ha! Did you think these little brats didn't know fear? The scarred-faced cultivator laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with mockery. Beside him, the emotionless cultivator regarded the children with cold indifference, his pallid complexion resembling that of a corpse. Enough, don't frighten them further. Otherwise, if the sect leader holds us accountable, neither of us will fare well. The emotionless cultivator was unconcerned about the children's feelings. He was solely focused on whether he would face punishment for failing to complete his mission satisfactorily. Indeed, these are all top-grade materials for refining artifacts. If they are damaged, it would be troublesome. If it weren't for the necessity to gather 100 young boys and girls, we wouldn't be taking such risks, nor would we have been discovered by those righteous sections. The scarred-faced cultivator clicked his tongue. Having grown weary of the harsh elements, once the sect leader successfully refines the demonic artifact, we shall eradicate every last one of those righteous sect members. The emotionless cultivator remained silent, but it was evident that he shared the same sentiment. However, at that moment, Xiao Qingcheng, who had been waiting patiently, could no longer contain himself. Hearing the dialogue between the two, a surge of rage welled up within him. You bastards! You deserve to die. Chapter 34. The Terrifying Evil Eye. The Green Sparrow, and the reappearance of opportunity. Who goes there? The cold-faced cultivator was the first to react, his eyes emitting two beams of dark light that shot towards Xiao Qingcheng's direction. At that moment, the scarred-faced cultivator also looked up. Upon seeing Xiao Qingcheng's youthful visage, his sense of urgency diminished significantly, and a mocking smile crept across his face. So, it is merely a boy. However, Xiao Qingcheng had no intention of underestimating them. The evil-eye Green Sparrow was unleashed in an instant, a streak of sharp sword light slicing towards the two. Yet, considering the surrounding children, he refrained from using his full strength. The clash between the dark light and the sword light erupted in a thunderous explosion. So weak! The cold-faced cultivator blocked the sword light with ease, causing the scarred-faced cultivator to relax. What a fortunate turn of events! Just when I was about to finish them off, here comes a little gift. Boy, you are destined to die. Xiao Qingcheng turned and fled, while the scarred-faced and cold-faced cultivators pursued him relentlessly. In a matter of moments, the three found themselves 300 zhang away. Why are you running, brat? The scarred-faced cultivator summoned a set of spirit swords, and under the activation of a secret method, 7 black mini-swords shot towards Xiao Qingcheng like thunderbolts. As the 7 black streaks of light approached him, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly pivoted and drew his sword out of course to select a fine plot for your grave. The Green Sparrow cried out, its radiant light shimmering, resembling a majestic peacock that exuded a fierce and savage aura akin to an ancient beast. A flash of green light cut through the earth, piercing through stone. You seek death! The scarred-faced cultivator roared in fury, indignant that a mere boy dared to mock him. Yet, as the sword light hurtled towards him, his expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the overwhelming power behind it. Hastily, he activated his secret technique, forming a defensive sword array with the 7 mini-swords. However, those mini-swords were merely spirit artifacts. Their defensive capabilities were insufficient to withstand the fierce assault of the evil-eye Green Sparrow. A true treasure. With a thunderous boom, the scarred-faced cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 7 mini-swords abruptly lost connection with him. Fear and shock coursed through him. Swatang, this boy is extraordinary. Let's attack together, all right? The cold-faced cultivator nodded, summoning a small mirror made of bones. As the surface shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, a vengeful spirit surged forth. This bone mirror was also a demonic spirit artifact, steeped in bloodshed. Seeing the cold-faced cultivator directly summon his high-grade spirit artifact, the scarred-faced cultivator burst into maniacal laughter. Die! This is a high-grade spirit artifact. Even our sect elders would struggle to contend with it. Let us see how you can be so arrogant now. Ha ha ha! The scarred-faced cultivator was utterly deranged. Why did every evil cultivator possess a spirit artifact? Were they all so wealthy? Though Xiao Qingcheng found this odd, it did not instill fear in him. Die! With the blue-green intertwined sword in hand, Xiao Qingcheng's figure flickered rapidly. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth as golden light emanated from his brow. He raised his sword, delivering a powerful slash that cleaved the vengeful spirit in half. As the spirit dissipated, golden light surged forth. The scarred-faced cultivator was left aghast, a sense of absurdity washing over him. He could tell that Xiao Qingqing's cultivation was on par with his own. Yet he never expected the boy to so easily slay the vengeful spirit, one nurtured from the flesh and blood of 9 pure maidens. Suotang, fully aware of the spirit's prowess, was equally astonished. He knew that even a Xian Dan realm cultivator could suffer losses against this spirit, yet now, he witnessed a mere Ling Tai realm cultivator effortlessly destroy it in the midst of life and death. Do you dare let your guard down? Xiao Qingqing's figure moved like a specter. After slaying the vengeful spirit, he did not halt, but instead chose to engage the 2 malevolent cultivators in a life-or-death struggle. Most cultivators in the Ling Tai realm possess the flaw of weaker physical bodies. Yet, if everyone shared the same weakness, it could hardly be deemed a flaw. With a mighty roar, Xiao Qingqing unleashed his spiritual energy. Surging forth like a tidal wave, all converging into a single sword strike, die. The cold-faced cultivator, alarmed, hurriedly activated the bone mirror to counter the impending strike. This artifact had been crafted by their sect leader. A high-grade spirit artifact made from exceptionally sturdy materials, he was confident that the bone mirror could withstand the blow. Clang. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although the evil eye green sparrow sword collided with the bone mirror, it could not withstand Xiao Qingqing's ferocious assault. Cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the mirror as Xiao Qingqing's spiritual energy surged once more, and under the immense force, he cleaved the mirror in 2. What? This is impossible! The cold-faced cultivator trembled, for the bone mirror was his life-bound artifact. If it was damaged, he too would suffer injury. How could your power be so immense? Suddenly, the cold-faced cultivator caught sight of the treasure sword in Xiao Qingqing's grasp and gasped in horror. A treasure! A treasure! You possess a treasure! The cold-faced monk's eyes turned crimson with jealousy. How could this younger individual possess a precious artifact for protection? This realization stirred a deep sense of resentment within him. After years of struggling within the cult, he had only managed to acquire a single high-grade spiritual instrument, which came with severe side effects, often leaving him in excruciating pain. Yet here stood a mere youth with a treasured artifact. How could this be fair? Nothing is impossible, Xiao Qingqing coldly retorted. Die. The sword light surged forward, accompanied by the sound of a bird's call. The 2 sinister cultivators, bereft of spiritual protection, stood no chance against Xiao Qingqing's strike. The sword's brilliance cut through the air, and both the cold-faced monk and the scarred-faced monk fell to the ground, their lives extinguished amidst hatred and jealousy. Returning to the square where the children were trapped, Xiao Qingqing frowned. The situation here had grown perilous, and with the demise of the children's parents, leaving them behind would only lead to their inevitable demise. With a flick of his sleeve, he infused the children with a soothing spiritual energy, calming their frightened bodies. Big brother, did you save us? A boy of around 7 or 8, sporting 2 little horn-like braids, looked up at Xiao Qingqing. Instantly, Xiao Qingqing recognized the boy's promising roots and innate talent. What is your name? He inquired. I'm Lu Shi. Your task is to comfort your companions. I will take you all away shortly. For now, I need to see if there are any survivors. Lu Shi nodded earnestly. Xiao Qingqing began his search throughout the village, knowing that any remaining survivors would likely be marked by a gray halo overhead. Although he had disrupted their death tribulation, their misfortune still lingered, though it would no longer threaten their lives. After a thorough search, Xiao Qingqing found no survivors. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a glimmer of purple light emanating from a dilapidated water tank. Upon investigating, he discovered a small girl curled up inside, trembling with fear, her eyes tightly shut as if attempting to feign death, though not be afraid. I am here at the command of the city lord to rescue you, Xiao Qingqing assured her, gently weaving a strand of soft, spiritual energy. Compared to the distant name of the Taishu sacred ground, the city lord's title seemed to provide her with more comfort. Yet the little girl remained apprehensive. However, as the spiritual energy enveloped her, warmth began to spread through her body. That moment, Xiao Qingqing was taken aback. The girl's innate roots appeared exceptional, at least thousands of times better than his own at that age. Have I stumbled upon another promising talent? What intrigued Xiao Qingqing even more was the rich purple halo above the girl's head. Surviving great calamities surely brings blessings. This girl possessed an astonishing fortune, represented by her purple opportunity, yet, Attending to this potential was not the immediate concern. He needed to ensure the safety of the children first. After wandering the village a few more times and finding no additional survivors, Xiao Qingcheng led the group of children towards Longshan City. Not long after his departure, in a secluded and chilly valley, a dark-clad evil cultivator gazed irritably at the shattered black stone in his hand. He was unconcerned with the lives of the two individuals, but rather worried about the implications for his plans. The name of the Taishu sacred ground carried immense weight. Though he was the leader of a cult, he still felt apprehensive. Having been gravely injured, he was forced to forcibly absorb the flesh and blood of several villagers nearby. It shouldn't be anyone from Taishu. With a glance at the two skeletal remains in the corner, he recalled having noticed two Taishu disciples hiding in Longshan City, preparing to leave. He had refrained from attacking immediately, waiting for them to distance themselves from the city before striking. The information should not have reached back. Master, I have brought them back. A minor evil cultivator at the Lingtai realm suddenly appeared behind him, accompanied by a group of unconscious children. The cult leader cackled with delight. Well done. Finally, the materials have been gathered. A glint of excitement flashed in the cult leader's eyes. He was one step closer to successfully refining a demonic artifact. Within Longshan City, after verifying his identity, Xiao Qingcheng arrived at the city lord's residence. Upon seeing Xiao Qingcheng, the lord's eyes sparkled with hope. Mistaking him for a mysterious alchemist from Taishu, the lord had been suffering from headaches due to the immense pressure exerted by the hidden evil cultivator outside the city. According to reports from his scouts, the villages surrounding Longshan City were nearly wiped out by the sinister figure. Excellent. Finally, someone has arrived. The Longshan City lord beamed with joy. Xiao Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback by the warm reception. City lord, please make arrangements for the children I brought back. We can discuss other matters later. Realizing his lack of composure, the city lord quickly summoned the chief of internal affairs to ensure the children were well taken care of. However, the usually quiet Duan Hong suddenly seemed to recall something. He felt a strange familiarity with the youth before him. You are Xiao Qingcheng? Xiao Qingcheng was taken aback, responding, Why? Do you recognize me, senior brother? Upon hearing Xiao Qingcheng's response, Duan Hong felt a wave of confusion wash over him, while the Longshan city lord, not understanding the context, thought Xiao Qingcheng was a well-known alchemist. It's wonderful that you know each other. We shall greatly rely on both of you for the affairs of Longshan City. Duan Hong quickly interjected, City Lord, you've misunderstood. He is not an alchemist. He is merely a minor cultivator at the Lingtai realm. The city lord's expression froze at that moment. Unable to gauge Xiao Qingcheng's true strength, he had assumed he was an alchemist. Now, hearing the truth, he could not suppress his alarm. You mean to say, he is not an alchemist? This is not a time for jokes. Who knows when that evil cultivator will strike? Duan Hong, feeling helpless, elaborated on Xiao Qingcheng's background, and the Longshan city lord's expression grew increasingly frantic. You should not be here. I don't know why you accepted this mission, but it is beyond your capability. The task's difficulty has escalated to a 5-star level. We are up against a suspected early-stage alchemist, and he may possess a precious artifact. You should not have come. Although Duan Hong was not well acquainted with Xiao Qingcheng, he did not wish for him to lose his life in vain. Frankly speaking, with Xiao Qingcheng's current cultivation, he would merely be serving as a meal for the evil cultivator. Yet, Xiao Qingcheng was determined not to abandon this opportunity. He believed that even if he teamed up to complete the mission, he would not suffer losses, especially since the task's rating had risen from 2 stars to 5 stars. I believe I must stay. From my observations, the evil cultivators hiding here may not be alone but part of a group. Xiao Qingcheng stated solemnly, proceeding to recount his experiences in detail to the two at that moment. Both Duan Hong and the Longshan city lord felt as if struck by lightning. What? There is a group of evil cultivators here? If that is the case, then the situation has indeed taken a turn. No, I must report this information to the sacred ground. Duan Hong felt a surge of panic. The more individuals involved, the greater the uncertainty. If the sacred ground sent a weaker alchemist, they could potentially find themselves in dire straits. He turned to Xiao Qingcheng, his voice stern. Junior brother, this place is perilous, but I must remain. I need to ensure Longshan City's safety in the short term. Therefore, you must leave, however. Xiao Qingcheng was reluctant to comply. He understood Duan Hong's concern for his well-being, yet he genuinely believed his strength surpassed that of his senior brother. His presence here could be more beneficial. Nevertheless, Duan Hong's earnest demeanor made it difficult to refuse. Very well, Xiao Qingcheng conceded reluctantly. The Taishu sacred ground was hundreds of miles away. By the time they reported and returned, Longshan City might already be decimated. Thus, Xiao Qingcheng resolved to seek out the purple opportunity instead, leaving the task of reporting to others. As he departed, Duan Hong sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xiao Qingcheng is not overly arrogant. If he had insisted on staying, I would have been in quite a predicament. I hope the sacred ground sends a powerful senior brother. Before departing, Xiao Qingcheng first went to check on the 10 or so children he had brought along. However, his primary objective was to activate the purple halo above the little girl's head. In no time, a purple thread of opportunity appeared before his eyes. Following this thread, Xiao Qingcheng made his way to the river he had encountered earlier. Was there fortune in this river? How had I not noticed it before? Xiao Qingcheng thought little of it. Since he could now see the thread of opportunity, it was unlikely to escape his grasp. Chanting a water avoidance incantation, a blue aura enveloped him like a spiritual garment. After stretching his limbs, he leaped into the river. Guided by the purple thread, he soon discovered a massive stone partially embedded in the soil along the riverbed. The rushing water flowed over it, causing it to sway precariously, as if it could tumble down at any moment. Xiao Qingcheng was uncertain when the stone would fall on its own, but he speculated that if the little girl had not come here, it might remain in place forever. However, now that Xiao Qingcheng had arrived, the stone would inevitably fall. Upon moving the stone, he found that the purple thread of opportunity ultimately led to a piece of red warm jade. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng felt immense joy. This was the Qiyang warm jade. Judging by its quality, it must at least be of low-grade treasure level. Chapter 36. The Inferno of Mortals, the Terrifying Purple Evil Gourd. The Qiyang warm jade was certainly not a treasure, but its value was comparable to that of low-grade artifacts, and some were even deemed superior. The Qiyang warm jade was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. A gem of the world. As Xiao Qingcheng held the warm jade in his hands, he perceived a warm sensation emanating from it, invigorating him and bestowing upon him an unprecedented clarity. What a magnificent treasure! Truly worthy of the purple thread of opportunity. The Qiyang warm jade, as a marvel of nature, possessed effects beyond mere warmth and moisture removal. Its greatest power lay in its ability to suppress certain malevolent entities. Had Xiao Qingcheng worn this warm jade earlier, he might not have been approached by the vengeful spirit unleashed by the cold-faced cultivator. However, with his heart sword already protecting him, the warm jade's primary benefit was of little use to him. Yet, as a treasure of heaven and earth, the latent energy within it would greatly benefit Xiao Qingcheng. If he could absorb it, it would undoubtedly enable him to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation. With evil cultivators approaching, although he believed himself to be formidable, he lacked the strength to eliminate them. Now, having obtained this warm jade, it felt as if heaven was aiding him. The difficulty of this task had escalated, and correspondingly, the rewards would significantly increase. Previously, he was promised a third-tier lightning spiritual item, but now, that was uncertain. At the very least, the item's level could double. Lightning spiritual items were exceedingly rare, often existing in a state of demand without supply. Otherwise, Xiao Qingcheng would not have chosen to undertake this task. Yet now, if he succeeded in this 5-star difficulty mission, he might acquire a treasure of heaven and earth without cost. This task, he was determined to complete. This evil cultivator, he would surely slay. Immediately, Xiao Qingcheng found a secluded patch of woodland to sit and absorb the warm jade's essence. The jade hovered before his dantian as he silently recited the marvelous incantations contained within the Taishu True Spirit Sutra. As a heavenly level technique, the Taishu True Spirit Sutra was extraordinarily profound, encompassing a multitude of esoteric laws. There had been powerful practitioners who had cultivated this technique to its pinnacle, capable of summoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, creating a spiritual tsunami, even tearing apart the void to strike enemies with pinpoint accuracy from thousands of miles away. At this moment, although Xiao Qingcheng could only cultivate to the 2nd volume, the exceptional nature of this scripture was already evident. Within his dantian, a massive vortex began to form. As this vortex spun, an increasing amount of spiritual energy converged into his body. The Qiyang warm jade shimmered slightly, its internal heavenly energy drawn into the vortex. The Lingtai realm was a foundational stage. During this phase, the most crucial task was to lay a solid foundation, making the Lingtai as thick as possible. The thicker the Lingtai, the stronger the foundation. While this might complicate future breakthroughs for those of lesser talent, Xiao Qingcheng was not among them. His physique had been enhanced by the sword bone, awakening the innate sword body, one of the most formidable in existence, which significantly elevated his cultivation aptitude, far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. Thus, the thicker Xiao Qingcheng's foundation became now, the greater his future accomplishments would be. As time gradually passed, the Qiyang warm jade dimmed considerably. Its heavenly energy was nearing depletion from Xiao Qingcheng's absorption. Rumbling, thunder rolled within him, as if dark clouds were gathering, muscles regenerating with vigor, each cell rejuvenating. A force akin to dragons and elephants rapidly surging within him. His cultivation level soared swiftly, Lingtai 7th layer, Lingtai 8th layer, Lingtai 9th layer. The Taishu True Spirit Sutra operated frantically, not only drawing the spiritual energy from the Qiyang warm jade but also seizing the stray energy from the heavens and earth. The leaves rustled, and the flowers bowed low. A massive vortex of spiritual energy emerged in the surroundings, with the energy from 100 miles continuously flowing toward Xiao Qingcheng. This was the result of the Lingtai being continually solidified. Reflecting upon his cultivation and physical form, as night deepened and the full moon hung high, the Qiyang warm jade persisted, while Xiao Qingcheng continued to fervently draw the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. His cultivation still held the potential for further breakthroughs. Meanwhile, in another secluded valley, the silent forest was filled with the whispers of demons and spirits, and a chilling low growl echoed with the gentle breeze. Blood flowed in the valley, a putrid stench gradually spreading outward. In one corner of the valley, a black-clad evil cultivator's expression was far from joyous, even as a robust purple-black gourd hovered before him. Damn it! Why is the spiritual energy so unstable tonight? The black-clad evil cultivator continually cast seals to stabilize the evil treasure, while tossing out a pouch containing tens of thousands of pure spiritual ores. He sought to enhance the quality of the evil treasure through this method. However, the surrounding spiritual energy was in such disarray that the refining process was highly unstable. The black-clad evil cultivator's face darkened as he gazed toward the dissipating spiritual energy. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Longshan City, you dare to ruin my plans. I will not spare you." His expression flickered with rage as he reluctantly produced several more pouches filled with pure spiritual ores. His heart bled at the thought. These were his last reserves, yet he had underestimated the greed of the evil treasure. It craved more. Spiritual ores, blood, it demanded it all. Enraged, the black-clad evil cultivator poured all his treasures into the endeavor, yet still could not elevate the evil treasure to the level of an artifact. He looked toward his disciples, awaiting his success with cold, indifferent eyes. It must be done. The terrifying demonic energy surrounding him transformed into colossal hands. Crushing the bodies of these disciples in an instant, blood burst forth, and the evil treasure seemed to catch the scent of the offering, quaking with unrestrained madness. With a thunderous roar, as all the blood energy was consumed, a terrifying power surged skyward, enveloping the evil treasure in radiant light, its crimson hue reminiscent of a mountain of corpses, exuding overwhelming might. The black-clad evil cultivator laughed heartily, with a flick of his hand. The purple-black gourd floated into his palm. "Ha ha ha, it has been refined. At last, it is complete. With this magical treasure, my power will surely be greatly enhanced." His eyes cast downward, a terrifying aura emanated from him. He felt no sorrow for his fallen disciples. On the contrary, he believed it was their immense fortune to contribute to his crafting of a magical treasure. In this moment, he gazed indifferently toward Longshan City, pondering whether annihilating it might fully restore his strength. Though he could currently only exert the power of the first realm of Xiandan, a mere Longshan City should not pose much of a challenge. His gaze shifted beyond Longshan City to a more distant location, where a sect It was a small sect, but it had caused him great distress. All his injuries were due to this very sect. The black-clad evil cultivator's eyes burned red. "Once my strength is restored, I shall annihilate your entire sect." In the next moment, the black-clad evil cultivator's figure flickered as he soared through the air, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye, arriving at Longshan City. Even if the 3-day period had not yet elapsed, what of it? An evil cultivator need not grant others the opportunity to prepare against him. The dark purple gourd swells in the wind, exuding an overwhelming force that saturates the heavens and the earth. The terrifying pressure of malevolent spirits swiftly assaults this small town, with a thunderous roar. The protective formation of Longshan City is activated at once. Yet, the purple-black gourd remains fearsome beyond measure, expanding into a colossal peak, resembling a demonic mountain of gourds, imbued with unfathomable power. Although it fails to shatter the protective array, the residual shockwaves are still immensely terrifying. The ground trembles, city towers collapse, and the townsfolk, still lost in slumber, are abruptly awakened. When they gaze outside, a profound sense of dread and panic burgeons from within. They scatter in all directions, crying out in desperation, transforming the city into a veritable hell on earth. Within the Lord's manor, the Lord of Longshan City leaps from his bed at the first sign of calamity. And upon witnessing the tragic scene, his heart is pierced with anguish. He is filled with fury and agitation, bellowing, "Demonic cultivator, you shall perish." Chapter 37. The assault of the demonic cultivator, the arrival of the azure-robed swordsman. A tremendous crash reverberates across the land, the terrifying aftershocks extending nearly 100 miles around. At this moment, Shao Qingsheng, who is absorbing the last remnants of celestial energy from the Qiyang Warm Jade, feels the turmoil of the outside world. It seems that a grave incident has transpired. The only thought that crosses his mind is that the malevolent cult leader has commenced his slaughter of the city. A sense of urgency wells up within him. He stands on the brink of the 10th layer of the spirit platform, with only one final step remaining. If he can break through that barrier, his power will surge immensely. The 10th layer of the spirit platform symbolizes the perfection of foundational strength. This realm is also known as the half-step Xiandan. If one can transform spiritual energy into spiritual essence and then condense that essence into a Dan, they may enter the Xiandan realm. To confront a Xiandan practitioner head-on, one must at the very least complete the transformation of spiritual energy into essence. Yet, this step has confounded millions. At this moment, Shao Qingsheng fervently hopes to exhaust every effort to elevate his realm to the 10th layer of the spirit platform. On the city walls of Longshan, the Lord gazes gravely at the dark-clad demonic cultivator. Despite his utmost exertion to control the protective formation, the purple-black demonic gourd is simply too formidable. With each collision, the protective array weakens. It is likely that before long, the Longshan formation will be obliterated by this Xiandan demonic cultivator. Ha ha ha, give it up. Cease this futile struggle. Death is but a fleeting moment. Why burden yourself with the fear of it? Look at your townsfolk. I believe it would be better to let them die outright. The voice of the dark-clad demonic cultivator is laced with seduction, resonating with a bewitching sound that shakes the soul and disrupts the mind. It is evident that this cultivator has mastered a terrifying art of demonic sound. The Lord's expression falters as he witnesses the heartbreaking plight of the townspeople, their cries echoing in despair. His resolve wavers. Must he truly persist? The Longshan formation begins to tremble. Beside him, Duan Hong urgently shouts, "My lord, do not be swayed. This demonic cultivator harbors ill intentions. My two senior brothers have already sought assistance. Our Holy Land's cultivators are on their way. Hold on. Once they arrive, this demonic cultivator will meet his end." At this moment, it is crucial that the Lord of Longshan City does not lose his fighting spirit or confidence. Otherwise, the city, which might withstand a little longer, could face total annihilation at the hands of this demonic cultivator. The Lord of Longshan City quickly regains his composure, his anger directed at the dark-clad demonic cultivator as he scolds, "You insignificant rat, dare to tempt me. When the celestial masters of the void arrive, we shall see if you can still prance about." The dark-clad demonic cultivator chuckles, casting a gaze of profound pity upon the two men. "Poor souls, you still cling to the hope of reinforcements. Little do you know, no one will come to save you." With a flick of his sleeve, two skeletal remains materialize. The dark-clad demonic cultivator casts them towards the Lord of Longshan City, stating, "Your so-called senior brothers. Could they be these two?" The dark-clad demonic cultivator bursts into laughter, while Duan Hong is left in disbelief. "How dare you, demonic cultivator, attempt to shake our resolve? Truly despicable. These remains are certainly not my senior brothers." The dark-clad demonic cultivator shakes his head, calmly looking at Duan Hong and the Lord of Longshan City. For him, knowing the truth is sufficient. Whether these two pitiful individuals comprehend it or not is of no consequence to him. Should he beg them to believe? Ha ha, I merely state a fact. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Chanting incantations, the dark-clad demonic cultivator forms hand seals, inscribing a series of demonic runes. The purple-black demonic gourd surges with energy, charging once more towards the Longshan formation with ferocity. Boom. The heavily burdened formation appears on the verge of collapse, the radiant spiritual barrier fracturing with each assault. The purple-black gourd hovers in midair, its body trembling, a mixture of demonic and sanguine energy intertwining as if it is gestating something dreadful. The gourd's mouth spews forth a sinister light, revealing a gleaming black spearhead. Both the Lord of Longshan City and Duan Hong are taken aback. Even separated by a great formation, they can still sense the terrifying pressure emanating from this demonic artifact. At this moment, their spirits plummet to an all-time low. If they allow this malevolent object to fully manifest, the Longshan formation will undoubtedly shatter in an instant. Within the confines of Longshan City, countless buildings collapse, leaving behind a sea of ruins. Aside from a few structures belonging to influential families, all else lies in ruin. The citizens flee, instinctively seeking shelter. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of devastation, where can they hide? Are we to perish? This damned demonic cultivator? I shall fight you to the death. My entire family is gone. When will the celestial masters of the void arrive? Haven't they already been alerted? Why do we see no sign of rescue? Woe is us, shall we truly die? This demonic cultivator is too fearsome. I only lament not being a cultivator myself. If I had succeeded in my training, I would annihilate this demonic fiend, ensuring it never reincarnates. In a side room of the Lord's Manor, a group of about 10 children gather, those saved by Xiao Qingqing. Where has the big brother gone? Is he off to find someone to rescue us? Young girl Su Huanhuan curls up in a corner, her large, watery eyes peering anxiously outside, despite only catching a glimpse of a narrow slice of the world. With a leadership quality befitting a young king, Lu Shi declares resolutely, yes, the big brother will definitely come to save us. He will surely defeat this wicked man. On the city walls, the Lord of Longshan City and Duan Hong gaze helplessly at the demonic artifact. The gourd releases a long, black spear, its sharp point seemingly capable of shattering all. The dark gleam of the spearhead radiates a terrifying aura, as though anyone touched by it would plummet into an abyss. Ha ha ha, break for me. The spear lunges forth, trailing dark flames, hurtling towards the Longshan formation like a meteor. Crack, crack. The Longshan formation emits a sound of unbearable strain, as the spear continues its relentless assault with a sharp, resonant sound. The Longshan formation is shattered. Before the ruins of Longshan City, laid bare before the dark-clad demonic cultivator, the Lord of Longshan City collapses to the ground, utterly spent. He ultimately could not hold out until the arrival of the celestial masters of the void. Could it be that there is truly no rescue? He looks towards Duan Hong, whose demeanor is even more dismal. Just days prior, Duan Hong had been brimming with confidence, unafraid even knowing his opponent was a Xian Dan practitioner. But now, Duan Hong stands in stunned silence, observing the scene. The dark-clad demonic cultivator erupts in laughter, reveling in the despair of others, particularly that of these two men, which he himself has wrought. Yet, at this moment, Duan Hong seems to recall something and steels himself once more. Demonic cultivator, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that no one is aware of the situation here. Haha, you probably do not know. I have another junior brother who has also arrived in Longshan City. He should have reported the situation to the Holy Land by now. If you do not flee, you may find it too late. If I were you, I would leave at once. But at this moment, the demonic cultivator remains unconcerned, utterly disbelieving Duan Hong's words. How could such a coincidence occur? Truly, a disciple of the void, still so defiant even when facing death. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Withdraw obediently? Ha ha, continue dreaming. Childish little brat. I have consumed more salt than you have walked roads. The eyes of the demonic cultivator gleam with mockery. Transform into blood offerings for me. This is your final purpose. However, at that moment, the sound of a sword resounds throughout the area. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surges from the opposite side. A beam of azure sword light shoots into the sky. Dazzling like fireworks, invigorating the spirits of all who behold it. The demonic cultivator gasps in shock. Is there truly someone? How can this be possible? At this moment, the crowd beheld a youth clad in a green robe. Accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a peacock, sword held aloft, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 38. The essence of spirit transformed into a barrier. The battle against the malevolent cultivator by Shao Qingqing. The terrifying peacock apparition hung in the sky, its resplendent and colorful divine light illuminating the earth. Many citizens of Longshan City were profoundly shaken by this spectacle. The youth, wielding his sword, exuded an aura capable of cleaving through the very heavens. Countless townsfolk knelt, exclaiming, the immortal master of Taishu has arrived. We are saved. We are saved. I knew it. The immortal master of Taishu would never abandon us. They are here. They have finally arrived. Ha ha ha. Let us see how the malevolent cultivators can continue their arrogance. With the arrival of the immortal master of Taishu, surely Longshan City would be safeguarded. The citizens, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the city walls, all bowed in reverence. Tio them, a figure capable of unleashing such terrifying might could only be a significant personage of Taishu. At this moment, Duan Hong joyfully exclaimed, I knew it. I knew it. The Holy Land would certainly send someone. Where are they? Which senior brother is it? Duan Hong's urgency was palpable as he glanced left and right. Yet he could not find any sign of other senior brothers. The Lord of Longshan City was equally anxious. After all, he could not abandon his citizens to flee alone. Shao Qingqing replied, I do not know when the brothers from the Holy Land will arrive. For now, it is only I that as these words fell, Duan Hong became agitated. Then why have you returned? We cannot contend with this malevolent cultivator. Is it not a death sentence? He could not comprehend Shao Qingqing's intentions. If even the brothers of Taishu had not arrived, what purpose did his return serve? To seek death? Observing Duan Hong's distress, Shao Qingqing understood his concern for his well-being and could only offer reassurance. Do not worry, senior brother, I shall handle everything. Just watch. Duan Hong, exasperated, felt a complex mix of emotions, wishing to stomp his feet in frustration. At such a critical juncture, how can you speak so casually? Meanwhile, the black-clad malevolent cultivator, clutching the purple-black demon gourd, sneered coldly, now is not the time for reminiscing, die. As he uttered a spiritual incantation, the demon gourd erupted with blinding light, scattering ominous black rays, a sight most terrifying. A pitch-black spear shot forth in an instant. Its terrifying might oppressive over Longshan City, sending shivers through many hearts. Duan Hong and the Lord of Longshan City launched their attacks in succession, yet they could not budge the spear in the slightest. Without the intervention of a Xian Dan-level powerhouse, they could not hope to seize this spear, let alone contend with a malevolent cultivator of the same caliber. In that moment, their spirits sank to despair. However, at that moment, Shao Qingqing sprang forth, leaping from the city wall into the sky. Duan Hong gasped in alarm and shouted, Don't go. But how could Shao Qingqing heed such a warning? His goal was to slay the black-clad malevolent cultivator. The azure-eyed peacock soared beside him, intertwining blue and green hues to weave a tapestry of clouds and rainbows, a terrifying aura locking onto the black-clad foe. Shao Qingqing drew his sword. A simple yet profound beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens, shattering the surrounding clouds and stirring countless winds. Instantly, the malevolent cultivator was taken aback. He directed his gaze towards the sword, astonished. A treasure. You possess a treasure. His eyes gleamed with greed as if he had spotted a cherished item. So this is the source of your arrogance. Ha ha ha. You are still too naive. Heavenly Toad seizes the moon. Infinite void-piercing spear. The purple-black demon gourd radiated brilliance, merging with the black spear, which trembled with a primal force that surged forth. This demon gourd was forged from the hide of a miasmic toad, while the black spear was formed from the toad's tongue. In this moment, the black-clad malevolent cultivator exerted all his strength to wield this treasure. Unleashing its full ferocity, Ribbit, a spectral toad, took to the skies, exhaling toxic mist that swiftly tainted countless living beings, leading them to a bloody demise. The black spear shot towards Shao Qingqing, a terrifying might intent on suppressing him. How dare a mere beast act so audaciously? At this instant, Shao Qingqing too summoned the full power of the azure-eyed peacock. This mid-grade treasure was perfectly suited for his swordsmanship. Once unleashed, its might overshadowed that of the toxic toad. The peacock spread its wings with unmatched majesty, rendering the toad's tongue unable to approach. Seeing this, the black-clad malevolent cultivator was thrown into a panic, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Xiao Qingcheng. His narrow eyes glowing red like a demon of the abyss. Your treasure has reached the level of superior quality? The black-clad malevolent cultivator trembled with rage, as memories of past humiliations resurfaced, days spent in darkness, bullied by disciples of a sect. Those adversaries had once ascended to prominence through the might of treasures bestowed by their elders, blocking his path to becoming a direct disciple. Now, in the eyes of the black-clad malevolent cultivator, Xiao Qingcheng's possession of a superior treasure was merely a gift from an elder. He deemed it necessary to kill him. Xiao Qingcheng was unworthy of wielding such a treasure. You are but a minor spirit platform cultivator. Do not think that you can treat me with disdain merely because of the elder's gift. I have always loathed bullies like you. Today, I, Imo Wuxia, shall slay a prodigy of Taishu. Die. The deranged black-clad malevolent cultivator seethed with anger. Listening to his ramblings, Xiao Qingcheng felt a surge of disdain. What elder's gift? Everything I possess now is earned through my own struggles. I care not for your biases, nor do I wish to learn of your tragic past. But, today, you must die. With the azure-eyed peacock sheathed, Xiao Qingcheng assumed a stance to draw his sword. Grasping the hilt, a radiant golden light erupted from his brow, a powerful aura emanating from him as if an invincible ancient being stood behind him, granting him strength to vanquish his foes. You are indeed arrogant. Taste my strike. The black-clad malevolent cultivator, a Xian Dan cultivator, though currently able to exert only the power of the first level of Xian Dan, still wielded a might that ordinary individuals could not withstand. Heaven-swallowing force. Grasping the purple-black demon gourd, a bizarre wave emanated from it as he thrust it forward. The demon gourd spun rapidly, a horrifying vortex appearing at its mouth, seemingly capable of devouring all. Very well. Let me show you my sword technique. As Xiao Qingcheng opened and closed his eyes, a surge of sword intent erupted. Streams of energy intertwining through the heavens, weaving an invincible web of sword intent, as though nothing in the world could escape its grasp. Draw the sword, cleave the heavens. The azure-eyed peacock quivered with excitement, and the sound of swords rang through the realms, as if countless noble peacocks spread their wings, yearning to soar into the skies. Strike! Strike! A domineering beam of sword light surged towards the black-clad malevolent cultivator as purple-black demon gourd, accompanied by the majestic peacock which stretched its neck and cried out, taking to the air, caw. The peacock radiated brilliance, revealing resplendent plumage as if to display its splendor to the world, and the next moment, the purple-black demon gourd lost its luster before the multitude of gazes. However, Xiao Qingcheng's strike still retained power. The peacock continued to soar. The black-clad malevolent cultivator was thrown into a state of utter panic. Never anticipating that Xiao Qingcheng could unleash such a formidable sword technique, so effortlessly dismantling his force. In a state of desperate struggle for survival, he tapped into a terrifying potential. Kid, I admit you are strong. But what gives you the confidence to think you have me at your mercy? I am a Xian Dan cultivator. Xiao Qingcheng merely smiled calmly, but soon a resolute expression graced his face. At that moment, the energy intertwining around him seemed to transform. Spirit energy transformed into a barrier. The intent to kill unleashed. What of Xian Dan? If I desire your death at midnight, even the King of Hell's pleas will be in vain. Chapter 39. A Domineering Strike. Once more slaying a Xian Dan, Xiao Qingcheng's domineering retort reverberated through the heavens. Upon the city walls of Longshan, whether it was the lord of Longshan City, Duanhong, or the soldiers stationed there, all were struck with profound shock. What unparalleled dominance! What remarkable spirit! Countless citizens and adventurers observing this battle felt a surge of fervent determination rise within them. This was the immortal master of Taishu. However, compared to the uninitiated townsfolk, the lord of Longshan City and Duanhong were even more astonished. They were the strongest here, or rather, the strongest until now. Yet facing a Xian Dan-level cultivator, they had no courage to voice such claims. But now, Xiao Qingcheng not only spoke such words, but he also had a high probability of achieving them. They could not explain why, Perhaps they were simply awed by Xiao Qingqing's two powerful moves. In that moment, they truly believed he could succeed, even if he was merely a minor spirit platform cultivator. Ha ha ha. You truly are brazen. Very well. Today I shall let you understand why Xiandan cultivators are invincible against spirit platform cultivators. Phantom shadows. 10,000 spirits devouring demons. The once somewhat disheveled figure of the black-clad cultivator suddenly underwent a transformation, as a terrifying aura reminiscent of a roaring demon wolf began to rise around him. Countless malevolent spirits swirled about him, and myriad evil entities bared their fangs and claws. The reason the Xiandan realm poses a significant hurdle on the path of cultivation is that it not only requires the refinement of spiritual energy into an essence, but also necessitates a transcendence of the level of life itself. This transcendence is an ultimate transformation of the physical form. As a practitioner of the Xiandan realm, the black-clad evil cultivator, no matter how disheveled he appeared, would never regard Xiao Qingqing with much concern. For his vitality was exceedingly formidable. The black-clad evil cultivator moved. Enhanced by the earth-level divine technique, ghostly shadows, his figure became as elusive as a specter. His ability to repeatedly evade the pursuit of righteous sects was attributed to this divine technique. His speed and the peculiarity of his form were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This is the extraordinary nature of the earth-level footwork. The silhouette of the black-clad cultivator flickered continuously. And amidst this chaos, the 10,000 ghosts devouring demons technique was unleashed with fervor. The wails of evil spirits echoed. This technique, classified as an earth-level martial skill, now manifested by the black-clad cultivator, cast the entire realm into a dark abyss, as if countless malevolent demons were emerging from the depths of the earth, intent on dragging Xiao Qingqing into the abyss of hell. The Lord of Longshan City and Duan Hong were both taken aback. They pondered, why hadn't Xiao Qingqing taken cover yet? However, just as they were about to voice their concerns, they beheld numerous sinister hands advancing from all directions, resembling a black ocean attempting to ensnare Xiao Qingqing. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing stirred. While others feared this earth-level divine technique, he stood unafraid. How formidable was Xiao Qingqing's consciousness? His sea of consciousness rivaled that of a celestial being. Even though the black-clad cultivator's figure was extraordinarily elusive, Xiao Qingqing was still able to lock onto him with unwavering precision. As for why he did not evade, it was because Xiao Qingqing felt it unnecessary. In that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his brow, radiating like a blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings and purging countless evil spirits. The Heart Sword was an ancient technique of sword cultivators. It could vanquish all ethereal entities. It could sever any sentient being. Xiao Qingqing had never denied the strength of the Xiandan realm practitioners, nor had he ever underestimated any of them. Yet, this did not imply that he feared them. Xiao Qingqing possessed his own confidence. That was the Heart Sword. For the Heart Sword could shatter the Xiandan. It could fundamentally obliterate a Xiandan cultivator. It infinitely narrowed the gap between himself and the Xiandan practitioners. At this moment, the golden holy sword pierced through the void like a radiant arrow, stirring layers of wind and clouds. An aura of invincibility ascended steadily. A domineering intent reverberated throughout the world. Once the Heart Sword was unleashed, it could shatter everything. In this moment, the black-clad evil cultivator instinctively felt an inexplicable fear. Yet there was no time left for further contemplation. Could a mere Ling Tai realm practitioner truly stir up a tempest? Deep down, he thought it inconsequential. However, just as his figure was about to manifest in another space, a golden ray appeared instantaneously, penetrating through his dantian. The black-clad evil cultivator looked at Xiao Qingqing in astonishment. You can actually see through my footwork? Although he was surprised, it was not unexpected. Talented individuals always possessed certain distinctions. Ha! Truly a prodigy. But what of it? The gap between us cannot be bridged merely by perception. Die for me! The black-clad evil cultivator extended his hand, summoning numerous malevolent spirits. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss within his body. His strength seemed to be gradually waning. He appeared unable to control these spiritual energies. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth as black phantoms exploded, and the chaotic spiritual energies surged about like startled monkeys, launching unexpected attacks. What was happening? The black-clad evil cultivator was frantic. The situation seemed to spiral beyond his control. Yet, in this moment, the only response he received was a sword intent. An intent capable of sweeping across the heavens and earth. Countless spiritual energies from the cosmos converged upon Xiao Qingcheng. Terrifying aura once again surged from him. Heart sword severing the Xian Dan. Sword intent cleaving the flesh. I have declared it. In this battle, your death is inevitable. Slash, boom, boom. The sword intent flashed past, and the terrifying sword energy mercilessly slaughtered everything in its path. Its formidable might seemingly slicing through the heavens and earth, revealing a series of minuscule sword energy whirlpools. No, impossible. How could you kill me? I am a Xian Dan. But at this moment, the sword intent had arrived. How could the black-clad cultivator, without the protection of the Xian Dan, withstand it? Even if his flesh were as hard as iron, he could not resist the unparalleled sword intent of Xiao Qingcheng. Swish, 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 a deafening scream erupted. In despair, the black-clad evil cultivator was cleaved into countless fragments of flesh and blood by Xiao Qingcheng. Blood rained down, scattering wildly. In this moment, all present were left in awe by Xiao Qingcheng's strike. Countless voices erupted in cheers, and many were moved to tears. We have won. We have won. Ha ha ha, this evil cultivator is finally dead. I have finally vented the pent-up resentment in my heart. Wonderful, wonderful, truly worthy of the celestial master from the void. The crowd's voices were filled with joy as they gazed adoringly at the azure figure in the sky, their eyes brimming with admiration and respect, not lacking in fervor and eagerness. The celestial master from the void is invincible. On the city walls, the lord of Longshan City and Duan Hong both breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they genuinely believed Xiao Qingcheng would be captured by that black-clad evil cultivator. However, who would have thought? In the next instant, Xiao Qingcheng retaliated fiercely. So strong, so strong. The lord of Longshan City was so excited he scarcely knew what to say. Should he praise Xiao Qingcheng's profound cultivation first? Or thank him for saving all the citizens of Longshan City? Or perhaps apologize for underestimating him? Thus, a multitude of words condensed into 3 phrases. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. It was I who misjudged you. On behalf of all the citizens of Longshan City, I express our gratitude to Master Xiao for your timely rescue. Chapter 40. The Shock of the Divine Mansion's Experts. What more lies hidden? Xiao Qingcheng's figure stood resolute between heaven and earth, his slight frame bearing an indomitable spirit that defied the cosmos, as he, in the Ling Tai realm, boldly challenged the Xian Dan realm. Such an occurrence was rare in the cultivation world. Yet today, it was achieved by a youth, a prodigy, undoubtedly a prodigy. Such a prodigy is seldom seen even in the sacred lands of antiquity. In this moment, all gazes were filled with reverence for Xiao Qingcheng in the sky. From this day forth, it seemed they would find it difficult to forget this extraordinary figure. They had witnessed a miracle. They had borne witness to the emergence of a prodigy on the city walls. Duan Hong gazed at Xiao Qingcheng with increasing amazement, feeling a twinge of shame, yet predominantly a profound respect for strength. Truly, Xiao Qingcheng was remarkable. He was the very same Xiao Qingcheng who drew the attention of the elders during his first visit to the lecture hall. He was the fearless Xiao Qingcheng. What was a mere Gao Yunjie in comparison? Xiao Qingcheng would one day slay him beneath his sword. Though Duan Hong was an inner sect disciple, at this moment, he dared not flaunt his status before Xiao Qingcheng any longer. On the path of cultivation, the capable stand foremost. At this moment, he should address Xiao Qingcheng as his senior brother in a few months. The external sect disciples would hold a grand competition. Duan Hong believed that Xiao Qingcheng would certainly secure first place, entering the inner sect with an invincible demeanor. Although this competition boasted many prodigies, such as Zhang Feng, whose strength at the 9th layer of Ling Tai could contend against half-step Xian Dan practitioners, or Zhang Fan, who not only possessed the strength of the 9th layer of Ling Tai but also mastered an alchemical technique that even some outer sect elders praised, or Zhou Jiuyo, who, at the pinnacle of Ling Tai, could engage Xian Dan practitioners in a back-and-forth exchange. But what of it? Perhaps the identity of the first prodigy in the outer sect remained unclear before. Yet now, Duan Hong could boldly declare that the first prodigy of the outer sect was Xiao Qingcheng. Thank you, senior brother Xiao, Duan Hong said respectfully, bowing. This was a tribute to strength. Xiao Qingqing graciously responded. Though they had some misunderstandings, those were trivial matters. However, Xiao Qingqing had something far more pressing to attend to now, and that was to loot the corpse. This black-clad evil cultivator was indeed sinister. If he fully recovered from his injuries, Xiao Qingqing would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the black-clad evil cultivator was grievously wounded, capable of only exhibiting a fraction of his strength. Thus, this afforded Xiao Qingqing an opportunity. Yet even so, this evil cultivator was cunning and exceedingly troublesome. Not only did he possess a magical artifact, but he also practiced a formidable earth-level martial skill. Nonetheless, this evil cultivator was simply ill-fated. He had crossed paths with Xiao Qingqing in terms of magical artifacts. He could not compete. In terms of martial skills, he was outmatched. Xiao Qingqing had triumphed decisively in both equipment and technique, surpassing multiple levels. Hence, the defeat of this evil cultivator was not unjust, nor was his death unworthy. Martial skills? Haha, what sheer luck! This evil cultivator indeed retained some remnants of his former self, having unlocked his spatial ring. Xiao Qingqing retrieved a white jade slip from within. This slip contained the records of a celestial-level martial technique known as Ghostly Shadow Mirage. A smile graced Xiao Qingqing's face. Acquiring such an enigmatic martial art was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This technique was undeniably remarkable, for it had enabled the malevolent practitioner to escape the pursuit of a righteous sect. Although Xiao Qingqing saw through it, it was still a clever trick that most could not discern. With this martial skill, he could perfectly compensate for his shortcomings in movement techniques. Aside from this, he also obtained the demonic artifact, the purple-black demon gourd. Though it was merely a low-grade treasure, its power was formidable, rivaling that of an average mid-grade artifact, which was quite commendable. Xiao Qingqing harbored no qualms about wielding demonic artifacts, provided he refrained from using blood sacrifices for their refinement. Once he had organized everything, Xiao Qingqing ascended the city wall. Observing the countless grateful citizens within the city, his heart swelled with joy. "Thank you, young friend." The Lord of Longshan City expressed his gratitude once more, a hint of a smile finally breaking through his long-held tension. At that moment, a sudden sound of something piercing the air echoed from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy that spread outward. Boom! The wind surged, and a gust swept through. A middle-aged man with a profound aura stood high in the sky, gripping a gray-clad servant. "Where is that malevolent practitioner?" the middle-aged man inquired, his gaze heavy with intensity. He was the leader of a stronghold 300 miles from the sacred land of Taishu. Possessing the cultivation of the divine mansion realm, he had rushed here to thwart the malevolent practitioner's attempt to massacre the city. However, now he sensed no trace of the vile presence, as if the practitioner had never been there at all. The middle-aged man descended onto the city wall, and the gray-clad servant, still shaken, turned pale. The swift flight had left him quite unsettled. "Are you the Lord of Longshan City? Tell me what happened." The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the Lord of Longshan City. The Lord of Longshan City replied, "Thank you for taking the time to come, Senior. However, the danger has already been resolved by the esteemed disciples of your sacred land." "Resolved?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of blood. Standing atop the city wall, he finally noticed the pallor of the surrounding landscape. Who did this? He scanned the area before his gaze landed on Xiao Qingqing. Although Xiao Qingqing was still quite young, there was an unmistakable aura about him that demanded attention. The middle-aged man gasped inwardly, "Is this divine sense? A practitioner in the spiritual platform realm has actually cultivated divine sense?" Xiao Qingqing nodded and replied calmly, "I am Xiao Qingqing." The middle-aged man acknowledged him with a nod, though he was inwardly astounded. Few could rise to such heights in the spiritual platform realm. And the last one he encountered, "Very well, you are indeed a prodigy of the sacred land. Well done. I will report your achievements to the sacred land accurately. Given your talent, I can make an exception and elevate your reward level. Speak, what 5th-tier spiritual item do you require?" The middle-aged man was generous with his praise, recognizing that a prodigy capable of surpassing the Xin Dan realm at such a young age was destined to become a prominent figure within the sacred land. Thus he felt it acceptable to offer a favor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingqing did not hesitate to respond, "Thank you, Senior. I require a thunder-based spiritual item to aid in my thunder technique." The middle-aged man regarded Xiao Qingqing with considerable admiration. "It seems you have already planned your future. You truly are a youthful prodigy at your age. I was merely muddling through my cultivation. Excellent, I will provide you with a hand token shortly. You may go to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to claim it. Xiao Qingcheng was overjoyed, not expecting such a pleasant surprise following the completion of his task. A fifth-tier spiritual item was worth its weight in gold. In smaller sects, such items could serve as the foundation of their legacy. Thank you, Senior. At that moment, Duan Hong's opinion of Xiao Qingcheng deepened. He was undoubtedly the foremost prodigy of the outer sect. Xiao Qingcheng not only excelled in sword techniques, but also possessed mastery over thunder techniques, which had been completely hidden until now. Although unaware of the intricacies of Xiao Qingcheng's thunder techniques, Duan Hong instinctively believed they could not be any weaker than his swordsmanship. Alas, if Xiao Qingcheng were to learn of Duan Hong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be speechless. His thunder technique had barely reached the basics, barely tapping into 1 or 2% of its potential. However, Xiao Qingcheng held great aspirations for this thunder technique and was determined to select the most suitable fifth-tier spiritual item upon his return to the Sacred Land. Chapter 41. Return to the Sacred Land. Zhang Fan's purple fortune. The Sacred Land of Taishu stood serene atop its mountain, with ancient trees standing tall, their dark green leaves like new garments cloaking the majestic peak, adding an air of distant tranquility. Following the verdant path upward, the trail grew steeper, and human presence became increasingly rare. Yet, atop this spiritually rich summit, a youth of approximately 17 or 18 was diligently operating an exceedingly ancient small furnace. The young man skillfully controlled the flames, with each flicker of fire adhering perfectly to the base of the alchemical furnace. The outer flames glowed orange, while the inner flames burned a peculiar pale hue. Should any knowledgeable elder witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the youth was manipulating a rare celestial fire. Nonetheless, what truly stood out was the alchemical formula he employed, complex yet methodical, revealing it to be an exceptionally powerful alchemical technique. Old Lin, is the elixir nearing completion? This could very well be my first successful concoction of a fourth-tier spirit elixir. Zhang Fan's gaze was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with barely contained joy at that moment. A glimmer of silver light appeared on his left hand, revealing a ring adorned with intricate patterns resembling either floral designs or the markings of some exotic beast. A voice, ancient and wise, emanated from within the ring. Do not lose focus. Follow my instructions and gradually refine the elixir. Old Lin, do you still doubt my abilities? Just watch. I will certainly present you with a beautifully refined elixir today. Zhang Fan, though unremarkable in appearance, radiated a unique confidence, exuding a special charm. Moments later, the fourth-tier spirit elixir was successfully refined. Old Lin, if I consume this elixir, will it enable me to break through to the Xiandan realm in one go? The reward for first place in this competition is immensely tempting. Not only is there a top-grade treasure, but I can also select a unique Taishu true technique only available to true disciples. The voice from the ring grew solemn. A time-honored sacred land. It is teeming with hidden talents. Your foundation is exceptionally robust. A single fourth-tier spirit elixir will certainly be insufficient. However, I can impart to you a ground-tier thunder technique. If you can master it within these 3 months, securing the top spot in the outer sect will be all but guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was elated. While others may not recognize Old Lin's prowess, Zhang Fan was well aware of it in the past. When pursued by enemies to the edge of a cliff, he had no choice but to leap in order to survive. He had thought his life was at an end, but unexpectedly discovered a ring. Within this ring resided Old Lin's soul, and through his guidance, Zhang Fan not only soared in cultivation but also avenged himself. Truly a fulfilling journey. Old Lin, please tell me more. This technique was acquired during my travels in my youth. It is immensely powerful. Once mastered, a single strike can obliterate a divine mountain. It is called the Great Thunder of the Heavens, but you will need some auxiliary materials for your training. Remember this. Zhang Fan felt as if he had struck gold, his heart brimming with joy in that case. Let us head to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to procure the necessary materials. Meanwhile, after a journey of 7 or 8 days, Xiao Qingcheng finally returned to the sacred land of Taishu from Longshan City. Having been away for a month, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. However, his immediate priority was to report his mission and then claim his 5th-tier spiritual item from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. At the task square, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever. Have you heard? Senior brother Jiang Feng completed a 5-star Xin-level task all by himself. He eradicated a notorious bandit. Impressive. I heard senior brother Jiang Feng has also reached the 10th level of the spiritual platform. I wonder if he will advance to the Xian Dan realm before the outer sect competition. Xian Dan? Are you joking? How could that be possible? It seems our outer sect's brother Zhou Jiuyo has completed his spiritual energy transformation. Do you think he has a chance at advancing to Xian Dan? Uncertain. Perhaps it is possible. And what about Zhang Fan? That kid has been in the limelight lately, selling spirit elixirs and winning over many hearts. Him? Forget it. That greedy fellow sold me a first-tier spirit elixir for an outrageous 1,000 spirit jade. Does he think he can just rob us? Heh, not only that, but he also practices extreme double standards. The elixirs he sells to us are priced double compared to what he charges the female disciples. Have you heard the news? It seems that a formidable individual has emerged from the outer sect. Initially, they undertook a mysterious 2-star task, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it escalated into a mysterious 5-star task. Who could it be? I do not know, as the task has yet to be settled. Everyone is watching with bated breath. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing has also arrived at the task square, making his way directly to the task submission area to accept the task. He presents his task token to the managing disciple. All right. Mysterious 2-star, completed. Wait, why is it a mysterious 5-star? The managing disciple suddenly looks up at Xiao Qingqing, astonished. Are you certain you completed the Longshan City task? The managing disciple is visibly shocked, for Xiao Qingqing appears quite young. If indeed he accomplished it alone, his strength must be terrifying. This token was given by Elder Ding. It is indeed mine, Xiao Qingqing asserts, producing the token once more. Could it really be you? At this moment, the managing disciple genuinely believes him. He gazes at Xiao Qingqing, dumbfounded, realizing that someone truly accomplished the Longshan City task single-handedly. Meanwhile, more and more people are noticing the unfolding situation. Who is it? Who is it? Let me see the true face of this master. Don't crowd me. Let me take a look. Xiao Qingqing. It is actually Xiao Qingqing. But wasn't he only at the 5th level of the spirit platform realm a month ago? How is it that today I cannot perceive his strength? This is strange indeed. It is Xiao Qingqing. Ha ha ha, we are in for a spectacle now. What is going on, senior brother? You may not be aware, but 3 months ago, our junior brother Xiao made a wager with a prodigy from the inner sect, claiming he would defeat him within a year. I initially thought it was merely a joke, but now it seems there is a genuine possibility of it coming to fruition. Some may be getting anxious. Among the crowd, many have already recognized Xiao Qingqing. Although his name has yet to spread throughout the entire sacred land, he has garnered a certain degree of notoriety. His appearance now draws considerable attention. Coincidentally, Deng Chong, who had previously received a slap from Xiao Qingqing, is also present. As a loyal sycophant of Gao Yunjia, he feels immense irritation upon witnessing Xiao Qingqing surrounded by admirers. He glares at Xiao Qingqing, his eyes filled with malice. He recalls that slap all too well. I must inform senior brother Gao of this news immediately. He must handle this matter. Deng Chong hastily departs. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing happens to catch a glimpse of his departing figure. Gao Yunjia. It seems our confrontation is imminent. Xiao Qingqing employs the ghost shadow technique to swiftly exit the area, still preoccupied with his 5th-tier spiritual item. Before long, he arrives at the Lingbao Pavilion. However, just as he is about to enter, he suddenly notices an ordinary-looking youth with a purple halo appearing above his head. A Purple Opportunity, Chapter 42. Conflict. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. In front of the Lingbao Pavilion, Zhang Fan is also preparing to exchange for some spiritual items that would aid in his cultivation. The Divine Thunder of the Heavens is an exceptionally powerful earth-level thunder technique, requiring extraordinary cultivation materials. Using ordinary materials would not unleash the full potential of this martial skill, hence his visit. Relying on the numerous pills he has sold to the sacred land, Zhang Fan has accumulated a considerable amount of merit. With these merits, obtaining a 5th-tier spiritual item is more than sufficient. Old Lin, if you come across anything good, do remember to inform me, Zhang Fan requests. The Old Lin he refers to is a master alchemist with profound knowledge of spiritual items, well acquainted with many peculiar and rare items. Zhang Fan has previously profited immensely from Old Lin's expertise, acquiring numerous items of exceptional quality. The Lingbao Pavilion is a significant location within the sect, with many powerful beings overseeing it. Finding a hidden gem here is no easy feat. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan is unconcerned. He is primarily seeking materials to assist in his thunder-based cultivation. Upon entering the Lingbao Pavilion, Zhang Fan begins selecting items according to the list provided by Old Lin. Upon seeing Zhang Fan enter, Xiao Qingcheng feels a twinge of anxiety. This is a purple opportunity. If obtained, it would greatly benefit him. Presenting the token given by the elder, Xiao Qingcheng heads directly to the final destination of the purple opportunity line. The Lingbao Pavilion is divided into 9 levels. The first level serves as the main hall. The second contains low-tier spiritual items, primarily third-tier items, while levels 3 and above house progressively advanced items. It is said that above the 5th level, some rare treasures of heaven and earth are stored. The value of such extraordinary items far exceeds that of spiritual items, each being an exceedingly precious resource. Xiao Qingcheng's access is limited to the 3rd level, but fortunately, the endpoint of the purple opportunity line also lies on the 3rd level. Passing by numerous shelves filled with spiritual items, Xiao Qingcheng arrives at a designated area displaying wooden boxes. His eyes brighten as he discovers the ultimate location of the purple opportunity line, a 5th-tier spiritual item of the thunder attribute. Xiao Qingcheng exclaims with delight. Spiritual items possess attributes, and different items serve various purposes. Xiao Qingcheng specifically requires thunder-based items, thus his desire for others is minimal. Had this purple opportunity not led to a thunder attribute item, he would have had to expend additional effort to exchange it for a thunder-based item. However, now that the item possesses the desired attribute, he need not waste time on alternatives. Opening the small wooden box, Xiao Qingcheng immediately senses a pure surge of thunder elemental power radiating outward. Accompanied by flickering purple arcs of electricity that crackle with sound, this the ancient purple thunder flower. But aren't such flowers typically 6th-tier spiritual items? Examining the small purple flower, Xiao Qingcheng notices its petals are uneven, with some giving the impression of nearing wilting. The exterior damage has significantly reduced its potency. Had it not been for this, it would likely be classified as a 6th-tier item. Nevertheless, Xiao Qingcheng has yet to uncover any peculiarities about the flower. After all, this is a purple opportunity, and its value undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary 5th-tier item. Never mind, I shall take it for now. I will observe it more closely once I return. Having chosen this 5th-tier spiritual item, Xiao Qingcheng proceeds to notify the management office downstairs before preparing to leave. At that moment, however, an ordinary-looking youth blocks his path. Wait a moment. This individual is Zhang Fan. After selecting his other spiritual items, he intended to seek the ancient purple thunder flower. This flower is essential for his cultivation of the divine thunder of the heavens. However, the standard tier for this flower is 6th tier, making it a cost far beyond his current means, prompting him to focus on the damaged 5th-tier flower instead. Unfortunately, he finds Xiao Qingcheng has gotten there first. What is it? Xiao Qingcheng turns to face the unremarkable youth. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, as the ancient purple thunder flower he holds was indeed discovered thanks to this youth, junior brother, I wish to cultivate a thunder technique, and the necessary supplementary item is the ancient purple thunder flower in your possession. If you are willing to part with it, I would gladly exchange it for another 5th-tier spiritual item, along with a favor from me. Zhang Fan speaks earnestly, a self-satisfied expression gracing his face. Given his current reputation in the outer sect, his favor carries significant weight. Moreover, he may soon enter the inner sect, with the possibility of ascending even higher, potentially becoming a true disciple. Xiao Qingcheng's expression turns peculiar. Who is this fellow? Why does he appear so self-assured? Does he think I am unaware of the value of the spiritual flower in my possession? This is a purple opportunity. I apologize, but this flower greatly benefits my cultivation, and I cannot part with it. Zhang Fan's face falls in disappointment. Yet he seeks to salvage the situation, perhaps believing this junior brother is unaware of his own reputation. Do you not know who I am? You may inquire with others about my reputation, Zhang Fan. If you are willing to part with it, I would offer you 3 free alchemy services, guaranteed to produce high-quality spiritual pills. Zhang Fan reiterates his offer, convinced that Xiao Qingcheng would be tempted. After all, his current standing in the outer sect is primarily built upon his alchemical prowess. No, Xiao Qingcheng firmly declines, no. At this moment, Zhang Fan's irritation begins to swell. Having presented such generous terms, he is met with a refusal. Zhang Fan feels discontent. Since receiving Old Lin's assistance, he has enjoyed a smooth journey. Earning respect from many. It is rare for him to encounter anyone who would dare refuse him. Now, He believed Xiao Qingcheng must have recognized him, hence his desire for more. How greedy! I suggest you reconsider. Your Excellency is well aware that I require this flower, yet you continue to obstruct me. This is a grudge that must be settled. We are all of the same sect. Why not simply grant me this flower? It would allow for favorable encounters in the future. Furthermore, you must comprehend a vital truth. There are certain individuals whom one cannot afford to offend. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating slowly from him. This was a manifestation of spiritual might, particularly effective against ordinary disciples. He could not believe that Xiao Qingcheng would dare refuse him. Elder Lin communicated telepathically. Why resort to such measures? Simply wait until you have amassed sufficient merit to exchange for it. However, Zhang Fan was unwilling to wait any longer. He was eager to commence his cultivation of the celestial thunder divine lightning. For him, time equated to wealth. The sooner he began, the greater the advantage he would gain in the outer sect competition. Thus, he took action against Xiao Qingcheng, confident that Xiao would make the correct choice. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng also felt a surge of anger. Spiritual treasures possess no true master. Whoever acquires them rightfully claims them. Although he had previously displayed courtesy, it did not signify weakness. Rather, it demonstrated his cultivated demeanor. Yet some individuals mistakenly believed him to be easy prey. Zhang Fan had overstepped his bounds. Firstly, my strength surpasses yours. Thus, you ought to address me as senior brother, not junior brother. Just because I have not held you accountable does not grant you the right to take liberties. Do you truly believe I lack temper? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng's spiritual force erupted as well. A subtle yet commanding presence, intertwined with sword intent, instantly overshadowed Zhang Fan's assault, sending a shiver down his spine. Secondly, this item was rightfully obtained by me, and thus it belongs to me. If it is mine, you cannot take it. Certainly not seize it. Do you presume yourself to be of any significance? Who granted you the audacity? The sword intent resonated like a melody, a chilling sound echoing forth, a terrifying pressure radiating outward, enveloping the bewildered Zhang Fan in a frigid aura of murderous intent. Lastly, you must understand. There are certain individuals you truly cannot afford to offend. You may freely inquire with others about my reputation. Xiao Qingcheng, Chapter 43. The Escalation of Conflict. Xiao Qingcheng gains an astonishing opportunity before the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The confrontation of two potent forces immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. As the outer sect competition drew nearer, numerous disciples sought to showcase their prowess, aiming to enhance their renown and garner recognition. In that moment, the clash between the two incited a flurry of speculation. Is that not Zhang Fan? Why is he embroiled in conflict once more? Could it be he has spotted another valuable material? It is hardly surprising. Zhang Fan is a renowned alchemist, and anything he deems worthy cannot be subpar. Who is this disciple in green who dares to stand against him? One wonders if he can withstand it, given Zhang Fan's considerable backing. Materials that catch his eye seldom remain unclaimed. For some reason, I feel that this fellow seems familiar. However, just as the crowd anticipated that Xiao Qingcheng would yield to Zhang Fan, a sudden surge of sword intent erupted, a formidable dragon of sword energy soaring through the heavens. Its overwhelming might engulfing the entire Spirit Treasure Square. Many disciples of lesser cultivation immediately felt a wave of trepidation. Were it not for Xiao Qingcheng's lack of intent to target them, they might have collapsed to the ground. Sword intent? How can this be sword intent? This force is simply too powerful. Even from such a distance, I can still feel its might. It is terrifying. Wait, I recall who he is. The dreadful sword intent spread outward, a tide of icy killing intent aimed squarely at Zhang Fan. His once proud spiritual force crumbled before Xiao Qingcheng's presence. Filled with extreme rage and despair, Zhang Fan's eyes turned crimson as he clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth while straining against the pressure, his body emitted cracking sounds. Yet, even so, he could not maintain his stance. Elder Lin, assist me. The ring on his left hand shimmered with light. Elder Lin had initially intended for Zhang Fan to learn a lesson, but upon witnessing his torment, his heart softened slightly. Once Elder Lin intervened, Zhang Fan instantly felt his body become much lighter. However, how could Xiao Qingcheng's spiritual awareness be so easily deceived? A mere remnant soul's technique would not escape his notice. Drawing from years of experience with novels, Xiao Qingcheng suspected Zhang Fan might be a character endowed with great fortune. He hoped this young man would refrain from seeking trouble in the future. Otherwise, being constantly pursued by a favored child of destiny would be a burdensome thought. Nevertheless, Xiao Qingqing intentionally chose to let Zhang Fan off the hook. Yet Zhang Fan remained oblivious to this. The humiliation of today will be remembered. One day, I shall repay it 100-fold. Zhang Fan glared fiercely at Xiao Qingqing, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qingqing's expression darkened. Were it not for the presence of many onlookers, he would have slain Zhang Fan on the spot. Alas, he could not act, lest he incur the grave sin of harming a fellow disciple. A mere Zhang Fan did not warrant Xiao Qingqing breaching sect rules. However, Xiao Qingqing was by no means a weakling willing to be intimidated. As he gazed at Zhang Fan's departing figure, a smirk graced his lips. Were I in your position, I would not believe that fortunes fall from the sky. Know that what is free often comes at the highest price. Some may appear to have your best interests at heart, yet they harbor ulterior motives. One misstep, and you could plunge into an abyss. Outsiders may not grasp the import of Xiao Qingqing's words, but Zhang Fan certainly understood. Thus, upon the conclusion of Xiao Qingqing's statement, Zhang Fan, who had been walking away, abruptly halted, his body trembling imperceptibly. Observing this, Xiao Qingqing decided to escalate matters. He communicated telepathically. Should the elder require a superior physical vessel, you may seek me at any time. This transmission was, of course, not concealed from Zhang Fan. He intended to sow discord between them. Zhang Fan chose to ignore it, hastening his departure. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt increasingly agitated, prompting him to leap away to a secluded valley. Ah, Xiao Qingqing, I will not spare you. This purple thunder ancient source flower was never meant for anyone else. How could it appear on the third level? It was rightfully mine. Xiao Qingqing, you have stolen my opportunity and humiliated me before the public. I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. Zhang Fan summoned all his strength, striking repeatedly at an ancient tree that had stood for hundreds of years. The resounding crashes startled the birds and beasts alike. Yet Zhang Fan remained unsatisfied. Only when the ancient tree finally toppled did a sense of relief wash over him. Elder Lin, you will assist me, will you not? Hatred flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. He wished for Xiao Qingqing to perish in the outer sect competition. On the other side, having obtained the purple thunder ancient source flower, Xiao Qingqing returned to his dwelling. Although this small courtyard held numerous inexplicable tales, Xiao Qingqing encountered none. However, he was indifferent to such matters. What he anticipated most was utilizing this fifth-tier purple thunder ancient source flower to condense his thunder patterns. Though the heavenly thunder body refining technique is easy to initiate, it does not imply that the practice is simple. Xiao Qingqing still recalled the exhilarating sensation he experienced upon first condensing his thunder patterns, that profound satisfaction of power coursing through his body. Without further ado, Xiao Qingqing immediately entered a state of cultivation. The pristine thunder energy contained within this fifth-tier purple thunder ancient source flower was astonishing. Merely consuming a small petal filled him with an abundance of thunder elemental energy. As a day passed, Xiao Qingqing successfully condensed 20 thunder patterns. Each of these patterns bore unique, subtle differences, tailored to adapt to various parts of his body, maximizing his potential. At this rate, consuming the entire flower could potentially yield over 300 thunder patterns. Impressive. Truly, a fifth-tier spiritual item. Xiao Qingqing once again immersed himself in the depths of cultivation. 2 months later, after consuming all the petals of this extraordinary flower, he was astonished to discover a small green leaf nestled within its stamen. Upon breaking open the stamen, an astonishing aura of Tao surged forth. The tiny green leaf hovered above the stamen, surrounded by a rich, ethereal mist, emanating a faint glow of vibrant green, resplendent and captivating. This object was undoubtedly exceptional. A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Qingqing's eyes, for he understood that this flower concealed further opportunities. However, he had not anticipated the magnitude of the chance contained within. This green leaf was none other than the Tao Enlightenment tea leaf, imbued with remarkable Tao essence, each leaf worth its weight in gold, a rare treasure of the current age. Even a saint would find it a daunting task to procure a single leaf. The method of utilization was also quite simple. One could either steep it in water or hold it in the mouth. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing placed the leaf in his mouth, intending to harness its power to deduce the subsequent content of the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. At the very least, He sought to comprehend the mysteries of the thunder patterns. Meanwhile, as Xiao Qingqing delved into his moment of enlightenment, an increasing number of individuals within the Tai Su sacred land began to take notice of him. On a certain peak, a young man who had been in seclusion suddenly opened his golden eyes. Instantly, a tempest of spiritual energy swept through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by the resonating sound of sacred chants and celestial melodies. A formidable force engulfing the cosmos. Xiao Qingqing? Merely a jester. Chapter 44. The comprehension of the Tao patterns of heaven and earth. The great competition begins. Just a few days away from the outer sect competition, one wonders which prodigies will emerge this year. It is said that the Wanyu Association has released a list of the top 10 outer sect disciples. I wonder if the esteemed brothers have heard? I have heard. According to my information, it seems the top position is claimed by Zhang Fan. He reportedly broke through to the 10th layer of the spiritual platform not long ago, seemingly capable of transforming spiritual energy into a formidable force with a mere flick of his hand. Capable of stirring rivers. Blow your horn. I do not believe Zhang Fan is truly the first. Is the Wanyu Association's list infallible? Surely, they are merely creating hype for Zhang Fan. Any discerning eye can see that since Zhang Fan joined the Wanyu Association, they would not place their own at the top, would they? Besides, this is merely a speculative list. If you ask me, the true first must be Zhou Jiuyo. He completed the transformation into spiritual energy 3 months ago. And I estimate he has already solidified his Void Dance. If he isn't first, who would believe it? Has there been any news about Jiang Feng lately? Has he made a breakthrough? I heard that a fierce individual named Xiao Qingqing seems to be challenging the status of the 3 major outer sect disciples. Indeed, it was rumored he fought Zhang Fan to a draw. Who is Xiao Qingqing? I only know him as a conceited person. How dare he compare himself to Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan has not only achieved success on the path of cultivation, but is also adept at alchemy. For the past 3 months, the Wanyu Association has been tirelessly promoting Zhang Fan, aiming to win public favor, of course. This also benefits the Wanyu Association. If Zhang Fan secures first place in the outer sect competition, the association's reputation within the sacred land will undoubtedly rise. The one who stands to gain the most is none other than the master of the Wanyu Association, Wan Jingyu. The better the Wanyu Association performs, the more advantageous it is for him in his quest for the position of the 8th holy son of Tai Xu. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the outer disciple dormitory area, a sudden whirlwind of spiritual energy erupted, the clouds hanging low, and the evening twilight thick with rolling thunder resembling the roar of a ferocious lion, while purple lightning danced like a dragon through the skies, seemingly nurturing some fearsome entity. The thunder echoed, and the essence of Tao manifested. Was there yet another prodigy who had achieved a breakthrough? As the outer sect competition drew near, such phenomena became increasingly common. One wonders which senior brother practiced a secret technique and gained an opportunity. Outside, many were captivated by this spectacle, enviously eyeing the mysterious senior brother capable of invoking such extraordinary phenomena. At this moment, within Courtyard 81, Xiao Qingqing gradually awakened from his moment of comprehension, the Tao Enlightenment tea leaf in his mouth dissolving into flecks of spiritual dust, which he absorbed. Even without its enlightenment effect, the benefits of the Tao Enlightenment tea leaf were still remarkable. Xiao Qingqing felt his physical body growing stronger, and his mastery over spiritual energy became more adept. However, what delighted him most was not these minor improvements, but rather that he had truly grasped a method for utilizing the thunder patterns and enhanced the ones already inscribed upon him. The previous thunder patterns were merely imitations of the Tao's imprints. Now, they transformed into Tao patterns, the patterns of the great Tao, the Tao patterns of heaven and earth. These thunder patterns were not only useful for body refinement, but could also be wielded for attacks. By activating the thunder patterns, he could envelop his entire being in arcs of lightning, harnessing the power of thunder at will. There were no specific techniques. However, their application was now far more flexible and domineering. With the comprehension of the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, he felt confident that success in the upcoming outer sect competition was nearly assured. The rewards for the outer sect competition were immensely generous. The top 10 participants would gain entry to the cleansing pool, a place of profound enhancement. The cleansing pool of the Tai Su sacred land not only contained the essence blood of ancient beasts, but also housed precious treasures of heaven and earth, and even the remains of ancient stellar creatures. Gaining access to the cleansing pool would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to one's physical body. Those with great fortune might even awaken their hidden potential or receive other fortuitous benefits. It could be said that entering the cleansing pool was the aspiration of every disciple of Tai Xu Dai. In addition to this opportunity, whoever claimed first place in the competition would not only receive a top-grade treasure, but also a profound Tai Su True method. Both rewards were invaluable. The treasure would enhance one's combat prowess directly, while the Tai Su True method could elevate one's potential. The mainstream techniques were categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, but above these tiers lay even higher quality true methods, commonly referred to as sacred arts. Each sacred art possessed unimaginable power, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, even obliterating stars and tearing apart the void. This time, the outer sect first place must be mine. A gleam of determination shone in Xiao Qingqing's eyes. If he wished to attain a higher status in the future and gain more resources for cultivation, he could not bypass this competition that would enhance his credentials. Thus, this contest was imperative for him, not merely for treasures, but for future development. The inner disciples were but a starting point. In an unknown valley, a youth with singed long hair was leisurely stretching his limbs. As his body moved, a crackling sound emanated from within him. With just a slight exertion, the sounds of thunderous roars echoed. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of a ground-level technique. I have finally mastered it. This youth was none other than Zhang Fan. After enduring a series of painful sacrifices, he had ultimately succeeded in mastering this technique. The divine thunder of all heavens. With a thunderous roar, a clap of thunder resonated across the heavens, black lightning crisscrossing the void, exuding limitless power. Zhang Fan summoned the thunder, his voice a battle cry as he traversed the valley, leaving desolation in his wake. This technique is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, on the other side, the spirit of Elder Lin also emerged. He was assisting Zhang Fan in concocting a ferocious 4th-grade spirit pill, the Violent Spirit Pill. This pill was incredibly potent, capable of facilitating a breakthrough in a short period, yet its side effects were equally severe. After consumption, one could be left weakened for a month, or worse, suffer permanent stagnation in their cultivation. Elder Lin advised Zhang Fan against taking such risks, but Zhang Fan, undeterred, pressed Lin for assistance. With no other choice, Elder Lin complied, striving to create a version of the Violent Spirit Pill with fewer side effects, only to find his already recovering spirit weakened anew. Heaven is aiding me. With this pill, I will surely defeat Xiao Qingqing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Fan secured the spirit pill and resumed his practice of the technique. In his quest to vanquish Xiao Qingqing, he was perilously close to the brink of madness. As for the weakened Elder Lin, he was far too preoccupied to concern himself with the matter. As time passed day by day, the curtain on the outer sect competition was finally drawn. At this moment, on the Disciple Square, the crowd was teeming with people. Numerous outer sect disciples rubbed their palms together, hoping to secure commendable results. Among the throng, a robust young man was surrounded by a number of disciples. This young man's name was Jiang Feng, one of the hot favorites in the upcoming outer sect competition. I truly do not understand how these people can dare to compare Xiao Qingqing with senior brother Jiang. Xiao Qingqing should take a look in the mirror and see who he is, audaciously hoping to displace you from the ranks of the 3 great masters. Exactly. Xiao Qingqing has no noteworthy achievements to speak of. The only one that seems somewhat credible is questionable at best. Half a year ago, he was nearly forced to kneel, and now, after just 3 months, he can kill Xian Dan? Do they think we are fools? He must be claiming undue credit. The robust young man chuckled. Who cares if it's Xiao Qingqing or Xiao Qingchong? Bring one forth, and I shall defeat them all. Chapter 45. The powerful shadow and the elder's shot clang, clang, clang. Shortly after the crowd gathered in the square, a grand and resounding chime echoed through the mountains, reverberating between heaven and earth. The once bustling throng fell into a hushed silence. This was the sound of the Taishu bell. Each toll signified that a significant event was about to unfold. Above the cloud palace, rays of rainbow light descended, and waves of terrifying energy surged from all directions. Celestial cranes soared, and ethereal melodies lingered in the air. Blossoms of Taoist essence slowly unfurled against the backdrop of the sky. One after another, elders, imbued with an aura of celestial grace, either rode on clouds, commanded mystical beasts, or were shrouded in radiant light as they materialized from the void. the foremost elder proclaimed in a resonant voice. The outer sect competition begins now. I shall not elaborate on the specific rules, as they remain unchanged from previous years. I hope each disciple can display their unique flair in today's grand contest. At this moment, countless disciples were filled with excitement. Many had diligently trained for years, yearning to shine on this day, for only the top 100 disciples would be permitted to enter the inner sect. Amidst fierce competition from over 10,000 hopefuls, thus, each spot was of inestimable value. Moreover, aside from these coveted spots, those who performed exceptionally well in the competition might attract the attention of formidable alliances. The alliances were a self-organized development model among disciples, with the Wanyui being one such alliance. Being embraced by these alliances could also yield substantial resources. Therefore, joining an alliance was a goal for some disciples. Zhang Fan, do you have confidence in securing the first place? This matter is crucial for the future development of our Wanyuit. A nobleman clad in feathered robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was the leader of the Wanyui, the true disciple Wan Jingyu. Zhang Fan replied calmly, "Rest assured, President. First place is within my grasp. However," he added, "before that, I must settle some personal grievances." Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on a figure in azure garb on the stage. Wan Jingyu also turned his gaze towards the arena, vaguely recalling that one of his inner sect disciples seemed to have a conflict with this particular disciple. A smirk crept onto his lips as he mused, "Interesting." Yet, he did not dwell on it too long. The significance of the outer sect competition paled in comparison to the mountain river rankings. This year, the most talented disciples of the outer sect had already been absorbed into the Wanyui, rendering the outcome of the competition less critical. What truly mattered to him was the ongoing struggle between the Wanyui and the True Sun Society led by that woman in red. The position of the eighth Holy Sun was his foremost priority. On the stage, Xiao Qingcheng decisively eliminated another disciple. With his formidable prowess, more and more disciples began to take notice of his every move. Drawing admiration even from some elders atop the Cloud Palace, "Is this the promising talent you discovered back then? Indeed, I am genuinely astonished that he has broken through to the 10th level of the spirit platform in just 6 months." Elder Yin, the gray-clad elder who had once spoken on Xiao Qingcheng's behalf in front of the Sutra Hall, was now thoroughly pleased with the results at that moment. Another robust figure leaped onto the stage, and the crowd erupted in cheers, filled with excitement. "Go, Brother Jiang," they shouted. At last, he faces Xiao Qingcheng. "Brother Jiang, make sure to teach him a lesson. Show him your prowess. Teach him a lesson." Jiang Feng stepped onto the platform, exuding arrogance, reveling in the cheers of his peers. However, upon seeing Xiao Qingcheng, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. How could anyone compare this scrawny figure to him? Even more infuriating was the thought that someone dared to claim his title as one of the top 3 disciples of the outer sect. Despite the outer sect competition not emphasizing reputation among the disciples, such standing was of utmost importance, as it determined their potential to join a powerful alliance. "So, you are Xiao Qingcheng? Humph, with your frail stature. You dare contend for the title of one of the top 3 disciples?" Jiang Feng scoffed disdainfully at Xiao Qingcheng. At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng frowned slightly. Since when did he seek to compete for the title of the top 3 disciples? Wasn't he aiming for first place? Xiao Qingcheng felt exasperated. This was sheer slander. "Junior brother, you misunderstand. I have no intention of competing with you." Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Could this lad be attempting to deceive him? Was he perhaps intimidated and hoping for leniency in the upcoming match? However, Xiao Qingcheng's next words left him feeling utterly humiliated. "That I aim for first place. What nonsense about the top 3 disciples? I have no desire to be compared to anyone." Fire blazed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He was inherently quick to anger, and hearing Xiao Qingcheng openly insult the title he held dear only intensified his fury. "Humph! Let us see if you can still speak so boldly after this." In an instant, Jiang Feng unleashed his power, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that surged around him. Above the Cloud Palace, the elders observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. This disciple possesses quite the ambition. However, Jiang Feng is not an easy opponent. He may appear rough and brutish, yet he harbors cunning. Elder Yin chuckled awkwardly. "Let us watch closely. Perhaps this young man will surprise us." Jiang Feng practiced a profound technique, the ironclad blood alligator technique. As he executed it, a terrifying blood shadow coalesced around him, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient beasts. sending shivers down the spines of weaker disciples. Roar. At that moment, the earth trembled. A horrifying phantom emerged, and in an instant, a massive blood tail, sharp as a spear, lashed out from the blood shadow towards Xiao Qingcheng. A dangerous pressure immediately locked onto Xiao Qingcheng. Many disciples cheering for Jiang Feng were exhilarated, believing that Xiao Qingcheng would soon fall victim to Jiang Feng's relentless assault. This ironclad blood alligator technique was notorious for ensnaring its targets. Once struck by the blood alligator, one would be dragged into the abyss. Yet, at that very moment, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly sprang into action. His form became elusive, continuously shifting on the stage, leaving behind a series of afterimages that blurred the line between reality and illusion. So fast, I can't even discern where he truly is. Many disciples gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even the elders atop the Cloud Palace struggled to keep track of his movements, their eyes wide with disbelief. What an extraordinary technique, however. The one facing Xiao Qingcheng was not one of those powerful elders, but rather a 10th-level outer sect disciple. This meant that from the moment Xiao Qingcheng unveiled his technique, Jiang Feng was already defeated, and no matter how mighty his attacks, they were futile if he could not land a blow in the midst of the shadowy illusions. Everything was but a mirage. Jiang Feng, frantic, shouted, "You're cheating! Have the courage to face me directly. Stop hiding, relying on mere footwork. How shameless!" At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng had already grasped Jiang Feng's weaknesses. His figure suddenly materialized before Jiang Feng. "Are you truly certain?" As the words fell, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming force erupting from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire body. His expression shifted to one of shock. Chapter 46. The battle against Zhou Jiuyo and Xiao Qingcheng's terrifying sword intent boom. The terrifying energy surged like a vortex, the azure blue aura akin to a blade. Jiang Feng's complexion paled. He felt a wave of agony threatening to shatter his fighting spirit. The pain coursing through his body and the brief muscle spasms rendered him immobile. His pupils constricted, and the figure before him loomed larger. Xiao Qingcheng's sword passed him. His colossal fist, brimming with boundless energy, struck directly at his abdomen. In the next instant, the burly Jiang Feng was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The arena was vast, with little chance of falling off, yet at this moment, it was clear to all, Jiang Feng had lost. His once prized strength was rendered insignificant before Xiao Qingcheng. The secret weapon he had concealed was never even unleashed. Defeated, utterly defeated. Jiang Feng's body collapsed to the ground, creating a massive crater in the arena. He stared blankly at Xiao Qingcheng, unable to comprehend why a seemingly frail youth possessed such immense raw power. Yet, defeat is defeat. Though he was consumed with rage, he had no choice but to accept this reality. He could not best Xiao Qingcheng. With a heavy heart, he descended from the stage, his spirit shattered. As he beheld Jiang Feng's departing figure, his disciples were left in utter shock, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist-sized egg whole. Above in the Cloud Palace, Elder Yin stroked his beard and chuckled. "Esteemed colleagues, my favored disciple has performed quite admirably, has he not?" The previous elder fell silent, unable to contest the fact. The other elders nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Xiao Qingcheng's display. The competition on stage continued. With Xiao Qingcheng stepping forth once more, as his victories accumulated, more disciples began to take note of him. In a distant corner, a distinguished disciple gazed intently at Xiao Qingcheng on the platform. This individual, a formidable adversary, possessed an effortless demeanor that was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. "Very well, since I must eventually face him, why not now?" Zhou Jiuyo flicked his long sword, the blade singing with a resonance akin to a celestial being. Emanating an overwhelming sharpness, as this sword intent surged forth, the surrounding disciples instinctively retreated, for he resembled an unparalleled sword, intimidating all who dared approach. Xiao Qingcheng, too, took notice of this scene. As a fellow comprehender of sword intent, he was acutely aware of its nuances. The moment Zhou Jiuyo unleashed his sword intent, Xiao Qingcheng recognized that this individual, like himself, possessed extraordinary talent in the realm of swordsmanship. A fierce battle intent ignited within Xiao Qingcheng. He yearned for a worthy opponent with whom to engage in a duel of swords. In this contest, he sought to measure sword intents. "Come forth." Zhou Jiuyo accepted the challenge, showing no inclination to evade the fight. Once more, His razor-sharp sword intent erupted forth as he ascended the platform amidst a chorus of cheers from countless disciples. Before Zhang Fan's emergence, Zhou Jiuyo was undeniably the foremost disciple of the outer sect. He was not only striking in appearance and possessing an ethereal aura, but also displayed exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Like Xiao Qingqing, he had condensed a seed of sword intent during the early stages of the spirit platform realm. Over the past year, he had advanced rapidly, completing numerous profound missions, earning him immense prestige among the outer disciples. Many regarded him as the elder brother of the outer sect, as Zhou Jiuyo took to the stage. He uttered no grandiose words, merely standing there drew forth thunderous applause. Go, Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou is unmatched in the world. With Brother Zhou present, Xiao Qingqing is in peril, though Xiao Qingqing had achieved 30 consecutive victories and was formidable. Many still believed he could not surpass Brother Zhou. Sword intent? Was that truly sword intent? I thought Brother Zhou might have entered the profound pill realm before this competition. Who would have thought he had comprehended sword intent? What a surprise! To grasp sword intent at such a young age, Brother Zhou is undoubtedly a prodigy of swordsmanship. At last, we need not endure another moment of watching Xiao Qingqing. After more than 30 matches, each one a mere instant kill, it was devoid of interest. This match, however, is bound to be captivating. In response to the disciples' cheers, Zhou Jiuyo merely nodded. Compared to this fleeting fame, he valued the impending clash with Xiao Qingqing far more. He had heard that Xiao Qingqing had also condensed a seed of sword intent during the early spirit platform stage, and now he was eager to witness firsthand this swordsmanship prodigy. Come forth! At that moment, Zhou Jiuyo, with his striking features and piercing gaze, was equally filled with battle fervor. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with the light of worthy adversaries. Yet, this was not the time for humility. When paths converge, courage prevails. Clad in white robes, Zhou Jiuyo was the first to draw his sword. Like an immortal descending from the heavens, Zhou Jiuyo's figure seemed to split into 9, graceful and extraordinary. Akin to a true celestial being, each of his manifestations bore an overwhelming sword intent. Swish, 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 brilliant sword light erupted from 9 different directions toward Xiao Qingqing, resembling a cataclysmic wave of light, leaving no avenue for escape. Many disciples familiar with this sword technique exclaimed, "This is the 9 Immortal Sword, a ground-tier sword technique. I have seen Brother Zhou wield it before. He once battled a formidable opponent in the early profound pill realm without faltering. What? Is this sword technique truly that powerful, even with a formidable physique? Xiao Qingqing is merely a spirit platform cultivator. How can he contend with a sword technique that even a profound pill realm expert does not dare underestimate? The disparity in strength is evident. I have heard that Xiao Qingqing also condensed a seed of sword intent. But what use is that? Is he merely preying on the weak? His opponent is Zhou Jiuyo. In an audience seat, Zhang Fan was intently watching this scene. Unlike the other disciples, he was aware that Xiao Qingqing had comprehended sword intent, though he was uncertain of its level. Although he had suffered a defeat, that time had been a sneak attack by Xiao Qingqing, which Zhang Fan could not accept. With a dark expression, he gazed at the stage. Xiao Qingqing, the humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing moved. Surprisingly, he did not employ his intricate martial arts. Instead, he made a single stroke through the void. A blue-green sword shadow materialized before the spectators. With a flick of his wrist, the evil-eye green sparrow was gripped firmly in his hand. Clang! The sword intent erupted. An intensely terrifying sword rhythm surged outward like a tidal wave. Caw! The green sparrow's cry echoed, spreading its wings as if to take flight. Holding the sword, Xiao Qingqing's gaze was resolute, and a fearsome aura of a peacock phantom gradually materialized behind him. The evil-eye green sparrow, a treasured artifact, was pushed to its utmost potential. To sword? Surely, Xiao Qingqing does not intend to fight with a sword. Forgive my candor, but as a master of physical combat, what use has he for a sword? Is he not courting disaster? Yet in the next instant, all disciples who harbored doubts about Xiao Qingqing were left dumbfounded. Countless illusions erupted on the stage. 9 beams of sword light were seamlessly intercepted by Xiao Qingqing. Sword intent? How could this be possible? How could Xiao Qingqing also possess sword intent? It had only been a short time. This level of talent seemed to rival Brother Zhou. He too was a prodigy of swordsmanship, above in the Cloud Palace. The elders observing the match were equally astounded. Among them, Elder Yan, who had crossed paths with Xiao Qingqing, was the most shocked. While others were unaware, he knew all too well that Xiao Qingqing had only condensed his seed of sword intent 6 months prior. Yet now, he had mastered sword intent? Unbelievable. He longed to descend and inquire how Xiao Qingqing had achieved this, but the match had commenced. Even as an elder, he could not arbitrarily interrupt at this juncture. Xiao Qingqing merely smiled lightly. This sword possesses a certain flavor. However, to not reciprocate would be impolite. I have a sword for you to appreciate. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted. The evil eye peacock soared high, its enchanting demeanor rendering all things dim in its presence. Chapter 47. Defeating Zhou Jiuyo. Zhang Fan steps up to challenge. Sword intent. How could this be possible? It had only been a short while. The audience witnessing this grand outer sect competition comprised not only outer disciples but also numerous inner sect experts. At this moment, Gao Yunjie was filled with astonishment. While he knew of Zhou Jiuyo as a prodigy of swordsmanship, he felt no jealousy because Zhou Jiuyo's grandfather was an elder of the Taishu Holy Land. Given such a powerful figure, it was not inconceivable for Zhou Jiuyo to comprehend sword intent at a young age. But what of Xiao Qingqing? In less than half a year, he had transformed his seed of sword intent into actual sword intent. Meanwhile, he himself had barely managed to condense a tiny seed of sword intent. Gao Yunjie's expression twisted as the seeds of jealousy began to sprout within him. This individual was his rival, and he had made a great enemy of Xiao Qingqing. With the nature of a prodigy, how could he allow such a threat to persist? Had it not been for Elder Yan's intervention back then, he would have long since resolved this lingering issue. No, I must strike first. I cannot allow him to grow stronger. On the platform, Xiao Qingqing remained calm and composed. Gripping the evil eye green sparrow, he stood as an insurmountable chasm, a peak no one could surmount or resist. The terrifying sword intent raged forth, and the green sparrow let out triumphant cries. Its resplendent tail feathers shimmered with golden light, waves of sword intent rippling as if they could blind the eyes of all present. Xiao Qingqing gazed forward. The evil eye green sparrow emitting a jubilant melody, the crystalline sound akin to pearls cascading onto a jade platter. The sword and its wielder became one. Their wills intertwined. Draw the sword, cleave the heavens. The dazzling light of the sword erupted instantaneously, akin to mountains collapsing and seas shattering. The overwhelming might of the sword akin to the natural order, instilling fear and rendering all motionless. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light surged forth, and the intent of the blade flowed like a river, embodying the ultimate essence of countless sword techniques. The azure bird danced gracefully, singing with a bright voice. By in this moment, as his opponent, Zhou Jiuyo was instantly filled with excitement. This sword intent was terrifyingly powerful, yet Zhou Jiuyo was overwhelmingly thrilled. He yearned to engage in battle with such a formidable strike. As a descendant of the elders, he possessed a precious artifact for protection. Initially, he feared that relying on the artifact's might would diminish the brilliance of the contest. However, it soon became evident that this match was evenly matched. Zhou Jiuyo smiled calmly, exuding an air of nobility. He grasped his sword with one hand while forming a seal with the other, reciting a passage of swordsmanship. A blue array spun beneath his feet, revealing runes shimmering with divine light, each containing the essence of swordsmanship. As a terrifying force surged outward like a tidal wave in all directions, 9 radiant sword lights hovered around Zhou Jiuyo. This is the contest I desire. Xiao Qingqing, you are a sword cultivator worthy of respect. Yet, in this battle, victory shall belong to me. Go. Zhou Jiuyo excelled in the 9 immortal sword array. The 9 immortal sword was merely a simplified adaptation. When he had once engaged in a protracted battle with a formidable opponent in the early phase of the Profound Pill realm, he had relied solely on the 9 immortal sword, believing it sufficient. Now, however, faced with Xiao Qingqing's strike, he chose to reveal his trump card, convinced that only his hidden strength could withstand such a blow. The mysterious light oscillated, and the intricate path of the sword swirled, each blade gleaming like falling stars, carrying an overwhelming might. Boom, boom, boom. 9 sword lights slashed toward Xiao Qingqing's strike. The immense power dazzled the eyes. The resplendent divine light obscured the scene. Who would be willing to concede defeat? Thus, the victor of this contest must be me. Xiao Qingqing unsheathed another sword. He acknowledged that Zhou Jioyo possessed some skill, but that was the extent of it. The dissipating sword force, as if time rewound, converged once more within the wicked-eyed azure bird sword of Xiao Qingqing. Slash! Another dazzling beam of sword light erupted. Its sharpness was unstoppable, akin to an arrow piercing the dawn, traversing the void to meet the horizon. The cross-shaped radiance spun ceaselessly. A new beam of sword light shattered the equilibrium. The might of the nine immortal sword dissipated into the cosmos. Yet Xiao Qingqing's sword light surged forth like a bamboo splitting open, swift, invincible. Two extreme beams of sword light swept past Zhou Jioyo, leaving deep ravines upon the stage. Zhou Jioyo stood rooted in place. Devoid of sorrow from defeat, only admiration for this exquisite sword strike. He adored the sword. He had been infatuated with it since childhood. Now, witnessing such a strike, his heart was fulfilled. Zhou Jioyo inquired, "What is the name of this sword technique? Why do I sense the shadow of the sword drawing technique within it?" For a worthy opponent to discuss swordsmanship with, Xiao Qingqing harbored goodwill. Although Zhou Jioyo had not withstood the first layer of his sword drawing technique, he replied, "Indeed, this sword is named the sword drawing technique. It is derived from the sword drawing art, so naturally, it bears its resemblance." Receiving the answer, Zhou Jioyo was thoroughly satisfied. He bowed with his sword, then calmly descended from the stage, leaving Xiao Qingqing behind. In that moment, the onlookers seemed to linger in the aftermath of the duel between Xiao Qingqing and Zhou Jioyo. After a considerable time had passed, they finally realized that the match had concluded. Senior Zhou actually lost? This cannot be. Has Xiao Qingqing truly grown to such a level? So formidable, so powerful. This is the essence of a sword cultivator's contest. Though brief, it was exhilarating. Senior Zhou is impressive, but Senior Xiao is even more so. Ha ha ha, witnessing such a match is truly worth the journey. Amidst the continuous cheers, both competitors left an indelible mark on this outer sect competition. However, at that moment, others began to wonder whether Xiao Qingqing could indeed become the first in the outer sect. What of his match against Zhang Fan? It seems Zhang Fan and Senior Zhou were evenly matched. Does that not imply Senior Zhao's assured victory? Brother, your information is outdated. It is said that 3 months ago, Zhang Fan was defeated by Senior Xiao. Thus, 3 months later, he would undoubtedly be no match. Zhang Fan's strongest attribute lies in alchemy. In other aspects, he seems rather unremarkable. Although his mental prowess is strong, Senior Zhao's sword intent is simply invincible. Defeat is inevitable for Zhang Fan. Crack! The primal force within Zhang Fan surged suddenly, a furious aura becoming uncontrollable. The azure stones beneath his feet shattered under his weight. He gazed coldly at the disciples who had previously belittled him, his icy gaze sweeping over them as if to remind them that he had taken note of their scorn. Who knows who will win until we've fought? I know you all wish to be sycophants, but there is no need to rush. I have not yet lost. Zhang Fan strode past them, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qingqing on the stage, leaving the crowd with a formidable silhouette. You all shall witness how I will reduce Xiao Qingqing to a mere fallen flower. Chapter 48. Provoking Zhang Fan. The terrifying heavenly thunder patterns. Look, it's Zhang Fan stepping onto the stage. With 2 of the 3 top experts from the outer sect already defeated, if Zhang Fan were to fall as well, would that not mean Xiao Qingqing has made history? If so, how terrifying would Xiao Qingqing be? It is said he is merely 16 years old. Hiss, so fearsome. Such talent invokes awe in us all. At this moment, both outer and inner sect disciples were abuzz with conversation. Though the Taishu Holy Land saw the emergence of some prodigies each year, none had matched Xiao Qingqing's prowess in challenging 2 grand figures. Should Xiao Qingqing defeat Zhang Fan, he would have challenged 3. Such talent could rival that of ordinary true disciples. Many disciples began to look at Xiao Qingqing with fervent admiration, akin to encountering a rare treasure. Unable to resist the urge to draw closer. On the stage, Zhang Fan wore a gloomy expression, irritated by the incessant chatter surrounding him. Why does everyone believe I will surely lose? Why do they think I cannot compete with Xiao Qingqing? Is it merely because his appearance and demeanor surpass mine? I have vowed to repay the humiliation you bestowed upon me 100-fold. Today, I have arrived. Thus, your demise is certain. Zhang Fan's gaze turned fierce, a palpable killing intent emanating from him in his mind. He envisioned countless ways to bring Xiao Qingqing to his end. Xiao Qingqing scoffed. Finding Zhang Fan's reasoning rather absurd, Humiliation? What humiliation have I inflicted upon you? Is it because you coveted my treasure and, in your greed, attacked only to be effortlessly defeated by me? Ha ha ha. You dare label this as my humiliation? Clearly, you were the one who acted unreasonably. What right do you have to lament your grievances? You were the one at fault. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, quickly grasped the situation's context. Coupled with Zhang Fan's past actions, they believed Xiao Qingqing's account without question. Zhang Fan was enraged. Words are futile today. You must die. Zhang Fan, disregarding martial ethics, was the first to strike. Terrifying fiery dragon elephant phantom instantly manifested behind him. A powerful fist imprint was unleashed, the wind howling, spiritual energy surging, as if 1,000 rampaging dragon elephants charged forth. The dreadful might dimmed the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing remained unhurried, exuding composure. Upon seeing Zhang Fan charging toward him, a faint smile graced his lips, a massive crimson glow surged toward him. Xiao Qingqing was delighted. He had not anticipated that Zhang Fan would arrive bearing a red opportunity. For a moment, he was somewhat perplexed. What should he do now? He had come with the resolve to slay Zhang Fan, yet the current situation was beyond his expectations. If he were to kill Zhang Fan now, that red opportunity would be lost. After all, this was a competition. Xiao Qingqing could not afford to surrender. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Qingqing remarked, "Truly, you are the child of fortune. To wish for your demise is no easy task. Count yourself fortunate. Today, I shall grant you only a lesson." The powerful wicked-eyed azure bird flowed effortlessly in Xiao Qingqing's grasp. With each sword thrust, a breathtaking illusion accompanied him. Though Zhang Fan's fire dragon elephant fist was formidable, it was still shattered by the brilliance of Xiao Qingqing's illusions. One by one, the dragon elephants seemed to lose their vitality, collapsing into desolation. Zhang Fan panicked. Xiao Qingqing was indeed not a simple opponent. The dragon elephant fist he had painstakingly trained for months was effortlessly neutralized by Xiao Qingqing. Is this all? If this is your level, it pales in comparison to your barking skills. Xiao Qingqing pressed Zhang Fan further. The ultimate aim of the outer sect competition was to showcase oneself. The stronger one's abilities, the more attention one would attract from powerful figures, greatly enhancing their standing within the sect. Zhang Fan? Xiao Qingqing was merely a stepping stone for him to demonstrate his might. Is that so? The techniques I have learned are not something a mere country bumpkin like you can comprehend. I will show you my true strength, heavenly thunder of the great sky. Zhang Fan's visage was suffused with a wild intensity, as countless black bolts of lightning coiled around him, enveloping the entire arena in a sinister aura. These black thunders, imposing and formidable, evoked a sense of dread among the multitude of disciples, their sheer size reminiscent of a mature water snake. As a supreme-grade earthly martial skill, Zhang Fan harbored unwavering confidence in it. He believed that Xiao Qingqing would undoubtedly succumb to this extraordinary technique of his, for he sought vengeance and aimed to cleanse the shame of his past. The terrifying black lightning surged forth towards Xiao Qingqing in an instant, forming a menacing lightning pool teeming with ferocious bolts, seemingly potent enough to obliterate the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. The appalling might astonished many of the elders present. Yet, Xiao Qingqing merely smiled serenely in the face of this tempest of lightning. Thunder arts, you say? He too possessed such abilities. However, he remained unaware of the true extent of his own thunder arts. Since Zhang Fan intended to vanquish him with lightning, he would retaliate in kind. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Xiao Qingqing underwent a dramatic transformation. As lightning patterns emerged, a celestial hymn resonated, and a purple electric dragon coiled around him. With a graceful extension of his long, pristine fingers, he effortlessly grasped the black lightning in his hand. The unexpected scene left everyone astounded. They had not anticipated that Xiao Qingqing, faced with such a fearsome strike, would not evade but rather seize it. Was this audacity born of exceptional skill or sheer ignorance? Zhang Fan erupted into laughter, his eyes glinting with madness as he scoffed, "Foolish and ignorant. Can you possibly subdue my divine thunder?" Although he had not yet perfected this technique to the point of shattering divine mountains with a mere flick, it was still formidable. He had tested it in private, and even inferior-grade spiritual treasures had been shattered in an instant by this thunder, and now, he witnessed Xiao Qingqing daring to grasp the divine thunder with his bare hand. What audacity! What absurdity! How dare he? However, the next moment, Xiao Qingqing's actions left Zhang Fan speechless. Is that so? Yet I believe your mastery is still lacking. Xiao Qingqing's gaze remained tranquil, his eyes as placid as an ancient well. Seated calmly amidst the chaos, his crystalline fingers tightened their grip, exerting tremendous force to crush the black lightning. In the following instant, the purple lightning dragon opened its massive maw, devouring the very threads of lightning. Xiao Qingqing was enveloped in a radiant purple light, exuding an aura of terror akin to that of a celestial deity. Is this your supreme, heavenly divine thunder? Pathetically feeble, the black lightning continued to shatter. While the purple dragon danced gracefully, it was a confrontation of two forms of lightning. Yet, it appeared evident that Xiao Qingqing's prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Fan. Rumbling, Zhang Fan's lightning resembled a vast black ocean, while Xiao Qingqing's radiated like a purple divine mountain. The dark ocean attempted to shake the divine mountain, but ultimately, it was repelled by its might, with the purple dragon persistently consuming the black lightning. This mighty purple mountain had already claimed half the expanse of the horizon. Zhang Fan was overwhelmed. The ocean of black lightning rapidly receded. He gazed at Xiao Qingqing in disbelief, his eyes brimming with terror. Despite his relentless training, there were always those who could surpass him, unreasonably so, in the past and now. Why? He was unwilling to accept it. He still wished to emerge victorious. Elder Lin, assist me. I must win. I will win. He swallowed a fury spirit pill, and his internal aura surged dramatically. He glared fiercely at Xiao Qingqing, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as though he could incinerate him in a fiery inferno. Elder Lin, within the ring, felt helpless, but at this juncture, he had no choice. He could only strive to maintain control over Zhang Fan's sanity. Xiao Qingqing chuckled softly, knowing that Zhang Fan would not remain idle. But what of it? In the face of absolute power, anger held no value. Suppression, divine light surged, and purple lightning cascaded like a tide. Xiao Qingqing's eyes blazed with lightning, his unparalleled might erupting from within. The formidable purple divine mountain advanced towards Zhang Fan with unstoppable force, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. The novel can be downloaded through the open source, free Xingxuan downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquired this novel file via a proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me/fq tool. Chapter 49, Defeating Zhang Fan and the Wager Among the Elders. Suppression. The invincible purple gold divine mountain loomed between heaven and earth, surrounded by domineering lightning, resembling a colossal dragon coiling around it. The dragon roared, its thunderous might akin to that of a prison. The terrifying force invoked celestial phenomena, causing the entire sky to darken and lower. Boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon Zhang Fan. His eyes flared with fury, his spirit surging chaotically like wildfire. Having already perfected his spiritual energy into a formidable form, the consumption of the Fury Spirit Pill only intensified his aura, rendering him even more ferocious. You wish to suppress me? Impossible! Zhang Fan shouted, launching a barrage of punches, each imprint as colossal as the sun. Radiating terrifying golden flames, the golden flames clashed against the purple divine mountain, creating a dazzling display of divine light that left onlookers bewildered, unsure of how to engage in battle. A titanic force surged from Zhang Fan's body. His sinewy muscles resembled unyielding rock, while the tendons along his back twisted like dragon spines. Roll. His might shook the divine mountain, causing the purple lightning to tremble. The giant mountain reverberated, its form quaking. Yet, Xiao Qingqing wielded the patterns of heaven and earth, crafting a mountain of celestial lightning. Such ordinary power could hardly hope to shatter it. Even with the enhancement from the Fury Spirit Pill, Zhang Fan remained incapable of overcoming the divine mountain's indomitable presence. With arms braced against the mountain and feet planted firmly on the ground, Zhang Fan's body slowly bent under the strain, his heart racing as if it were to supply boundless life essence. Yet, sweat beaded on his brow, threatening to cascade down. He was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? How can this be? Elder Lin, take control of my actions. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass him. Zhang Fan's face darkened, his expression rife with rage. Having consumed the Fury Spirit Pill, his strength rivaled that of a divine elephant. Yet why could he not best Xiao Qingcheng? He was indignant. He yearned to claim the title of first among the outer disciples, to enter the inner sanctum with an invincible stature. Numerous desires still lingered within him. He could not afford to falter now. Elder Lin, will you not assist me? Do you not wish for my victory? Zhang Fan struggled, on the verge of tears. The ring trembled slightly, and Elder Lin sighed. Very well, I shall assist you once more. Elder Lin's spirit entered Zhang Fan's body through the ring, and in the next moment, invincible flames of orange and white intertwined erupted from Zhang Fan's form. Furthermore, his body became increasingly agile. As the purple divine mountain descended, Zhang Fan miraculously evaded the confines of its shadow. Empowered by the formidable strength akin to that of a deity, Zhang Fan's confidence surged. With Elder Lin's aid, what could a mere Xiao Qingcheng do against him? Xiao Qingcheng, today you are destined to perish. Swish, swish, swish. A cascade of magnificent fire lotuses materialized in the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful and overwhelmingly dominant. They dyed the sky for 3,000 feet. Countless fire lotuses bloomed, releasing torrents of divine light. Standing amidst the floral display, Zhang Fan resembled a divine being of fire, exuding an aura of invincibility and supreme might. The dramatic turn of events left all onlookers astounded. They had witnessed Zhang Fan on the brink of being suppressed by Xiao Qingcheng, yet in an instant, he regained overwhelming dominance. The spectacle of the fiery lotus sea appeared even more formidable than the aura of Xiao Qingcheng's purple divine mountain. Is this the battle of prodigies? Previously, when Xiao Qingcheng faced Zhang Feng, I thought I could hold my own. But after witnessing the battle with Zhou Jiuyo, I realized I was utterly unworthy to be compared. Yet now, could Zhang Fan's approach truly be executed by us disciples of Ling Tai? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The talents of these two must far exceed that of ordinary prodigies. They are exceptional contenders, though I harbor reservations regarding Zhang Fan's character. His prowess is indisputable. This is simply extraordinary, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. With such momentum and caliber, I would be obliterated if I ever stepped onto the stage. I never imagined that within my humble outer sect, there existed such hidden talents. Above the clouds, more and more elders began to materialize. Initially, they had no intention of spectating, yet upon sensing the magnitude of Zhang Fan and Xiao Qingcheng's confrontation, their interest was piqued. Both were extraordinary individuals of great talent. However, due to Zhang Fan's display of celestial fire, most elders leaned towards him. This young man has fortuitously acquired the earthly orange flame, a rare fire that ranks among the top 10 in the realm of celestial flames. It seems this disciple in blue robes is destined to lose. This child has obtained such a tremendous opportunity. Our sect ought to nurture him diligently. I hear he is also an alchemist. Perhaps I shall take him as my disciple. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ha ha ha. This child is exceptionally rare, and his temperament must be extraordinary. I propose he be my apprentice. One by one, the elders began to vie for Zhang Fan's favor. As for Xiao Qingcheng, while they admired him, compared to Zhang Fan, who possessed the earthly orange flame, his opportunities seemed somewhat lacking. Elder Yin grew indignant. I contend that Xiao Qingcheng is the true first among the outer disciples. You old fogies lack vision. Who are you calling old fogies? How about we place a wager? I wager that Zhang Fan is the true first among the outer disciples. What shall we wager? Let us wager the recent acquisition of purple gold meteorite. Very well, if I win, I demand a lightning seed. The other elders found the situation amusing and took on the role of notary. However, at this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was unaware that Elder Yin was using him as a pawn in a gamble against the other elders. Had he known, he would surely have burst into laughter. While the otherworldly fire was formidable, it paled in comparison to the celestial patterns of the heavens. Do you wish for my demise? That would indeed depend on whether you possess the necessary strength. Lightning seals. Xiao Qingcheng continuously inscribed the lightning seals in his hands. In the next moment, 3,000 lightning seals were instantly formed. Swiftly, an order was given, and these lightning seals emitted a brilliant purple light. Resembling a flock of purple birds taking flight, soaring towards Zhang Fan's 3,000 red lotuses. The purple birds filled the sky, flying with precision and grace as they descended upon each red lotus. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan burst into hearty laughter. His 3,000 red lotuses were manifestations of the otherworldly fire. What could these lightning seals possibly achieve? With a grand wave of his hand, the 3,000 red lotuses erupted into terrifying flames, burned them to ashes. With a thunderous clash, the 3,000 purple birds collided with the 3,000 red lotuses, unleashing a spectacle of divine radiance. Thunder roared, flames surged, and the terrifying phenomenon left all onlookers in awe. At this moment, everyone's attention was riveted on the outcome of this battle. Suddenly, the heavens resounded with the melodious cries of the purple birds, creating a symphony of thousands of enchanting voices that echoed like a celestial masterpiece. Perhaps the flames too dared to radiate their brilliance. Xiao Qingsheng stood aloft, sword in hand, with countless purple birds still forming by his side. A terrifying aura continuously surged, exuding an otherworldly might akin to that of a deity or a demon. The purple birds bore Xiao Qingsheng aloft as he gazed down upon Zhang Fan. Divine retribution! The sinister-eyed azure sparrow transformed into a majestic peacock that could rival the heavens, spreading its resplendent feathers, shimmering with divine light. Behind it, an endless array of purple birds followed suit. The red lotuses were scattered, their flames extinguished. The dread of divine retribution allowed all to witness the fearsome power of Xiao Qingsheng. Chapter 50. The Uncrowned King, awaiting Zhang Fan's severe punishment, regardless of Zhang Fan's resistance. The outcome had already been sealed. Even with his body under the control of Elder Lin, fully exploiting every ounce of potential, he still could not withstand Xiao Qingsheng's assault. Countless purple birds descended, and the terrifying might of divine retribution charred the entire arena. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd as the situation on the stage dramatically shifted once more. Zhang Fan was cast down to the mortal realm, and Xiao Qingsheng emerged victorious. His long, cascading black hair billowed like a waterfall, while his handsome features were chiseled as if sculpted by the hands of fate itself. His bright eyes and radiant smile exuded an otherworldly charm. Around Xiao Qingsheng, purple lightning danced, and his ethereal presence instilled fear in the hearts of all disciples. Soon after, cheers erupted from the crowd as the uncrowned king among the outer disciples was born. Xiao Qingsheng had defeated Zhang Fan, and from this moment forth, he would face no rival. How terrifying, how awe-inspiring. Is this what it means to be a top-tier prodigy? Brother Xiao is invincible. Did you notice? When Brother Xiao faced Zhang Feng, he employed physical techniques. Against Zhou Jiuyo, he wielded swordsmanship, and in his duel with Zhang Fan, he utilized lightning techniques. 3 distinct paths of mastery. My heavens! Is there truly someone capable of achieving such feats at the spiritual platform stage? Brother Xiao truly deserves the title of the first among the outer disciples. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. This is the posture of invincibility. If Brother Xiao were to employ all 3 techniques, would Zhang Fan not be unable to endure even a single T's duration under his hands? The posture of invincibility. The posture of invincibility. Hiss! I heard that Brother Xiao seemingly completed a profound level 5-star task all on his own 3 months ago. I once thought it was a mere rumor, but now it appears to be true. Both Zhou Jiuyo and Zhang Fan could contend against early-stage profound elixir experts without defeat. Thus, it seems plausible that Brother Xiao could also vanquish a profound elixir-level malevolent cultivator. The truth becomes evident. Brother Xiao is indeed the uncrowned king of the outer disciples. More and more voices rose in jubilation. Increasingly, people began to express their admiration for Xiao Qingsheng. All of this stemmed from his unfathomable strength. Individually, Xiao Qingsheng's prowess in swordsmanship, physical techniques, and lightning techniques was of prodigious caliber. Yet, to excel in all 3 disciplines simultaneously is utterly astonishing. Xiao Qingsheng is truly a monstrous prodigy. At this moment, the gazes of all upon Xiao Qingsheng transformed into ones of reverence. However, not everyone felt pleased that I in the audience. Gao Yunjie clenched his fists, his expression exceedingly grim. Xiao Qingsheng's progress exceeded his wildest imagination. He had anticipated that Zhang Fan could easily defeat Xiao Qingsheng, yet it was Xiao Qingsheng who effortlessly triumphed over Zhang Fan. Observing Xiao Qingsheng's formidable demeanor, Gao Yunjie's heart was filled with bitterness. He had witnessed Zhang Fan's might and believed himself to be stronger. Yet, in the face of Zhang Fan, he too had to exert his utmost effort. Now, however, Xiao Qingqing had effortlessly defeated Zhang Fan. Did this not imply that Xiao Qingqing might possess the capability to contend with him? He dared not dwell further on this thought. Previously, he had believed that Xiao Qingqing's rapid advancement necessitated immediate elimination. But now, he yearned to ascend the stage and eliminate Xiao Qingqing on the spot. In that moment, Gao Yunjie's sense of urgency intensified. No, though I am now at the 4th stage of the profound elixir, my chances of defeating him are slim. It seems I must seek assistance from Brother Wan. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhang Fan was equally distressed. Not only had he consumed the Fury Spirit Pill, but he had also relinquished control of his body to Elder Lin. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He had lost. He had lost before the eyes of all Elder Lin. Why did I not win? I possessed the otherworldly fire. Zhang Fan was filled with unwillingness, unable to accept this fate. His gaze toward Xiao Qingqing was brimming with resentment. He was on the verge of entering the inner sect with an invincible posture, only to have a Xiao Qingqing emerge mid-journey. Had he known, he would have exerted his full strength at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Had I obtained that 5th-tier purple lightning ancient source flower, I could have cultivated the heavenly divine thunder to perfection. As he gazed upon Xiao Qingqing's tall figure, a murderous intent suddenly filled Zhang Fan's eyes. He sensed that if he did not eliminate Xiao Qingqing promptly, he would suffer greatly at his hands in the future. To him, Xiao Qingqing was a vengeful individual. Having provoked him today, he would undoubtedly face oppression later. If that is the case, why not strike first? Take his life while he is off guard. No one would make a fuss over the demise of a fallen prodigy. As Xiao Qingqing prepared to leave the stage, Zhang Fan's body suddenly moved. He summoned all his strength, channeling the invincible otherworldly fire towards Xiao Qingqing's head. The sudden turn of events astonished all. Even the elders atop the Cloud Palace were filled with immense rage. However, just as they were about to intervene, Xiao Qingqing's figure flickered, leaving only an afterimage before Zhang Fan. The otherworldly fire shattered the afterimage. While Xiao Qingqing landed upon Zhang Fan's back, boom! The overwhelming force rendered Zhang Fan unable to resist. Xiao Qingqing gazed coldly at Zhang Fan, his eyes filled with an icy chill, akin to an endless frozen tundra. Are you so eager to seek your own demise? Beneath Xiao Qingqing's feet, spiritual energy surged, and a terrifying sword intent instantaneously penetrated Zhang Fan's body, shattering all his bones. Xiao Qingqing leaned down, lifting Zhang Fan, and whispered in his ear, "It seems you still have not recognized your place. Relying on a mere remnant soul for assistance, you think you can compete with me in the arena? Ha, naive. Should you dare to step 1 foot beyond the void, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Qingqing could not directly slay Zhang Fan. Firstly, his status was insufficient, and secondly, he still desired the crimson opportunities that lay within Zhang Fan's possession. The first crimson opportunity granted Xiao Qingqing the supreme sword bone, the second bestowed upon him an unparalleled sword embryo, and this third crimson opportunity promised to be extraordinary, even if it cannot compare to the previous two. The difference is negligible, therefore, to kill Zhang Fan in a moment of impulsive satisfaction is utterly unworthy. He simply does not deserve it. At this juncture, numerous elders descended from the Cloud Palace, their expressions darkened as they regarded Zhang Fan. They had grown weary of even casting a glance in his direction. And no matter how profound your fortune or significant your opportunities may be, if you lack decency, that is fundamentally where the error lies. Should Zhang Fan truly have struck down Xiao Qingqing, he would undoubtedly not survive until the next day. Although Taisu values prodigies, it places even greater importance on character. Zhang Fan's inability to accept defeat and subsequent turn to violence has essentially disqualified him from the ranks of true disciples. However, this is not the time to deal with Zhang Fan. The competition must continue, and many more must be given the opportunity to showcase their talents. After this brief interlude, the remaining matches concluded within 3 days, with most disciples achieving satisfactory results. For instance, Jiang Feng, despite his defeat by Xiao Qingqing and Zhou Jiuyo, performed admirably against other disciples, catching the attention of a true disciples' alliance. Additionally, some lesser-known disciples shone remarkably bright, earning the instantaneous favor of an elder who took them as apprentices. Yet, the more these individuals rejoiced, the more unease crept into Zhang Fan's heart. Once the outer sect competition concluded, he would have to face his punishment. Furthermore, in his quest to concoct elixirs, He owed a substantial sum to other disciples. In his original plan, he intended to evade this debt by securing first place. However, that now seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 51. The terrifying red opportunity. Zhang Fan's collapse. The outer sect competition concludes. The victor, Shao Qingqing. Above the cloud palace, the Grand Elder spoke, and golden characters floated in the air, their radiance illuminating the scene for all disciples to behold. Upon hearing his name, the stone that had weighed heavily on Shao Qingqing's heart finally lifted. He had indeed secured first place. The names I announce henceforth are eligible for entry into the inner sect. Shao Qingqing, Zhou Jiuyo, Zhang Feng. One by one, names emerged into the heavens. All disciples who saw their names either burst into joyous laughter or danced with exuberance to express their delight. However, one disciple wore a furrowed brow. As names were called and his was notably absent, Zhang Fan's heart raced with anxiety. Was it not merely an ambush on Shao Qingqing? Had he not committed a substantial error? Why was his name missing? Zhang Fan was frantic. If he could not even qualify for the inner sect, would all his efforts have been in vain? Fortunately, as the last name was announced, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Fan. He had ultimately been selected for the inner sect. His formidable talent had indeed caught the elder's attention. Now, was it not time to announce the rewards? Although he had been bested by Shao Qingqing, he should still rank second according to strength. While he could not obtain a Tai Su True technique, other rewards were still commendable, particularly the washing marrow pool, a place that could transform one entirely. This opportunity must not be missed. At that moment, Lin Lao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly transmitted a message. Shao Fan, I have discovered a divine object within the washing marrow pool of Zone 9. I suspect it may be the blood of a powerful ancient beast, which could significantly enhance one's physique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's spirit soared. Although Lin Lao was a soul entity, his sensitivity to the rare treasures of the world was remarkably accurate. With Lin Lao's assertion, there was surely something extraordinary in Zone 9. Zhang Fan's gaze fixed upon that area. Although he had lost to Shao Qingqing once, he would not falter a second time. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to achieve a remarkable turnaround. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Shao Qingqing was also fixated on Zone 9. Red opportunity, red opportunity. It seems it must lie in that very place. Shao Qingqing thought, his eyes gleaming with delight. Truly, this was an opportunity bestowed upon the fated one. It was remarkable that it had not fallen into the most potent Zone 1, but rather into the comparatively weaker Zone 9. Nevertheless, this opportunity was destined to be snatched by Shao Qingqing, for he was the first in the outer sect competition and thus held priority. Next, you have 3 days to undergo the washing marrow process. How much you gain depends entirely on your own fortune, the Grand Elder declared. Shao Qingqing, as the first of this competition, you were afforded not only priority but also an additional 4 days of washing marrow time. Upon hearing this, Shao Qingqing was elated and promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your generous reward. The Grand Elder nodded kindly and said, Go forth. Shao Qingqing then soared into the air, arriving at the washing marrow pool suspended in the heavens. Though referred to as the washing marrow pool, it appeared more like a celestial river from the outside. Spiritual energy swirled, ethereal mists floated, and a gentle light exuded an aura of the Tao. Countless wondrous manifestations unfolded above the river. Celestial flowers, rare beasts, exquisite melodies of zither, and divine conches resonating. The moment Shao Qingqing stepped into the washing marrow pool, he felt a tingling sensation as pure spiritual power flooded into his body. Yet, his goal remained clear. He advanced towards the Zone 9 area indicated by the red opportunity line. However, his peculiar actions drew the attention of other elders. Could it be that he was unaware that the greatest medicinal treasures were in Zone 1, where the efficacy was unparalleled? One elder spoke up to remind him. Yet, Shao Qingqing continued his advance towards Zone 9. Thank you for your concern, Elder. However, since I have 7 days for washing marrow, I believe it wise to begin in the area with lesser efficacy, allowing the more potent areas for my fellow disciples. I have great confidence in my own talent. The elder sighed in resignation but found himself increasingly fond of Shao Qingqing. What a good child, he mused. How foolish I was to have once thought Zhang Fan had potential. Now, in comparison to Shao Qingqing, the disparity is stark. The more the elder observed Zhang Fan, the more he deemed him unworthy. Yet, at this moment, All of Zhang Fan's attention was fixated on Xiao Qingqing. He could hardly believe that Xiao Qingqing had chosen not to enter Zone 1, but instead had ventured into Zone 9. In this instant, urgency gripped him. As the second-place finisher in the competition, he had the second choice. He needed to act swiftly to prevent Xiao Qingqing from locating that ancient beast's blood first. However, just as Zhang Fan prepared to step forward, an immense pressure constricted his movements. The elders atop the Cloud Palace regarded Xiao Qingqing with kindness, but their demeanor towards Zhang Fan was markedly different. You wish to enter the washing marrow pool? Humph. To have been granted entry into the inner sect is already a tremendous stroke of luck for you. Step back, the Grand Elder's voice thundered with authority, each word accompanied by an ominous presence. His command was absolute, leaving no room for defiance. Zhang Fan's temper flared, and he felt deeply that the holy ground was treating him unjustly. Why? Was it merely his desire to excel? Why strip him of his reward? Zhang Fan attempted to voice his rebuttal, but he quickly realized he had no opportunity to speak. His expression darkened, and resentment surged within him. Every action of Zhang Fan was scrutinized by the elders of the Cloud Palace. One must abide by the consequences of their actions. This child truly proves to be of little use. With such a disposition, if the sect were to nurture him further, would it not give rise to a treacherous wolf in the future? The elders swiftly produced a thunder seed and presented it to Elder Yin, who stroked his beard with an expression of delight. Truly, a disciple worthy of my favor. Yet, at that very moment, a violent tremor erupted above the celestial river, as though the roar of a primordial beast reverberated across the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. A multitude of wondrous phenomena emerged, various radiant lights cascading down, and boundless Tao rhythms blossoming above the river, their brilliant golden light akin to the blazing sun, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Yet, the extraordinary occurrences did not cease there. Various exotic beasts manifested, only to be swiftly engulfed by a dense mist. The colossal ancient beast revealed but a mere tip of the iceberg, yet even this glimpse sent waves of dread through all disciples. In that moment, Zhang Fan completely lost composure. His eyes reddened, and he sank weakly to his knees upon the stone slab. He felt as though something of utmost significance was slipping away from him, something that was rightfully his. Zhang Fan gazed skyward, desperate to discern what opportunity Xiao Qingqing had obtained. However, as he lifted his head to the heavens, a profound fear welled from within. That ancient beast was far too immense, far too terrifying. It seemed to possess the unparalleled might to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Chapter 52. The blood of the Kuanpeng. Wang Jingyu's scheme for reconciliation. Is this the blood of the Kuanpeng? The Kuanpeng is an ancient fierce beast, possessing supreme power. Every Kuanpeng is a being of immense power, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, embodying unimaginable might. Yet, in the present day, the Kuanpeng has become extinct, either vanished into the mists of history or wandering as a clan beyond the stars. Other races seeking to survive in the cosmos must pay a monumental price or attain a certain level of strength. However, the Kuanpeng race is innately equipped to thrive among the stars. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing has encountered a drop of Kuanpeng's precious blood. Though it is merely a single drop, the formidable vitality it contains astonishes him. Upon contact, a surge of overwhelming energy fills his entire being. And a terrifying heat, akin to molten lava, erupts from within him, causing the waters of the heavenly river to boil violently. The two sword bones within Xiao Qingqing resonate with a hum, their power stimulated by the potent blood. Initiating a transformation of his physical form, the Kuanpeng's blood gradually merges with his heart, producing a rhythmic thumping akin to thunder. The sword bones in his chest emit celestial sounds, and mysterious runes begin to manifest, encircling his vigorous heart. Under the influence of these two divine entities, the blood within Xiao Qingqing begins to transcend. Initially, a single drop of golden blood forms, but soon the rate of its generation accelerates exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Yet, this rapidity is merely relative. Time appears to have come to a standstill for Xiao Qingqing. His body is enveloped in a cocoon of blood, with intricate veins intertwining, ultimately forming a colossal egg. Within this shell, Xiao Qingqing's body undergoes continuous evolution. A mysterious force seems to descend from the heavens, emanating from the distant cosmos. Xiao Qingqing enters a realm of enigma. As if receiving enlightenment from celestial beings, a small Kuanping emerges from the sea, initially consuming shrimp, but growing to devour whales. It battles relentlessly within the sea of blood, continually maturing into an invincible sovereign. All beasts that obstruct its evolution become sustenance for its growth. The Kuanping ascends from the ocean to the sky, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. Wherever it ventures, all beings retreat in submission. Even the most ferocious ancient beasts falter before it. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and various other extraordinary creatures cannot rival its might. Ultimately, this Kuanping soars toward the cosmos. This is a scroll, a chronicle depicting the life of the mysterious Kuanping, the Kuanping 100 Kills chart. As Shao Qingqing's transformation unfolds, an increasing number of true disciples begin to take notice. The leaders of the most renowned sects are drawn to the event, sending signals to absorb Shao Qingqing into their ranks at any cost. Recently, the two most talked about sects have appeared beneath the heavenly river. Tio expressed their esteem for Shao Qingqing. Wang Jingyu personally awaits him below the heavenly river, eager for his emergence from seclusion. As for Zhang Fan, Wang Jingyu still opts to integrate him into their fold. Although the unexpected rise of Shao Qingqing has taken many by surprise, Zhang Fan's strength significantly surpasses that of ordinary disciples. Especially considering his mastery of alchemy. Days pass, and the aura within the heavenly river intensifies, unveiling the enigmatic ancient beast. A stunning and unparalleled shadow of the Kuanping glides through the river, and with every rise and fall, countless spiritual resonances erupt. Kuanping? It is indeed a Kuanping. It has long been rumored that the blood of ancient beasts exists within the cleansing pool, and now it is confirmed. Brother Shao not only possesses a kind heart, but also bears profound fortune. Had he not generously relinquished the most potent area of medicinal efficacy to his fellow disciples, he might never have encountered such an extraordinary opportunity. While I am envious, I harbor no jealousy. Indeed, such fortune seems unattainable for anyone other than Brother Shao. Although the outer sect competition has concluded, many disciples remain, hoping to share in Shao Qingqing's serendipity. Some astute disciples have observed that whenever the shadow of the Kuanping drifts by, it invariably stirs a deep resonance of Tao. This resonance is most suited for comprehending the art of slaying. Yet, there are those who, despite their watchful eyes on Shao Qingqing, find themselves incapable of perceiving the Tao's resonance. For 7 days, Zhang Fan has remained vigilantly at this place, eager to discern what elevation this opportunity might grant Shao Qingqing. However, upon witnessing the shadow of the Kuanping, resentment and jealousy burgeon within him. Kuanping? Indeed, it is the blood of the Kuanping. In this moment, Zhang Fan truly feels regret. Had he known, had he foreseen such a magnificent opportunity, why did he take action? If it was destined to elude him, then so be it. Yet now, the very chance he might have grasped has been willingly bestowed upon another. His adversary, no less. Zhang Fan feels as though he has been soundly slapped across the face, the sting igniting a fiery anguish within him. Initially, he intended to linger here, but now that thought has evaporated. The warning from Shao Qingqing echoes in his ears, instilling a sense of urgency. He must not stray from the sacred land of Taishu, or face dire consequences. Therefore, it would be prudent to depart now. Resolute, Zhang Fan prepares to leave. Although he has missed this opportunity, the one who discovered it was Elder Lin. Zhang Fan believes he may encounter similar fortunes in the future. Meanwhile, at Wanyu, Gao Yunjie stands beside Wang Jingyu with a troubled expression. Are you truly intent on admitting Shao Qingqing into our Wanyu association? He is a troublesome character. To which the elegant youth, Wang Jingyu, chuckles softly. Indeed, Shao Qingqing's talent is formidable. Even I may not surpass him. Since we have encountered such a promising prospect, why not welcome him into our ranks? Are you worried about your past grievances with him? Fearful he may not accept you? Wang Jingyu laughs heartily. Fear not that I am on the verge of being promoted to a holy SON.AS for your personal matters. I shall mediate. Chapter 53. The Kuanping 100 Kills chart. An irreconcilable conflict. Above the heavenly river, within the great egg, the sound of flowing water resonates, exuding boundless vitality. Mysterious patterns of starlit hues emerge upon the golden shell, shimmering and shifting like countless miniature rivers of stars, hinting at a power as vast as the heavens themselves. Inside the shell, Shao Qingqing is completing his metamorphosis, a transformation of bloodline, granting him the essence of the ancient Kuanping. Thunderous roars reverberate as the winds and clouds shift unpredictably. the low-hanging clouds resembling a dark tapestry. The surging spiritual energy, akin to an ocean, converges here like a vortex. The entire sacred land of Taishu seems to be stirred. Suddenly, the winds cease, leaving only a primal roar echoing across the heavens. At this moment, a golden pillar of light ascends from the heavenly river, piercing the cloud layers like an arrow at dawn, shattering the dense mist. Crack, crack, the winds and clouds swirl. The great egg's shell gradually sheds, transforming into swirling golden mist that dances around Xiao Qingcheng. 10 days pass, and Xiao Qingcheng finally absorbs the Kuanping's precious blood. His physique elevates once more. Awakening, Xiao Qingcheng is astonished to find that he seems to have grasped an extraordinary inheritance. His sea of consciousness has expanded several-fold, revealing a wondrous scroll, the Kuanping 100 Kills chart, an unparalleled divine power. Xiao Qingcheng's heart swells with joy, but soon he discovers something even more delightful. Hovering above his dantian is a golden, signifying his entry into the realm of a 16-year-old. Xiao Qingcheng rejoices, realizing he has received an exceptional fortune. Elder Yin, who holds Xiao Qingcheng in high regard, has been safeguarding him throughout this moment. Witnessing Xiao Qingcheng's awakening, he too feels elated. Xiao Qingcheng hastily expresses his gratitude to Elder Yin for his protective guidance. Although the sacred land of Taishu is inherently safe and does not require safeguarding, Elder Yin's actions signify his high regard for Xiao Qingcheng. Come, come, this is your reward for winning the competition. I have specially selected a technique for you from the sacred land. Elder Yin presents a jade slip, followed by a precious seal known as the Noon Golden Rooster Seal, an extraordinary artifact with immense power, capable of restraining malevolent entities, a pure young treasure of unparalleled uniqueness. Thank you, Elder. Elder Yin, pleased, strokes his beard and adds, I see you possess lightning techniques, so I will privately gift you a seed of thunder essence. The fruit it bears contains pure thunderous energy. Consuming it will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. Xiao Qingcheng once again expressed his gratitude to Elder Yin for selecting these items, all of which are precisely what Xiao Qingcheng requires at this moment. The jade slip contains a technique known as the Tai Su swordplay, a method of sword mastery that compensates for the limitations of Xiao Qingcheng's singular swordsmanship. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about Taoist practices, with Elder Yin primarily guiding Xiao Qingcheng on how to cultivate the Tai Suzhen Ling Jing from the Xiandan chapter. Clearly, Elder Yin has discerned that Xiao Qingcheng has recently broken through to the Xiandan realm. Absorbing such invaluable experiences, Xiao Qingcheng felt enriched, believing that it would not be long before he solidified his position within the Xiandan realm. After Elder Yin departed, the previously hesitant disciples approached Xiao Qingcheng one after another, offering their congratulations. Indeed, Xiao is a true hero. His demeanor during the competition was truly eye-opening. You're absolutely right. I've long sensed that senior brother Xiao possesses extraordinary qualities. Seeing him again today only reinforces that feeling. Senior brother Xiao is remarkable. I believe he will undoubtedly secure the top position on the next mountain and river ranking. A chorus of flattering remarks flowed from the other disciples, leaving Xiao Qingcheng somewhat bashful. Their praise felt excessive, however. He began to regard the upcoming mountain and river ranking with increasing seriousness. While the outer sect competition may feature some prodigies, it pales in comparison to the prestige of the mountain and river ranking. Those who ascend the mountain and river ranking are all top-tier talents, destined to be hailed as successors in lesser sects if they were to wander outside. At that moment, the crowd suddenly quieted, and a path was cleared. Xiao Qingcheng then beheld a young man clad in white feathered robes, exuding an extraordinary presence as he approached. The young man, Wan Jingyu, was resplendent and possessed an exceptional countenance. Full of vitality, imparting an aura of authority without the need for anger. I am Wan Jingyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you, junior brother Xiao, he said with a slight smile that seemed to usher in spring, leaving many in awe. Xiao Qingcheng quickly recognized this individual as the renowned president of the Wanyu Association, a prominent inner-sect disciple. However, when he caught sight of Gao Yunjie behind him, his expression darkened abruptly. The humiliation inflicted by Gao Yunjie was something Xiao Qingcheng would never forget. Yunjie, do you not yet offer your apologies to junior brother Xiao? Wan Jingyu chided, casting a glance at Gao Yunjie. Gao Yunjie appeared embarrassed, and after a prolonged silence, he reluctantly muttered a few words. I hope junior brother Xiao can overlook past grievances and forgive my senior brother. Wan Jingyu continued, Yunjie is a disciple of my Wanyu Association. I have come today in hopes of resolving the misunderstandings between you two. After all, we will all be members of the same alliance in the future, and it is inevitable that we will encounter one another. As compensation, I would like to invite junior brother Xiao to a secret realm that my association controls. Whatever treasures you may find there will belong entirely to you. Wang Jingyu was exceedingly courteous, genuinely wishing for Xiao Qingqing to join his Wanyu association. The offer he presented was indeed generous, a secret realm brimming with opportunities, potentially yielding rare treasures or ancient techniques. Each secret realm is a tremendous opportunity, of utmost importance. Yet at this moment, Xiao Qingcheng could only refuse. He would not agree to reconcile with Gao Yunjia. Thank you, senior brother Wan, for your kindness, but I must respectfully decline. The conflict between Gao Yunjia and myself is irreconcilable, and I do not wish to reconcile. In 6 months, I shall challenge him. Wan Jingyu's expression shifted, growing serious. A true man must be able to bend and stretch. How can one forsake a promising future for a fleeting grudge? I advised junior brother Xiao to reconsider, but Xiao Qingqing remained steadfast in his refusal. Gao Yunjia had previously harbored murderous intent towards him and had acted on it. Once was not enough. Twice was too many. Gao Yunjia's repeated attempts on his life meant that if Xiao Qingcheng were to tolerate it for the sake of opportunity, he would jeopardize his own resolve and shatter his sword intent. There was no room for reconciliation in this matter. I will not join the Wanyu Association as long as Gao Yunjia is a part of it. Gao Yunjia scoffed coldly. Do you understand what you are rejecting? Do you truly believe the Wanyu Association is easy to join? Ha, I was initially concerned you might accept, but now it seems you are merely an arrogant fool, blinded by your recent fortune. Xiao Qingcheng would not let Gao Yunjia off the hook. If you can join, then what does that say about the Wanyu Association's accessibility? Gao Yunjia seethed with anger, yet at this moment, he harbored another thought. Impudent. Given our grievances, it would be better to resolve them sooner rather than later. If you dare, let us meet on the life and death platform in 3 days. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Gao Yunjia in astonishment. Did he wish for a swift demise, or did he possess sufficient confidence? Regardless, Xiao Qingqing no longer felt fear. He had attained the Xiandan realm. Very well, then. Let us meet on the life and death platform in 3 days. Wan Jingyu's expression soured. The conflict between these two truly seemed irreconcilable. Yet he genuinely wished to invite Xiao Qingcheng to join the Wanyu Association. However, if he were to forsake Gao Yunjia, who had been with him for many years, how would other disciples view him? Thus, reconciliation was no longer feasible. But if Xiao Qingcheng refused to join his Wanyu Association, then others would also be barred from joining. Particularly the Zhanyang Association. Wan Jingyu's thoughts turned murky as murderous intent surged within him. Yet he maintained a facade. How thoughtless of me. Since junior brother Xiao is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. As for your issues, you may resolve them yourselves. After giving his instructions, Wan Jingyu departed with the disgruntled Gao Yunjia. Upon reaching a picturesque mountain peak, Gao Yunjia could no longer contain his fury. It was merely some fortunate opportunity, and now he is acting so proud. It infuriates me. Wan Jingyu sighed, seemingly disappointed, but soon his eyes filled with a fierce glint. Whoever dares obstruct my path to becoming the Holy Sun shall be my enemy. My rivalry with Su Qingyue will not conclude any time soon. Therefore, all variables must be controllable. He tossed a small bronze cauldron, saying, during these days, cultivate well. I want to see Xiao Qingqing perish on the life and death platform. Chapter 54. Swordplay in the Void. The attention of the woman in red. Xiao Qingqing's resounding victory elevated him to the first place in the outer sect competition. Subsequently, he also obtained what appeared to be an immortal opportunity related to the Kuanpeng within the Heavenly River. As these events fermented over time, more and more disciples began to spread the word. Additionally, Xiao Qingqing's prior experiences in the outer sect were meticulously compiled by those with intent. As these experiences came to light, an increasing number of prodigies began to take note of this newly promoted inner sect disciple. However, the majority still maintained a cautious stance, for in 3 days, Xiao Qingqing was set to engage in a life-and-death duel with Gao Yunjia, the 101st ranked disciple on the mountain and river ranking. Rumors circulated that Gao Yunjia had broken through to the mid-Xiandan stage and now possessed the strength of the 4th level of Xiandan. Furthermore, Gao Yunjia wielded a heavy artifact, a class of treasure superior to a precious artifact. The crafting of each heavy artifact is exceedingly difficult. requiring rare materials that are nearly impossible to obtain and worth millions of spirit jade. Moreover, the process of forging a heavy artifact is fraught with peril. Should one's cultivation not reach the sixth stage of nirvana, they risk backlash during the forging process. Heavy artifacts possess a more abundant spirit than precious artifacts, and some even develop artifact spirits that significantly enhance their power. Let us observe for now. I initially intended to befriend Xiao Qingsheng, but now that he is embroiled in trouble, I cannot afford to intervene casually. If I were to incur the resentment of Wanyu Association members, my future would be bleak. Xiao Qingsheng is rather audacious, isn't he? Even if he can contend against Xiandan cultivators are not all alike. How can a mere malevolent Xiandan compare to our orthodox Xiandan cultivators of Taisu? In this contest, I fear Xiao Qingsheng is in peril. Although the life and death platform does not necessarily require a fight to the death, the likelihood of Xiao Qingsheng perishing remains uncomfortably high in contrast to the prudence of these disciples. Some inner-sect disciples loyal to the Wanyu Association openly looked down upon Xiao Qingsheng, declaring that he was bound to perish. This life and death duel also reached the ears of several elders. However, the cultivation levels of these elders far surpassed those of ordinary inner-sect disciples, and they perceive things beyond the comprehension of the latter. A battle of dragons and tigers, how intriguing! This youth possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled opportunities. He may very well become a significant figure in the future. Battles between disciples must be conducted fairly. A number of elders shared a knowing smile. This moment, within a tranquil water pool, a stunning woman clad in a red dress gracefully plucked the strings of a zither. The melodious notes resonated like the sweet song of a yellow oriole. Imbued with an ethereal and lilting charm, a gentle breeze passed. Leaves fell like blades. Suddenly, the music from the zither transformed into a fervent crescendo, reminiscent of a battlefield where trumpets blare and warriors rally with passionate fervor. The sound surged like waves, stirring the once serene waters into rippling circles. As the melody subsided, the woman in red opened her clear eyes and spoke in a cold tone. "What brings disturbance to my peace?" A woman in a white dress, adorned with a cloud-like hairpin and a rosy hue, bowed in reply. "This lady is Yun Xian, the chief steward of the Zhenyang Society. The results of the outer sect competition have been announced. The one who secured first place is none other than the disciple we have been closely monitoring, Xiao Qingsheng. However, it seems this individual is now entangled in troubles, as he is set to face a life and death duel with Gao Yunjie of the Wanyu Society in 3 days." The woman in red remarked, "It appears the Wanyu Society has failed to win him over. If so, this presents an opportunity for our Zhenyang Society. 3 days hence, I shall personally attend the battle." Yun Xian was somewhat taken aback. Her leader had not appeared in other affairs of the sect for quite some time. She had not anticipated that her leader would personally engage for the sake of a disciple. "You will go in person?" she inquired incredulously. The woman in red replied with a clear voice, "My current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, yet my foundational strength is too robust. To ascend into the nirvana realm, I require certain extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. I intend to seek them in a perilous location, and I will bring you all along. This place is rife with malevolent spirits, necessitating some pure young artifacts for defense." Yun Xian felt deeply moved upon realizing that her leader's personal involvement in courting Xiao Qingsheng was indeed for their benefit. With a soft sigh, she reflected that originally, the formation of the Zhenyang Society had been for her leader's own cultivation. However, now the society seemed to offer little assistance to her leader, increasingly requiring her leader's aid instead. "I understand. I shall instruct the other disciples to diligently cultivate in the coming days." The woman in red gestured her hand, and upon seeing this, Yun Xian took her leave. Once Yun Xian had departed, the woman in red sighed softly, pondering, "Who would have thought that this solid foundation would become my greatest impediment to breaking through? According to my memories from a previous life, there must be significant treasures within that relic. I must obtain them." Meanwhile, the disturbances of the outside world did not reach Xiao Qingsheng's ears at this moment. He was engrossed in practicing the Taimu sword sojourn taught by Elder Yin. This scripture transcended ordinary celestial tier techniques. It was a sacred art. Each word and phrase contained profound truths. According to the Jade Slip, once cultivated to the minor completion stage, one could unleash a torrent of sword energies with mere gestures, each capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. When mastered to the major completion stage, one could command a sea of sword energies, obliterating even the most resilient of materials, should one achieve perfection. Even a single sword energy could sever stars. However, despite its formidable nature, the entry into this art was exceedingly challenging. For an average swordsmanship prodigy, it would likely take 3 months to barely grasp the fundamentals. Yet, such trials were trivial for Xiao Qingcheng. Possessing an innate sword body, he had an extraordinary understanding of all sword techniques in existence. Although only 3 days had passed, his comprehension of this technique had reached an astonishing level. Taimu's sword sojourn, minor completion. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a brilliant sword light flashed forth. Simultaneously, a boundless aura of sword energy enveloped him, radiating with the terrifying might of a cataclysmic lotus in bloom. Upon concluding his practice, the sword bones within him resonated, absorbing all the sword energies. At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng discovered an unexpected delight. As the sword energies returned to the sword bones, their potency seemingly increased by 2 or 3-fold. Ha ha ha! Such a physique is indeed unparalleled. I never expected this technique could be amplified. Delight danced in Xiao Qingcheng's eyes. Now he had attained the profound elixir, and with a physique surpassing the ordinary, he was comparable to a low-grade treasure. Furthermore, he had mastered a sacred technique, instilling him with even greater confidence for the impending clash with Gao Yunjie. A smile graced Xiao Qingcheng's lips as he mused. Now my hidden cards are numerous. Every technique I command possesses earth-shattering might. This battle shall surely be victorious. Chapter 55. The final battle commences. Gao Yunjie employs underhanded tactics. On another side, in a picturesque locale, Gao Yunjie, adorned in resplendent golden robes, was currently refining a bronze small cauldron. The cauldron floated and rotated before him, emanating wisps of verdant spiritual energy, as if brimming with boundless vitality. Indeed, a mid-grade heavy artifact. Truly formidable. Gao Yunjie's eyes sparkled with delight, a glimmer surfacing within. Although he could only rudimentarily activate the small cauldron at present, he could still sense the immense power contained within it. To fully harness its potential, one would at least need to reach the divine abode realm. That said, Gao Yunjie was brimming with confidence. With this cauldron's assistance, no matter what profound teachings Xiao Qingcheng possesses, he cannot hope to rival me. Should I truly succeed in slaying Xiao Qingcheng, perhaps I might also acquire a sacred technique. A smile spread across Gao Yunjie's face. Sacred techniques are illustrious arts of the holy path, each one immensely powerful yet demanding in their cultivation. Only 3 days had passed. How could anyone possibly cultivate to the point of entry within such a brief span? Based on the intelligence Gao Yunjie possessed, Xiao Qingcheng's fundamental reliance should be a terrifying sword intent. As for lightning techniques and body arts, Gao Yunjie paid them no mind. Come, Gao Yunjie suddenly recalled something and summoned a disciple to attend to him. Have you disseminated the news I instructed you to spread in the past few days? The disciple smiled sinisterly. Rest assured, Senior Brother Gao, everything is arranged. Xiao Qingcheng's reputation will surely be tarnished. Many disciples will believe he is merely seeking glory, disregarding the lives of his fellow brothers for personal gain. Gao Yunjie laughed. How splendid! How splendid! 3 days had elapsed, and more disciples converged at the life and death platform. As the crowd swelled, disciples with differing opinions began to voice their thoughts. Yet among these individuals, some made astonishing claims, suggesting that Xiao Qingcheng had long possessed the ability to confront the sinister cultivators of the profound elixir realm. However, in pursuit of attention from the higher echelons of the sacred land and to gain more benefits, he had callously turned a blind eye to the deaths of his fellow disciples. Many disciples had received that profound-level task, but only 2 had returned. If Xiao Qingcheng had acted sooner, could the lives of the other disciples not have been saved? As these statements emerged, various disciples exchanged uncertain glances. Yet, with the machinations of those with ulterior motives, public opinion gradually tilted unfavorably against Xiao Qingcheng. Although Gu Kan, Duan Hong, and others voiced their support, they could not reverse the tide. Besides this incident, rumors began to circulate that Xiao Qingcheng had resorted to killing fellow disciples to seize opportunities. Half a year prior, a spirit mine had been newly discovered in the outer sect of the Taimu sacred land. This mine, fraught with peril, held unmatched opportunities. Xiao Qingcheng's rapid rise was attributed to his ruthless actions against fellow disciples within the mine, seizing their fortunes. How despicable! These people clearly know nothing but speak with such conviction. Zhao Haoyan seethed with indignation, vehemently denouncing the unjust disciples. Brother Xiao is clearly a good person. How can he be portrayed as someone seeking glory and mercilessly slaughtering others? Guqin felt similarly aggrieved. He had repeatedly spoken up for Xiao Qingqing but faced backlash from other disciples. You defend Xiao Qingqing so fervently? Have you been bribed? Another individual at the center of the rumors, Duan Hong, also chimed in. If Brother Xiao truly sought to expand his gains, why not wait until I was dead before striking down that sinister cultivator? Duan Hong understood Xiao Qingqing's character. He also knew that Xiao Qingqing had tirelessly searched every nearby village for survivors, demonstrating his dedication to saving others. Such a person could not possibly be a ruthless killer. Nevertheless, the power of rumor is formidable. When three people speak the same lie, it becomes the truth. As the majority propagated this narrative, the truth became irrelevant. Upon arriving near the life and death platform, Xiao Qingqing overheard numerous individuals slandering him. As expected, these individuals were likely affiliated with the Wanyu Society. Xiao Qingqing, how dare you still show your face? I am truly ashamed of your actions. One voice cried out, if I were you, I would have hanged myself at the graves of those disciples you harmed, rather than continue to exist in this world. Gao Yunjie stood upon the life and death platform. Although he harbored enmity towards Xiao Qingqing, the number of individuals truly aware of the underlying reasons was meager. At this moment, through his fervent rhetoric, he had managed to diminish the public's regard for Xiao Qingqing. After all, the very fact that matters had escalated to the life and death platform indicated that one party must have significant issues. Thanks to Gao Yunjie's audacious proclamation, the majority of those oblivious to the truth rallied to his side. Yet, at this juncture, Xiao Qingqing found himself on the verge of laughter. This familiar scent, this inversion of truth, echoed his first encounter with Gao Yunjie. Back then, Xiao Qingqing was weak and lacked the qualifications to confront Gao Yunjie. However, the tides had shifted. Xiao Qingqing, if you are truly as the rumors suggest, then I have gravely misjudged you. Wan Jingyu was equally invested in this confrontation. Why Wanyu Society shall never accept a braggart and ruthless individual such as you. If the rumors hold any truth, then regardless of the outcome of this battle, the sect's enforcement team will uncover the facts. Today, Wan Jingyu's demeanor was far more aggressive than during their initial meeting. In response, Xiao Qingqing merely smiled, unperturbed that he conducted himself with integrity, unafraid of scrutiny. All he needed to do now was to focus on one task. Once this matter was resolved, many rumors would be dispelled. When faced with challenges, addressing the source of the problem is indeed a viable strategy. Ascending the life and death platform, Xiao Qingqing remained composed, unaffected by the external gossip. Opposite him, Gao Yunjie offered a cold smile. I never expected you to have the audacity to step onto the stage. Perhaps you should take this opportunity to clarify to the public that you, Xiao Qingqing, are not the person they believe you to be. Xiao Qingqing maintained his calm demeanor, yet there was a hint of disdain in his gaze directed at Gao Yunjie. Now that we both stand on the life and death platform, is there truly a need for such elaborate theatrics? This is a place for life and death decisions. Are you resorting to underhanded tactics because you fear you cannot best me? Gao Yunjie chuckled. Though my methods may be unorthodox, they are nonetheless strategic. The world is shackled by reputation. I refuse to believe that anyone is indifferent to their name, if others are bound by it. So too is Xiao Qingqing. Do I fear you? What a jest. Everything I do serves my own interests. Today, your death is inevitable. Radiating golden light, Gao Yunjie resembled a blazing sun, exuding a terrifying aura. The pressure of his fourth-tier Xiandan cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling fear across the battlefield. Golden chains shot forth, locking onto Xiao Qingqing with icy malice. Finally, this is as it should be. The life and death platform ought to determine life or death. Chapter 56. The Bronze Small Cauldron. Is Xiao Qingqing doomed? Xiao Qingqing remained unflustered, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a treasure of azure and blue hues emerged. The evil eye blue sparrowed, a delicate swordplay unfolded, unleashing a tempest of terrifying sword energy. With his initial strike, Xiao Qingqing unleashed a killing move. On the life and death platform, there was no room for leniency. Meanwhile, Gao Yunjie's expression darkened as he wielded a treasure-grade longsword, the purple-gold snake-tail sword. In the face of Xiao Qingqing's sword energy, he merely scoffed. Let me see how much progress the man I once bested has made. With swift precision, Gao Yunjia executed the Earth-Tier sword technique. Golden Snake descends. Under his meticulous control, hundreds of golden serpents surged forth, coiling toward Xiao Qingcheng with a chilling, sinister intent. The sheer volume of the attack left many spectators dizzy, a frigid dread creeping into their hearts. Killing move. This is equally a killing move. As Xiao Qingcheng's sword energy clashed with the throng of serpents, a chaotic vortex of spiritual energy erupted. In their initial confrontation, the two were evenly matched, astonishing many who had doubted Xiao Qingcheng's capabilities. Gao Yunjia was a formidable fourth-tier Xiandan master, while Xiao Qingcheng was merely at the threshold of half-step Xiandan. The disparity seemed vast. In their eyes, Gao Yunjia should have effortlessly triumphed over Xiao Qingcheng. Yet, here they were, locked in a stalemate. There's some improvement, but it's still insufficient. Gao Yunjia's voice echoed like a specter, and in the next instant, he positioned himself beside a golden serpent point. 10,000 snakes compete for the dragon. Engage. The purple-gold snake tail sword transformed into a colossal purple-gold serpent, its obsidian eyes as menacing as cold steel. Its crimson vertical pupils akin to glinting daggers, brimming with bloodlust. With a furious sweep of its tail, the serpent stirred the winds and clouds, dividing into 2, then 3, and infinitely more. Gao Yunjia swiftly erected a domain of serpents. A golden haze enveloped the arena, obscuring the vision of onlookers. Yet, at the heart of this domain, Xiao Qingcheng remained composed, surveying his surroundings. The evil-eye blue sparrow danced in his hands, each lethal sword strike shredding a purple-gold serpent. This is intriguing. No wonder it's a heaven-tier sword technique. Coupled with sword intent, it truly is formidable, Xiao Qingcheng remarked, impressed. Focus on yourself. I have no need for your praise, Gao Yunjia retorted with a chilling smile. He was supremely confident in his technique. Though he had been slower than Xiao Qingcheng to condense the seed of sword intent and to grasp its essence, he ultimately understood the profundity of this method and had developed a sword intent of his own. Prepare to die. With a flick of his sword, a magnificent purple-gold giant serpent soared into the as it ascended. Its scales began to shimmer, evolving into a lustrous sheen, and 2 dragon horns sprouted from its triangular head. Yet, Xiao Qingcheng merely smiled. Even in the face of such peril, he remained confident in his ability to overcome. Though your technique is impressive, you wield it inadequately. A mere serpent aspires to become a dragon? Break for me. Channeling his formidable sword intent, Xiao Qingcheng activated the core of the evil-eye blue sparrow. In an instant, a colossal peacock phantom materialized, exclaiming its battle cry. With a magnificent display, the peacock spread its wings. Emitting divine radiance, the kaleidoscopic beams of light swirled like chaos, imbued with a mysterious aura. The purple-gold serpent continued its transformation, striving to become a dragon. However, upon contact, the divine light swiftly stripped away the scales that were attempting to evolve. Reducing the once promising dragon horns to mere stubs, the serpent faltered. The peacock engulfed it. Under the immense force of their clash, the domain of serpents was obliterated, transforming into radiant golden shards that scattered across the life and death platform. This sudden turn of events elicited applause from countless spectators. Xiao Qingcheng's prowess surpassed their expectations. I initially believed Xiao Qingcheng would be defeated here, yet he has managed to turn the tide. This makes me question whether he is truly only at half-step Xiandan. Such strength is beyond what even an entry-level Xiandan practitioner could wield. Impressive. Truly, Xiao Qingcheng has delivered us a tremendous surprise. However, amidst the cheers, there were those who lamented. Witnessing Xiao Qingcheng's ostentatious display on the platform fanned the flames of resentment among the disciples of Wanyu Society. You, Xiao Qingcheng, look down upon us at Wanyu Society. How could we possibly let you off the hook? Their gazes were laden with hostility as they directed their ire toward Xiao Qingcheng. In that moment, Wang Jingyu was equally astonished. Concurrently, his resolve to eliminate Xiao Qingcheng intensified. If this individual were not dealt with, he could become a formidable adversary in Wang Jingyu's quest for supremacy. Although Xiao Qingcheng posed no direct threat to him, the rivalry between Wanyu Society and Xinjiang Society would be severely impacted. I hope you meet your end on this life and death platform, Gao Yunjia. Do not let me down. On another side, the Xinjiang Society, who had been closely observing Xiao Qingcheng, had arrived at the scene. The woman in the red dress nodded slightly, her expression reflecting surprise. This individual does indeed possess considerable skill. Achieving such feats at the same level is quite commendable. Yun Xian smiled gently, commenting, Xiao Qingqing's progress has been remarkably swift. I have high hopes for him. Should he join our Xinyang society, he would undoubtedly bolster our standing in the competition against Wanyu society. Yet, in the next moment, Yun Xian's countenance shifted dramatically. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the life and death platform. A heavy weapon. Gao Yunjia is actually resorting to using a heavy weapon against Xiao Qingqing. How shameless. Yun Xian's expression darkened considerably. Although Xiao Qingqing might possess some semblance of Xian Dan capabilities, he could not withstand Gao Yunjia's heavy weapon. The gap between the two had widened once more, on the life and death platform. Gao Yunjia seethed with humiliation. He had anticipated an effortless victory, but he had not foreseen Xiao Qingqing's rapid advancement in merely half a year. He had leaped from a mere second-tier Ling Tai cultivator to the realm of Xian Dan. Such an astonishing rate of progress was indeed inconceivable. Wouldn't it be easier to yield to me? Why must you endure such hardships? As Gao Yunjia opened his mouth, a bronze small cauldron materialized before him. With the incantation of a spell, the cauldron expanded in size, emanating an aura of ancient decay. The cauldron, perched on 4 legs and devoid of ears, was adorned with countless intricate formations etched into its side. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing's expression grew grave. He had never anticipated that Gao Yunjia would produce such a formidable artifact. The terrifying force of the Xian Dan surged forth, akin to a celestial river in full flood. Engulfing the entire arena of life and death, Xiao Qingqing's aura intensified once more. He had initially believed victory would come easily, yet unexpected turns had unfolded, and no matter how powerful you are as a Xian Dan, you shall still taste defeat before my Wansi Qingmu Ding. The bronze cauldron surged forward, accompanied by resounding celestial chants, its sonic boom echoing through the air like the tolling of a great bell. Terrifying resonance swept across the heavens and the earth. Xiao Qingqing's eyes glinted with ferocity. His vitality erupted as small kunpangs transformed into wheels of blood essence, encircling him. Such grandiloquence. Chapter 57. Gao Yunjia's defeat. Wanjingyu's furious strike. Within the celestial river, Xiao Qingqing acquired the bloodline of the Kunpeng. Although he had yet to fully harness its potential, the bloodline of such an ancient celestial beast was undoubtedly extraordinary. Numerous ethereal Kunpeng apparitions entwined around Xiao Qingqing, their terrifying essence akin to an immeasurable ocean. Boom. The Wansi Qingmu Ding towered 3 zhang high, its size rivaling that of a small hill, as it descended with tremendous force. A tempest arose, the roar of thunder reverberating with might. Xiao Qingqing lifted the cauldron with both hands, an overwhelming strength emanating from his robust frame. In that moment, he astonishingly shook it with sheer force. Beneath the barrage of countless fist strikes, this mid-tier heavy artifact, Wansi Qingmu Ding, astonishingly failed to suppress Xiao Qingqing. What? Gao Yunjia was equally astonished. Observing Xiao Qingqing's heaving chest and the surging vitality around him, Gao Yunjia squinted slightly. If his conjecture held true, this must be the power of Xiao Qingqing's bloodline, truly terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiao Qingqing's possession of such a bloodline was temporary. He had not yet unearthed its true mysteries. If he were to fully develop this bloodline, tearing apart heavy artifacts would be mere child's play. But for now, what a pity. Beneath my heavy artifact, even if you possess the strength of a mountain, you cannot contend with me, die for me. Gao Yunjia chanted incantations, continually forming seals with his hands. The Wansi Qingmu Ding vibrated incessantly, a terrifying resonance rising from it. With each tremor of the cauldron, celestial chants emanated forth. The verdant imprints of the Tao, brimming with life essence, manifested as towering trees stretching across the arena of life and death. Enormous twisted trees sprawled in all directions like serpentine wooden dragons, forming a prison of myriad dragons. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing's expression turned solemn. The might of the heavy artifact exceeded his expectations. The wooden dragons relentlessly struck at him, forcing Xiao Qingqing to evade with all his might. The immense cauldron drew ever closer, its imposing presence growing more formidable. What he had hoped would be an easy victory now appeared impossible. Xiao Qingqing employed the ghost shadow mysterious steps beneath his feet, his figure becoming ghostly and elusive. Even under the onslaught of the Qingmu Ding, he maneuvered with ease. Victory? Ha ha ha. do not speak such lofty words. You cannot defeat me. Submit to your demise, for that is your only fate. Gao Yunjie grew ever more arrogant, unleashing one spell after another, intensifying the assault of the Wanxi Qingmu Ding. Outside the arena, those disciples friendly with Xiao Qingqing were on edge. They had heard tales of the heavy artifact's might but were astonished that Gao Yunjie would deploy such a weapon against Xiao Qingqing. Even if he emerged victorious, it would be attributed solely to the strength of the artifact. What a farce! On the stage of life and death, each must rely on their own abilities. If senior brother Gao managed to acquire a heavy artifact, it is indeed his own skill. Xiao Qingqing's abilities are limited, thus he must perish. The two factions immediately erupted into heated debate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Xian appeared somewhat anxious. Although her cultivation surpassed Gao Yunjie's by a considerable margin, if she were to compare herself with him, wielding a heavy artifact, she would likely be defeated in no time. Sister Su, what shall we do? Gao Yunjie seems intent on utterly annihilating Xiao Qingqing. Yun Xian sighed in resignation. From what she understood, the wager between Xiao Qingqing and Gao Yunjie still had 6 months to go. Yet, Xiao Qingqing, in his youthful exuberance, had dared to engage in combat with Gao Yunjie at this moment. Do not worry. Let us observe further. At that moment, Wan Jingyu approached. Indeed, if one does not take a closer look at this young prodigy, they may never have the chance again. Wan Jingyu's gaze was exceedingly provocative. The treasures I, Wan Jingyu, cannot obtain, even if destroyed, shall not be handed over to the Zhenyang Society. Clad in a flowing red gown, Su Qingyue paid no heed, her eyes fixed intently on the stage of life and death. She had an ominous premonition. This young man before her was unlikely to be easily provoked. Die, die. Gao Yunjie commanded the Wanxi Qingmu Ding, brimming with confidence. With such a heavy artifact in hand, how could he possibly fail to vanquish Xiao Qingqing? It was merely a matter of time. Do not resist any further. The might of the heavy artifact is beyond what you can shake. At this juncture, Xiao Qingqing found himself at a disadvantage. However, to completely suppress him would still require considerable effort. Unshakable? Today, I shall show you how I can crush this great cauldron. Xiao Qingqing no longer concealed his prowess. The sword strike to heaven technique, though formidable, required build-up. The heart sword could cleave through Xiandan but required an element of surprise. At this moment, the only technique suitable for display was the void swordplay. Gripping the hilt of the evil eye Qingke with one hand, he drew the blade and stroked its edge, unleashing a dazzling array of sword light in an instant. Xiao Qingqing's aura transformed dramatically around him. Terrifying sword qi manifested, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Quite interesting, but do you truly believe this can shake my Wanxi Qingmu Ding? A joke? Gao Yunjie urged the massive cauldron, countless emerald-hued wooden dragons swirling through the air, clashing against the myriad sword qi. Yet at this moment, Xiao Qingqing merely executed his sword moves, pushing the boundaries of life and death outward. The void, thousands of sword qi filled the cosmos, surging with a formidable might akin to an ocean of sword energy. Boom! Waves surged high, sweeping across the land. Sword play. The command was issued, and Xiao Qingqing, like a monarch commanding countless swords, exuded an invincible aura. Thousands of sword qi spiraled towards Gao Yunjie. At that moment, Gao Yunjie was taken aback. Facing this sudden onslaught, he found himself somewhat unsettled. Void sword play. This is a true sacred technique. How could you have mastered it in just 3 days? Gao Yunjie, in a flurry of panic, thrust the Wanxi Qingmu Ding forward. Forged from the finest bronze, the Wanxi Qingmu Ding was exceedingly resilient. For a time, the multitude of sword qi could not budge it. Gao Yunjie laughed heartily. This is a heavy artifact, a heavy artifact. Yet Xiao Qingqing was not fazed. Instead, he erupted into laughter. What of a heavy artifact? You are not a being of heavy artifact. In that moment, the myriad sword qi abruptly altered their course, directly targeting Gao Yunjie, who controlled the Wanxi Qingmu Ding. No. No. Gao Yunjie's eyes widened in terror. He hastily recited spells, conjuring a protective barrier around himself. Yet this shield proved ineffective, swiftly obliterated by the onslaught of countless sword qi. No, no. In his frantic attempts to multitask, the power of the Wanxi Qingmu Ding was significantly diminished. Countless sword qi intermingled, creating a veritable ocean of sword energy. Even though Gao Yunjie was a Xiandan cultivator, he was left with no choice but to succumb to despair. Gao Yunjie's body plummeted from the sky. Xiao Qingcheng leaped forward, delivering a punch to his dantian. The immense force jolted through him, shattering his foundational core. The Xian Dan atop it was similarly shattered under this overwhelming pressure. Waves of blood essence erupted forth as Gao Yunjie's Xian Dan fractured, his bones shattered. Ultimately, he succumbed to death. On the stage of life and death, the formation would only cease when one party perished or when the victor offered the vanquished a chance to escape. At that moment, the formation dissipated. And Xiao Qingqing extended his hand, preparing to claim the Wanxi Qingmu Ding. This was also an unspoken rule of the arena. All possessions of the deceased would belong to the victor. However, just then, a thunderous roar echoed. "How dare you!" Following which, a terrifying aura of celestial might bore down upon Xiao Qingcheng. Treasures of heavy artifacts are rare. Even Wan Jingyu had expended considerable effort to obtain this treasure. Now that Gao Yunjie had perished, how could Wan Jingyu allow Xiao Qingcheng to claim such a valuable item? Chapter 58. Su Qingyue takes action. The first golden opportunity to strike from Wan Jingyu came with astonishing swiftness. An overwhelming force surging towards Xiao Qingcheng on the life and death platform. The sudden turn of events instilled an unparalleled sense of danger within Xiao Qingcheng. His body tensed instantly, and he executed his ethereal movement technique without delay. A colossal hand, akin to a mountain, bore down upon him. Though it was merely a casual blow from Wan Jingyu, the magnitude of such an attack was beyond what Xiao Qingcheng could withstand directly. He could only evade clumsily. At that moment, a radiant wheel of spiritual energy, resembling a great sun, suddenly appeared across the sky. The terrifying might of the celestial realm was vividly displayed by Su Qingyue. The air trembled with violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, affecting many disciples in the vicinity. Wan Jingyu, visibly incensed, exclaimed, "Su Qingyue, what is the meaning of this? Why do you obstruct my claim to the treasure?" With piercing eyes, Su Qingyue replied, "This treasure belongs to Xiao Qingcheng. You should be well aware of the rules governing the life and death platform." As she spoke, Wan Jingyu, filled with fury, launched another attack, only to have each of his attempts effortlessly parried by Su Qingyue. Frustrated, Wan Jingyu decided he had no desire to linger any longer. Though the heavy artifact was indeed precious, he had already forfeited the opportunity to claim it in front of so many onlookers. Continuing to make a scene would only tarnish his reputation further. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, muttering, "Count yourself lucky." Observing their leader's stormy exit, the other disciples of the Wanyu Association also rose to leave. However, at that moment, they had truly come to loathe Xiao Qingcheng. Many of them exchanged glances filled with contemplation before hastily departing. "Thank you, senior sister, for your assistance," Xiao Qingcheng said as he stowed away the Wanxi Qingmu Ding and leaped down from the life and death platform. In just a few steps, his aura surged significantly. It's no trouble. I merely see you as a talent worth nurturing, Su Qingyue smiled. She then broached the most crucial matter, "Might I inquire if you would be willing to join my True Young Society? If you agree, we shall offer terms equivalent to those of the Wanyu Association, and additionally, should you face difficulties in the future, I may extend my assistance once." The conditions offered by the Wanyu Association were indeed commendable. And with the True Young Society now presenting similar terms, Xiao Qingcheng found it worth considering. The Forbidden Domain is rife with treasures. An expedition there could yield not only rare artifacts but also enhance one's practical experience. While Xiao Qingcheng possessed many extraordinary treasures, realizing their potential as combat power required more effort. Whether it was the cultivation of the Kuanping 100 Kills diagram or the legendary sword hilt he had obtained earlier, neither could be wielded overnight. However, what truly solidified Xiao Qingcheng's resolve to join the True Young Society were other factors. He gazed at Su Qingyue and was astonished to see a golden halo above her head, signifying that she was on the brink of encountering a golden opportunity. If he were to join the True Young Society and learn of her whereabouts, perhaps he could seize this golden chance for himself. "What kind of secret realm will I be entering if I join the True Young Society?" Xiao Qingcheng inquired, eager for information. At that moment, Yun Xian spoke up. "It is a dilapidated sect ruin, cursed by malevolent spirits, replete with overwhelming energy. However, despite the dangers, there are indeed numerous opportunities within. Although Su's senior sister will be with us, she will act independently." Xiao Qingcheng nodded. Even if Su Qingyue did not accompany them, as long as she was present in the secret realm, he could leverage the opportunity line to locate this golden chance ahead of others. It sounded promising. Ultimately, Xiao Qingcheng resolved to join the True Yang Society. The transformation brought about by the Red Opportunity had already been monumental, and the benefits of this golden opportunity were surely beyond description. This was a chance that could not be missed. After a brief conversation among the three, they parted ways. Returning to his courtyard, Xiao Qingcheng began to organize the spoils of the day. The Wanxi Qingmu Ding was a mid-grade heavy artifact. Brimming with spiritual essence, if nurtured properly, it could potentially give rise to a spirit of its own. The vitality within the Qingmu Ding was rich. What effect would ensue if I placed the previously acquired Thunder Source seed within it? Xiao Qingcheng promptly commenced his preparations. Chapter 59. A physical breakthrough, an attack from the cloud ship. The Wanxi Qingmu Ding was indeed a mid-grade heavy artifact, infused with abundant spiritual power. More importantly, it possessed a remarkably rich life force, enhanced by various array patterns, elevating its value significantly. Though heavy artifacts were exceedingly rare, they were not unattainable for true disciples. Someone like Wan Jingyu, with aspirations of becoming a saint, likely possessed even more significant treasures, possibly even a low-grade Dao artifact. Given this context, Wan Jingyu's lingering attachment to the Ding spoke volumes about its immense worth. Little did he anticipate that Gao Yunjia had not only perished but had also lost this exceedingly valuable heavy artifact. As I surmised, this Ding indeed possesses the capability to nurture the extraordinary treasures of the world. The Thunder Source Seed bestowed upon Xiao Qingcheng by Elder Yin was no ordinary treasure. However, utilizing it required proper planting. Initially, Xiao Qingcheng had contemplated additional methods to absorb the pure thunderous essence, but now, that was unnecessary. Within the Wanxi Qingmu Ding, concentric rings of vibrant green life energy enveloped the Thunder Source Seed. Under the influence of various array patterns, the seed's growth was astonishingly rapid, transitioning from a broken seed to sprouting within a mere 3 days. Over the next 10 days, the transformation was remarkable, evolving from a small seedling into a budding plant. Under the auspices of the Wanxi Qingmu Ding, this budding flower became increasingly vibrant. The dancing arcs of lightning occasionally flickered, and a captivating fragrance wafted outward. The Thunder Source flower resembled a stunning maiden in her boudoir. After 15 days of careful nurturing by Xiao Qingcheng, the flower finally bloomed, as the petals unfurled. A sound akin to thunder resonated. 9 petals gradually stretched open, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that uplifted the spirit. The pure thunderous essence lay exposed within the flower's core. As the blossom swayed and its heart danced, this essence mingled with the pollen and dispersed into the air. With quick reflexes, Xiao Qingcheng deftly inscribed thunder patterns, drawing in the pollen imbued with pure thunderous essence into his being. The essence surged through his body, coalescing into formidable thunder dragons that coursed through his veins. Following the methods he had learned, Xiao Qingcheng continually inscribed thunder patterns, fortifying his physique. Meanwhile, the Kuanping blood within him stirred slightly. Under the influence of this pure thunderous essence, his blood became even more refined, expelling dark impurities that had marred his exterior. Xiao Qingcheng's body transformed, becoming as translucent as purple gold glass, resembling a peerless treasure or a divine Buddha of the present age. An overwhelming power surged forth. Although Xiao Qingcheng's realm remained unchanged, this newfound physical strength enabled him to contend with opponents beyond his level. Through this cultivation, the thunder patterns within me surged to 720. Xiao Qingcheng opened his eyes, exhaling thunderous breath. Purple arcs of electricity danced across his form, exuding an aura of thunderous majesty that rendered the surroundings silent. The impurities expelled earlier dissipated into the ether alongside this thunderous might. In that moment, Xiao Qingcheng appeared as a deity commanding the thunder. The experience of this cultivation was undeniably intoxicating. Yet, I cannot afford to be complacent now. Although I have dealt with the nuisance of Gao Yunjia, I am now under the scrutiny of Wan Jingyu. Wan Jingyu stands at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while I remain at the first level of the Xiandan realm. The disparity between us spans 2 major realms. While our conflict is not one of life and death, it is fraught with peril. Every individual harbors ambition to ascend. Though we may not yet directly confront one another as I elevate my realm, an inevitable confrontation looms on the horizon. The battles among saints are notoriously brutal. With my current strength, I am merely a pawn. If I wish to avoid being controlled by others, I must become stronger. The first step is to become a true disciple. To achieve that, I must secure the top position on the mountain river rankings every 3 years. Except in extraordinarily rare circumstances, there is seldom a chance for two true disciples to emerge simultaneously. Under normal conditions, it is nearly impossible. Life is fleeting. If one does not strive vigorously, how can they resign themselves to the fate of being beneath others? With unwavering determination, Xiao Qingqing's gaze blazed with ambition, reigniting his fighting spirit. Even though the challenge of the mountain river rankings is fraught with obstacles, so what? I shall fight. After 3 days of anticipation, Xiao Qingqing finally received the news from Yunxian that they would embark on their journey to the secret realm the following day. On the morrow, aboard the cloud ship, dozens of disciples gathered nearby, all belonging to the Zhenyang Society. However, to Xiao Qingqing's surprise, apart from him, all the participants in this expedition were female disciples. This left him quite perplexed. He had assumed that with such a masculine name as Zhenyang Society, there would be more male members. Yet, it appeared that reality differed from his expectations. This is Xiao Qingqing. I believe you have all met him. Yunxian cheerfully introduced him to the crowd. Indeed, I have been keeping an eye on the little brother for quite some time. Several female disciples chimed in eagerly, moving closer to Xiao Qingqing to examine him. The little brother looks far more handsome than the rumors suggested. His skin is even fairer than mine. I am truly envious. Some of the bolder senior sisters even took hold of Xiao Qingqing's hand, while others playfully pinched his cheeks. Clearly, they regarded him as a younger brother, though in terms of age, they were quite mature. All right, let the welcome be concluded here. I still need to provide Xiao Qingqing with details about the secret realm. Yunxian said, pulling him away. If they lingered any longer, it seemed Xiao Qingqing would be unable to move at all. The senior sisters cast resentful glances at Yunxian. This secret realm is fraught with danger. The item sought by Sister Su is certainly not simple. Therefore, even though we have gathered some information, we must remain vigilant. Xiao Qingqing nodded. The item pursued by Su Qingyue must be the treasure known as the Golden Opportunity. A place housing such a treasure would undoubtedly not be as straightforward as it appears. Are you proficient in using the Noon Golden Rooster Seal? According to what we have learned, this secret realm harbors numerous formidable ghostly entities. Of course, Xiao Qingqing possesses considerable skills in countering ghostly beings. Both the Heart Sword and the Heavenly Thunder pattern are effective against such entities. However, I must remind you, despite your impressive combat abilities, it is essential to seek help when encountering danger. Do not let shyness prevent you from calling for assistance, even if those senior sisters may seem frivolous. Each one is a capable fighter, not weaker than you. Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but feel amused. These senior sisters truly regarded him as a child. Yet, warmth filled his heart. He had previously worried about being ostracized by the disciples of Zhenyang Society. But now it seemed he was quite popular. These senior sisters were indeed very enthusiastic. Xiao Qingqing resolved that if they encountered any formidable adversaries in the secret realm, he would not hesitate to reveal some of his cards to protect these senior sisters. At that moment, a sudden violent jolt shook the cloud ship, and a defensive barrier sprang into action. Xiao Qingqing immediately felt a surge of tension, and a single word flashed through his mind: ambush. Chapter 60. The Terrifying Su Qingyue, a battle of celestial beings. Young master, are we truly all right doing this? What major issue could arise? I am a direct disciple of the Wanchu sacred land. Who would dare disrespect me? The young man reclined languidly on a chair, utterly unconcerned by the girl beside him who was feeding him grapes. Attack! Strike them hard! His cloud ship had been following the one ahead for some time. Yet the leading ship showed no signs of yielding. How could Shinzei tolerate this? He was in a hurry to venture into a forbidden area and could not afford to waste time on an unknown cloud ship. Boom! The power of the magical cannon was immense. The moment it fired, it tore through the clouds ahead. At that instant, Xiao Qingqing nearly lost his balance. The powerful magical cannon triggered a surge of spiritual energy. And had it not been for the cloud ship's automatic defense mechanisms, the group would have surely plummeted from the sky. Which fool dares to attack our Zhenyang Society's cloud ship? Several hot-tempered senior sisters could no longer remain seated and flew back to investigate. Yunxian was equally furious, her lovely face contorted with anger, her bright eyes ablaze with fury. Who dares? As the chief steward of Zhenyang Society, Yunxian had always been the epitome of grace and poise. But now she was thoroughly incensed. Had it not been for the ship's protective measures, would they not all have plummeted from the sky? Her sisters could even lose their lives due to this assault. Fuming with anger, Yunxuan's long hair danced wildly as a terrifying surge of energy coalesced at her fingertips. Whoosh! A streak of azure light shot forth. Shunzhe, sensing the attack on the cloud ship, was instantly filled with rage. He had always been the one to strike first. Today, someone dared to challenge his authority. Shunzhe soared onto the cloud ship, eager to confront the audacious attacker. However, upon seeing Yunxuan's exquisite visage, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. "What a beautiful lady! Why are you so angry?" "One might think I had wronged you," Shunzhe said with a lazy smirk, but Yunxian was incensed. This man still dared to tease her? Go to hell! With a fierce cry, Yunxian unleashed her spell, her fingers dancing like a celestial phoenix in flight. The spell's might was formidable, as a peak practitioner of the Xiandan realm. Her methods were diverse and merciless. Shunzhe, also a peak practitioner of the Xiandan realm, had to tread carefully in the face of her onslaught. Yet, Yunxuan's speed was too rapid. He had no time to evade and was struck directly. Shunzhe, now in a disheveled state, was furious in mid-flight. He found it difficult to subdue Yunxian. "Old Zhou, please lend a hand." As a direct disciple, Shunzhe was accompanied by a guardian, and he was no exception. As soon as Shunzhe's words fell, an elder soared from the cloud ship. A terrifying aura of a celestial being erupted, looming before everyone like an active volcano. "Little girl, given your arduous training, apologize to my young master, and let this matter pass," Old Zhou commanded, his presence imposing. However, Shunzhe was dissatisfied. How can she get off so easily? In addition to apologizing, she must spend the night with me. Otherwise, everyone aboard this ship will perish. Xiao Qingqing's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the sky. Such powerful beings were beyond his capacity to confront, but Shunzhe's words ignited his fury. "Dare you obstruct our Tai Su sacred land ship, and yet have the audacity to humiliate our members? Are you courting death?" A radiant light burst forth from Xiao Qingqing's brow, and a terrifying golden holy sword cleaved through the air. He aimed to ambush Shunzhe, but Old Zhou, a celestial being, possessed an acute sense of perception. With a wave of his robe, he intercepted the golden sword. Yet, to his astonishment, his robe tore apart, exposing a significant gash. "People of Tai Su sacred land?" Old Zhou chuckled coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Then you must die." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a massive purple energy field, a colossal purple bat looming in the sky. The bat screeched, its sinister sound echoing. With another wave, thousands of purple bats surged toward Xiao Qingqing and his companions, with Xiao Qingqing naturally becoming the primary target. Shunzhe laughed heartily. "You dare to oppose me? Old Zhou, capture all these little ladies." The female disciples of Xinjiang society were furious, detesting Shunzhe's lewd gaze and his actions. Yet, faced with an attack from a celestial being, they appeared somewhat fragile. "Ha ha ha, you are simply too weak. Surrender obediently." But just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A terrifying force erupted from the Zhenyang Society's side. Xu Qingyue, who had been in seclusion, was awakened by the large-scale assault. Upon witnessing her junior sisters being oppressed by an old lecher of the celestial realm, her fury intensified. "How dare you disturb my carriage, harm my fellow disciples? You shall undoubtedly perish." Draped in a red gown, Xu Qingyue resembled a stunning yet fearsome red lotus. Her movements were graceful, yet her aura was immensely powerful. With each gesture, she exuded an absolute confidence in her strength. With a flick of her sleeve, a massive fireball hurtled toward the elder of the celestial realm. "Relying on numbers to bully the weak? You excel in that? Come, let us engage in battle." Under Xu Qingyue's full force, the previously invincible elder found himself retreating step by step. The power of her fire techniques was immense, incinerating his garments and leaving his face marred with charred wounds. "Spare me, fairy, spare me. I am willing to offer apologies to the fairies." Beside him, Shunzhe was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the elder he had placed so much hope in would be utterly defeated within mere 10 exchanges. "Beg for mercy? Heh, this won't do." Xu Qingyue once again sketched out a massive blazing sun. Seeing that he was no match for her, Old Zhou was gripped by panic and suddenly retreated, hastily taking Shunzhe with him as they fled. As for the others, they could only leave their fates to chance. Witnessing this, Xu Qingyue sighed. "Very well. Pursuing these two at this moment would not be a prudent choice. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. "Are you all right?" Su Qingyue turned to her fellow disciples. They nodded in response. Although they had sustained no serious injuries, their anger was palpable. "When we next encounter those from the Wanchu sacred land, I shall certainly teach them a lesson." After the group from the Zhenyang Society ventured into the forbidden area, old Zhou and Shanzai, who had been concealing their presence, dared to reveal themselves. "Young master, what should we do now?" Shanzai gritted his teeth and declared, "I must find my brother. I will take revenge." Chapter 61. The Sword and Tint Stone Tablet, Suspected Secret Realm of Tai. In the absence of any further interference, the members of the Zhenyang Society moved swiftly, reaching the secret realm in just half a day's time. At that moment, numerous powerful factions had gathered near the secret realm, including the formidable Wanchu sacred land and several local forces of notable strength. "Look, the people from the Tai Su sacred land have arrived." Hiss, is that the renowned Zhenyang fairy? Upon seeing her, they were indeed astounded. They have come. We have been waiting here for quite some time. We can finally enter." This secret realm had initially been discovered through the collaboration of several minor forces, but their first expedition had been ill-prepared, encountering numerous dangers and suffering considerable losses. Reluctantly, these united forces had to enlist the aid of more powerful experts. Now, with several major factions assembled, their purpose was to lift the previous seal. At that moment, an elder from a great sect spoke up. "Since those holding the sealing jade have all arrived, let us not waste words. Open the seal." The elder took the lead, tossing out a sealing jade, and soon after, the representatives from the major factions followed suit, each casting their own jades. 5 sealing jades came together, instantly unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. And then a swirling vortex of energy appeared before everyone. "The secret realm is open. Proceed at your leisure." As soon as the elder finished speaking, several young disciples behind him soared forward, entering the secret realm. Su Qingyue solemnly addressed her disciples behind her. This secret realm should not be underestimated. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution. If you can gather together, do so swiftly. The disciples responded in unison. "We understand." As Su Qingyue stepped into the secret realm, the other disciples of the Zhenyang Society followed suit. This was the first time Xiao Qingqing had entered a secret realm, and he felt somewhat restrained yet overwhelmingly excited. Once all members of the Zhenyang Society had entered the secret realm, in the direction of the Wanchu sacred land, Shanzai cried out to his elder brother, "Big brother, you must avenge me." Shani frowned and asked, "Why did you arrive so late? What happened on the way?" Shani was deeply concerned for his younger brother. They had grown up together, sharing a close bond. In order for Shanzai to have a better life within the Wanchu sacred land, Shan Yi had even leveraged his connections to elevate Shanzai to the status of an inner disciple. Big brother, you must stand up for me. It's those people from the Tai Su sacred lands, Zhenyang Society. They attacked my cloud ship. Aside from me and old Zhou, everyone else perished." Upon hearing this, Shan Yi was instantly enraged. Though his brother was somewhat inept, he was still his most cherished sibling. The Zhenyang Society? Is it? Rest assured, within this secret realm, I shall not let them off lightly. Anyone who dares to insult my Wanchu sacred land shall face dire consequences, even if it is an elder from the Tai Su sacred land. Shunzai rejoiced upon hearing this, and then subtly flattered Shan Yi. However, Shun Yi scoffed, "Stop with the flattery. Remember your mission in this secret realm. If you do not reach the divine mansion realm, even if our father comes, I will punish you severely." Shunzai immediately wilted. This task was indeed daunting, but he understood his brother Shan Yi's intentions. Most inner disciples were already in the divine mansion realm, while he was merely at the peak of the profound pill stage. Shan Yi had expended considerable effort to silence numerous dissenters. Understood, upon entering the secret realm, Xiao Qingqing was not particularly fortunate. He was randomly teleported to an unknown location, separated from the main group. Fortunately, Xiao Qingqing had marked the golden halo above Su Qingyue's head from the very beginning. Thus, even in her absence, it did not hinder him from seeking that golden opportunity. Observing the golden thread that drew closer, Xiao Qingqing could not help but smile with ease. For others, finding a golden opportunity might require enduring numerous hardships, but for Xiao Qingqing, he possessed a guide that would lead him directly to it. Following the golden thread, he ventured deeper into the heart of the secret realm. However, at that moment, he sensed an unusual rhythm, as though something were beckoning him. After traversing through a grove, Xiao Qingqing arrived at a desolate area. Upon his first glimpse of the ruins, he was greatly astonished. The structures here had once been grand and magnificent, but now they lay in ruins. However, one particular detail caught Xiao Qingqing's attention. The surfaces of the crumbling walls were inexplicably smooth, as if they had been severed by a blade of light. The sword light had sliced from west to east, cleaving through with precision. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Xiao Qingqing's mind, igniting his excitement. He gently brushed his fingers along the remnants of the walls, sensing the lingering sword intent within. Indeed, this place must have been struck by that white-clad swordsman long ago. This sword intent, this trace of swordsmanship, is all too familiar. Xiao Qingqing was overjoyed, not expecting this secret realm to yield such unexpected treasures. He gazed ahead. The deeper he ventured, the more potent the sword intent became. Even after millennia, this sword intent remained remarkably pure and formidable. The remnants of such a powerful being were undeniably impressive. Determined, Xiao Qingqing resolved to first ascertain what lay behind this sword intent. If possible, he would take it with him. He did not wish to miss the golden opportunity. Yet he also desired to grasp the insights of this sword intent. Speeding up, Xiao Qingqing approached the area where the sword intent was the strongest. At last, he came to a halt before a stone tablet. This stone tablet appeared to be a control center for an array, made from exquisite materials, as it had absorbed this sword intent for thousands of years without decay. The stone tablet was square and stood only a meter high, making it easy to carry. However, due to the presence of the sword intent, Xiao Qingqing was unable to store such a treasure within his spatial ring. I shall carry it for now. If this secret realm was indeed a remnant of the Tai sacred land, the dangers would undoubtedly be heightened. Yet, should Xiao Qingqing carry this stone tablet, it might serve as a protective talisman. In that case, I will seek the golden opportunity first, and then delve into the sword intent on this stone tablet. Following the golden thread that beckoned him, Xiao Qingqing swiftly took flight. Behind him, he bore a stone tablet imbued with the faint, yet exceedingly pure sword intent of an indomitable master. The path to discovering the golden opportunity was fraught with peril. Yet the presence of this stone tablet allowed Xiao Qingqing to traverse unhindered. Even the formidable beasts lurking in the nearby ruins fled at the sight of him. This stone tablet was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that the bloodline memory of these ferocious beasts held an inherent fear of this sword intent. After soaring over 100 miles, Xiao Qingqing finally halted before a tranquil ancient pond. Meanwhile, the red-clad Su Qingyue found herself ensnared in a grave predicament. Countless specters emerged from the ground, among them some terrifying beings of the celestial realm. Su Qingyue gazed around her, her expression solemn. There must be a significant treasure here. Otherwise, I wouldn't encounter so many formidable spirits upon my arrival. However, what Su Qingyue was unaware of was that the ferocity exhibited by these ghostly entities stemmed from having recently endured a profound fright. Chapter 62. The Heavenly Dao Embryo. Terrifying Extreme Dao Phenomena. In the Clearwater Ancient Pool, following the golden thread of opportunity, Xiao Qingqing ultimately arrived at this location. Despite the surrounding structures having been cleaved by a sword light from years past, the remnants of the scene still astonished Xiao Qingqing. 9 stout white jade pillars lay shattered into several segments, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to embody a lingering Dao rhythm, as if they had endured the baptism of time. Exuding a unique charm, the pool was expansive. Although numerous fragments of stone pillars remained submerged within, the water remained crystal clear. Yet, at the center of this pristine water, there existed a dazzling sphere of light. The point where the golden thread of opportunity, which had drawn Xiao Qingqing here, intersected was entering this luminous orb. Even the exquisitely crafted great formation laid down in bygone days, after millennia, would reveal its true nature. Exposing its cord, how things have changed. Xiao Qingqing surmised that this sphere of light might serve as an entrance to another realm, and that the true golden opportunity was likely ensconced within. Thus, he resolved to venture inside. Bearing the sword intent steel, Xiao Qingqing stepped into the orb of light. Within lay an unfathomable expanse of water. However, the moment Xiao Qingqing entered, he sensed a powerful and pure energy cluster deep within this aquatic domain. Driven by curiosity, he delved deeper into the waters, ultimately discovering a multicolored Dao embryo, enveloped in a chaotic aura. The Dao embryo, roughly the size of a fist, resembled a curled-up infant or a fruit shaped similarly to a baby. Inside the Tao embryo resided an exceptionally pure Tao rhythm, as if it had descended from the heavens, capturing the essence of all creation. Xiao Qingqing speculated that the purpose of this water body might solely be to nurture this Tao embryo. Yet, due to the swift downfall of the Tai sacred land, this Tao embryo had remained unclaimed. Upon his arrival at this water domain, Xiao Qingqing noticed that the waters appeared devoid of any energy production, which, in hindsight, could very well have been due to the Tao embryo's absorption of it. What a treasure! It seems that fortune has smiled upon me, gripping the Tao embryo and securing the steel. Xiao Qingqing swiftly swam out of the water domain. Now burdened with two significant opportunities, he needed to hasten the process of digesting and assimilating them. However, just as Xiao Qingqing was departing the waters, the sphere of light suddenly erupted. The waters within surged outward, transforming the clear water ancient pool into a vast lake. All structures were submerged, save for a few particularly tall white jade pillars, which barely peaked above the lake's surface. Xiao Qingqing then soared swiftly away from the scene. Thanks to the sword and tint steel he bore, his passage was remarkably unobstructed, allowing him to reach a secluded valley. Once a suitable position was chosen, Xiao Qingqing set up an intricate array nearby. After all preparations were complete, he turned his attention to the two significant opportunities in his possession. Soon, he made a decision to first utilize the Tao embryo, facilitating a further transformation of his physique. The Tao embryo, also known as the foundation of the Great Tao, is a manifestation for those endowed with extraordinary talent since birth, who naturally condense the Tao embryo, forging an unparalleled physique. However, some Tao embryos are born of the essence of heaven and earth, existing within nature itself. Both types of Tao embryos hold equal merit and require subsequent cultivation to realize their full potential. Xiao Qingqing had truly stumbled upon an extraordinary boon, as this Tao embryo had been cultivated to perfection by the Tai sacred land. It merely required refinement to enhance the user's physique. Without further contemplation, Xiao Qingqing concentrated on channeling his spiritual techniques. He absorbed the fist-sized Tao embryo into his dantian. However, the moment it entered, Xiao Qingqing felt the remarkable effects the Tao embryo bestowed upon him. The Tao embryo, as the foundation of the Great Tao, possessed boundless spirituality. It was still somewhat naive, akin to an infant, yet it also exhibited innate characteristics. With each breath of the Tao embryo, the rhythms of the world seemed to respond. As blossoms of Tao rhythm flourished around Xiao Qingqing, these blossoms radiated profound significance, as if echoing celestial melodies. Xiao Qingqing's body began to instinctively resonate with this rhythm, and the Tao patterns within him emerged spontaneously, channeling the thunder from above to forge a resilient physique. Meanwhile, the sword bones within him resonated in harmony, with mysterious runes surfacing upon them, intertwining with the invincible sword and tint of the steel. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing's consciousness also stirred restlessly, as golden oceans within his mind began to expand outward. The golden sacred sword at the center of his consciousness continuously hummed, unleashing countless golden sword phantoms. Xiao Qingqing's physique was undergoing an extraordinary transformation. Bloodlines, muscles, skin, all were evolving. Finally, after more than 20 days, a moment arrived when boundless golden vitality erupted from Xiao Qingqing, his golden essence soaring into the heavens, filling the skies with brilliance, occasionally transforming into golden swords piercing the void, or even into a majestic Kunping soaring upward in the outside world. Su Qingyue had been searching for several days, yet her fortunes seemed to falter. She encountered no treasure locations, only stumbling upon the lairs of numerous ghostly entities. After enduring multiple assaults, even at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed without replenishment. Su Qingyue furrowed her brows, regretting not heeding more information regarding this treasure in the past. Feeling somewhat helpless, she pondered whether she was truly fated to be without this item in her memory. It should have been ownerless. Could it be that someone had already obtained it? Yet aside from this matter, during these days, she also encountered a particularly troublesome figure clad in black. This individual seemed to share the same objective as her, seeking the Tao embryo. Could it be that this person was connected to the relics of this place? Otherwise, how could they be so certain that treasures lay within? Su Qingyue was acutely aware that this location was not as simple as it appeared. It could very well be a remnant of a sacred place. She resolved to continue her search. However, at that moment, The entire secret realm suddenly erupted with an overwhelming spiritual might, as if some unparalleled terror was about to emerge. Su Qingyue focused her gaze and noticed a colossal golden beam of light shooting skyward from the southwest, with various Tao rhythms manifesting and myriad phenomena unfolding. Such a spectacle surely heralded the emergence of a significant treasure. Su Qingyue dashed forth, transforming into a streak of radiant light. If she could not obtain the Tao embryo, she must secure this treasure. Meanwhile, the entirety of the secret realm was stirred by this astonishing scene. The disciples of the Wan Chu sacred land, the Qing Yun Palace, and various other factions all rushed toward the golden beam in a secluded grove. Dozens of breathtakingly beautiful women gathered, their attire revealing them as disciples of the Tai Su sacred land's Zhenyang society. The leading woman, clad in a flowing white dress, exuded an elegance akin to orchids. After such a long time, they had yet to locate their junior brother. Why don't we head to the site of the treasure's emergence? We might just encounter Xiao Qingqing there. The secret realm was fraught with danger. It was best to band together. However, after more than 20 days, Yun Xian had still not seen Xiao Qingqing, and her heart was beginning to feel anxious. She hoped he had not encountered any peril. Thus, when Yun Xian's suggestion was voiced, it quickly garnered the agreement of many senior sisters. They set off towards the location of the golden beam. Perhaps destined to encounter Xiao Qingqing. Chapter 63, The Greed of Shanzhe. Yun Xian retrieves the summoning token. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing had reached a pivotal juncture in his physical transformation. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped him. As a rich Tao rhythm materialized into flourishing spiritual flowers around him, terrifying phenomena began to take shape as Xiao Qingqing single-handedly altered the landscape, reshaping the surrounding environment. He naturally formed great formations of heaven and earth, safeguarding himself. Meanwhile, at another location, the group from Wan Chu sacred land had secured a position and lay in ambush. The true disciple Shan Yi had already entered the realm of illusion in search of what appeared to be a supreme treasure. The leader of this group was Shan Zhe. What an abundant spiritual force! I never anticipated such a treasure within this secret realm. If my older brother obtains it, his cultivation will surely ascend to new heights. The others expressed their envy, yet they were well aware of their own limitations. Such a treasure was beyond their reach. It was better to remain vigilant here. The manifestations released by Xiao Qingqing as he integrated the Tao embryo were overwhelmingly powerful. The dazzling golden light drawing the attention of nearly everyone within the secret realm. Thus, many were coveting this potentially existing treasure. Yun Shiji, it seems there is a large gathering of people ahead. Shall we investigate? A senior sister spoke up, and Yun Xian nodded, leading the others forward. On what grounds are we denied entry? This secret realm was first discovered by us. The disheveled disciple, clad in a white robe with blue trim, hailed from a mid-sized sect located over 700 miles away. His attire was tattered, his complexion pallid, with a charred black mark on his chest, and yet, this place is already the territory of my Wan Chu sacred land. You lot should return whence you came, Shan Zhe declared arrogantly, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze dismissive of these lesser sect disciples. His elder brother had yet to seize the treasure. How could Shinzei allow these individuals inside? What if an accident were to occur? Besides, what right did these small sect members have to interfere with that precious artifact? Do not overstep your bounds. The other disciples glared furiously at Shanzei, but he paid them no heed. He turned to a senior brother beside him. You, teach them a lesson. Understood. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Wan Chu disciple surged forth like a tempest, reaching the small sect members in an instant. With the ferocity of a roaring tiger, he unleashed a crimson seal, the overwhelming force sending the group flying. The smaller sect members, realizing the severity of their situation, could only swallow their humiliation. The disciples of Wan Chu sacred land were far too formidable, their martial arts far beyond what these individuals could hope to match. At that moment, a contingent of female disciples from the Zhenyang society arrived. Their presence immediately drew numerous gazes. From a distance, Shan Zhe's expression sharpened, fear flashing in his eyes. The might of Su Qingyue had left an indelible impression on him. A peak celestial realm expert was not someone he could provoke. However, relief washed over him in the next moment. Su Qingyue was not among them. Malice surged within him. Each of these Zhenyang women was a paragon of beauty. Capturing them would be a stroke of fortune. You lot, come at me. Shunzai initiated the assault, his long whip slicing through the air with the force of thunder. Yun Xian immediately sensed the danger. Be careful. With a graceful motion, she conjured a delicate seal. Striking the long whip down, anger flared within her as she glared at Shunzai. Old grievances had yet to be settled, and new ones were now added. What do you intend to do? The other Xinjiang disciples were equally indignant, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at Shunzai. What do I intend? Do you not understand? I intend to deal with you. Shunzai's eyes gleamed with lewd intent. He had set his sights on Yun Xian from the very beginning, and even now, he found her breathtakingly beautiful. All of you, attack, that woman in white is mine. With that, Shunzai struck again, his whip swirling with countless deadly wind blades. Yun Xuan's fury erupted. Did these Wanchu disciples truly consider them mere soft persimmons to be squeezed? Sisters, let's strike. With a flourish of her long sleeves, a sword materialized in her hand. Asked the vice president of the Zhenyang Society. Her strength was formidable, and her swordsmanship was exceptional. As the sword cut through the air, countless phantoms of sword techniques appeared. Today, you shall witness my prowess. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Though Shunzai was at the peak of the Xiandan realm, bolstered by the power of a treasured artifact, his combat prowess was indeed fearsome. The two clashed in an instant, their strengths comparable. However, the other disciples were not of the same caliber. While each Zhenyang disciple was strong, all above the 4th level of Xiandan, the sheer number of Wanchu disciples was overwhelming. Under the relentless assault, the Zhenyang disciples began to falter. If I were you, I would beg for mercy right now. If you agree to be my maid, I shall spare the others. Yun Xuan's face was flushed with anger. Her slender brows sharp as blades, her eyes blazing with fury. Hemph! Seeking death, Yun Xuan's strikes grew increasingly ruthless. If she could subdue Shunzai, perhaps the other Wanchu disciples would be deterred. Shunzai seemed to sense her intentions. Sneering coldly, with your abilities? If your sister were here, I might be concerned. But she is not. What right do you have to challenge me? Though Shunzai did not wish to reveal his trump card, he realized that continuing the fight would lead to mutual destruction. Yuan Gui's seal. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of rune marks. The terrifying power of a formidable artifact erupted instantly. This was a life-saving treasure bestowed upon Shunzai by Shan Yi. He would only employ it in dire need. Yet now, it presented an opportunity for a surprise attack. A gigantic green turtle roared skyward, its immense spiritual energy rippling outward like a vast ocean. As Shunzai pressed down with his seal, the turtle responded as if commanded, and a colossal iron paw descended from the heavens like a mountain of vibrant green. The paw crashed down, shattering the air, and the surrounding flora was reduced to ashes under the overwhelming pressure. Yun Xian felt a pang of alarm. Though she unleashed her secret techniques, she could only barely withstand the weight of the seal. No, this won't do. Though she was at the peak of Xiandan, matching a formidable artifact head-on was still a stretch. While she could currently hold her ground, should her spiritual energy be depleted, her fate would be grim. Faced with this predicament, Yun Xian ordered all the Zhenyang disciples to gather together. They recited the incantation in unison, and a massive light barrier enveloped them. Witnessing the women cornered, Shunzai burst into laughter. As long as you agree to serve me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Or if you send her to me, I will also spare you. Pointing at Yun Xian, Shunzai spoke with reckless arrogance, like a ravenous wolf, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Though the disciples of Zhenyang were not weak, the overwhelming numbers of Wanchu disciples were insurmountable. Sister, what should we do? Though Yun Xian yearned to use her strength to vanquish these foes, it now seemed impossible. She replied, "Send a distress signal." One female disciple responded, "But if we do that, won't the president lose that precious treasure?" Yun Xian shook her head. Though the president is cold-hearted, if faced with a choice between us and the treasure, she would unhesitatingly choose us. Shunzai laughed heartily. Seeking help? Ha ha ha, do not worry. I shall soon break your little turtle shell. Once more, Shunzai formed a series of seals. The green turtle seal trembled ominously, producing a resounding clang like metal striking metal. The terrifying turtle resembled a small mountain as it charged toward the defensive barrier conjured by Yun Xian and her sisters. As predicted by Yun Xian, the moment the distress signal was dispatched, Su Qingyue, who was 100 miles away, immediately sensed it. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, disregarding the opportunities to the southwest. In her heart, fortunes could be regained. But if people were lost, they were truly lost. However, just as Su Qingyue was about to depart, a fierce dark light suddenly slashed toward her. The black-clad cultivator, who had clashed with her multiple times before, reappeared. "You have repeatedly obstructed me. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" Su Qingyue's crimson garb billowed as fiery ripples danced across the heavens. The black-clad cultivator chuckled coldly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. His madness was palpable. He said nothing, wielding two crescent-shaped scythes, charging once more at Su Qingyue. His cultivation level matched hers, and his foundation was not inferior. The two were evenly matched. After dozens of exchanges, Su Qingyue's aura suddenly surged, an overwhelming force sweeping through the realm. She met the black-clad cultivator's gaze, her murderous intent palpable and sharp. She had no time to engage in a battle of techniques with him. With every passing minute, her junior sisters were in greater peril. Begone! Her 3,000 strands of hair shimmered golden, swirling like sacred golden lotuses as divine flames ignited. In that moment, Su Qingyue unleashed her true fire. The distress signal from the Taishu sacred land was a unique wave, one that only its disciples could perceive. Su Qingyue received it, and naturally, Xiao Qingqing did as well. Though he was currently in a state of unity with heaven and earth, he could still sense external messages. A distress signal? What is happening? Who dares to besiege the Xinjiang society? Though Xiao Qingqing had spent little time with the Xinjiang sisters, he felt their genuine goodwill and concern for him. Thus, he did not wish to see them harmed. No. I must hurry. Xiao Qingqing's mastery of the ethereal arts reached its zenith as he accelerated the fusion of his Dao embryo with his corporeal form. His physique underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, with the two sword bones at his chest and between his brows resonating with the indomitable sword intent left behind by powerful beings. Throughout these past 20 days, the bones within Xiao Qingqing's body underwent relentless refinement, subtly trending towards a complete transformation into sword bones. At this moment, only the tip of his little finger remained untransformed. Soon, but even faster, the sword intent within him resonated incessantly, the surging principles of the sword entwining around Xiao Qingqing's body like chains. Finally, under the force of his formidable will, the last remnant of bone transmuted into sword bone, and in that instant, the Dao embryo within his Dantian perfectly melded with his body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of swords resonated throughout the heavens and earth, and radiant golden light burst forth like a pillar piercing the sun, shattering the void above. Xiao Qingqing's constitution experienced a cataclysmic enhancement, the terrifying vitality surging like tumultuous waves, transforming into an expansive sea. The bloodline of the Kuanping was further purified, augmenting his strength immensely. Yet in this moment, Xiao Qingqing could not afford to revel in the rebirth of his body. With a forceful step, he vanished from his location, akin to a Kuanping soaring through the 9 heavens. He sensed several powerful presences colliding within a 100-mile radius, one of which emanated a familiar aura, Su Qingyue. However, the distress signal lay over 40 miles away from his current position. If Su Qingyue could not arrive in time to lend assistance, then the other sisters would surely be in peril. A sense of urgency gripped Xiao Qingqing's heart. A colossal shadow of a Kuanping materialized in the firmament, akin to a clap of thunder. Xiao Qingqing's figure flickered swiftly, and in mere breaths, he traversed the distance of 40 miles. What are you still resisting? It seems your sister cannot save you now. Yuan Gue seal. A smile played upon Shunzai's lips. This turtle shell cannot withstand for long. He had a premonition that once this strike landed, the turtle shell would undoubtedly shatter before him. With their numbers on his side, victory in this struggle was all but assured. He had initially feared that Su Qingyue would arrive swiftly, but it appeared that the worth of these individuals paled in comparison to the mysterious opportunity. Break for me. A colossal turtle leg descended from the heavens like a towering mountain. An overwhelming pressure immediately descending. The expressions of the numerous Xinyangui sisters within the protective barrier turned to terror. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared before them. Chapter 65. The formidable Xiao Qingqing. Astonished sisters. Although the protective barrier could withstand the terrifying assault of the Yuan Gue seal, it was ultimately not impervious, and could not perfectly defend against such a formidable artifact. The female disciples of Xinyangui wore solemn expressions. Should the barrier break, they must make their escape. Await my command. When the barrier shatters, everyone retreat outward. Every escapee counts. Thunder rumbled. As Yun Xian spoke, a terrifying pressure descended from above, further weakening the already overburdened barrier, making it appear as though it could shatter at any moment. Panic and anxiety gripped the hearts of the crowd. However, in that instant, Xiao Qingqing emerged. Yun Xian was the first to react, urgently shouting, "Quickly, leave. This is a strike from a formidable artifact. You cannot withstand it." Other sisters also cried out, urging Xiao Qingcheng to retreat swiftly. To them, Xiao Qingcheng was merely a younger brother, his cultivation level still beneath theirs. If he were to endure the weight of the artifact, it would surely lead to his demise. Shanzai was at the pinnacle of Xiandan. The might of the artifact he commanded was not something on par with Gao Yunjie. Yet Xiao Qingqing did not withdraw. True, Shanzai was superior to Gao Yunjie, but the current Xiao Qingqing was no longer the same as a month prior. After assimilating the Dao embryo and undergoing the transformation of his entire body into sword bones, Xiao Qingqing's strength had significantly increased. Most notably, his cultivation level had risen from the 1st to the 5th stage of Xiandan, reaching the mid-Xiandan tier. Furthermore, his sword intent had undergone a metamorphosis. Evolving into 2nd-tier sword intent, Xiao Qingqing's constitution had transformed drastically. While he could previously endure the might of a formidable artifact, he could do so now with equal prowess. Seeing someone suddenly appear before his Yuan Gui seal, Shunzai was not alarmed. Rather, he was exhilarated, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha ha, you overestimate your capabilities, die." The emerald green imprint of the Yuan Gui descended from the heavens, akin to a massive mountain crashing down. Xiao Qingqing felt the pressure but remained unfazed. This weight could not crush him. He raised both hands, unleashing a terrifying surge of vitality. This vitality was vividly corporeal, akin to a colossal Kunping capable of shaking the heavens. The overwhelming force erupted from Xiao Qingqing. Boom! The Yuan Gui seal crashed down with alarming speed. The immense power compressed the air, creating shockwaves that swept away all living beings within dozens of miles. The ground transformed into dust, mist rising like a forest. A frenzied look emerged in Xianzai's eyes. In his view, Xiao Qingqing had been reduced to a bloody pulp beneath the overwhelming force of the Yuan Gui seal. He laughed uproariously. Meanwhile, the female disciples of Xinyangui bore expressions of grief. A surge of fury ignited within their chests. Yet, at that moment, something utterly unexpected transpired. The Yuan Gui seal resonated ominously, as if something beneath it was pushing it up, causing it to falter on the ground. Awe, a roar akin to the wrath of a Kunping erupted from beneath the Yuan Gui seal. As the dust cleared to a certain extent, a robust figure slowly lifted the Yuan Gui seal. Xiao Qingqing once again withstood the terrifying suppression of the artifact with nothing but flesh and blood. Shenzai's face contorted in horror, as if he had encountered a demon. It was inconceivable that someone could endure a strike from a formidable artifact. Shenzai refused to believe it. He once again manipulated the Yuan Gui seal, preparing to launch another assault against Xiao Qingqing. Yet this time, devoid of any concerns, Xiao Qingqing was no longer an easy target. With ghostly agility, he moved, his formidable physique and exquisite footwork amplifying his speed exponentially. "You wish to bully my sisters? Have you sought my permission?" Xiao Qingqing's pace surged dramatically, intertwining his fists with radiant light. And upon closing in on Shanzai, he struck out with tremendous force. The blazing divine light radiated brilliantly, and the terrifying power was sufficient to shake a mountain. Struck by this blow, Shanzai let out a muffled groan and staggered back 3 miles. "You scoundrel! Do you think I can't deal with you? Stop hiding and strike with all your might." Shanzai was not one to accept defeat easily. As soon as the tide turned against him, he rallied everyone to attack. As Shanzai, the brother of Shan Yi, and a true disciple, his commands held significant weight. More than 30 disciples of Wan Chu joined forces to assault Xiao Qingqing, unleashing a barrage of spells and divine light upon him. "Don't many bully the few?" Xiao Qingqing chuckled, summoning forth the evil-eye green sparrow. Though his physical strength was formidable, his most powerful means of attack lay within the sword arts. Tai Su, sword roaming, this sacred sword technique was once more unleashed by Xiao Qingqing. Countless sword energies surged forth, A fearsome sword in tint coiling like an ancient dragon of immense power, it loomed between heaven and earth like a terrifying demon. This alarming sight left all disciples of Wan Chu astounded. What are we afraid of? He is but one person. We are over 30. Charge together. Encouraged by one another, the disciples found their courage and once more launched their assault on Xiao Qingqing. We shall join. We cannot allow our younger brother to fight alone. In that moment, the sisters of Xinyangui, regardless of their injuries, activated their most potent techniques. This time, Xiao Qingqing merely smiled. Watch me, slash. Raising his sword, Xiao Qingqing unleashed a terrifying sword radiance. The second-tier sword in tint was extraordinary. Once wielded, it stirred the elements, seemingly holding the power to alter the very fabric of existence. This sword radiance was Xiao Qingqing's decree. Thousands of sword energies awakened in that instant, resonating with terrifying might. Moreover, countless radiant rays erupted from Xiao Qingqing, casting him in the guise of an unparalleled sword immortal. The terrifying sword energy swept through the heavens and earth. This was the most powerful strike Xiao Qingqing had ever unleashed. Swish, swish, swish. Sword energy howled through the air, stirring up torrents of blood that stained the earth a deep scarlet. Where the sword energy passed, there echoed the mournful wails akin to a wolf's howl in a single strike. Xiao Qingqing shattered the spines of this group, rendering them devoid of any fighting spirit or will to resist. Shun Zhe collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. The once resplendent robes of a disciple had long been torn asunder in this sea of sword energy. At that moment, the many senior sisters of the Zhenyang sect could scarcely believe their eyes. How could so many be annihilated by a single individual, Xiao Qingqing? As they gazed upon the fallen, some injured and others lifeless, their hearts swelled with joy, yet more so with astonishment. Was their junior brother truly this formidable? Had they underestimated his prowess? The admiration flowed as they surrounded Xiao Qingqing, showering him with praises that left him somewhat elated. However, the true instigator of this chaos remained unaddressed. The mention of Shun Zhe ignited fury among the senior sisters of the Zhenyang sect. Had it not been for him, their losses would not have been so catastrophic. Xiao Qingqing approached Shun Zhe, retrieving the Yuan Gui seal, and looked down upon him with a commanding presence. Speak, how do you wish to perish? Yet Shun Zhe maintained an air of defiance, unafraid of the consequences. Ha! You think you can kill me? Chapter 66, Shen Es Fury and Su Qingyue's Intervention. The ramifications of killing me are beyond your capacity to bear. Shun Zhe's eyes gleamed with madness, for he was a true disciple of the Wanchu sacred land, a position of great prestige. True disciples bore soul lamps within the sacred grounds, and should they be slain, the sacred land would undoubtedly learn of it. The Wanchu sacred land was no feeble entity. Anyone daring to harm its disciples would face its wrath. Unperturbed by his own safety, Shun Zhe thought even Xiao Qingqing, as a disciple of the Taishu sacred land, should weigh the consequences of incurring the Wanchu sacred land's vengeance. Moreover, he had a powerful genius brother, Shun Yi, present in this secret realm. Just moments ago, he had signaled for help. Soon, Shun Yi would arrive. Junior brother, the consequences of killing a true disciple of the Wanchu sacred land are too severe. The senior sisters have calmed down. You must not let their emotions drive you to recklessness. Though they felt animosity, the senior sisters of the Zhenyang sect were still rational. Their injuries were minor, yet should Xiao Qingqing take upon himself the guilt of slaying a true disciple from the Wanchu sacred land, their hearts would be troubled. Several senior sisters approached Xiao Qingqing, urging him to reconsider. If you were that woman in red, my death would be in vain. But you are not. You wish to kill me? Save it for the next life. Though grievously wounded, Shun Zhe exhibited no semblance of a captive, still proud and arrogant. His lineage afforded him a reckless confidence, bolstered further by the impending arrival of Shun Yi. Although Xiao Qingqing was formidable, the vitality of a Xiandan cultivator was even more resilient. As long as the Xiandan remained undamaged, superficial wounds could eventually heal. Shun Zhe doubted Xiao Qingqing could dispatch him within a short span. Bang bang! Xiao Qingqing unleashed the power of his bloodline, the terrifying force of his fists erupting upon Shun Zhe. Shun Zhe howled in agony, his visage a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, yet his expression remained one of contempt. You cannot kill me! You dare not? He laughed maniacally as he lay on the ground, allowing Xiao Qingqing's fists to rain upon him, his eyes harboring disdain and anger. his grin seemingly mocking Xiao Qingqing's impotence. Several senior sisters once again attempted to intervene, but Xiao Qingqing paid them no heed. Striking once more, bang, with that blow, he shattered Shun Zai's Adam's apple. "Do you think I, Xiao Qingqing, was raised in fear? You are but a worthless dog." Gripping Shun Zai as one would a lifeless mutt, Xiao Qingqing lifted him from the ground. A malicious smile crept upon his face. "Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall oblige." Fury ignited in Xiao Qingqing's eyes, and a glimmer of golden light appeared at his brow. He had never contemplated sparing Shan Zai. While Shun Zai's background was formidable, was the Taishu's sacred land weak? Xiao Qingqing felt no trepidation in the face of Shan Zai's threat. A chilling sword intent erupted from him, a terrifying brilliance illuminating the surrounding miles as a domineering sword light burst forth from his brow. Shan Zai believed that Xiao Qingqing's inability to kill him swiftly was due to his own robust vitality, bolstered by the Xiandan perhaps. If he had encountered others, it might have been so. But his misfortune lay in facing Xiao Qingqing, who wielded the Heart Sword. The Heart Sword could sever all ethereal entities and obliterate all spiritual beings. Xiao Qingqing had previously vanquished a Xiandan evil cultivator with this very method. Today, he intended to employ it to eradicate Shan Zai. Die. The sword light surged forth, transforming into a golden rainbow. The formidable Heart Sword struck Shan Zai's corporeal form, and a terrifying energy instantaneously infiltrated his dantian. At that moment, Shun Zai truly felt fear. He sensed a tumult within him, his solid spiritual foundation crumbling in an instant. The energy within him spiraled uncontrollably outward. No. Shun Zai, terrified, attempted to plead for mercy, but found himself unable to utter a sound, only able to emit muffled cries. Fear blossomed within him like a wildfire, and though tears streamed down his face, it could not alter the fate of his Xiandan's destruction. Boom! The Xiandan exploded, a torrent of immense spiritual power surging violently within Shan Zai. This excruciating sensation felt akin to countless ferocious tigers rampaging within him. Shan Zai was both astonished and terrified. The delicate youth before him must surely be a demon cloaked in human skin. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me, Wu." Shan Zai struggled in Xiao Qingqing's grip, yet his bones had been reduced to mush. With each slight movement, he experienced a pain that pierced to the marrow. "Ah, demon, you are a demon. Kill me, kill me. The pain is unbearable. I do not wish to live." Xiao Qingqing carelessly tossed Shun Zai to the ground, his foot viciously pressing down upon Shan Zai's back. In that moment, Shun Zai found himself in a limbo between life and death, enveloped by endless agony, forever haunted by suffering. At that juncture, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, a spirit force akin to needle pricks converging upon Xiao Qingqing. "You insolent wretch!" A furious voice reverberated from the heavens. A figure of terrifying might swept through the clouds, revealing itself before the crowd. The senior sisters of the Zhenyang sect, who had previously encountered Shun Yi's true visage, were now filled with dread. Shun Yi was no mere half-hearted true disciple like Shun Zai. He was immensely powerful, at the pinnacle of the Tianren realm, on par with Su Qingyue. "Junior brother, flee!" Several senior sisters shielded Xiao Qingqing. "Flee? Where to?" Shin Yi was furious. It had only been a short time since he last saw his brother, and now he found him in such a deplorable state. He produced a bowl, from which a torrent of dark light erupted, intertwining into a colossal protective dome that enveloped all within. "Brother, Wu, save me. It hurts so much, I am in so much pain." Seeing Shan Yi's arrival filled Shan Zai with a glimmer of hope. Drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, he crawled desperately towards Shan Yi. Upon witnessing Shan Zai's pitiful condition, Shan Yi was consumed with rage. He fixed a cold gaze upon Xiao Qingqing. "End your own life, or you shall die a most gruesome death." Yet Xiao Qingqing was no meek prey to be slaughtered at will. Despite hearing Shan Yi's threat, he dismissed it entirely. With a single step, he inflicted further agony upon Shan Zai. In an instant, Shan Yi's wrath ignited, and at that moment, Xiao Qingqing delivered a powerful kick, sending Shan Zai's lifeless body hurtling towards Shin Yi. As Shun Yi caught his brother, he realized that Shun Zai had already breathed his last. An inferno of rage ignited within Shan Yi. Twisting his face into a mask of fury, "I will make you pay with your life. I will have your head." Yet, just as Shan Yi prepared to strike at Xiao Qingqing, a fearsome sword intent akin to a crimson lotus, surged forth from all directions. The immense red lotus sword shadow pierced through the protective barrier woven from countless strands of dark light. With a mere gesture, Su Qingyue directed that sword shadow towards Xian Yi. Is it truly such a feat to bully a junior brother of the Xindan realm? Come at me. Chapter 67. The resolute Su Qingyue, Shun Yi's bitter departure. The blazing fire lotus painted the sky a vivid crimson, giving rise to countless formidable energy storms. Clad in a resplendent red gown, Su Qingyue stood at the heart of the tempest like a striking rose, wielding a sword that seemed capable of vanquishing all. Her arrival instilled a sense of confidence among the disciples of the Xinjiang society, even allowing Xiao Qingqing to exhale in relief. The reason Xiao Qingqing dared to provoke Shan Yi was due to the palpable aura of Su Qingyue, emboldening him with a sense of security. Shan Yi furrowed his brow as he gazed at Su Qingyue, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from the breathtaking woman before him. Yet, the two now found themselves on opposing sides. To flee or to fight, however, it was not long before Shan Yi made his choice. Hand over that brat. Otherwise, we shall not rest until one of us lies dead, he declared. Yu Qingyue replied coldly. You are not worthy. Enraged, Shan Yi retorted, perceiving her words as a slight against his worthiness to engage in a life-or-death struggle with her. With a grandiose tone, he began to chant an incantation over the shattered clay bowl in his grasp. In no time, a clear spring emerged from within. Die for me, Shun Yi commanded, lifting the bowl into the air. As the water poured forth from its cracked edge, swiftly transforming into a vast lake. With countless waterfalls cascading down, creating tumultuous waves. Worthiness shall be determined by strength. Die. Su Qingyue's brows knitted together as she swung her long sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of sword light. The temperature soared, and upon contact with the surging waves, a copious amount of vapor was instantly released. If this is all you are capable of, I suggest you retract your grandiose claims. Su Qingyue struck again, her sword intent shattering the heavens like a crimson lotus, radiating fiery brilliance. Shan Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Qingyue's ease in dispersing the water curtain from the clay bowl. Nonetheless, he believed that in a true battle, he might not be at a disadvantage. He summoned the clay bowl, intent on confronting her sword light head-on. This artifact was of exceptional quality, renowned for its unyielding nature. However, it had been severely damaged when he acquired it. Had the bowl been intact, its worth could rival that of a true artifact. Boom! The sword light shattered, scattering countless beams of brilliance. Humph! Am I not worthy? Shan Yi seethed with anger as he once more activated the clay bowl, preparing to suppress Su Qingyue. But at that moment, she took the initiative. Yu Qingyue had never been one to sit idly by. Since Shan Yi had chosen confrontation, she would oblige, striking until he dared not retaliate. A fierce aura emanated from her, and a sea of flames surged behind her, suggesting the presence of a formidable divine entity. Su Qingyue lunged forward, her strike no longer tentative but a full frontal assault. The sword light transformed into a fiery bird, pursued by 3,000 blazing red lotuses, igniting the very heavens and earth. Take this blow first. Shun Yi's expression tightened as he sensed the terrifying power contained within her strike. He once again activated the clay bowl to shield himself. Humph! Underestimate me? The bowl vibrated ominously. Enveloped by countless strands of dark light, exuding an aura of terrifying might, a great demonic flame erupted behind the bowl, as if a demon god had emerged from the primordial void, striking forth to shatter the fabric of reality itself. Strike! Shun Yi unleashed a furious punch, the demonic apparition mirroring his intent. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of the demon god's fists against the searing sword light unleashed a cataclysmic energy storm. Shun Yi laughed triumphantly. You are nothing but that. Yet, before he could revel in his victory, the blazing sword light surged once more, igniting the clouds and causing crimson lotuses to bloom in the sky. Rumbling, 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 the explosions echoed continuously. The once mighty demonic clay bowl lost its luster and returned to Shun Yi's hand of its own accord. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. This bowl was a top-tier artifact, forged from rare and exquisite materials, many of which he could not even name. Yet, such a powerful item could not withstand Su Qingyue's sword light. Impossible, impossible, Shin Yi cried out, but Su Qingyue merely smiled coldly. In this world, nothing is impossible. Su Qingyue unleashed another strike, the sword's aura erupting and shattering the air as the crimson blade illuminated hundreds of miles. The terrifying sword might flatten the land. In that moment, Shun Yi truly felt the extent of Su Qingyue's strength. 3 strikes, each more potent than the last. She seemed as unfathomable as a deep pool, with depths that could not be gauged. I concede for today. This grudge shall be settled in time, Shun Yi declared, stowing the clay bowl and shouldering Shan Zai's lifeless body as he fled in a panic. The blow had been formidable. Shun Yi could barely withstand it. However, Su Qingyue stood with unwavering confidence, her demeanor serene, indicating that this strike was not her full capability. Shun Yi, resigned to his fate, realized he could not prevail against Su Qingyue. I have arrived late. Are you all unscathed? Su Qingyue's demeanor was icy, yet her concern for her fellow disciples was evident. Even upon encountering treasures, her priority remained the safety of her comrades. All is well, just some of the younger sisters are exhausted, Yun Xian replied. That is good to hear. I have matters to attend to. You should continue your training. This secret realm is an excellent opportunity to hone your abilities, Su Qingyue advised before departing. Her primary purpose for entering this realm was to seek the primordial Tao embryo. The value of other opportunities paled in comparison. Watching Su Qingyue's retreating figure, Xiao Qingqing pondered gravely the implications if she discovered the primordial Tao embryo had been intercepted. Yet, recalling Su Qingyue's formidable presence, he dismissed the idea of informing her. Junior brother, let us go, Yun Xian said, as the group prepared to resume their training. With more than 10 days remaining before the secret realm closed, they had ample time to seek further treasures. During this period, Xiao Qingqing's performance was nothing short of remarkable. Having reached the 5th level of the Xiandan realm, he was no longer among the weakest. His formidable strength allowed him to dispatch many malevolent spirits with but a few strikes. Junior brother, did you encounter some fortuitous event? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Little junior brother is incredible. One of the senior sisters exclaimed. I intended to protect him during this expedition. Yet he ended up safeguarding all of us. Xiao Qingqing nodded, concocting an excuse about acquiring the treasure in everyone's eyes, claiming that a powerful fruit had enabled his rapid breakthrough. Be sure to solidify your gains after returning. Such fruits appear beneficial, but if one's foundation is unstable, they cannot unleash their full potential. Observing that the other senior sisters harbored no suspicions and instead cautioned him, Xiao Qingqing felt a sense of relief. However, just a few days later, an astonishing crimson light shot into the sky, exuding immense pressure. The source of the rising red lotus was precisely the location where Xiao Qingqing had previously acquired the primordial Tao embryo. Chapter 68. Return to the sacred grounds. Xiao Qingqing's ambitions. The red fire lotus blossomed with unparalleled brilliance, its swirling flames exuding a terrifying aura. A divine bird soared through the fiery sea, triumphant over adversity, embodying an invincible spirit. Su Qingyue hovered in the sky, golden wings unfurling behind her, surrounded by the sun's flames, appearing as a solar goddess of immeasurable power. Opposite her stood the enigmatic figure in black, an adversary of equal stature. Despite numerous encounters, Su Qingyue had yet to discern the true nature of this black-clad individual, whose techniques radiated grandeur and bore the essence of ancient traditions. A grave expression crossed Su Qingyue's face. If the black-clad figure had indeed secured the primordial Tao embryo, acquiring it would be beyond her reach. Similarly, the black-clad figure harbored the same thoughts. You have arrived late, he remarked darkly, his vulture-like gaze fixed intently on Su Qingyue. The primordial Tao embryo was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth, a resource akin to sacred artifacts. Such resources typically belong to the foundations of great sects or sacred grounds, holding immense value. The thought of Su Qingyue claiming it so easily incited his discontent. Yet, deploying his full strength against her could expose his identity, and this was not the time he had envisioned for his emergence. Biting his lip in frustration, the black-clad figure resolved to retreat. Su Qingyue radiated an indomitable aura, the terrifying fire lotus dominating half the sky, its flames incinerating the clouds. Observing the black figure's withdrawal, Su Qingyue felt a pang of dissatisfaction. This location housed the most accessible Tao embryo, yet she had still failed to obtain it. Very well. If it is not meant to be mine, I shall not pursue it further. It is best to seek the Tao embryo in another forbidden realm, she concluded. Su Qingyue turned away, her mind filled with memories of various heavenly materials and treasures. The fact that she failed to obtain the primordial Tao embryo this time could simply indicate that her fortune had not yet arrived. However, the formidable figure in black piqued her interest. If this person was not of advanced years, he would undoubtedly become a significant force in the future. Yet, Su Qingyue was perplexed about which esteemed sect this prodigy hailed from. Should he be a wild talent, the implications would be even more alarming. As more than 10 days slipped by like water flowing through fingers, Su Qingyue ceased to dwell on these matters. Her ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the eastern region. After reuniting with Yun Xian and Xiao Qingqing, she led her companions back to the sacred land. Their return journey was expedited, and within just over a day, they arrived at the Great Void. Su Qingyue quickly exchanged a few words before retreating to her secluded pool for meditation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing found himself surrounded by a throng of female disciples. Akin to stars orbiting the moon in recent days, Xiao Qingqing's remarkable performance had drawn much attention, and after engaging in numerous conversations with these graceful sisters, he finally extricated himself from their embrace. He made his way to his abode, which had long since been upgraded to an independent peak, as he was now an inner sect disciple. Numerous attendant disciples were managing the mountain, and upon seeing Xiao Qingqing return, they hurriedly bowed in respect, greeting him as senior brother Xiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, he casually tossed a few low-tier pills to them, much to their delight, prompting them to bow once more in gratitude. Once inside his cave dwelling, the attendant disciples began to whisper among themselves, evidently impressed by Xiao Qingqing's substantial gains from his recent expedition into the secret realm. Senior brother Xiao is so generous. The inner sect disciple I previously served was quite stingy, always wearing a stern face. I truly envy senior brother Xiao. Xiao Qingqing's recent harvest had indeed been considerable, a golden opportunity. After integrating the primordial Tao embryo, his physique had undergone a complete transformation, significantly enhancing his comprehension as well. Initially, he was merely a prodigy in the sword path, but now he could be considered a well-rounded genius. This was the advantage bestowed by the primordial Tao embryo. His body could no longer be classified merely as a congenital sword body. Xiao Qingqing distinctly felt his physical prowess had ascended several levels. Techniques such as Thunder Law, Sword Bone, and sword techniques could no longer be elevated in the short term. To further enhance his strength, he would need to focus on his bloodline or magical artifacts. Having learned the Kunping 100 kill diagram for some time, he realized that to genuinely commence training in this technique, he required a crucial resource, dragon blood. The Kunping 100 kill diagram was an ultimate killing art, and only by bathing in dragon blood could one fully realize its potential. However, it was not mandatory to use true dragon blood from the outset. While it would facilitate the training process, it was not an absolute necessity. As for magical artifacts, Xiao Qingqing possessed a precious sword embryo acquired long ago from the Gu family. Although he had held onto this sword embryo for a while, he remained uncertain about how to utilize it. However, since entering the inner sect, his perspective had broadened considerably. In the eastern region, there existed a place known as the Ninefold Fire Domain, a crucial site for crafting magical artifacts. Many prominent figures from the eastern region had forged artifacts there. It was rumored that an unparalleled powerhouse once forged a 9-story pagoda in the Ninefold Fire Domain. Although its grade remains unknown, it was noted that the flames in the domain had diminished by a third following the pagoda's emergence, a testament to its strength. Although Xiao Qingqing possessed the Wanshi Qingmu Ding, its compatibility with him was lacking, rendering its use rather cumbersome. His greatest desire remained to acquire a formidable sword artifact. Should he be able to forge a sword artifact from a sword embryo, it would be ideal. Although the evil I Chingke suited him well, it fell short in terms of power, being merely a medium-grade magical artifact with a rather common spiritual sword as its base, lacking distinctive traits. While the majority of Xian Dan practitioners commonly utilized magical artifacts, Xiao Qingqing needed to consider his future. Furthermore, his cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. Failing to find a suitable weapon would significantly diminish his combat prowess. If only I could find a growth-oriented divine sword, he mused. Having read many novels where protagonists often possessed artifacts that grew alongside their strength, Xiao Qingqing felt a twinge of envy. The Kunping 100 kill diagram merely diversified his offensive capabilities. Yet a weapon that was well suited to him could profoundly influence his future path. Determined to become a true disciple and secure the top position on the Mountain River rankings in 6 months, Xiao Qingqing resolved that once he consolidated his cultivation, he would venture to the Ninefold Fire domain to forge a weapon tailored to himself, leaving behind the evil I Qingke as a thing of the past. Chapter 69. Attack on the Cloud Ship, Journey to the Ninefold Fire Domain. The term Ninefold Fire Domain is somewhat vague, encompassing all the areas surrounding IT.at this moment. Xiao Qingqing was aboard a cloud ship en route to Fenghua City. Fenghua City is the largest and most prosperous city within the Ninefold Fire Domain, boasting the largest refining materials market in the eastern region, as well as being the headquarters of the Eastern Region's Refining Association. Here, one could find not only the finest refining materials, but also the most skilled artifact craftsmen. The journey to Fenghua City would take approximately 9 days. Rather than spending his time in his cabin, Xiao Qingqing chose to stand on the deck, listening to the passengers discuss information about Fenghua City. Have you heard? Fenghua City is preparing for an auction, claiming to be the largest in nearly a decade. Is it organized by the Tianqing Merchants Association? That's a formidable old merchant association. If it's organized by the Tianqing Merchants Association, we might not even get to see the spectacle. Why is that? Every auction held by the Tianqing Merchants Association is invitation only. Only those deemed worthy by the association can attend. As he listened to their conversation, Xiao Qingqing's interest was piqued. He was no longer the impoverished youth who fretted over a few spirit stones. Just considering his recent expedition into the secret realm, he had gathered a substantial amount of refining materials, many of which were of immense value, with some rare materials being practically priceless. Take, for example, the stone imbued with the sword intent of the white-clad swordsman. Such materials could not be measured in spirit stones, but were more often traded through barter. However, Xiao Qingqing had no intention of selling such stones. He planned to use them for his own cultivation. While the Wancher Qingmu Ding was a medium-grade artifact, it did not mean it had reached its full potential. It still possessed considerable growth value. Xiao Qingqing's plan was to reforge this ding, enhancing its compatibility to better suit his needs. Friend, could you tell me how one might qualify for an invitation from the Tianqing Merchants Association? A young man in a blue robe, privy to some information, smiled and replied, either you must possess a noble status, like a true disciple or elder from a major sect, or be a descendant of a prominent family. Alternatively, frequent patrons of the Tianqing Merchants Association can also gain entry, but those patrons usually hold gold cards. I'm not sure about the specific amount required for verification. Of course, you can also enter with someone who has an invitation, but the downside is that you won't be able to participate in the auction directly. Upon hearing the young man's words, Xiao Qingqing felt a touch of helplessness. Although he was an inner disciple of the Great Void Sacred Land, his status clearly fell short. The Tianqing Merchants Association, being a major merchant group, would maintain a cordial stance towards inner disciples of large sects but would never forsake their own interests for an individual. However, Xiao Qingqing did not dwell excessively on this matter. While the items at the auction might be remarkable, they would undoubtedly come with a steep price. Find a bargain. He would need to explore smaller stalls. I hope fortune favors me and I encounter someone with great opportunities, he thought as he leaned against the ship's railing, observing the scenery below. The cloud ship traveled swiftly, yet due to a special array protecting it, the passengers felt no overwhelming wind despite the rapid speed. They stood steadily on the deck. Xiao Qingqing's vision had sharpened considerably. He noticed that within a 10-mile radius of the cloud ship, no birds dared to approach. Even if a bird happened to appear, it would quickly retreat. It was unclear whether this was due to a powerful presence on board or a special artifact repelling the birds. Xiao Qingqing refrained from casually probing the people aboard the cloud ship, as it would be considered impolite. Encountering someone overly particular might lead to unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, he hoped to endure the flight without incident. Yet, reality proved otherwise. The weather above shifted rapidly, often resulting in thunderstorms, boom, 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 like a thunder dragon. Lightning clawed and rampaged across the sky, predominantly in shades of purple, showcasing immense power. Each time it struck the formation aboard the cloud ship, ripples of transparent energy radiated outward. The cloud ship continued its forward journey, yet Xiao Qingqing sensed an unsettling anomaly. The thunder seemed to show no signs of abating, a peculiarity that did not go unnoticed by other passengers accustomed to this route. The thunder was decidedly abnormal. At a certain point on the deck, an elderly man clad in gray, with runes of flames and hammers etched upon his chest, spoke up. His murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of clarity, as if he could pierce through the mists. Inside the control room of the cloud ship, A middle-aged man manipulating the formation was intently gazing ahead, striving to escape the clutches of the thundercloud. Yet to no avail that it was as though the thundercloud was pursuing the cloud ship. That moment, a young girl in a purple dress entered. Her bright eyes and the 3 crimson leaves adorning her brow captured attention. She wore a flowing black garment that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, while her skin was as fair as milk. On her right wrist, she bore a silver bracelet inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. Following her was a silver-haired matron in court attire, her face marked by few wrinkles, as if the passage of time had scarcely touched her. Yet, the few lines she bore lent her an air of benevolence. "Young mistress, Granny Ling," the middle-aged man greeted with a respectful bow. The girl responded with a solemn expression. "What is the situation? Any speculations?" This thundercloud appears formidable, seemingly orchestrated by someone with intent. The cloud ship carried treasures meant for an upcoming auction, concealed aboard to avoid attracting attention. However, there existed another possibility. The orchestrator of the thundercloud might not be targeting these treasures at all. Regardless, danger loomed aboard the cloud ship. The middle-aged man harbored several suspicions. But before he could voice them, the formation of the cloud ship suddenly tremored, as countless terrifying bolts of purple lightning surged toward it. Crack, crack, the formation began to show fissures. A fierce gust of wind invaded the ship, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. The sudden turbulence took everyone by surprise. Xiao Qingqing instantly became alert. His heightened senses warned him that formidable practitioners lay in ambush nearby. Those who could board the cloud ship were all cultivators. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing shouted, "Ambush, ambush! There are foes lurking nearby." His words immediately heightened the vigilance of many. Thanks to the previously suspicious thundercloud, almost everyone believed Xiao Qingqing's warning. Yet, in that very instant, a chill crept over him, as if a cold killing intent had locked onto him. Chapter 70. The Tactics of Emo Qiuyuan. A great turn of events. Kill, brothers, let us go. Once we finish this job, we'll be set for life.